In the year 2323 AD, an era of highly developed science and technology, but lurking crises, the shadow of the end of the world is quietly approaching. Humanity has not yet realized that the disaster is about to come, but those who are chosen by fate either awaken their special powers in advance or unexpectedly get the chance to be reborn, are secretly stirring up the situation. At the same time, a newly established special department, the Doomsday Special Affairs Office, is also quietly taking action. This department shoulders a special mission, gathering those with special abilities and those who have been reborn, and preparing for the impending unknown disaster. As the leader of this department, Sheng An is facing a new challenge. As the head of the Doomsday Special Intelligence Department, Sheng An has the highest authority granted by the country. From the Sky Eye system, satellite monitoring, to thermal weapons and cutting-edge technology, all resources are under her control. In addition to dealing with supernatural events, her mission is to subdue the protagonists who believe they are the chosen ones. Most of these people with special abilities and those who have been reborn have become arrogant because of the favor of fate, but they do not know that they are still insignificant in front of the state machine. One day, Sheng An casually threw a cherry pit into a paper bag and glanced at the tablet screen handed to him by Jiang Yu. On the screen was a synopsis of a popular novel. Xiao was reborn before the end of the world and found that she had the space of her ancestral jade bracelet. From then on, she embarked on the road of revenge. As she listened to Jiang Yu's explanation, her expression became more and more complicated. People in these novels only think about hoarding supplies after they get the space? Sheng An asked with a frown. Yes, stockpiling is very popular now. Jiang Yu answered truthfully. What about the country? What about the army? Those are the resources that can change the situation of the war. Sheng An's voice sank, and he was obviously dissatisfied with this understatement. In her opinion, it would be a waste if she didn't think about saving the world when she has such a unique condition. Sheng An didn't say anything more. He pushed open the car door and walked towards the destination with firm steps. This time, their mission is to investigate a possible heretic, an ordinary person who is suspected of awakening superpowers. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. He and Sheng An walked quickly towards the target location. Their pace was hurried, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Jiang Yu lives in Building 3 of Jiaqing Bay. We received a report from a resident yesterday. Her behavior has been very abnormal since 5 days ago. Jiang Yu reported in a low voice. She replaced a glass, installed a thickened anti-theft door, and bought an iron fence door. Besides this, there are some other strange things happening. We highly suspect she is a heretic. Heretics? Sheng An asked, frowning slightly. Yes, people with supernatural phenomena. Jiang Yu nodded. Is this the fifth one? Sheng An remained calm and composed. Jiang Yu nodded again, and it was obvious that this matter had attracted great attention from the department. The newly established Doomsday Special Affairs Office has an increasingly severe mission to solve supernatural events and to collect and deal with those with special abilities that may pose a threat to social order. Let's go find a complainant. Sheng An turned around and walked towards the other side of the community with a determined step. Jiaqing Bay is an old residential area, but the greenery is quite good. The elderly around are basking in the sun and chatting leisurely. Two ants are gathered together, talking about something. Jiang Yu took out his police ID and motioned Sheng An to follow him. In this situation, the identity of an ordinary police officer can obviously shorten the distance. Excuse me, can I get some information from the two ants? Sheng An asked with a smile and a gentle tone. Of course, it is our responsibility to cooperate with the country. One of the ants answered enthusiastically. Sheng An nodded slightly and continued to ask, do you have any impression of the girl in Building 3? Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Yu was taking inventory of his belongings. Since her rebirth, the first thing she did was to break up with her ex-boyfriend and retrieve her ancestral jade bracelet. She discovered that this bracelet actually had a huge space that was enough to change her life. Jiang Yu was extremely excited. Since the space was hers, she would make use of it. In her previous life, Chun Jiao had lived a comfortable life thanks to the space, but she had always been betrayed and bullied. She vowed that she would never make the same mistake again this time. God has given me a chance to be reborn, and I must make those who have hurt me pay the price. She muttered to herself, with a determined light in her eyes. In the next 21 days, Jiang Yu used the space to start stockpiling supplies on a large scale and no longer felt anxious about the coming of the doomsday. Not only did she replace the doors and windows of the house, She also purchased a large amount of supplies, and iron fences and various daily necessities were all prepared. Her goal was clear: to ensure she would not end up in the same predicament as she had in her previous life. Jiang Yu also knew that keeping a low profile was crucial. She was not eager to show her special ability, but carefully concealed everything. She cleverly hid all the supplies in the space to avoid arousing anyone's suspicion. Downstairs, the discussion among the Andes became more heated. They shared their observations of Jiang Yu and pointed out her various abnormal behaviors. Sister Zhang came close to Sheng An and whispered, "I heard that she bought a lot of things, especially rice. She bought 135 bags yesterday." Sister Wu also chimed in, "Yes, I also bought 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, and a lot of bottled water. It's definitely a stockpiling rhythm." Sheng An listened carefully, with a flash of deep thought in her eyes. She was keenly aware that Jiang Yu's behavior had gone beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and hoarding such a large amount of supplies was obviously a precaution. Is she doing this to prepare for Doomsday? Sheng An said to himself, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Jiang Yu was still upstairs at this moment, with a smile on her face. She knew that she had made full preparations for the coming Doomsday, and all the changes would be her last chance. In her opinion, space is her greatest advantage. No matter how the Doomsday comes, she can solve all problems with this golden finger. Who knows how much supplies I have? Jiang Yu sneered and thought to himself. Downstairs, the discussion among the Annies had reached a climax. They were talking about it and even began to wonder if Jiang Yu was preparing for a bigger plan. Sheng An stood there, her mind becoming clearer and clearer. She knew that Jiang Yu was definitely not an ordinary person. The two sat down quietly. Hao Jingye quickly sorted out the data in his hand, while Sheng An sat beside him with his hands folded, an unlit cigarette between his fingertips, and his brows slightly furrowed. After a moment, Hao Jingye's fingertips stopped tapping the keyboard. He pursed his dry lips, looked up at Sheng An with a complicated expression. "Go ahead." Sheng An spoke softly. Although her tone was calm, it was full of pressure, as if everything was under her control. As the head of the Doomsday Special Intelligence Department, Sheng An is undoubtedly the leader of all this. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and began to report. According to the surveillance footage, the report is true. Moreover, Jiang Yu recently bought a lot of things at a large wholesale market outside and carried a large bag into an alley with no surveillance. And when he came out, he had nothing in his hands. This is a seemingly insignificant but extremely dangerous behavior. They're clearly out shopping but suddenly disappear, and the items left behind disappear in an instant. This is an abnormality that cannot be ignored by anyone who has doubts. Sheng An nodded to show his understanding. Hao Jingye continued to report. In addition, the iron fence in the basement has not been taken out by anyone, and no trucks have entered or left. The only person who entered and left was Jiang Yu himself, in the early hours of last night. He paused, his mood becoming more serious. Jiang Yu, maybe a heretic who knows that the end of the world is approaching. Sheng An's eyes remained calm, and he concluded softly, "There are reborn people in space." The two of them instantly realized that Jiang Yu's identity was completely different from the heretics they had encountered before. Not only was she reborn, she also possessed a special space. Sheng An had read some novels before, and the plots in those novels now seemed to have a realistic reflection. These people with special abilities and those who were reborn might not be as simple as they imagined. Hao Jingye breathed nervously, and he looked at Sheng An, his eyes full of uneasiness and anxiety. After all, the information Jiang Yu had was crucial to the impending doomsday. Sheng An calmly put the cigarette back into the box with a smile on his face. "Xiao Hao, didn't you know the end of the world was coming? Why do you still look like you can't accept it?" Her tone was joking, but not without understanding. After all, facing the upcoming changes in the world, even the strongest heart would inevitably feel uneasy. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and tried to adjust himself. He knew that as a member of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department, he had to put aside his personal emotions and face everything that was about to happen calmly and rationally. To him, Jiang Yu was not just a heretic with special abilities. Her existence was very likely to change the future situation. Sister Sheng, Hao Jingye followed closely. Jiang Yu's appearance is very crucial. She may be the reborn person we most urgently need to contact. Wu Ji's rebirth experience data is incomplete, but Jiang Yu has complete information and abilities. Sheng An nodded slightly. Jiang Yu's information is crucial. If she really came back from the apocalypse, she may know more than we thought. She was silent for a moment, her eyes becoming more determined. We must contact her as soon as possible, not only to prevent her abilities from being abused, but also because she may hold key information that can help us prepare for the end of the world. Hao Jingye looked serious. Then shall we take action now and arrest Jiang Yu directly? Faced with the approaching doomsday, time did not allow them to delay any further. Only by resolving doubts as soon as possible can we be prepared for future disaster relief operations. Sheng An knew that although arrest was an overly intense expression, it was undoubtedly the most direct and effective means. She smiled and shook her head, her tone calm and with a hint of humor. Xiao Hao, why do you use the word arrest? Jiang Yu is your future colleague, a member of our Doomsday Special Affairs Department. Don't get too excited. Hao Jingye was stunned, his expression a little surprised. Not arresting? Sheng An smiled lightly. Report to Lao Zhang first. Hao Jingye nodded quickly, realized what Sheng An meant, and rushed to take action. Lao Zhang is their superior leader, and only Sheng An dares to call him that, while everyone else has to be careful to address him respectfully. Sheng An stood up and continued to make arrangements. Let's control Jiaqing Bay first, especially Building 3. After all, Jiang Yu is a reborn person and has space. We must be on guard against her other hidden means. Bring enough weapons and some anesthetics. If she doesn't cooperate, we will force her to leave. She smiled and said in a relaxed tone, Let's go and talk to Ms. Jiang Yu. Hao Jingye was stunned for a moment. He looked at Sheng An's confident and calm appearance and was full of doubts in his heart. Harmony? Harmony with weapons and anesthetics? It's really Seedlings. Jiang Yu was busy shopping online and counting her remaining money. She had bought a lot of necessities recently, but she knew she didn't have much money left, and she was reluctant to sell her house. Right now, she only has 21 days left. She thinks that although she can stockpile food and other supplies for the time being, they may expire before the end of the world. So, she decided to buy some items that would not expire and exchange them for food with others after the end of the world. She couldn't help but feel hatred towards Ulitian. In the past, Jiang Yu and Ulitian were lovers in college. She always believed that Ulitian loved her deeply and was once the model of the best boyfriend. Ulitian was handsome and had countless suitors when he was in school. However, Jiang Yu gradually discovered that Ulitian's feelings were nothing but hypocrisy, and he was only attracted by her wealth. Her parents' inheritance and the house in Beijing made Ulitian's eyes sparkle with desire. It turned out that Ulitian and her were not really in love. He and Chen Jiaojiao already had a past relationship, but she was unaware of it. Jiang Yu was fooled by Chen Jiaojiao and Ulitian and supported them for a whole year, until she realized that she was just a tool for the bitch to gain wealth. What a sucker! Jiang Yu slapped her head fiercely, feeling a surge of regret and anger. She hated her past naivety and foolishly gave too much to this pair of scumbags. But fortunately, she was reborn. This time, Jiang Yu was determined to change her fate and send Ulitian and Chen Jiaojiao to hell with her own hands. She wanted to live a completely different life, with the space, supplies, and all the resources she needed to live a comfortable life of her own choosing. Jiang Yu stared at the screen in his hand. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. This time, I will never make the same mistake again. She began to stock up like crazy, carefully selecting various supplies. Not enough? It doesn't matter. The end of the world is coming. The world is in chaos, and she can use space to even buy for free. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Yu frowned and asked, Who is it? The voice outside the door replied coldly, Takeout. Jiang Yu stood up and went to open the door, but when she saw several people outside, her brows furrowed again. A tall woman was standing at the door, with a well-mannered man wearing glasses next to her, and behind her was a plainclothes man who looked ordinary but very strong. There were two other men standing nearby, and everyone blocked her door. Jiang Yu looked at the woman warily, his eyes flickering. You are... She instantly realized that this was not the delivery man. Her heartbeat quickened, and she immediately felt threatened. The woman walked up with a smile, her footsteps light and making no sound in the quiet corridor. After she stood still, she handed over a document, her voice lazy but oppressive. Ms. Jiang Yu, we are from the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. My name is Sheng An. Can we talk about your secret? As he spoke, Sheng An handed over the arrest warrant. Jiang Yu's heart sank. She was stunned for a moment, her mind in a mess. Doomsday Special Affairs? These people actually knew her secret. Since the meteorite incident half a year ago, the outside world has been full of speculation, but Jiang Yu knows that the end of the world has not really come. No one will know the secret of her rebirth and space. It's over. I'm exposed. Jiang Yu was panicked and immediately thought of running away. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Kill these people? Hide in the space? However, the space must return to its original position every 24 hours, and she cannot stay in it for a long time. Jiang Yu's mind was in a mess, and she couldn't find a way to deal with it, but she forced herself to remain calm. What secret? I don't understand what you are saying. She pretended to be confused and tried to delay time. Sheng An looked at her with a smile, his eyes full of confidence. Ms. Jiang has a lot of secrets. She paused and spoke slowly and firmly. For example, space. For example, rebirth. Jiang Yu's body trembled slightly, and the fear in her eyes could hardly be concealed. She finally understood that Sheng An had seen through her secret. I don't know what you were talking about. Some space rebirth. You have read too many novels, right? Jiang Yu pretended to be calm, raised his chin, and snorted coldly. If you are sick, go get treatment. What about the end of the world? Are you crazy? I don't have time to talk to a lunatic goodbye. Before she finished speaking, she was about to close the door. However, Sheng An's hand lightly pressed against the door, and Jiang Yu couldn't close the door despite her best efforts. Her eyes widened, and she was shocked at the woman's power. What on earth are you going to do? Jiang Yu shouted angrily. Why are you interrogating me? I haven't committed any crime. What right do you have to do this to me? She protested loudly, but there was silence all around, and no one seemed to dare to step forward. Her heartbeat accelerated, and she realized that she was completely trapped. Sheng An glanced at her, withdrew his hand, and pulled out a gun from his waist. She gently tapped the door, her voice still gentle. The Doomsday Special Affairs Department has the highest authority. When carrying out a mission, we can directly kill the uncooperative mission targets. I'm a good shot. I can shoot them in the head with one shot. The dead will not suffer any pain. Pointing the gun at Jiang Yu, Sheng An smiled and added, By the way, what did you just say? Jiang Yu's throat tightened and he swallowed hard. I say, every citizen has the obligation to cooperate with the country. Please come in. Sheng An sat on the sofa, with an elegant posture and deep eyes. Beside her, Hao Jingye's fingers were rapidly tapping on the keyboard, adjusting the position of the camera from time to time to ensure that every detail was recorded. Jiang Yu was sitting on the bench opposite, with 3 plainclothes officers standing around her. 2 stood beside her, one on the left and one on the right, monitoring her every move. The other stood at the door, guarding the exit tightly. Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable pressure. She was very uneasy, and could even feel cold sweat sliding down her spine. She kept looking at the camera, feeling more and more uncomfortable. This situation made her feel a little depressed, especially because Sheng An's aura was too strong. She had never seen a woman like her before. Do you want to continue filming? Jiang Yu's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. She had been busy with work recently, so her hair was obviously a little greasy, and she hadn't even washed her face. She felt a little awkward standing in front of Sheng An. Sheng An nodded calmly. Okay, record it. Jiang Yu could only comfort himself. Maybe it should be fine to just record her interrogation process. At the same time, far away in another huge conference room, dozens of senior leaders and related personnel were nervously watching Jiang Yu's every move through the big screen. The pen tips rustled on the paper, and their eyes studied almost every inch of Jiang Yu's skin and every hair in detail. However, Jiang Yu knew nothing about this. She noticed Sheng An chuckled and said, Tell me about it. Jiang Yu's heartbeat quickened, and he stammered, what? Sheng An slowly placed the gun in his hand on the table, with the muzzle slightly pointed at Jiang Yu, but she didn't seem to care. She picked up a pen with her other hand and played with it gently, still smiling. Jiang Yu, there is no time for nonsense. Since I appear in front of you, it means that I have mastered all your information. You have no other choice. Regarding rebirth and space, I think you might prefer to speak out on your own initiative. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. He took the initiative to say it out. Then, is there any other way? Her mind started working quickly, and she realized how complicated the situation was, and her scalp tingled, but she was still unwilling to admit it directly. She clenched her teeth and said in a cold tone, I really don't know what you were talking about. Sheng An did not rush to respond, but turned to look at Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye picked up the information and began to narrate in detail without hesitation. Jiang Yu, 24 years old, just graduated for a year. His parents passed away 5 years ago, and he has been living alone. She had a boyfriend named Ulitian, but they broke up some time ago because he cheated on her. During her 4 years in college, she had been supporting Ulitian and his roommate Chen Jiaojiao. Jiang Yu suddenly tilted his head, looking at Hao Jingye in shock. Having his past completely exposed, Jiang Yu felt a sense of shame and anger he had never felt before. Sheng An raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of playfulness, "You are such a sucker." Jiang Yu's face turned gloomy. She had realized that all the secrets she had been hiding were almost exposed. Hao Jingye continued, "5 days ago, you started to behave abnormally. You installed a steel door and replaced it with bulletproof glass." Jiang Yu interrupted anxiously. "I'm afraid that my ex-boyfriend and his mistress will come to trouble me. What's wrong with that? Is it not okay?" Sheng An shook his head gently, his eyes still calm. "Of course. Then please tell me, where is the missing iron fence? It was originally in the basement. You went there empty-handed, but when you came out you brought nothing back." Jiang Yu was stunned. Her breathing was rapid, and her heartbeat was accelerated. She had never thought that the things she bought were monitored so clearly by them. Everything became more and more urgent, and she could no longer remain calm. Hao Jingye continued to add, "Recently you bought 135 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, and some other supermarket products." He glanced at the situation in the room with a hint of meaning in his eyes. "So where are these things, Jiang Yu?" Jiang Yu was stunned, completely speechless, and filled with a sense of powerlessness. She bought these things, but she couldn't hide them. Their disappearance was inexplicable, and she couldn't think of a suitable reason. Sheng An looked at her with deep eyes. "Jiang Yu, do you know? The country is already doing its best to deal with this disaster, and you, as a reborn person, have incomparable importance." Jiang Yu widened his eyes in shock. "Reborn? How do you know?" Sheng An sighed softly, his tone calm, but full of determination. "Do you know that the country has already made arrangements in advance? 5 days ago, the country began to stockpile supplies and build shelters to prepare for the end of the world in 21 days. As a reborn person, the valuable information you possess will be the key to the country's fight against the end of the world." Jiang Yu couldn't believe her ears. She had never thought that the country had already realized all this. Sheng An looked at her, his tone becoming more determined. "Jiang Yu, your rebirth is not only about you, it is related to the life and death of everyone. If you are willing, we can work together to lead everyone through the end of the world." Jiang Yu's inner struggle continued. Her eyes flickered, knowing that this was an inevitable choice. Can her past and her secrets really bring hope to this country? Sheng An extended his hand, and his gentle smile shocked Jiang Yu's heart. "Jiang Yu, you are our hope." Jiang Yu lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, her heart surging. Her voice was low and uneasy. "I was reborn a year after the end of the world. I spent a year in the end of the world." These words made Hao Jingye sit up straight instantly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At the same time, on the big screen in the conference room, the expressions of many leaders became solemn. Their eyes were fixed on Jiang Yu, carefully recording her every move. Sheng An's eyes sharpened, and she stared at Jiang Yu quietly, calmly, and deeply. She felt a vague surge of uneasiness in her heart, and Jiang Yu's eyes were a little dazed, as if she was lost in her own painful memories. Her voice became increasingly distant, as if she had returned to the desperate past. "In fact, I'm not sure if I've really lived through a year, because every day feels like a year." Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with painful memories. 21 days later, a meteorite fell, and at least 90% of the world's population disappeared on that day. Countless coastal countries were directly swallowed up by the tsunami. Our country was instantly turned into scorched earth, a scene no less than the explosion of countless atomic bombs. She paused, as if taking a deep breath, and continued. Beijing was not directly hit by the meteorite, but almost all the cities affected were destroyed. Beijing was like a magnitude 8 earthquake, with neighborhoods collapsing one after another. We were relatively lucky to live in a house that had become a dangerous building, though. Her words made the air freeze and the atmosphere heavy. Sheng An listened quietly, occasionally stroking the armrest of the sofa with his fingers, as if thinking about something. At this moment, the phone lit up slightly. Sheng An picked up the phone and scanned the screen. Lao Zhang. Asked her about the latest meteorite. Sheng An raised his eyes to look at Jiang Yu, his tone calm, but with a hint of inquiry. Xiao Yu, do you know where the most recent meteorite fell? Or rather, the meteorite you remember? Jiang Yu frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then slowly spoke. It should be in Shur City recently. At that time, there were too many meteorites falling, almost all over the world. I remember the largest meteorite fell in the Pacific Ocean, causing several surrounding countries to be almost completely engulfed, with almost no survivors. She shuddered and continued. Do you think the worst disaster will happen 21 days later? No, that's just the beginning. All those who died on that day were lucky, because every day after that was an endless disaster. Jiang Yu's voice was shaking, and her face showed undisguised fear. Sheng An poured her a cup of hot water and patted her shoulder gently, as if to comfort her. Jiang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and smiled. Sheng An glanced at the screen of his mobile phone, and a message appeared on the screen again. Lao Zhang, academician's son, and his team just checked, and combined with previous scientific research results, Jiang Yu is right. In the meteorite shower, the meteorite closest to Jing City is likely to fall in Shi City. What she said may be true. The news instantly made Sheng An completely believe Jiang Yu's words. She had no doubts. All of Jiang Yu's actions and reactions were genuine and came from the heart. Sheng An looked at Jiang Yu, his eyes becoming more determined. The arrival of the meteorite will indeed bring a huge disaster. You are right. The doomsday in 21 days is just the prologue. The real disaster has just begun. Hao Jingyan nodded with a serious expression. The impact of the meteorite will cause a strong shock, not just an earthquake. The entire geological plate will change. Earthquakes, fires, and geological disasters are happening all the time. Even the air is polluted, and acid rain has become the norm. He paused, then continued. The impact of the meteorite will release high temperatures and flames. Almost no one will be able to escape the global disaster. Even firefighting will become a luxury. The world will fall into chaos. And these disasters will seriously damage the ozone layer. The thick smoke will cause extreme air pollution and may even bring radiation. When Hao Jingye finished speaking, Jiang Yu's heart suddenly tightened and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her mind went blank, and the horrific scenes that she had never told anyone about resurfaced, becoming clearer and clearer. Sheng An smiled, looked at Jiang Yu, and his tone became gentle. Don't worry, now that we know all this, we will make corresponding preparations. The country has the ability to deal with this disaster and will not be powerless like in the last life. Jiang Yu's face was still pale, and she was nervous. She lowered her head tremblingly, and her hoarse voice was filled with endless fear. These disasters are only part of it. The real crisis is far from coming. Sheng An's eyes suddenly turned cold. She stared at Jiang Yu, leaned forward, and said in a threatening tone, What crisis? Jiang Yu took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, The meteorite not only brought disaster, but also brought mutation. In my previous life, I heard that a base had studied meteorites and confirmed that they contained fragments that could awaken people's superpowers. These fragments could turn ordinary people into superpowers and even make existing superpowers even more powerful. Sheng An frowned slightly. How dangerous are these fragments? Jiang Yu took a deep breath and said slowly, These fragments bring not only people with special abilities, but also a more terrifying existence. Alien species. Alien species? Hao Jingye asked puzzledly. Jiang Yu shook his head, his face solemn. They are not zombies. They look like ordinary people, with human intelligence and memory, but they kill and eat people, and have no humanity. They hide among humans and may attack humans at any time, even their own family members. This terrible thought caused a moment of silence in the room. Hao Jingye's breathing suddenly stopped, and Sheng An also frowned slightly. Sheng An knew that the existence of this alien species would bring unimaginable disasters to mankind. Jiang Yu's voice became even hoarser. Alien species are viruses. They will lurk among humans, infect them, and transform them. Once human trust is torn apart, the entire society will collapse. Sheng An's eyes regained their composure, although her tone remained grim. There is no unsolvable problem. We will find a way to distinguish the different species. She paused and looked at Jiang Yu again. Next, let's talk about your space. Sheng An smiled slightly and looked at Jiang Yu. There was no urgency in her eyes, but instead she was full of gentle trust. Jiang Yu, I still say that we won't hurt you. You should also understand that there will be many people with superpowers in the future, and you are not the only one with space superpowers, right? You are not special. There is no need to be afraid. However, Jiang Yu's expression was still somewhat unnatural, and her eyes flickered. Obviously, this topic made her feel a little uneasy. She was indeed a little special, especially in this matter. Hao Jingye suddenly reacted. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Aren't you a space ability person? Do you have space for other reasons? He seemed to realize something. Jiang Yu was stunned, and a look of fear appeared on her face in an instant. How did you know? She looked at Sheng An in panic. Her heart was in chaos. Sheng An seemed to recall something. Your ex-boyfriend betrayed you and got together with someone else, and your space was taken away by them. You were reborn, took back your space, and vowed to make sure they died without a complete corpse, right? Jiang Yu's face changed, with astonishment and anger intertwined. How do you know everything? How did you find out? She felt that she was completely exposed to the other party's sight. How could she have any secrets at all? Sheng An was unmoved. She just nodded slightly and turned to Hao Jingye. Shi Xiao. Hao Jingye suddenly reacted, his eyes full of understanding. It's Shi Xiao. Jiang Yu was even more confused by their words. Who is Shi Xiao? She frowned and looked at Sheng An in confusion. Sheng An did not rush to respond, but said lightly, Shi Xiao is a, not very healthy person. Jiang Yu was confused. Not very healthy people? What do you mean? Sheng An didn't explain too much, but turned to her with a more focused look. So, if your space is not an ordinary space, what is the difference? Her voice was flat, but the urgency in her tone was faintly visible. Jiang Yu's heartbeat quickened, and he suddenly felt an irresistible pressure. She lowered her head, her tone heavy. Although I am not a space-capable person, the space is already in my body. After the jade bracelet disappears, you can no longer take it away. Her words were full of warnings, but also a little unconfident. Sheng An did not respond, but just looked at her calmly, as if he had seen through everything. Her eyes gradually became sharper, until Jiang Yu couldn't help but lower his head. Hao Jingye suddenly sat up straight, frowning. Black soil? Jiang Yu did not refute and nodded. How old? Sheng An's voice was still calm, but with a kind of majesty that could not be ignored. Jiang Yu was stunned. It's very big, and the border is all foggy. I can't measure it specifically. Her voice became lower and lower. Sheng An finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Hao Jingye. Their eyes met, and they understood each other. So, the black soil is not only very large, but can also store a lot of supplies, but it can't keep them fresh. Hao Jingye's tone was a little disappointed. You use it to store supplies, but you think it's not suitable? Jiang Yu was stunned. What do you mean? Hao Jingye's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible. You have a huge piece of black soil that can be used for experiments and planting, and you don't have to worry about the flow rate of the outside world. But you want to stockpile supplies, and even complain that you can't keep them fresh? Jiang Yu's face changed several times. She had no room for rebuttal. Sheng An interrupted at this time. She is not a space ability user. She should be in the same situation as Shi Xiao. A name suddenly flashed in Jiang Yu's mind. Shi Xiao. She felt a little uneasy. Her space is not an ordinary space. Sheng An said softly. Jiang Yu's face showed a trace of doubt. What are you talking about? Hao Jingye sighed. Jiang Yu, your space is not an ordinary space. That piece of black land will be used in the future. Jiang Yu was a little confused. Use? What does that mean? Sheng An did not answer her question, but remained silent for a while, his eyes flashing with deep thought. Your space is not a burden. It is a resource suitable for use in the end times. Jiang Yu suddenly became excited. You don't know what I've been through. Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao have no right to take my space. They pushed me into a dead end and treated me like a slave. I've been through so much. You don't understand. Her voice was trembling, and she spoke every word almost through gritted teeth. Sheng An walked over and patted her shoulder gently, as if to calm her down. I know you have reason to hate them, and you should take revenge. Jiang Yu looked up at Sheng An, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Do you believe me? Sheng An's eyes were firm and full of tenderness. Of course, I believe you. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt as if her heart was melted by Sheng An's trust. She suddenly felt warmth and strength that she had never felt before. As the conversation progressed, Jiang Yu's mood became more and more complicated. She knew that she could no longer hide anything. I've told you everything I know. What else do you want? Her voice was a little tired, but still firm. The phone beeped, but Sheng An didn't pay attention. Instead, he asked softly, one last question. Can people enter your space? This question made Jiang Yu stunned for a moment. Sheng An looked at Jiang Yu quietly, with an indescribable understanding in his calm eyes. Jiang Yu's expression flickered, and he was obviously having a fierce inner struggle. She bit her lips lightly, lowered her head, took a deep breath, and finally couldn't help but said to Sheng An, "I can enter the space, but others can't." She paused as if making a final decision, and then added, "If other people can get in, I will definitely get you Litian and Qin Jiao and kill them and destroy the bodies." She looked straight at Sheng An, as if expecting his approval. Her voice was filled with anger and pain, as if even the air could be burned by her emotions. Sheng An stared at her deeply, his eyes calm, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a gentle smile. "Of course I believe you." Her voice was soft and firm, as if it could penetrate Jiang Yu's inner chaos and give her an unprecedented sense of security. Jiang Yu felt an indescribable power surging in her body. She suppressed her inner emotions, her eyes flickered, and finally she lowered her head, avoiding Sheng An's gaze. Sheng An's eyes were still gentle, and he seemed to trust her completely, but Jiang Yu knew in her heart that behind every smile of Sheng An, there were unfathomable thoughts. When Hao Jingye saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown, as if he wanted to say something, but at Sheng An's cold look, he immediately shut up. Although Jiang Yu's reaction had already revealed her inner world, she still insisted on not revealing the truth. Sheng An was never in a hurry to reveal her thoughts, and always remained patient. She knew that sooner or later Jiang Yu would completely let down his guard. The topic continued in silence. Sheng An slowly stood up and gently patted Jiang Yu's shoulder to comfort her. Her voice was gentle and calm. "That's the end of our conversation. Let's exchange contact information. If you're willing, we can go to the Special Affairs Department to talk tomorrow. You can go back and rest today." Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with hesitation, and he asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" Sheng An replied with a smile, "Some things must be stored in your space." Her words were neither hurried nor slow, but they stirred some waves in Jiang Yu's heart. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. She realized that joining the country's Doomsday Special Affairs Department meant that she no longer needed to make all the preparations for the end of the world by herself. The country can provide her with everything. She no longer needs to worry about food, weapons, or even some special supplies. Everything the country can provide is far beyond her imagination. An unprecedented excitement surged in her heart, which she could hardly suppress. However, just as she was about to speak, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside, and a loud shout broke the silence at this moment. "Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu, are you home?" Jiang Yu's expression suddenly became ferocious. His body stiffened unconsciously for a few seconds, and then he looked coldly outside the door, his eyes full of anger and murderous intent. Sheng An looked at her calmly and asked in a low voice, "You Litian?" Jiang Yu nodded viciously. Sheng An's eyes fixed, he bent down slightly and patted Jiang Yu's head gently. "If you don't want to see them, I can make sure you never see them again in your life." There was a trace of struggle in Jiang Yu's eyes, but then she gritted her teeth and said, "No, I want revenge. I want to see their miserable state with my own eyes." She stood up and walked towards the door without hesitation, anger filling her every move. "Let him in." She knew in her heart that she could not bear to let that scumbag couple escape easily, especially when the end of the world was approaching. She must make them experience the pain she had once experienced, and even make them receive the punishment they deserved in the coming disaster. Sheng An looked at her determined figure. I did not stop her. He just nodded slightly to show that he respected her choice. "Okay, since you've made up your mind, let him in." Sheng An's tone remained calm, but there was a hint of deeper meaning in her eyes. Sheng An asked people to put away the equipment, and then said to the camera casually, "Leave this to me, don't worry." When Jiang Yu heard this, he asked in confusion, "Who are you talking to?" "Leaders at all levels and researchers." Sheng An replied casually, without even raising his head. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows and touched his greasy hair, seeming a little unresponsive. However, at this moment, a deep voice rang out from the computer in front of Hao Jingye. "Jiang Yu, welcome to join the Doomsday Special Affairs Department and fight against the Doomsday with us." Hao Jingye turned the computer around, showing a huge conference room filled with densely packed people. Jiang Yu could even see the leaders in the front row whom she had seen on TV. They nodded at her. Jiang Yu was stunned. She stared at the screen, stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, suddenly, a loud shout that almost shook the building rang out in the room. I didn't wash my hair." Jiang Yu still felt honored to be able to talk to these big guys in her lifetime, even though she knew the end of the world was coming. But she suddenly realized that she hadn't washed her hair. This thought, which made her blush instantly and her heart beat faster, is something only a woman can understand. Washing your hair and meeting people is more important than anything else. Sheng An looked at her in confusion, obviously not understanding her reaction. Jiang Yu looked at Sheng An with resentment, but before she could recover from the incident, Yu Litian suddenly appeared at the door. Yu Litian has a handsome appearance and wears glasses. He is somewhat similar to Hao Jingye, but he gives people a sunny and handsome feeling, like the class flower in his school days. Xiao Yu, what's wrong with you? He asked impatiently as soon as he came in. Have you calmed down after these few days? However, he stopped talking before he could finish his words. He then noticed that there were quite a few people in the room. Yu Litian frowned, glanced at the people in the room, and his eyes stopped on the three plainclothes officers. They looked ordinary and inconspicuous, but Hao Jingye seemed particularly extraordinary. Yu Litian's gaze paused for a moment, and then he locked onto Sheng An. She was a unique beauty, which made him unable to help but take another look at her. Then his nausea quickly brought Jiang Yu back to his senses. She was filled with anger. How could she be so blind to fall for such a person? What are you doing here? Jiang Yu couldn't help but asked in a cold voice. Yu Litian saw the coldness in Jiang Yu's eyes, and sadness instantly appeared on his face. Xiao Yu, how long are you going to be angry? You misunderstood me and Chen Jiaojiao. We are really just fellow villagers. With his superb acting skills, if Jiang Yu had not been reborn, he might have been deceived by him again. But Jiang Yu sneered and said bluntly, Yu Litian, stop pretending. Your tricks have no effect on me now. I wish I could tear your tendons and bones apart and chop you into pieces. When they were in college, Jiang Yu was not unaware of the unusualness between Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao, but every time she was quickly deceived by Yu Litian's coaxing and Chen Jiaojiao's disdain. Now, after being reborn, Jiang Yu finally saw the true colors of these people. Her eyes were filled with coldness and hatred, an emotion she had never experienced before. Yu Litian's expression paused slightly, and an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. But then he forced himself to remain calm and continued to beg. Xiao Yu, is our relationship for so many years not worth mentioning? How dare you bring that up? You guys have been playing me around for the past 5 years. Are you feeling pretty smug now? Jiang Yu clenched his fists, wishing he could pounce on him and strangle him to death with his own hands. Yu Litian looked sad. Why do you miss me so much? He suddenly stepped forward, held Jiang Yu's hand, his eyes almost red. Xiao Yu, how could I play tricks on you? I love you sincerely. Have you forgotten the promise we made together at the seaside? Have you forgotten that we said we would be together forever at the ends of the earth? Have you really forgotten? The moment Jiang Yu's hand touched him, he immediately shook it away. A nauseous feeling swept through his body. She suddenly realized that no matter what time, she was shocked by this man's shamelessness. If she had not been reborn, she might have been moved when she heard these words. But at the end of her previous life, she heard with her own ears what they said behind her back. It turned out that this pair of bastards had been secretly together for a long time. She couldn't stand it anymore. Sheng An and Hao Jingye were standing next to her. Although they didn't show any emotion on the surface, they knew in their hearts that Jiang Yu was really angry this time. Sheng An asked softly, who paid for it? This question hit the nail on the head. Yu Litian was stunned for a moment. Sheng An sighed in a low voice. What a fool. Jiang Yu's expression suddenly became more gloomy. She stared at Yu Litian and said, I know everything you did. You and Chen Jiaojiao started dating in high school. When you were in college, you had no money, so you started to target me. We traveled and had meals together, and you pretended to be good in front of me, but then you turned around and spent time with her, showing your deep affection for her. Don't I know that? Sheng An and Hao Jingye showed a knowing smile in their eyes. After being exposed, Yu Litian's face turned ugly, but he quickly regained his composure and sneered. Jiang Yu, you really don't understand what I'm saying? Do you have any evidence? He became a little aggressive and then sneered. Did you cheat on me and put the blame on me? Yu Litian glanced around the room. His eyes suddenly stopped on Hao Jingye and pointed at him. Is it him? Hao Jingye looked confused, lowered his head to adjust his glasses, and responded calmly. Brother, being a gigolo should also have some morals, right? It is really immoral for you to be kept by someone while having a mistress. Yuli was so angry that he jumped up and down. What did you say? Hao Jingye shrugged his shoulders and said with disdain, I didn't ask for anything from my girlfriend. You are asking for anything and have no morals. Aren't you a gigolo? Jiang Yu sneered. Yu Litian, get out of here. Letting you go now doesn't mean I'll let you go forever. Clean your neck and wait. She looked at him coldly, determined. When the end came, she would personally make the bitch couple suffer. Yu Litian took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with resentment and anger. He turned back to look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, you were the one who proposed the breakup and accused me of betrayal. If you can't provide evidence, you must compensate me. Hao Jingye shook his head slightly and couldn't help but feel a strong dislike for Yu Litian's shamelessness. Jiang Yu ignored Yu Litian and smiled softly. What do you want? Yu Litian showed a greedy look on his face. The bracelet you took away. Jiang Yu's face turned pale instantly. Her eyes widened, and anger almost overwhelmed her. You want that bracelet? You have always wanted that bracelet? No wonder you secretly took it away at that time. Chapter 8, Doomsday Special Affairs Office. Jiang Yu was extremely confused and stared at Sheng An blankly. Sheng An, your time is valuable. My time is more valuable. You have wasted 12 minutes. She felt helpless. Doesn't this girl know that the end of the world is only 21 days away? Why are you still wasting time on verbal battles? Is it interesting to watch a jerk jumping up and down? Jiang Yu was still at a loss. Sheng An, why? Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to get rid of him directly? She thought about it and nodded. That's great. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. That's fine. Then, Jiang Yu quickly interrupted her. Wait. She shook her head. No, we can't let him die like this. We have to let him live until 21 days later. In my previous life, everyone said that it was a blessing to die before the end of the world. She didn't want Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao to die so easily. Otherwise, she would be so upset that she would die if she dreamed in the middle of the night that she was tortured by them but could not torture them back. Sheng An's face showed misunderstanding but respect. She waved her hand. It's up to you. As long as you cooperate with the country, this kind of harmless thing is up to you. This tone can be described as indulgent. Yu Litian was stunned when he heard this, but when his hands were handcuffed by two plainclothes officers, he suddenly realized. These people are not simple, especially the woman who had arrested him. Yu Litian struggled. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Sheng An didn't waste any words. He waved his hand, and two plainclothes officers dragged the man out like a dead dog. Outside, a woman screamed. Li Tian, what's wrong with you? Why did you arrest Li Tian? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Chen Jiaojiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman rushed over and pounced on Yu Litian at the door. She turned her head. Jiang Yu, why did you let people arrest Li Tian? Sheng An interrupted her. Oh, there's one more. She looked calm and her tone was emotionless. Yu Litian, did Chen Jiaojiao ask you to steal the bracelet? As soon as Yu Litian opened his mouth, Sheng An walked up to him and broke his hand fiercely. Ah, yes or no? It hurts, yes, it was Jiao who made me dash. Sheng An let go of his hand, still expressionless. Accomplice, take him away together. As soon as he finished speaking, another plainclothes officer grabbed Chen Jiaojiao. Three men dragged the two men out. Soon, the shouting became farther and farther away. The siren sounded, and the police car drove away. The voices of Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao could no longer be heard. Jiang Yu was extremely confused. What happened? From the moment Chen Jiaojiao appeared to the moment she was dragged away, it took less than a minute. It's such a simple matter to solve the problem reasonably and within the legal and compliant conditions. Have you ever thought of calling the police? Sheng An glanced at her. Jiang Yu? I really haven't thought about it. Jiang Yu looked tangled. But the end of the world is coming soon, and going to jail is useless. Sheng An sighed. Silly boy. The end of the world is coming soon. The country will notify them to stock up. Where can they stock up? In the guard post. After 21 days, they will be left with no money and no food, and they will fall into your hands, right? She was helpless. With Jiang Yu's personality, even if he was reborn, even if he had a space, he really couldn't do much except revenge on Yu Litian. So is this the reason why Shi Xiao and the male protagonist finally retired in love? Sheng An tried to understand. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Hao Jingyan nodded in agreement. If you want revenge, don't give them 21 days of freedom. Don't worry about the detention center. I'll have someone say hello and take good care of them. Sheng An tried to understand, and then, still don't understand. She spread her hands and said, I think it would be easier to just solve it, but you insist on keeping it. I respect you. Her face still showed misunderstanding but respect. Jiang Yu, didn't you just say it was legal and compliant? This result is really the best at the moment. Jiang Yu had always wanted to wait until the end of the world to torture them, but it was disgusting to let them jump around in the 21 days before the end of the world. It would be best if he could be thrown into a detention center to suffer first, but that wouldn't be an eyesore. During these 21 days, she can stock up with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled when he looked at Sheng An. Sheng An stroked her head like he was petting a cat. Be good. You have surrendered to the country. Sister Sheng will protect you, and the country will guard you. Just serve the country well, and don't use your brain too much. Mainly, he doesn't seem very smart. Jiang Yu nodded heavily and said in a loud voice, Okay, Sister Sheng. She is now very convinced of Sheng An. Even though Sheng An is not necessarily older than her, when she calls her Sister Sheng, she still shows genuine feelings. Sheng An curled his lips and smiled. Let's go and report to the Special Affairs Department. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and he nodded heavily. After the report, do we need to fill her space with things? Jiang Yu rubbed his hands expectantly. Sheng An was very satisfied to see her cooperation. Jiang Yu, a daughter of destiny, whose head is filled with too much love and romance, has officially joined them. Asterisk. On the way back, Hao Jingye told Jiang Yu everything he could. Jiang Yu had known that the end of the world was coming, but he was still shocked by the turbulent waves beneath the calm. For more heretics come to mind, Jiang Yu sighed. I thought I was the most special one, but I didn't expect there were other reborn people and people with special powers. The end of the world hasn't come yet, but there are people with special powers. This was something that never happened in my previous life. Sheng An tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, his eyes deep, and murmured, Yes, so many reborn people and people with special abilities have appeared. One is a coincidence. There are so many of them, it's definitely not a coincidence. She also doesn't believe in coincidences. Hao Jingye's heart sank. I always feel uneasy. One chosen one is normal, but so many chosen ones. I can explain the superpowers. After all, the meteorite is approaching. What about rebirth? Jiang Yu shook his head, not understanding. However, she still felt a little disappointed. I thought I was the chosen one, but now it seems that I am just one of them. Oh, he is still the chosen one who is controlled by others. Jiang Yu glanced at Sheng An secretly. She seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously, By the way, the other 4 heretics are also under Sister Sheng's jurisdiction? Hao Jingye shook his head. No. The Doomsday Special Affairs Department is divided into 2 groups. Sister Sheng is in charge of Group B, and the other group belongs to the superpower, Qiyu. The remaining 3 heretics are all under Qiyu. The 2 groups must cooperate and fight against Doomsday together, but they will act separately and not interfere with each other. Qiyu. Jiang Yu was curious. Hao Jingye glanced at Sheng An, and seeing that she didn't say anything, he knew that he could tell Jiang Yu about these things. Qiyu is one of the heretics and was originally the head of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. However, she and her direct supervisor, Mr. Li, are both relatively radical people. The higher-ups don't dare to give them the entire department, fearing that the heretics will get out of control. So they let Sister Sheng take charge of Group B, hoping that Sister Sheng can suppress Group A. After a pause, Hao Jingye added, Of course, Group A also wants to suppress Group B. Jiang Yu had a headache. She was more concerned. What kind of supernatural power is Qiyu? Hao Jingye took a deep breath and said slowly, Puppet can control other people's abilities. Jiang Yu took a breath of cold air. She raised her voice almost instinctively. With such a special ability, Sister Sheng can suppress her? Hao Jingye groaned. You don't know Sister Sheng and Qiyu are both from Team Zero. Before the 2 of them broke up, Sister Sheng had always suppressed Qiyu. Even after the breakup, Qiyu has never defeated Sister Sheng in a mission. Besides, Qiyu only awakened her superpowers in advance. For someone like Sister Sheng, do you think she will not have superpowers after the end of the world? Hao Jingye rubbed his chin and said expectantly, I really want to know if I can have superpowers and what kind of superpowers they are. Jiang Yu was curious. Breaking up? They had a good relationship before? Hao Jingye thought about it and said uncertainly, That should be the case. They are all from Team Zero. Team Zero has always been very tacit, and all the members are willing to sacrifice their lives. Sheng An didn't say anything. She thought about the past. The memory instantly goes back to several years ago. Both she and Xiao Yu were raised by the country, received special training at a young age, and are the only 2 women to become members of Team Zero. Unlike Sheng An, who is always rational and restrained, Xiao Yu has always been cold on the outside but warm on the inside since childhood. She washes and sews clothes for Sheng An all year round, and secretly cooks supper for Sheng An in the middle of the night. She saves the good food for her when she goes out, just like a little wife. Of course, that was before. Jiang Yu's gossipy face. Could it be that you like the same man, betrayal, love, and hate entangled? Sheng An glanced at her in the rearview mirror and said speechlessly, "Can you fill your mind with something other than love?" She looked calm, and in Hao Jingye's equally gossipy eyes, she said lightly, "Because of a mission." After saying that, Sheng An stopped talking. Hao Jingye withdrew his curious gaze. Sister Sheng's expression clearly showed that she didn't want to talk anymore. Jiang Yu wanted to ask more, but for some reason, he didn't dare to speak when he looked at Sheng An's profile. So, she asked Hao Jingye again, "Don't you want Sister Sheng to suppress Chuyu? Why did you give all the other heretics to Chuyu? Is it because of her special ability?" Jiang Yu was a little unhappy. Hao Jingye smiled and pushed up his glasses. "Are you kidding? Our Sister Sheng can give in? Of course there must be other reasons." Jiang Yu leaned forward, curious. "What? Chapter 9, you want me, a reborn person, to farm?" This question was answered by Sheng An. "I want Shi Lingwu, the captain of Team Zero, and the 3 heretics will be assigned to Group A." Zero Team. I heard this term again. Then I thought about what Hao Jingye said just now. Sheng An and Qiu were both from Team Zero. Her eyes widened, wondering, what on earth is Team Zero? So powerful. Very impressive. Hao Jingye said in awe, "When I was in the information group, I was most looking forward to working with Team Zero. Let's put it this way. Team Zero is a group of omnipotent people who specialize in carrying out the country's most secret and difficult missions." After a pause, he described it in one sentence. National humanoid weapon, flesh and blood fighter. Jiang Yu's breathing stagnated. Humanoid weapons, flesh and blood fighters. What a terrible evaluation. She subconsciously looked at Sheng An, only to see his cold and sharp profile. Jiang Yu was suspicious. Sister Sheng looks quite thin, but is she so strong? Hao Jingye saw her doubt and rolled his eyes. "Jiang Yu, never doubt Sister Sheng. You will understand after a long time." Jiang Yu nodded hesitantly. Really? She was half believing and half doubting, so she stopped dwelling on the question and asked again. "Team Zero is very powerful, and Captain Qi is their leader, so he must be very strong?" Hao Jingye nodded and raised his chin proudly. "Of course, Captain Qi is also a legend. He is a top sniper. We all privately say that Captain Qi's vision is the limitation of the eyes, but the range is not the limitation of the sniper. Captain Qi has no limits." Jiang Yu was inexplicably awed. Hao Jingye rubbed his hands together, somewhat proudly. "Captain Qi joining Group B means that Sister Sheng can mobilize the entire Team Zero. Tell me, did Sister Sheng lose out this time?" Jiang Yu shook his head subconsciously. Sheng An drove the car and said lazily, "I have seen those 2 water and fire masters. Not to mention now, even if they become strong in the future, they will not be a match for Team Zero. Psychics can be very strong, but Team Zero is already very strong. They're a group of people who are both adorable and terrifying." And that's where she came from. Jiang Yu has another question. She put her head close to Hao Jingye, her eyes sparkling. "Since Captain Qi is so powerful and represents Team Zero, will Team A Leader Qiu be willing? Group B wants to suppress Group A, and Group A also wants to suppress Group B." Hao Jingye suddenly burst into laughter, but quickly stopped laughing and pushed his glasses up seriously. "There's nothing we can do. Captain Qi is our Sister Sheng's lover. Even if Qiu snatches him away, she's afraid that Captain Qi will cheat her. Jiang Yu?" She subconsciously looked at Sheng An and couldn't believe that this man actually had a partner, etc. Jiang Yu. Why is it a lover and not a boyfriend? Hao Jingye was helpless. "You have to ask Sister Sheng about this." Jiang Yu looked at Sheng An and blinked her eyes with starry eyes. Sheng An glanced at her in the rearview mirror and smiled. "Stop asking questions and stop thinking about love affairs. Be healthier." Jiang Yu curled his lips. "Is it unhealthy to be in a relationship?" She rested her head on the backrest in front of her and looked at Sheng An. "Sister Sheng is so beautiful. The more I look at her, the more beautiful she becomes. I can't imagine who can be worthy of Sister Sheng." Hao Jingye gave her a look of disdain. "Really, it's only the first day, and this person is already Sheng An's little fangirl. Hey, have you forgotten when Sister Sheng pointed a gun at you?" Asterisk. While chatting, the 3 of them returned to their unit. The so-called unit is actually an entire camp temporarily vacated on the mountainside. It is a secluded place, but with strict security. It is surrounded by several experimental bases and office buildings. After all, if there are people with special abilities, they can't display their abilities if the place is too small. Jiang Yu has been looking around and sighed. I have lived in the capital for so many years, and I never knew there was a mountain here, let alone what is inside. How Jingye? Of course, ordinary people can't enter confidential places. Sheng An led the two men straight in. This building is shared by Group A and Group B. There are several laboratories and some researchers on top. So, we may meet people from Group A here at any time. Hao Jingye lowered his voice. Jiang Yu subconsciously leaned over to take a look. Hao Jingye pulled her aside and said, "Don't look. Team leader Qiu is out with the 3 members of Team A to look for other heretics. They can't be here now. Maybe we can see them at night." Jiang Yu retracted his gaze. "Are there any more heretics?" Hao Jingye. "Of course. Every abnormal person must be investigated. You are the 3rd one we have investigated today. The first 2 were misunderstandings. You are the real heretic. And it is a very rare heresy." Jiang Yu was a little disappointed. After all, she was still a little disheartened when she realized that she was not the one and only girl destined to be with her. But she was a little curious. Does that mean we still need to continue to investigate other heretics? Do we have a target? Hao Jingye nodded. Some. Sheng An swiped his card, took the people into the elevator, and pressed a floor button. The logistics are being prepared on the way here. You report first, do an inspection, and then go with us to load the things into the space. There are also some other arrangements for you. Sheng An said. Jiang Yu didn't care about his curiosity and became excited. She only stored supplies, and large areas of the space were left empty. Although things would expire, it was good to be able to fill it up. If it were filled with weapons and controlled drugs, that would be so beautiful. What a safe feeling. Jiang Yu went upstairs and was examined inside and out. Several x-rays were taken, blood was drawn, and he was asked to use the space to load and retrieve things. A basin of black mud was even dug out before he was respectfully escorted out. She was very afraid of being sliced, so Sheng An accompanied her throughout the journey. Looking at her, Jiang Yu felt inexplicably at ease. When everything was over, Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She said excitedly, "Let's go load the stuff now." Sheng An nodded and said as he walked, "You can take out the space in your space. The country is storing food, so you won't be short of food in the end times." After a pause, I thought that this person had just joined the Special Affairs Department and might not have particular trust in the country. Sheng An, forget it, just leave it here. You don't have much supplies. You'll feel more at ease if you leave them there. Jiang Yu nodded frantically, like a chick pecking at rice. Very good. The country must give her a lot of supplies. Otherwise, why let her make room? Sister Sheng even considerately let her leave her supplies. Jiang Yu was somewhat touched, but at the same time I feel a little guilty. Sheng An looked back and noticed at a glance that Jiang Yu looked both excited and guilty. The corners of her mouth curled up. It is easy to see what Jiang Yu is thinking. She lied. There was definitely more than one person who could enter her space. After all, it's a golden finger, so it's normal to hide it a little. Sheng An can understand this little thought. But there was a smile in her eyes, and her steps were brisk and calm. Asterisk. Sheng An took Jiang Yu to a warehouse next to the camp. Looking at the huge warehouse door, Jiang Yu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he almost wanted to jump up and cheer. The two men approached. A middle-aged man walked out of the warehouse with a serious expression. Sheng Tu, the things are ready and in the warehouse. The researchers are all here. Sheng An nodded. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Researcher? As he got closer, Jiang Yu finally saw clearly what was inside the huge warehouse. Tractors, tillers, seeders, sprinklers, fertilizer applicators, fertilizers, seeds, as well as various seedlings and strange plants, etc. There was also a group of old men in white coats standing cautiously nearby. Oh, finally someone has come. We must take good care of these things and plant them in the fields quickly. An old man jumped up and waved at them. Jiang Yu? She looked at Sheng An. What does it mean? Where are the supplies she wants to pack? Sheng An looked back at her and smiled. This is what you're going to put into the space. Your task now is to preserve the seedlings of hope, experiment with the seeds of hope, and make your space full of fruits. Even if the earth is scorched, your space will still be full of vitality. This was a bit confusing, and Jiang Yu felt dizzy. She murmured, seedlings, seeds, fruits, full of vitality. Her pupils trembled as if she thought of something. She pointed at herself and looked at Sheng An in disbelief. So, you want me to farm? Sheng An smiled brightly. This is called cultivating the seedlings of hope. That large piece of black soil will always play a role. Although it's not as good as the Shishao space with mountains, water, and world, it doesn't matter, just make do with it. Jiang Yu, isn't that still farming? At this time, an old man came over, very excited. Little girl, you are the space user? Oh, you are finally here. After receiving the Doomsday notice, we old guys were worried to death. Fortunately, we found you. The world has become a scorched earth. Your space is the last hope. Come on, I will teach you how to plant these. Who are you? Jiang Yu asked impatiently. Sheng An smiled slightly. Academician Zhou of the Academy of Sciences is one of the most authoritative botanists in the world. You don't know how to plant. They will be your teachers in the future and teach you how to plant the seeds. Jiang Yu? She almost thought she had heard it wrong. Sheng An held her hand and smiled brightly. They are all experts in this field. In the future, scorched earth planting, apocalypse planting, etc. will all be studied with the help of your space. They are your teachers and the people who follow you. Jiang Yu. She was a little confused. What do you mean? They are under my responsibility. Sheng An, don't worry. As an outstanding contributor, the food you get will definitely be enough to feed them. Jiang Yu. Is this what I'm talking about? Etc. So she works so hard to grow crops, just to support a group of people to tell her how to grow crops? Sheng An spread his hands and made a face of regret. I can't help it. Who made it so that only you can enter your space? Jiang Yu. She suddenly realized what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Chapter 10, Which normal person builds a bunker? Jiang Yu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Sheng An looked at her and waited patiently. After a moment, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll go farm now. Isn't it just farming? Could it be more miserable than the previous life? Space is her golden finger and also her trump card. If people knew that other people could enter her space, then her space would definitely be studied over and over again. She didn't know why there was space inside the bracelet, and she wasn't sure if the space could be transferred away by someone. After all, this is not her ability. In this case, she would feel more at ease if the space was not open. Jiang Yu decided. In order to hide this secret, she learned how to farm. Sheng An raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded when he heard this. Okay, then you stay here and study hard with your teacher Zhou and the others. See you in the evening. Jiang Yu subconsciously looked up at the sky. Isn't it already nighttime? It's almost dark, Sheng An said meaningfully. There are only 21 days left. Do you think our rest time can come so early? Come on, Xiaoye. She patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. At this time, Hao Jingye came hurriedly, saying in a hurried tone, Sister Sheng, another heretic made a big move today. Sheng An's expression became serious, and he turned around to leave. Jiang Yu had already been intrigued by the words heresy and big move. She grabbed Sheng An's sleeve and said, Sister Sheng, take me with you. I also want to see what other heretics look like. Sheng An ruthlessly refused. No, you have your own things to do. Then can I come to find you after I finish my work? Jiang Yu looked expectant. Sheng An's eyes moved slightly. Finished your work? She said with a smile. Sure, as long as you finish your work, I will have someone pick you up. The three words, your business, emphasized the tone. Jiang Yu didn't hear it, but nodded heavily, very motivated. Okay, Sister Sheng, wait for me, she shouted. Sheng An has already left with Hao Jingye. The hem of his windbreaker moves slightly, and his back looks elegant. Hearing this, she raised her hand and waved without looking back. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and turned around. So, what should I do? You need to do basic training first. If you don't know anything, we won't let you touch these seeds and plants. Academician Zhou pointed at the things that several researchers nearby had brought out and said, Take a look at the books first. I'll highlight the key points for you. Also, go through all these videos and materials. Jiang Yu looked in the direction where his finger was pointing. 2 large cardboard boxes filled with thick books. On the table, there were documents piled up as high as an arm, an open computer, and a terabyte of folders. Academician Zhou, just finish reading these tonight and read them tomorrow. Jiang Yu's eyes went dark. Asterisk. A low-key car was driving on the road. Sheng An drove fast and steadily. Hao Jingye sat in the passenger seat and reported the situation. Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao have already examined it. It is a coincidence that they want the bracelet. Chen Jiaojiao thinks that the bracelet passed down from Jiang Yu's ancestors is very valuable. She nodded, motioning for him to continue. Hao Jingye quickly skimmed through the information in his hand. Li Wanyun, 23 years old, her parents passed away a year ago, leaving a large inheritance. 7 days ago, she was busy competing with her uncle for her parents' company. 3 days ago, she suddenly proposed to sell her shares to her uncle for $3 billion. At the same time, We started selling cars and houses that day, all in an emergency. We have already earned 1 billion yuan, and another 1 billion yuan of assets are being sold. Sheng An nodded. Continue. Hao Jingye. Today, 3 billion was credited to the account, and 1 billion was credited to the fixed assets sold at the same time. The bank's flow is regulated, and 4 billion is still in her bank card at this time, and there is no expenditure. An interface popped up on his computer. Hao Jingye glanced at it and continued. Just now, Li Wanyan contacted the professional broker and asked again to deal with the assets as soon as possible. She hoped that all of them could be dealt with within 7 days and the cash could be recovered as soon as possible. Asking again means she has asked many times. Sheng An raised his eyebrows slightly. The end of the world is coming, so we are saving 5 billion yuan and planning to use it all to buy supplies to prepare for the end of the world. Hao Jingye had a complicated expression. If Li Wanyan is also a reborn person, then what she got is... Sheng An continued. Su Qingqing script. Jiang Yu lives in Rebirth in the Apocalypse, loved by the boss. Then Li Wanyan lives in the story, starting with 5 billion. I won't be short of food in the end times. What did Li Wanyan do in the past 3 days? Sheng An asked again. Hao Jingye immediately replied. 3 days ago, Li Wanyan had a big fight with Grandma and her cousin's family, and it even got to the point of bloodshed. However, Li Wanyan suddenly proposed to sell the stocks to her cousin for 3 billion. Son, the information collected so far is that it happened suddenly. We highly suspect that something abnormal happened to her at that time. She was reborn. Hao Jingye's voice was serious, and he was in full working state. Sheng An nodded. Hao Jingye continued. Li Wanyan and Li Jinli failed to reach an agreement on the 3 billion yuan, so Li Wanyan contacted other businessmen that day and said she would sell her shares for 3 billion yuan. At the same time, she secretly contacted professional brokers to sell assets. It can be seen that Li Wanyan was very anxious 3 days ago. When selling stocks, they immediately sell other assets and frantically raise money. Most likely, it is news of the end of the world. Li Jinli agreed to the deal the next morning, and Li Wanyan only gave him 2 days to raise the money. You must deposit 3 billion into the account today, otherwise it will be sold to someone else immediately. Li Jinli used some methods to raise 3 billion for her. It seems that the stock is worth far more than 3 billion. That's why Li Jinli agreed. The day before yesterday, after Li Jinli agreed to buy the shares, Li Wanyan has been selling assets, even some jewelry and luxury goods. Sheng An's eyebrows twitched slightly. That night, Li Wanyan went to a restaurant and had a big meal. Her appetite was completely different from her usual appetite. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An and turned the screen towards her. She took a quick glance and saw in the surveillance video a long-haired woman in a high-end restaurant, eating to her heart's content, totally disregarding her image. It was as if the food in front of her had a fatal temptation to her. Sheng An smiled. She looks more and more like a reborn girl. She has suffered and gone hungry once, so she has a PTSD-like reaction. If you're just selling assets and integrating working capital, it is possible that the news was received in advance. The country's actions are so big that it is impossible to keep it completely secret. Although the news is temporarily blocked, there are always some people who can receive or guess the truth in various ways. There are always many smart people, but some details in Li Wanyan's report are suspected of heresy. For example, 3 days ago, someone was unwilling to let go of the company's shares, but during an argument, he suddenly changed his mind and decided to sell the shares. For example, a rich second generation suddenly becomes like a starving ghost and starts eating like crazy. Hao Jingye agreed. Yes, although there is no direct evidence, but I have a hunch that Li Wanyan is a heretic. He paused and said silently, This girl looks so much like Su Qingqing. While he was reading the novel to Sheng An, he also took a quick look at it himself. The first impression given by Li Wanyan and the heroine Su Qingqing, who has 10 billion worth of supplies, is exactly the same. What did she do yesterday? What unusual movements did she make today? When Hao Jingye approached her before, he said that this heretic had made a big move today. Hearing this, Hao Jingye's expression suddenly became complicated. Sheng An was puzzled. Hao Jingye. Yesterday, after Li Wanyan signed a sales contract, she found a group of people to renovate the villa. They spent a lot of money and worked overtime from last night to this afternoon. The renovation of her house has taken shape. The car drove into the destination. It was pitch black all around, and Sheng An frowned slightly. She didn't stop and continued to go inside. As we got closer, we could clearly hear the sounds of workers working overtime in front of us, and even some large machinery was in operation. The renovation of a villa is no less than a large construction site. Hao Jingye pointed ahead and said in a complicated and difficult-to-understand voice, "Sister Sheng, look." Sheng An looked up and paused. The villa in front is being renovated. The bright lights on the construction site illuminate the outside of the villa. The shape of the villa is clearly visible. Sheng An's mouth twitched. Bunker? Chapter 11, another reborn person. Who suddenly decorated their villa like this? Li Wanyun is becoming more and more like a reborn person. Her information acquisition channel should not be from the country. Sheng An said firmly. Hao Jingye nodded and agreed very much. No matter how people get the news from the country, they're all smart people, and no one dares to do it so blatantly. Just hiring someone to build a bunker. It seems more like people who have become accustomed to the existence of no national system. Or someone who has no scruples. There is no definite evidence yet, but Sheng An is certain that this is another person who has been reborn. Sheng An drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, responding to the sounds from the construction site ahead. This villa community was still under development, and apart from the construction workers, there was no other human presence. Only a stray calico cat poked its head out from the green belt and then crossed in front of the car. She closed her eyes slightly, her face hidden in the darkness. The light from the construction site's headlights shone in from the car window, and Sheng An's face was hidden in the semi-darkness. Her voice was hoarse. "I've seen the planning map for this place. Is it a core refuge area planned by the state?" This is a newly built residential community. Since it is located in the suburbs of Beijing, the prices are extremely high, so very few houses have been sold. Moreover, it has just been sold and has not yet started to be promoted vigorously, let alone offered for sale. So when they first drove in, the neighborhood was pitch dark. The front row of this community is composed of villas, while the back row is composed of larger houses and high-rise buildings. As a result, this community covers a very large area. The house is well built, and the basement garage is solid. It is planned that the basement of this place can be used as a shelter. The underground garage can be reinforced again, simply planned and coordinated with the ground, making it a perfect shelter site. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and nodded. Yes. Neither of them spoke for a while. After calculations and various speculations, the country has determined that this place may be a safe zone at the end of the world. The location of the core shelter in the capital is very important. The country is still in the planning stage, and construction has not yet started. Even the country cannot be 100% sure that a place is safe. And Li Wanyun chose this place accurately. She has already had people renovate a community that has not yet received housing. She lived at the end of the world, so she knew this was a safe zone. Another person who has been reborn, and another one who has been reborn after the end of the world. Even Hao Jingye couldn't help but sigh. There are so many reborn people. If we find a few more, the whole world will be pierced like a sieve. Wu Ji, Jiang Yu, and Li Wanyun. These three people are all from Beijing. There can't be no reborn people outside the capital. Too dense. Sheng An. Yes, it's too dense. Whenever something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Sheng An didn't have much feeling when facing the reborn people and the people with special powers. The only thing he thought about was how to make them serve the country and not get out of control. But the reason for so many people being reborn was something she couldn't understand. Sheng An suddenly wanted to smoke, so she took out a cigarette and put it in her mouth. With a twist of his fingers, a lighter appeared. Chill. Sparks flew from the lighter. Sheng An just handed it to him, paused slightly, then turned off the engine and slowly put it down. Sister Sheng? Hao Jingye asked puzzledly. Sister Sheng's smoking posture was really cool and beautiful, and he couldn't help but stare at her. However, she restrained herself again. Sheng An put the cigarettes back into the box and threw them to Hao Jingye. I've quit. Hao Jingye. Just now, Sheng An suddenly thought of Qi Lingwu. They all knew at the same time that the end of the world was approaching. That night, the two kept talking on the phone. Neither of them spoke. They are all mentally strong people, but facing the fact that the world is about to change and the country they're defending is about to face huge difficulties, they cannot remain calm. During the half-hour call, neither of them spoke a word. Finally, Qi Lingwu suddenly said, Sheng An, quit smoking. Smoking in the last days will not be as convenient as it is now. Sheng An chuckled at the time. Do you think I can't get cigarettes in the end times? Or are you incompetent and incapable of getting cigarettes for me? Qi Lingwu also laughed. With just two simple sentences, they all accepted the fact that the end of the world was approaching. Before hanging up the phone, Sheng An suddenly said, then quit. She is a rebellious person. In the past, when performing tasks, we usually didn't care much about life or death. We only focused on whether the task could be completed. But when the fucking world suddenly wants to make humans extinct, she became rebellious and didn't want to die. The addiction to smoking may not be a big problem for her in the end times, but there is no better way after all. Hao Jingye was a little surprised when he received the cigarette box. He put it away obediently. Sister Sheng said she would quit smoking, so she basically won't smoke anymore. Sheng An, any other news? Hao Jingye, not yet. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, all right, Li Wanyan bought a ticket from Beijing to a grain-producing province in the northeast tomorrow, and also bought a ticket to the grassland the day after tomorrow night. She also browsed for tickets from the grassland to the southwest and coastal cities. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Are you going to stock up? Hao Jingye, after all, it's 5 billion. Sheng An smiled. She is dreaming. Hao Jingye was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized and smiled. Yes, she is dreaming. Where does Li Wanyan live? Hotel. Her mansion is for sale. Sheng An flexed his fingers and started the car. Let's go and see the mansion that Li Wanyan is selling. Hao Jingye, see what's left at her house? Sheng An nodded. Hao Jingye understood. The house that Li Wanyan was selling was left to her by her parents, which had many traces of her parents. If she also has space, then the things inside should be taken away. People who have space and live in hotels will not hire someone to move their things, as it is a waste of time and energy. If Li Wanyan had taken all aspects into consideration, this house would not have been built like a fortress. Hao Jingye, so we don't need to arrest her now? Sheng An, let's find out her trump card first. After a pause, she smiled slightly. If she also has a space that can hold 5 billion supplies, then I will have some other arrangements for her. Hao Jingye noticed a smile on her lips and felt a chill on his back for some reason. Sheng An, send a message to Lao Li. The location of this core shelter can be determined. The Reborn one has already confirmed it for them, hasn't he? Chapter 12 starting with 5 billion. Li Wanyan almost laughed out loud. Li Jinli transferred the money to her today. The old lady, that stubborn old lady, called her immediately and threatened her to sign and leave immediately and hand over the company. Li Wanyan signed on the spot without any hesitation. Haha, this is so funny. In 21 days, all the stocks and companies will turn into bubbles. Why should I keep dragging my feet and not giving them to you? Is there any point? Li Wanyan fell on the bed laughing while holding a few bank cards. She couldn't wait to see the regretful faces of the family 21 days later. In her previous life, they brought disaster to her. She deserves to bring disaster to them in this life. The smile on Li Wanyan's face gradually disappeared, and her eyes became cold, filled with indifference and hatred. She was reborn. 3 days ago, she was arguing with her cousin's family in order to defend the company left by her parents. That bitch cousin, Li Qianqing, pushed her, causing her to hit her head against the door frame. Li Wanyan raised her hand and touched the wound on her head. That knock gave birth to Li Wanyan 2 years later. She was also hurt in her previous life, but that made her hate her cousin's family even more deeply, and she was stubborn and refused to give in. Until the end of the world, she and her cousin were still trying their best to fight for the company. However, 21 days later, the end came. Everything turned to foam. She had nothing and just walked into the end of the world. Originally, her cousin's family was the same as her. But damn, Li Qianqing awakened his superpowers and became a water-based superpower user. Just because of this, Li Jinli's family instantly had a different identity. Li Jinli and his friends also hated Li Wanyan. In their opinion, it was Li Wanyan who had been clinging to the company, which led to their entanglement with her and their failure to notice the abnormality of Doomsday. Joke! That's the company her parents worked hard to build. Why should she give it to them? In her previous life, after Li Qianqing awakened her superpowers, her family hunted her down. Relying on her status as a superpower, they snatched away the food she had worked so hard to dig up, beat her up, and even wanted to kill her. Li Wanyan was lucky and survived. She ran to another city, and half a year after the end of the world, she finally awakened her special power, space. How special are space-powered people? Li Wanyan relied on her spatial ability, endured some hardships and sufferings, and finally in the second year of the apocalypse, she lived a life that was a little like a human being. At this time, her damn cousin and his family appeared again. Old Mrs. Li relied on the fact that she was her grandmother and insisted that she support them. Li Jinli and Li Qianqing, father and son, also wanted to get benefits from her. Later, Li Wanyun's breathing became a little rapid and her eyes became colder. Because of the blood relationship, she only destroyed Li Qiansheng but did not kill the family. Unexpectedly, Li Jinli spread rumors that she had supplies and joined forces with several psychics to besiege her. In the end, Li Wanyun died tragically in the second year of the apocalypse. Not all space ability users have a lot of supplies. On the contrary, Li Wanyun has always had very few supplies because she awakened too late. Fortunately, she was reborn and everything returned to the beginning. This time, she can become the richest person. Li Wanyun burst into tears of joy when she thought of her own space. In her previous life, her space grew little by little, and when she died, her space was only as big as a football field. But after she was reborn, for some reason, although her superpowers were only elementary, her space was actually enormous. This must be as big as 10 football fields, right? God has been really kind to her. Not only did he let her be reborn, but he also gave her such a big golden finger. She will definitely live a great life in this life. In this life, she will make Li Jinli and the others pay the price. Thinking of the 5 billion and such a large space, Li Wanyun laughed. There is probably no other opportunity like this in the world. The girl of destiny is no more than this. Who else dares to provoke me? Trampling on the superpowers and kicking the villains. This is what the chosen girl deserves. Ha ha ha. Asterisk. At the same time, Sheng An and Hao Jingye stand inside the luxury house that Li Wanyun is selling. The room was empty. There was nothing in it. Sheng An had a blank expression on his face. Xiao, how big a space do you need to be willing to move all the furniture in addition to owning 5 billion? Yes, Li Wanyun cleared out all the furniture in the villa. With 5 billion yuan, you can stockpile countless goods. But wasting space to install the furniture left by your parents? Hao Jingye swallowed his saliva and said silently, "The space is very big, very big." The two big, very big are both a description and an exclamation. Another important piece of information was obtained. Hao Jingye was puzzled. Sister Sheng, how did she get her space? She shouldn't be a space-based person, right? But I haven't heard that it involves anything inherited from her ancestors. According to the information they currently have, the space of people with spatial abilities is very small at the beginning. If Li Wanyun's space is very large, it does not conform to the logic of the psychic. Sheng An glanced at him and said, "There are so many reborn people. Do you think logic is still needed? These chosen sons and chosen daughters don't need logic." Hao Jingye, that makes damn sense. She has a lot of space, and she's in such a hurry to raise money. The plane tickets are also to grain and meat-producing areas. There's a high probability that space can keep things fresh. A space-time quiescent state for a space-powered person. The possibility that she is a space-powered person is very high. The reason why the space is so large is unknown, and we may need to find out from the person himself. It is possible that she herself does not know. Judging from her various behaviors, she is reborn. And I suffered a lot in the last days. She was already a space power user before the end of this life, so she must have been a space power user in her previous life as well. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the food under the ruins had not yet been contaminated, so the space ability users who awakened early could not have had a hard life. She may have awakened her spatial ability 3 months after the apocalypse. Sheng An concluded calmly, "Su Qingxing, no, it's Li Wanyun. I'm a person with space abilities who was reborn from the end of the world. The space is very large. In my previous life, my abilities were awakened 3 months after the end of the world. I suffered a lot. In this life, I have to raise 5 billion yuan and stock up like crazy." The two of them took turns speaking, and based on logical reasoning, they had already exposed Li Wanyun thoroughly. Hao Jingye, Sister Sheng, you said before that you have arranged Li Wanyun's space? Sheng An smiled meaningfully. It's a very good arrangement. Let's go back first. After confirming Li Wanyun's condition tomorrow, we can implement the plan. Hao Jingye was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions and followed Sheng An back to the Doomsday Special Affairs office. Asterisk, Jiang Yu swore that she had never had such a hard time in her senior year of high school. A group of so-called academicians and experts were just like chanting scriptures in her ears. Oh my God, I've told you twice, and you still haven't remembered it? Who the hell can remember the contents of half a book after listening to it twice? Look at this. Remember what I just talked about in the video? What kind of plan is this? Thank you. The video was 2 hours long and introduced a total of 100 plants, and it was played on fast forward. Then you know this, right? This is common biological knowledge. What is your common knowledge about plant diseases and pests? And this? Jiang Yu held his head. I can't stand it. Then, she was looked at with disgust by everyone. Then look at him with disdain. Academician Zhou. Alas, I have never had such a stupid student. Academician Liu consoled him. Old Zhou, bear with it. Do you think I have ever accepted someone so stupid? Dr. Ching sighed sincerely. Her IQ may not exceed 120. Jiang Yu, where is the chosen girl? Why is she, who is space and is reborn, still despised by others? Sheng An came back at this time. Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Sister Sheng, help me. Chapter 13 Reborn, study hard. The scene before me was expected. Sheng An was very calm. He stroked Jiang Yu's head and smiled. Xiao Yu, what's wrong? Jiang Yu's eyes were filled with tears. Sister Sheng, I don't want to learn anymore. It's so fucking painful. Why is the life of the girl of destiny even more miserable than when she was in college before her rebirth? Sheng An comforted him. You have suffered. There is nothing we can do. You are the only one who can enter the space. Study hard. Academician Zhou and his team's goal is to train you into a professional planting talent within 15 days. Jiang Yu? Once again, I sighed. I really shot myself in the foot. When Jiang Yu was in college, he was busy dating and barely managed to get a diploma and leave school. The major she studied was also very simple. But now, a group of academicians and experts are trying to indoctrinate her into a professional as quickly as possible. She stuffed too much in her head in just one night. Dizziness. This is not the treatment of a chosen girl. This is the treatment of a poor student. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. No, I can't do it. It's not that I don't cooperate, it's really dash. She quits. What else can the country do to her? Sheng An was quite calm when he heard this. She slowly smiled and said softly, I'm afraid not. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? How can the country force me to do something I don't want to do? Sheng An, of course not. She kept smiling. However, the country may not hand over Yu Litian and Shun Jiaojiao to you. Oh, they're citizens of the country after all. It is possible that the country will support them and let them live safely in the end times. Of course, if they work hard, maybe they can have enough food and clothes and have... Oh! Jiang Yu exploded. No, absolutely not. Kill people and destroy their hearts. Every word is going to cost her life. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I studied. Letting those two bitches Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao live a good life would make her more uncomfortable than killing her. Behind Sheng An, Hao Jingye looked at Jiang Yu with sympathy. Are you kidding? Do you really think Sister Sheng controlled Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao for no reason? This is Jiang Yu's 3 inches. The baby is now in Sister Sheng's hands, and she still expects to do whatever she wants with him? Do you think Sister Sheng is a close friend? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and was dragged away by the anxious academicians and experts. It was not until the next morning that Sheng An saw Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu floated to the cafeteria of the temporary camp like a wandering soul. There was a dark spot under his eyes, and he was muttering to himself, as if he was reciting something. Sheng An waved his hand. Xiao Yu, come and eat. Jiang Yu glanced at her with resentful eyes. She swung over and said in a hoarse voice, Did you sleep well last night? It's okay. Sheng An asked, What's wrong with your voice? Jiang Yu, I memorized it from a book. She complained, I didn't sleep well. They only gave me 2.5 hours of sleep. They also played a voice message next to me, saying that I should not interfere with my studies even if I was sleeping. Sheng An, be good, endure some hardship. Who told you that only you can enter your space? Sheng An always said this every time when comforting Jiang Yu. What she said was meaningful, but Jiang Yu didn't even think about it once. Jiang Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopping himself. Sheng An looked at her expectantly. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll eat it. I can bear this bitterness. The golden finger must be covered at all times. Beside him, Hao Jingye pushed his glasses and was speechless. Isn't it just learning how to farm? Is it necessary to look so miserable? Jiang Yu didn't dare to get angry with Sheng An, but when he heard this, he immediately had a channel to vent his anger. She roared at Hao Jingye. Don't you know how much knowledge there is in farming? Do you think farming is just about planting seeds? I used to think so too. How difficult could farming be? But damn, academician Zhou's group actually said that many scientific research plants are very precious and require special planting methods. Each one is different, and they want me to remember them all. What other space is an experimental field? I need to learn how to compare that. Hao Jingye replied expressionlessly, Compare the growth of different grain varieties under the same environment, the growth of the same grain varieties under different environments, and the growth of different grain varieties under different environments. And let the fittest survive, and even human intervention can be used to cultivate the plants we need. Jiang Yu. She looked confused. How do you know? Hao Jingye kept a calm face and raised his hand to push his glasses again. When I was doing my doctorate, I was bored, so I studied applied biological sciences. At this moment, the pair of glasses suddenly sparkled. Jiang Yu murmured blankly. Bored? By the way, Hao Jingye? Yes, I've learned a lot of majors. While drinking porridge, he casually said, there are about 20 of them. Later, they were specially recruited by the country and specialized in several fields. They also learned more than 10 languages. He sighed, but the end of the world is coming, and it's useless to learn those languages. Jiang Yu. Her head was tilted, her face full of confusion and bewilderment, and the corners of her mouth twitched. She suspected she had heard wrongly. Sheng An added, don't compare yourself to him. He has a photographic memory. Jiang Yu, what the hell? Is there really someone in this world who has a photographic memory? What else do you think? If I didn't have any special skills, how could I be assigned to be Sister Sheng's assistant and help manage such a critical Doomsday Special Affairs Department? Hao Jingye rolled his eyes. Jiang Yu. Before today, she really didn't realize how awesome Hao Jingye was. Look at Hao Jingye, then look at Sheng An, and think back to those researchers who thought their IQ was not 120. No, what kind of animals are these? She is obviously the chosen one who has been reborn. Why do I suddenly feel so mediocre and ordinary? This is not scientific. Jiang Yu fell into self-doubt. She was hit so hard that she felt depressed. Sheng An nodded his chin and said, let's eat. Academician Zhou specially asked me to prepare breakfast for you. You can order whatever you want for lunch. Hearing this, Jiang Yu looked at the food in front of him. A bowl of rice and several bowls of exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetables, and even expensive ingredients, which seemed to be steaming just out of the pot. You can tell at first glance that it was made by a chef with great color, aroma, and taste. Jiang Yu swallowed. She was inexplicably touched. He still has a conscience. Is this because he realized he tortured her too harshly and is making up for it? She won't forgive. Sheng An swallowed the food and said casually, he said you were too stupid. Eat more to nourish your brain. Jiang Yu, I'll destroy it. No one understood her breakdown. Hao Jingye had quickly finished eating, picking at the tablet, and then looked at Sheng An. Sister Sheng, Li Wanyan boarded a plane early in the morning and is now on her way to the northeast. Lao Zhao and the others are following her. Sheng An nodded and chuckled. It's a wasted trip. Hao Jingye asked again. Should we go with them? Sheng An, no need. You control her phone and retrieve surveillance footage from various places. With Lao Zhao and the others, just make sure nothing happens to her. We'll wait in Beijing for her to return empty-handed. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be curious. What are you talking about? Sheng An, your other future colleague, the space ability user Li Wanyan. Well, I can be considered as their future team member. Jiang Yu, there actually is a person with space abilities. Jiang Yu felt inexplicably sour. She seemed to have thought of something and asked again, why did you return empty-handed? Hao Jingye smiled evilly and glanced at Jiang Yu. Because in front of the state apparatus, all individual actions are useless and powerless. Jiang Yu, can't you say something she can understand? Can I go with you? Jiang Yu asked eagerly. Sheng An smiled slightly. No, you should study hard to preserve the seedlings of hope and experiment with the seeds of hope. Jiang Yu wanted to cry. Just farm the land. Don't make it sound so high and mighty. Hao Jingye wondered. What are you going to do this morning? Jiang Yu looked at him expressionlessly. Learn to drive a tractor. Chapter 14. Starting with 5 billion, no stockpiling. After Sheng An and Hao Jingye left, Jiang Yu wanted to delay. But he was caught by academician Zhou and others and dragged to learn how to drive tractors and other agricultural machinery. It seems that the entire Doomsday Special Affairs Department is very busy. Jiang Yu arrived here yesterday, but didn't see anyone from Group A, nor did he meet anyone from Team Zero. She didn't even have time to ask Sheng An. The Doomsday Special Affairs Department may seem small in number, but it actually covers a very wide area. For example, she alone is involved in the entire agricultural research system. These people are not direct members of the Doomsday Special Intelligence Department, but they're also part of them. Not to mention the National Armed Forces that can be mobilized and the pervasive information inquiries. Jiang Yu sat on the tractor and asked curiously, where did the people from Group A go? And Team Zero? Why didn't I see any of them? Academician Zhou sat next to her and looked at her expressionlessly. Drive well. Jiang Yu. Teacher Zhou, don't be so serious. It's just driving a tractor. How difficult is that? Hey, she was so proud that she went into the ditch with the tractor. Jiang Yu. Then, the sound of Tang monk chanting sutras could be heard again all around. Asterisk. There are 20 days left until the end of the world. Sheng An and Hao Jingye had a lot of things to do. While they were busy with their work, they also supervised Li Wanyan. Jiang Yu no longer has to worry too much. Li Wanyan's story had just begun. At this moment, Li Wanyan had already got off the plane and headed straight to a place where she could buy food. Not wanting to attract attention, she rented a large truck and drove there herself. But in fact, Li Wanyan had been under their supervision for a long time. The car she rented near the airport had also been equipped with surveillance cameras by their people. On the screen, Li Wanyan could not hide her excitement. This is a woman whose personality is very different from Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu has a better temper, and although Li Wanyan has a gentle name, she is actually very arrogant, with hostility and murderous intent in her eyes. This man had seen a lot of blood in his previous life. Sheng An calmly withdrew his gaze. Next to him, Hao Jingye was checking the information. What's going on? Sheng An asked. Among those who issued the Doomsday warning yesterday, how many are suspected heretics? Heresies do not appear at the same time, and information on the internet must be screened every day. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the Information Department intercepts abnormal situations and conducts preliminary screening. Then, from 12 o'clock in the evening to 8 o'clock in the morning, background check is carried out, which is the second step of screening. After these 2 rounds, there are not many left in front of them. There were more than 200 people who posted related messages yesterday. After screening by the Information Department, there are 9 suspects. Hao Jingye replied immediately. Nah, not too many. After all, he's just a suspect. The Ministry of Information does not want any fish to slip through the net, so as long as it cannot be 100% ruled out, it will be submitted directly to them. Most of the time, it's none of them. Sheng An, is there anything unusual? Hao Jingye pushed up his glasses and briefly described. There are 2 posts that are very strange. One of them is a doomsday warning posted in a Dong'an district internet cafe yesterday, accurate to 21 days later. Because of the news of the meteorite, although the world is still stable, various news continue to come out. There are also many posts speculating about the end of the world. However, most of them could be confirmed as not heresy once they are screened. But if we could determine the exact time, that is indeed questionable. This person is suspected of heresy. Another post was even stranger. The poster said that he saw Iron Man in their neighborhood, and Iron Man told him that the end of the world was coming and asked him to stock up quickly. When he said the last part, Hao Jingye looked very strange. Perhaps the end of the world is coming. As Sheng An's assistant, he has to receive all kinds of strange information every day. But today's one is still hard to describe. Sheng An nodded, still keeping calm. What makes you value this post? First, through the background check on the poster, we found that he is a rational scientific researcher. He suddenly started to stock up yesterday and was very sure that he had seen Iron Man. The police interrogated him, and his words seemed to be nonsense, but not a lie. Hao Jingye said seriously. Sheng An understood. This shows that no matter what happened, no matter whether it is true or false, the poster, who has a scientific research background, really believes that he has seen Iron Man. If it's true, the possibility of a person with superpowers cannot be ruled out. Sheng An concluded. Iron Man? Is he a gold-type mutant? Sheng An's eyebrows moved slightly. Hao Jingye naturally thought of it as well. Sheng An, what's the second reason for suspicion? Hao Jingye added. The poster lives in the same residential complex. Last night, a resident in the complex called the police, saying that someone broke into their home and robbed their children. Sheng An looked at him puzzledly. The family went out for something yesterday, leaving the child alone at home. They closed the doors and windows and locked the door. But when they came back, the child was lying on the open window. Was it opened by a child? Sheng An asked. No, the child couldn't reach the height of the window. Besides, we checked and found that the window was indeed open from the outside. There was a handprint without fingerprints on the windowsill. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and said slowly, that family lives on the 21st floor. There are 32 floors in total. It is difficult to reach their windows from above or below. At the same time, the child also claimed that he saw Iron Man. In the same community, 2 people claimed to have seen Iron Man, and the handprints without fingerprints outside the 21st floor. It seems very suspicious. Is there any surveillance? Hao Jingye shook his head. There is no surveillance footage for now. Sheng An frowned. That is to say, there is no direct evidence. She seemed to have thought of something and asked in confusion. You said the reason they called the police was because of a burglary. What was lost? Hao Jingye's expression suddenly became strange. Some Ultraman figures belonging to that kid were lost. According to the kid, Iron Man asked him if he believed in light, and then took his figures. What? Sheng An? Even though she was as calm as she was, her expression became strange at this moment. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she looked speechless. If everything is true, then he is an Iron Man who believes in light? After a long silence, Sheng An suddenly said, let's find out what happened to the first person. Let's first contact the poster who predicted the end of the world in 21 days. Second, she wasn't really interested in investigating. Just as Hao Jingye was about to speak, a message popped up on his phone. He took a look and looked at Sheng An with a complicated expression. Sister Sheng, Team Leader Chiao, and the others have already gone to keep an eye on the first one. In other words, the only one left for them to investigate was the second heretic. Believe in the light. Iron Man. Sheng An fell silent. Asterisk. Northeast. After traveling through mountains and rivers, Li Wanyan finally arrived at her destination. The quantity of goods she needed to stock up was so huge that she couldn't buy them at any wholesale market, let alone order takeout or shop online. Inconvenient and more expensive. She considers herself a smart person and thought of the best way. Stocking up directly from the place of origin. Stock up on the most goods at the best prices. When the end of the world comes, what else does she have to fear? However, Li Wanyan. What? No food to sell? She raised her voice in disbelief. How can there be no food? Rice? Flour? Sorghum? Corn? Nothing at all? What a joke! She traveled so far to buy food, but there was none? The owner of the private farm, she found, scratched his ears and said calmly, no, they have all been acquired. Who bought it? Have they all been sold? Li Wanyan stepped forward. Yes. The boss waved his hand. The granaries have all been cleared out. There's no more granaries left. Li Wanyan took a breath of cold air. She asked anxiously again, boss, where can we buy food now? If you want a small amount, you can buy it in supermarkets and wholesale markets. If you want a large amount, you can't buy it anywhere because all the food has been bought. The boss didn't want to pay any more attention to her, so he waved his hand and turned away. Li Wanyan was breathing rapidly, but she had no choice but to leave. She visited several private farms, stayed on farms, and even went to middlemen and rural farmers. However, she only got the same answer. All are gone. Li Wanyan looked confused. She didn't understand. Why? Who bought the food? Finally, someone answered her. The Grain Bureau. All the grain in the country is dispatched by the Grain Bureau. It is the Grain Bureau that distributes it to local supermarkets and middlemen. Li Banyun. She was a decisive person. Seeing this, she gritted her teeth and went straight to the various breeding farms and slaughterhouses. Since it's impossible to buy food in bulk directly, then buy meat first. So I bought a plane ticket and left. However, Li Wanyan jumped up and said, what? To buy more than a ton of meat, we have to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to get a permit? Chapter 15, International Courier. The farm owner, holding a cigarette in his mouth, nodded and said, yes, it's a new document. What are the requirements for getting an approval slip? Li Wanyan was at a loss. It depends on what you're going to do with the meat. Most people don't need such large quantities. If you're a businessman, just show your business license and previous cash flow, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau will naturally approve it. The boss said as a matter of course. Li Banyun. The point is, she has nothing. She took a deep breath and continued. More than 1 ton requires a permit, so I'll buy 900 kilograms, okay? The owner of the breeding farm glanced at her and narrowed his eyes slightly. Why do you need so much meat? Don't worry about it. I'll buy 900 kilograms at the market price. No, I'll add 20% to it. Then you can help me contact other breeding farms to buy the same dash. Little girl, the farm owner interrupted her. Don't worry about it. The meat here has been planned. The excess has been bought, and the rest has been reserved. If we sell it to you, we won't be able to fulfill the contract. She paid a higher price, but she couldn't make much more money from 900 kilograms of meat. On the contrary, the cost of default is even greater. The owner of the breeding farm is not stupid. Why would he agree to her? Li Wanyan's breathing became more and more rapid. I thought it was a good stockpiling plan, but problems arose at the very beginning when I started buying meat and grain. She didn't give up and continued running around. If large breeding farms aren't enough, what about small ones? Farm owner. The meat has been reserved a long time ago. All the subsequent output has been reserved. Li Banyun. No. Who on earth received the goods so cleanly? This means there is no way for those who are reborn in space to survive. Li Wanyan ran for a whole day, and her legs became thin. In total, I bought goods worth 2 million in scattered pieces. She stood on the street, feeling completely bewildered. This is different from what she had expected at first. 2 million a day. She won't be able to spend 100 million by the end of the world. Moreover, the 2 million was made up of various things. If you only wanted to buy one kind of material in large quantities, you would need an approval slip. Unless she goes to supermarkets and shops to buy little by little. But if that were the case, even if she ran herself to pieces, she wouldn't be able to stock up enough for what she wanted. Why? Why did the country suddenly control grain, oil, and meat? Did they discover something? Damn it. How am I going to spend my 5 billion? She turned around several times. Whatever the reason is for the state's control of food, she can't care about it now. She had only one thing on her mind. Stock up, stock up, stock up. But now, she has no way to stock up on goods from the market. On the screen, the street outside the hotel. Li Wanyan stood and squatted, obviously very conflicted. Hao Jingye couldn't help but sigh. How could she have stockpiled 5 billion worth of goods? Not to mention that the country is collecting food and other supplies. Take her 5 billion, for example. That's a lot of purchasing power. If she invests that much money in it, it will definitely have a significant impact. The country cannot fail to notice it. Sheng An didn't say anything. Both of them had anticipated this outcome. At this time, on the screen, Li Wanyan suddenly stopped and raised her head. She seemed to have thought of a solution. Her eyes suddenly brightened and sparkled in the darkness. She murmured, "If I can't buy it in China, I can only go abroad." Yes, she can buy food abroad. The domestic situation is regulated by the state, but it is different abroad. Not only are there farmers, but there is also a black market where you can buy everything. She was originally planning to go abroad to stock up on weapons. Now you can stock up on food, meat, and other supplies at once. Li Wanyan smiled again. She knew that if she were to live her life over again, there would be nothing she could do. How could this question possibly stump her? Arrogance reappeared on Li Wanyan's face. The other side. Sheng An took off his headphones, looked at Hao Jingye and said in a calm voice, "The fish has taken the bait. Arrange for her to go abroad as soon as possible." When she was sure that Li Wanyan had a lot of space, she prepared to send her abroad. This was her arrangement for Li Wanyan. Hao Jingye was stunned. Then he suddenly realized, "Sister Sheng, do you want her to help you buy supplies abroad?" He took a breath and murmured, "That's right. The Doomsday is only 21 days away. We can't hide the fact that our country is purchasing a lot from abroad. Although many countries don't know why, they instinctively oppose us. Since Li Wanyan's space can accommodate it, then go out and buy it for us." However, Sheng An shook his head, looking contented. This is only one aspect. Hao Jingye. He was at a loss. Are there any other uses? Sheng An smiled meaningfully. Have you forgotten what Team Zero is doing? Hao Jingye. He was stunned for a moment, and then his pupils trembled. Sheng An had already made a call. On the other end, Wang Yuan, who was in charge of communications for Team Zero, said, "Sister Sheng, why are you contacting us all of a sudden?" His breathing was rapid, even deliberately low. "What's wrong?" Sheng An frowned. "Alas, this batch of arms is too large, and someone will definitely notice it." Wang Yuan paused, then smiled and said, "Captain Qi is here, and it will be handled quickly." Sister Sheng, wait a minute, talk to Captain Qi. It's okay. It's the same as telling you. Sheng An didn't care. Don't worry. Wang Yuan disagreed. Sister Sheng, please be kind and wait for Captain Qi. Every time you contact us and talk to Captain Qi, he will be happy for several days. If I don't talk to you, I will have a hard time in the future. Wen Yuan's voice sounded distressed. Beside him, Hao Jingye had a gossipy look on his face, and Sheng An was helpless. She knew that as long as Wang Yuan disagreed, she couldn't hang up the phone unilaterally. Literally, the phone keeps hanging up. Who made this person in charge of communications? He has some black technology skills. Sheng An didn't have to wait long there. A cold voice rang out from the phone. Who? Captain Qi, it's Sister Sheng. Wang Yuan laughed. The breathing on the other end stagnated slightly. Then the cold voice sounded again, but it was much softer, hoarse and low, as if whispering in the ear. What's wrong? Hao Jingye couldn't help rubbing his cheeks. Oh my God, is this still Captain Qi? Sheng An propped his chin on his hand and asked casually, how is it going over there? Nonchalant, casual tone. Qi Lingwu said softly. Very good. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Wan Yuan muttering. What do you mean it's good? We are being chased and intercepted every day. It's not easy to bring back this batch of arms. Qi Lingwu ignored him and asked Sheng An, how are you doing? Sheng An smiled. That's good too. Besides, I found a helper for you. You don't have to worry about the arms. They will be shipped back soon. Before Qi Lingwu could say anything, Wan Yuan came to the microphone and raised his voice. Really? He couldn't hide his excitement. Sister Sheng, what can you do? The amount of this batch of arms is huge. If we weren't guarding here, it would have been discovered long ago. How are you going to transport it back? Sheng An stared at the excited Li Wanyan on the screen and spoke slowly. A person with space-related abilities. Team Zero was stranded in Country M because of a batch of arms. A terrifying amount of munitions. Team Zero's mission is to transport as much as they can before Doomsday. Because of the domestic commotion, Country M has been conducting strict inspections recently. Lao Zhang was ready to give up. I didn't expect that. When she felt sleepy, someone brought her a pillow, and Li Wanyan popped her head out. The corners of Hao Jingye's mouth twitched. On the screen, more than 10 million yuan was deposited into Li Wanyan's card. She was walking briskly with an arrogant and comfortable look on her face. I have no idea. She has been planned by Sheng An to be a cross-border courier. Chapter 16, a little clever, but not much. Without saying anything more, Sheng An hung up the phone. Hao Jingye's eyes sparkled as he looked at Sheng An eagerly. Sister Sheng, then why don't we contact Li Wanyan first? No. Sheng An smiled slightly. Li Wanyan and Jiang Yu have different personalities, and they are not so easy to convince. People will only be extra careful when protecting their property. So, let her go out for this trip for herself first and let Team Zero come back as soon as possible. Naturally, she needs to use different methods to deal with different heretics. Jiang Yu is someone who can play the emotional card, but Li Wanyan is not. She looked at Hao Jingye and sat up straight. Come on, help our courier now and get on the job smoothly. Hao Jingye immediately turned serious. At the same time, after Li Wanyan decided to go abroad, she immediately went to Taobao to search for visa application. She clicked on the one with the best sales and asked, can I apply for a visa to Country M? Country M is the largest food producer, and gun control is not strict. She might be able to get some hot weapons from the black market. Customer service Xiao Hao immediately came online. Dear, it's okay. Please contact the intermediary Xiao Hao. Phone number 152 *****. Li Wanyan didn't hesitate and called. Answer immediately. Hello, dear. I am very happy to serve you. I'm the agent Xiao Hao. Are you looking for a visa for Country M? A young male voice sounded on the other end of the line. Li Wanyan was lying on the bed in the hotel and said in a calm voice, yes. How soon can it be done? She couldn't waste time. After getting out, you have to buy food and find a way to buy weapons on the black market, all of which takes time. Of course, it is not easy to get a visa for Country M. If time runs out, she can only consider other countries. Honey, it will only take 2 days. So fast? Li Wanyan was surprised and sat up. Yes, dear. How much? It's only 99, dear. The agent Xiao Hao smiled slightly. Hao Jingye, 99, it can be done in 2 days. I believe you will be tempted. Li Wanyan snorted and sneered. Fraud! Beep, beep, beep. She hung up the phone. Hao Jingye? Oops, that was over the top. He looked at Sheng An guiltily, but the other party had no expression and just looked at him with a smile. Hao Jingye felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. He quickly pulled the computer over and pretended to be serious. On the other end, Li Wanyan laughed sarcastically. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? It's quite troublesome to apply for a visa to Country M, but it can be done in 2 days, and it only costs 99? Isn't this a scam? Am I someone who is so easily fooled? Want to deceive a reborn girl like her? Dream on? When I opened Taobao again, it was still the search interface. Excluding the previous one, she clicked on the second and third ones in turn and sent the messages. One after the other, both were replied within seconds. Dear, yes, please contact the agent Xiao Jing. Phone 135 *****. Dear, of course you can. Click on the link above to view the materials required for the M country visa. If you are in a hurry, you can also contact the agency Xiaoye. Phone 139 *****. Li Wanyan ordered the second Xiaoyi. Answer immediately. A deep male voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Hello, are you applying for a visa to Country M? Li Wanyan got straight to the point. How much? One-on-one with experts for the normal process, telephone training, face-to-face interview, and accompanying. VIP discount price is $2,999, dear. Li Wanyan felt a little relieved and asked again, "How long will it take?" "The normal process takes about 25 days. I can't guarantee that. The end of the world is coming in 20 days. Li Wanyan asked calmly, "How long is the fastest?" "Dear, if you want VVIP service, it only costs $49,999 and it can be done in 3 days. Are you sure? If you can't do it well, you won't be charged, dear." Li Wanyan didn't hesitate for a moment. "Okay, do it for me right away." On the other end, the intermediary Xia suddenly said, "If you are in a hurry, you can add $99,999 to go through the VVVIP process and get a visa tomorrow. If you add $599,999, you can charter a plane to Country M tomorrow." Li Wanyan sat up suddenly and asked in surprise, "Can it be done tomorrow? How could it be so fast?" "Xiaoya, so you need to pay extra. As long as you spend money, we can do anything. Our travel agency has some connections and can ensure that you can get a visa. You can pay after you get it. We operate with integrity." Li Wanyan was half believing and half doubting. What travel agency is so connected? She switched to another interface and saw the name of the Taobao store, Special Travel Agency. "Fortunately, it is a post-payment payment and can be done tomorrow." Li Wanyan said calmly, "Then add 99999. I need a visa tomorrow." With $5 billion in her hands, she doesn't lack this little money. As for charter flights? She doesn't need it. She just wants to be safe. What if these people see that she is rich and set their sights on her? "Xiaoya. Okay, dear, this number is my WeChat. Please confirm it, and I will send you the required materials. You can contact us if you have any needs. We can do everything, both domestically and internationally, including large loans." Li Wanyan's mind was moved. "Wait, a large loan?" "Xiaoya. Yes, dear. Is it reliable?" "Don't worry, dear. We are all following the bank procedures." Li Wanyan was somewhat moved. However, this agent may not be reliable, and she needs to see if the other party can get the visa by tomorrow. As for whether you are afraid or not, she is a space expert who is not afraid of death. What is she afraid of before the end of the world comes? When the end of the world comes, there will be even less to fear. It's good to be able to get a loan. The more you borrow, the more supplies you can stockpile. When the end of the world comes, who will ask her for money? "Xiaoya. Then I won't bother you anymore. You can contact me anytime if you need me. Good night." After hanging up the phone, Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An. "Sister Sheng, the mission was successfully completed." He cut out the interface of Taobao and couldn't help but sigh. Li Wanyan is very cautious and much harder to fool than Jiang Yu. Sheng An didn't even raise his head. A little clever, but not much. She sent a message to Wan Yuan. "Done. She will definitely find an agent after arriving in Country M. You contact her." The other party quickly replied, "Received. Thank you, Sister Sheng, my dear sister." Hao Jingye touched his chin and said, "Although Li Wanyan hasn't mentioned the loan yet, she will probably mention it after I get her a visa tomorrow. How much money should we give her?" Li Wanyan didn't know yet that she was going abroad to work as a transnational courier. Bringing more money and buying more food can also help the country stock up. It doesn't matter how much money is allocated to her. Sheng An thought about it and shook his head. "Don't give too much, so as not to arouse her suspicion. Just give her a loan of $5 billion. Hao Jingye? To be honest, $5 billion is quite doubtful. However, his mission is to make the target person not suspicious. Sheng An's evaluation of Li Wanyan is very accurate. A little smart, but not much, and she doesn't pay much attention to details. Of course, she could also be a reborn superpower, so she is confident that no one can do anything to her, which is why she is so arrogant and bold. Li Wanyan's matter has come to an end. Sheng An asked again, "Has anyone seen Iron Man's neighborhood? Did you take any photos today?" Hao Jingye quickly checked the feedback. Then he shook his head. "No, I checked all the surveillance footage, but there is no clue about the so-called Iron Man currently. There are only the 2 abnormal witnesses and the handprints outside the window." Sheng An stood up and walked out. "Let's go and meet the 2 witnesses, one big and one small, and learn about the Iron Man who believes in light." Chapter 17, Iron Man Believes in Light. Chapter 17, Huayu Community. It was already nighttime, but when the police arrived, the person being questioned was very cooperative. During the actual interrogation, the police stayed outside, while Sheng An, Hao Jingye, and the person being interrogated were in the room. The researcher who posted the message was named Song Linwei, and his face was full of excitement. Before Sheng An even started asking, He couldn't wait to speak. Have you confirmed that the end of the world will come? The police don't believe me, but you should be from a higher level, right? Sheng An remained calm and did not answer. Instead, he asked casually, as if he was not paying attention. Do you trust that so-called Iron Man so much? Song Linwei smiled. You keep coming to me for confirmation. Isn't it because there is something unusual? If everything was calm, that post wouldn't have attracted your attention, right? A doomsday warning post attracted attention. The police didn't believe him at all, but they kept questioning him. Tonight, they brought someone with obviously higher authority to continue the investigation. The police were outside and the three of them were inside. How can this not be a problem? Sheng An looked up at him. This man is very smart and has a clear mind. Judging from all his reactions, he is in full control of his consciousness. This means that he is not crazy and he is not talking nonsense. Sheng An put the notes in his hand on the table and suddenly asked, What research do you do? Song Linwei obviously didn't expect her to ask this. After a pause, he answered honestly, It's related to physics. Sheng An nodded and said, Then you should be a person who believes in science. I'm curious, how did that Iron Man make you believe in him? She leaned forward and stared at him closely. Song Linwei. His existence is already very unscientific. He pointed to his eyes, and I saw it with my own eyes. Sheng An didn't comment. She slowly sat back, leaning against the sofa with a smile on her face. Okay, then Mr. Song, can you tell me what the Iron Man you saw looked like? Song Linwei's mouth dropped. He frowned. I've already talked to the police. I want to hear you say it in person. Sheng An kept smiling. Song Linwei shrugged and sighed. Okay, let me tell you again. Yesterday morning, before I left for work, I suddenly noticed something flashing outside my window. I'm a sensitive person, so I want to take a look. I saw Iron Man, a man covered in gold. No, it should be said that he was in human form. He was clinging to the outside of the window, and I was face to face with him. Can't see his appearance clearly? Hao Jingye asked. Song Linwei shook his head. Rather than saying it's a golden person, it's better to say it's a human-shaped metal. If you see it like that, you will find it unusual once you see it. It's very special. Sheng An, what did you say? Song Linwei. I was frightened at the time and took several steps back. My instinctive reaction was to hit him with a broom, but he suddenly spoke and said he was Iron Man. Sheng An's eyebrows jumped. Hao Jingye also frowned. He really looks like Iron Man real steel. I said I wanted to call the police, but he said the end of the world is coming, so what's the point in calling the police? If you have the free time, just stock up some goods. Song Linwei sighed. So you are convinced that the end is coming? Such an unusual thing has happened. Plus the meteorite problem. Is there something wrong with suspecting the end of the world? No problem. You're very smart. Sheng An shook his head. You can tell that Iron Man is a man, but what about his age? Song Linwei shook his head. You can't tell from your age. He sighed again and looked at Sheng An. I have told you everything I know. That Iron Man is real. You will be shocked if you see him. But we didn't see it. Sheng An smiled softly, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Do you really have nothing else to say? Song Linwei shook his head. No. He seemed to have thought of something, leaned forward, and looked distressed. Iron Man seems very confident that you can't catch him. Can you catch him? Do you want us to catch him? Sheng An asked instead. Of course I do. I want to know more information. Will the end of the world come? He looked at them, pursed his lips, and asked softly, So, can you tell me, is there really a doomsday? He asked cautiously and anxiously. Hao Jingye was about to shake his head. Sheng An suddenly said, Yes, in 20 days a meteorite will fall, doomsday will come, and the world will suffer a devastating disaster. Song Linwei's pupils trembled. Hao Jingye was also surprised, obviously not expecting why Sheng An would say that. Song Linwei lost his composure for a moment, with shock, confusion, and obvious despair flashing across his face. He drooped down and said in a hoarse voice, Sure enough. Sheng An, now that you know, what are your plans next? Song Linwei shook his head, his eyes blank. I don't know. When the end of the world comes, what else can be arranged? He took a deep breath and licked his dry lips. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret. He couldn't ask anything more here. Sheng An stood up and said, Then we will leave first. Mr. Song, if you have any more news, please remember to contact us. Song Linwei nodded and sent them away. Hao Jingye's face was full of confusion. As soon as he left the house, he immediately lowered his voice and asked, Sister Sheng, why did you tell him? The doomsday news is still blocked, and it shouldn't be disclosed casually. There were policemen nearby. Sheng An shook his head and did not answer. The two were led to another house. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Are they two adjacent buildings? Hao Jingyan nodded and lowered his voice. Yes, they are two adjacent buildings, so the information about Iron Man's appearance has some truth. There was a child in this household, so Sheng An didn't ask many questions. Little boy, what did Iron Man look like when you saw him? Sheng An asked softly. The kid thought about it and pouted. It's nothing like what he sees on TV. He's so annoying. Oh, what's so annoying about that? He stole my Ultraman. The child was about to cry. He's gone too far. Sheng An squatted down, took out an exquisite Ultraman from the bag in his hand, and said with a smile, Then Annie, can I give this Ultraman to you? The child's eyes lit up, and he took it immediately. He looked at Sheng An, his eyes sparkling. Thank you, sister. Sheng An touched his head and smiled more gently. How cute. Can you tell me what he looks like? Also, what did he tell you? Tell me everything, and we will help you find him and get Ultraman back for you. Hearing this, the child's eyes brightened, and he held Ultraman tightly and nodded heavily. The child is recalling very seriously. But children don't have strong logic, and they talk a lot. Sheng An and Hao Jingye summarized the fragmented information. Yesterday, the child was locked at home and suddenly heard some noise at the window outside. The child couldn't open the window, but he opened the curtains. He saw a gleaming Iron Man. He asked, Who are you? He is very brave and not afraid at all. The Iron Man heard the noise outside and opened the window directly. He suddenly jumped in, and the child burst into tears in fear. Iron Man ignored him and just said, Stop crying. You are so annoying. At this time, he saw the Ultraman figure on the wall. Iron Man asked the child, Do you believe in light? The child was frightened and just kept crying. The man curled his lips, said something unknown, and then Ultraman, holding the child, left. Hao Jingye asked again, Little friend, do you really not know what he said? The child shook his head. He was so busy crying that he didn't remember it. Hao Jingye sighed. Sheng An touched the child's head and looked at the handprint before taking Hao Jingye away. Asterisk, out of the community gate. The two men said goodbye to the police and got into their car. Hao Jingye, there is a lot of overlap in their information, and the two people have never met or had any contact with each other. Although the child's words are slightly different, the key information is the same, and it is true. It seems that Iron Man may be true. It's true, a gold-type supernatural being. Sheng An started the car with a calm expression. Continue to investigate Song Linwei. Check his living environment, family situation, his family members, relatives, etc., as well as the people he has contacted in the past 3 days, and sort them out for me. Hao Jingye was surprised. You suspect him? He sat up straight instantly and asked anxiously, Does Song Linwei have any questions? But no matter how many times he asks, he always gives the same answer, and it doesn't seem like he's lying. Hao Jingye was already surprised when Sheng An told Song Linwei about the Doomsday. Hearing this, I noticed her different reaction. Sheng An smiled. He did not lie, but he certainly concealed some things selectively. Could he be the gold-type mutant? Hao Jingye made a bold guess. Chapter 18, Stocking Up Abroad. Sheng An was speechless. Can you think further? She looked ahead with interest in her eyes and a slight smile on her lips. He is not, but if I am not mistaken, he knows who the gold-type mutant is. Song Linwei actually knew who it was? Hao Jingye's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he said anxiously, Sister Sheng, aren't you going to continue asking questions? Sheng An shook his head. This is a smart man. He didn't even choose to tell a lie from beginning to end, because he knew he would be questioned, and he also knew how to avoid being found to be lying. These people are all interrogation experts. If Song Linwei tells a lie, he will be found out. So he didn't lie from beginning to end. Instead, he chose to conceal the truth, cutting off the beginning and the end, and only telling them what he wanted to tell them. The logic was perfect, and there was almost nothing unusual about it. It is difficult to judge such a smart person. They also have some means to make him speak, but if they do that, it will destroy the harmonious relationship. Not the best choice. Don't be in a hurry. She had other ideas. Hao Jingye stopped forcing it. With a complicated look in his eyes, he asked again, Sister Sheng, how did you figure that out? He is an absolute genius. But just now, he didn't see it, but Sister Sheng did. So awesome. If he could learn this method. Sheng An. Intuition. Hao Jingye. Well, I can't learn it. Asterisk. Countdown. 19 days. With the help of the state, Li Wanyun's visa was quickly obtained. Hao Jingye met her. Li Wanyun was surprised. It was done so quickly? There's no need for an interview? Hao Jingye smiled meaningfully. I said, we are related, Otherwise, how could I dare to charge you 150,000? It's very high to charge this price just for visa processing. Li Wanyan was still skeptical. Hao Jingye took out the contract and said seriously, "You are a straightforward person. You are willing to spend 150,000 yuan to apply for a visa. You must be wealthy. We are not afraid that you will default on the agency fee. You can choose to pay after arriving in country M." This is indeed very sincere. Li Wanyan took the contract. The content was very simple and clear at a glance. There were no hidden terms. It just said that she could choose to pay after arriving in country M. If the visa failed to allow her to enter and exit the country smoothly, she would not have to pay any fees. Of course, it was also emphasized that she must buy a plane ticket to country M within half a month. Everything makes sense and is reasonable. She read it over and over again to make sure. This guy is indeed reliable. This contract was a protection contract to prevent her from worrying, so she had to use now and pay later. Li Wanyan, the service is very good. Hao Jingye pushed his glasses up and said in a friendly manner, "Of course, although our prices are high, we will provide customers with the best and most perfect service. This is the purpose of our travel agency." Li Wanyan signed the contract and took her share. Hearing this, her heart moved. Hao Jingye also put away the contract and deliberately asked, "Dear, do you have any other requests?" Li Wanyan lowered her voice and asked, "Can I exchange it for M coins?" "Of course." Hao Jingye kept smiling, very official. This is all in their plan. After a moment's hesitation, Li Wanyan said, "The amount is huge. Are you sure you can do it?" Hao Jingye, "Sure, as long as the agency fee is in place. Everything can be done. 5 billion is okay." Hao Jingye paused deliberately. Then, he took a breath exaggeratedly and raised his voice. 5 billion? Li Wanyan's expression was indifferent, and her eyes flashed slightly under her sunglasses. "Yes, 5 billion. Can you exchange it?" And quickly. Hao Jingye was conflicted for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, but the agency fee is very expensive, and the exchange rate is lower than the official exchange rate." Li Wanyan remained calm, but she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Very good. It can actually be exchanged for her. As for the exchange rate, she would only think there was a problem if he said he could convert it at the official rate. Now, this has confirmed her guess. This small business comes from an informal but capable channel. Are you afraid? How could a person who is going abroad to buy firearms on the black market be afraid? On the contrary, it was the confirmation of this point that made her believe in their abilities even more. How could it be possible to go abroad, exchange 5 billion currencies, etc. in such a short time if one went through formal channels without any privileges? Hao Jingye, "Thank you, we are privileged." Li Wanyan smiled. "No problem. How do I do it?" Hao Jingye took her to the official bank. In less than 3 hours, 5 billion yuan, minus the agency fee, was converted into M coins, which just happened to be in her account. Unbelievably fast. This special travel agency is more capable than she thought. Li Wanyan was shocked and looked a little dazed. She murmured, "What is the origin of your travel agency?" Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "Our boss is someone above him." Li Wanyan suddenly understood. Bewildered, shocked, and then ecstatic, she looked at the money lying in her account and lowered her voice. "What about the loan? How much money can you get me?" After a pause, she added, "Don't worry about the agency fee." Hao Jingye looked at her and lowered his voice as well. "Dear, we can lend you as much money as you have. However, if the amount is too large, our loan period will not be long." Li Wanyan almost laughed out loud. The end of the world is just 19 days away. As long as the loan period exceeds this, who can ask her for the money? She lowered the corners of her mouth and asked again, "Can I really borrow 5 billion? I have some plans for the 5 billion, so I can't use it as collateral." Hao Jingye, "It's okay. You have 5 billion, so you certainly have the means to make money. I don't have to worry about you not being able to pay it back. As long as you can accept the high interest and have collateral, I can get you 5 billion. Li Wanyan looked at him. She didn't miss the gleam in his eyes. She understood. She has 5 billion, so Xiao Yi and the people behind him believe in her assets and earning ability. They lent her money at high interest rates, hoping to keep this golden goose in their hands. They might even be plotting against her 5 billion. After understanding this, it doesn't seem strange to be able to loan 5 billion. The other party probably wouldn't believe that she would spend 10 billion so quickly, right? And usually, the end of the world will come in 19 days, and everything will be invalid then. Li Wanyan smiled and said, "Let's do it." Hao Jingye smiled, barely perceptible. Sister Sheng is right. Although their plan still has many bugs, Li Wanyun, who has experienced the end of the world and been reborn, is a person who does not consider the gains and losses from other people's perspectives. She prefers to consider the pros and cons from her own perspective. In this case, as long as it is good for her and can satisfy her demands, she will rationalize everything and achieve her own goals as soon as possible. 3 hours later, she mortgaged her property and borrowed 5 billion yuan from an official bank. Moreover, Xiaoye converted all her money into M coins, which lay quietly in her overseas account. Of course, she also mortgaged her only property, the villa that was decorated like a bunker. She spent a lot of money on that villa, but it is far from worth 200 million, so she didn't lose anything. Moreover, when the end of the world comes and everything is null and void, it will still be her house. Li Wanyan has the confidence and the courage to do so. Looking at the balance, she murmured, "You guys are really capable. You can accomplish anything." Moreover, 5 billion yuan arrived in the account so quickly. Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "As long as we spend money, we can do anything." He added, "Of course, we only serve premium customers. You are a VVVP, so I have the authority to help you apply. If you are just an ordinary customer, we will not accept it." Li Banyun understood. They were after her money, but it doesn't matter. This time, they are destined to get nothing. Who made the end of the world come? Who made her a reborn person with space powers? Li Wanyan raised the corners of her mouth high. She was glad that she found the right channel. Is she really the chosen one? Buying food was not smooth, but there were other ways immediately, and whatever you wanted came into your hands. It was also because of the difficulty in buying grain that she was able to have 10 billion. Worth it. God really didn't let her be reborn in vain. Everything was settled, and Li Wanyan was still worried about Xiaoyi and worried about money problems. So she decisively bought the nearest plane ticket and went directly to Country M. Stock up on supplies and buy weapons, and spend the money as soon as possible. Xiaoye drove her to the airport. Li Wanyan waved her hand, took nothing with her, and boarded the plane in a leisurely manner. The plane was about to take off. Looking at the land beneath her feet, Li Wanyan finally smiled brightly. Everything is different now. After being reborn, everything went smoothly as expected. She can buy 10 billion supplies and store them in the space. When Doomsday comes, she will be the richest person in the entire Doomsday and can easily deal with Li Qiansheng and others. She has everything she needs in her space, and she will live a life completely different from her previous life. After rebirth, she will be the protagonist of the world. This is the treatment of the girl of destiny. In this world, who dares to compete with her? Li Wanyan raised her chin and casually opened her mobile phone. The friend request she just made was approved. Xiaowan, the local guide from Country M of the Special Travel Agency. "Hi, dear." Asterisk. At the same time, Hao Jingye drove quickly to pick someone up. Sister Sheng, Li Wanyan is on the plane. Lao Zhao is on the plane and will protect her safety. Team Zero is also waiting for her. Brother One has successfully contacted her. Everything is going well. Hao Jingye said excitedly. Sheng An nodded calmly. Obviously, she didn't take it seriously. Li Wanyan is already a fish in their pond and cannot escape. The other party will carry out the plan they have made step by step. Wait until she comes back with the goods. That's when they close the net. She traced her fingers across the tablet, her brows slightly furrowed. Sister Sheng, what's wrong? Hao Jingye was a little confused. Chapter 19, No Nonsense, Arrest Directly. He has been running errands with Li Wanyan all day. I wonder what Sister Sheng has done? Sheng An, I'm looking at Song Linwei's investigation results. Hao Jingye sat up straight in an instant and asked hurriedly, "Any results?" "It is a little strange." Sheng An slid the screen. Yesterday, she asked for an investigation into Song Linwei's living environment, family situation, relatives, and the people he had contact with in the past 3 days. It's a huge web covering a lot of information, but Sheng An had figured things out that day. Song Linwei has a clean record. My parents were university professors and have now been rehired and are still working at the school. My sister and brother-in-law are in business and are doing very well. He graduated from the best university in the country and is engaged in physics-related scientific research. The whole family is in Beijing, and they are all busy with their own careers. In addition, Song Linwei also has a nephew who is 16 years old and is in his second year of high school. According to the investigation, this family has good personalities. Song Linwei himself is very intelligent and receives excellent reviews both at school and at work. The living environment is comfortable, the family atmosphere is good, and the relatives are all successful. Can't fault it at all. In addition, since he posted the message, Song Linwei has not gone to work and has taken leave to stay at home. During these 3 days, apart from meeting his family, he spent the rest of the time staying at home. Monitoring his phone calls, everything seemed normal. In addition, he had contact with very few people in the past 3 days, and he listed them all out. The takeaway boy, the courier, the supermarket salesperson, everything was still normal. It can be said that judging from the investigation results, Song Linwei is extremely normal. Hao Jingye was surprised. It's quite normal. What do you think is strange, Sister Sheng? Sheng An asked back. What kind of person do you think Song Linwei is? Hao Jingye did not hesitate. A good person of smart people. Smart because of several contacts and background checks. He is a good person because he posted a post predicting the end of the world, wanting to warn everyone. Sheng An smiled. Then let's reverse the process. If my intuition is correct and there is something wrong with him, and we can't find any abnormalities, does that mean he is smarter than we thought? Hao Jingye nodded. In that case, why would such a smart person post a reminder that has almost no effect other than attracting our attention? Sheng An narrowed his eyes slightly, with a meaningful look in his phoenix eyes. Hao Jingye? Yes, this is contradictory. And it is entirely possible to continue to speculate that if Sheng An's intuition is wrong, Song Linwei is fine, and he really saw Iron Man, a smart scientific researcher, should he post to netizens or seek help from above? It is to seek help from above. He will inform the country of the existence of Iron Man as soon as possible. Posting itself is an act that is not consistent with being a smart person. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and said, So, Song Linwei is really problematic. What is his purpose? What is he hiding? If that Iron Man is not him, who else could it be? Song Linwei's investigation is still ongoing. Do you know what the results of today's investigation are? Sheng An kept it a secret. Hao Jingye shook his head, his eyes anxious. Sheng An, before today, his parents, sister, brother-in-law, and nephew were all working and going to school as usual. She smiled, her eyes curved in a crescent. But today, they all asked for leave to go home. Hao Jingye was stunned. After a while, he thought about it and said slowly. So, he was sure the end of the world last night. So, that post. Sheng An tilted his head and said softly. Yes, the Iron Man who believes in light must be someone close to him. He is protecting that person. As for the post, Song Linwei is fishing. The people being fished for are the people of the country. He wants to determine whether the end of the world has come and contact them to obtain information. After a while, Hao Jingye slowly exhaled. Song Linwei is indeed very smart. There was nothing wrong with his plan, but unfortunately, he met Sheng An. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An and suddenly understood why the country asked her to be one of the leaders of the Doomsday Special Intelligence Department. They believe she could suppress the heresy. Sharp, smart, and scary, she can handle heresy even before she has any superpowers. What if she awakens powerful superpowers? Hao Jingye suddenly felt a little excited. Asterisk, Song family. After a day of digesting the news, the whole family finally accepted it. The end of the world was approaching. Father Song's brows were furrowed, and he looked very old. Song's mother was equally confused. Why is it the end of the world? Song Linwei's sister Song Linlin asked him. Why did you post to attract the country's attention? What if the country? Song Linwei sighed and explained. Because I wanted to make sure if there was an apocalypse, it was just a normal post that wouldn't attract any attention unless the country was watching. But the country came to us right away, which means they have been paying attention. Moreover, they are not concerned about who posts doomsday posts, but who has abnormalities. The country is looking for people with special abilities. Last night, he heard the answer he wanted from the nation's people. A horrible but expected answer. Song Linlin. So the country is paying attention now? Will they notice Xiaoxin? Song Linwei shook his head. It shouldn't be. There are no loopholes from beginning to end. I just revealed the existence of people with special abilities, not Xiao Xian. Asterisk. In the car. Hao Jingye, Sister Sheng. Who do you think it is? Sheng An pointed at a name with a calm expression. Li Xian, Song Linwei's nephew. The tone is not one of speculation, but of certainty. Asterisk. Song's mother was worried. Your post was too detailed and exposed Xiaoxin's abilities. It's too dangerous. You must hide it well and don't let the country find out. Li Xian's father, Li Huai, shook his head. The country is looking for people with special abilities. Li Xian doesn't have to hide forever. If the end of the world is coming, people with special abilities are more likely to survive than ordinary people. Song Linwei agreed. Yes, this is why I pointed out Xiaoxin's ability in my post. If we are sure that the end of the world will come, then Xiaoxin should not be the most special one, but he is also very special. He looked towards the closed room, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "We can use this as an opportunity to negotiate with the country. Of course, before they find Xiao Xian, I still need to find out their attitude towards people with special abilities. Time is running out, only 19 days. Song Linlin was a little worried. You think about Xiaoxin, but this kid is lawless and disobedient. Song Linwei. I will always fight for his rights. Xiaoxin is special after all, so it shouldn't be difficult. Asterisk. Sheng An, if I'm not mistaken, Song Linwei exposed his nephew's gold ability in order to negotiate with us and fight for his nephew's rights. That's easy. Hao Jingye pushed his glasses. Isn't it just a negotiation? As long as we stick our heads out. Sheng An interrupted him. No negotiation. Hao Jingye was stunned. Sheng An sneered. This heretic wants to negotiate, and that one wants to negotiate too. How can they have so much free time? Once you enter my department, you must obey me. She raised her hand and tapped the steering wheel. Let's go. Let's go back and check on Xiaoyu's learning results first. We'll go catch the Iron Man who believes in light tomorrow. Arrest? Hao Jingye's eyes widened. This is the first time Sheng An uses this word. Chapter 20. Why are you crying? When we returned to the camp, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. Not long after the two came back, Jiang Yu also finished a day's classes and floated into the dormitory with his feet light and floating. The dormitories for the heretics are all on the same floor. They are hotel-style suites with one bedroom and one living room. The whole house is smart, and it is quite comfortable to live in. Sheng An, Hao Jingye, and others also moved into this dormitory. You are finally back. Jiang Yu had a blank expression on his face and dead eyes. Hao Jingye was startled and asked in surprise, "Why are you like this?" Jiang Yu smiled slightly. "I learned it." Hao Jingye had a complicated expression. "Is it that hard? Isn't it just learning some knowledge?" Jiang Yu turned his head away. She doesn't want to talk to the academic bully. In front, Sheng An waved, "Come here." Jiang Yu went over obediently. Sheng An asked, "How is the learning going? Can the seeds be transplanted before the end of the world? Can the experimental field be planned?" Jiang Yu said weakly, "I don't know. We have transplanted a batch today. Old Joe and his team are planning a test field. Once I can use the farm equipment proficiently, we will start planting." She scratched her hair, which was greasy because she hadn't had time to wash it, and broke down. "Sister Sheng, I really can't stand it. Farming is so hard, and I have so much work to do." She had to study and farm at the same time, and after only 2 days, she was almost exhausted. This is different from the rebirth she imagined. Jiang Yu grabbed his head and went crazy. She's going crazy. No one should disturb her from going crazy. At this moment, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Comrade Jiang is working hard for the country. We have all seen it. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Comrade Jiang, thank you for your hard work. Don't worry, the country will never treat you unfairly. Jiang Yu was stunned. Who? She looked around blankly, and then lowered her head. Sheng An was sitting on the sofa with a computer in front of her. There seemed to be a figure swaying on the screen. Jiang Yu subconsciously moved his head closer, wanting to see more clearly. Then, she came face to face with a group of old men on the screen. Jiang Yu blinked. Across from them were those familiar faces from TV, the leaders of the country. This is the second time she has seen him. The last time was at her house, and they said hello. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Her pupils suddenly trembled, and her face was filled with horror. Damn, I didn't wash my hair again. On the other end, an old man hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. Sheng An, how about we send a few professional psychologists over to you? Comrade Jiang seems to be under a lot of pressure. This was the first time the leader had seen a young man going crazy at home. So, the leaders doubted her mental state? Jiang Yu. Her pupils were dilated at first, then slowly focused, and then gradually shook and collapsed. Ah! With a howl, Jiang Yu rushed back to the room. What happened to Comrade Jiang? Old Jiang looked confused. Sheng An waved his hand. Don't pay attention to her, it will be fine in a while. Okay, we trust you to do the job anyway. Before Jiang Yu came back, Sheng An was discussing the work of the Doomsday Special Intelligence Department with his leaders. At this time, Lao Zhang continued the previous topic. After the end of the world, the number of people with special abilities will increase, but none of them will be as significant to us as the heretics we have now. Sheng An nodded. I understand. Now that there is one more person with superpowers, there will be more strength when the doomsday comes, and we can preserve more resources and save more people. Your Doomsday Special Intelligence Department is of great significance. There are still 19 days left. Try to gather as many talents as possible. Lao Zhang rubbed his brows. It wasn't just Jiang Yu and Sheng An who didn't sleep well. The same goes for these leaders. Everyone has a lot to do, and the time is getting closer. Sheng An nodded in agreement. After discussing some other arrangements, this short video conference ended. Jiang Yu rushed out of the room with wet hair, and when he looked inside, he found Sheng An was closing his computer. Jiang Yu. She couldn't believe it. It's over? Sheng An glanced at her washed hair and nodded. It's over. Jiang Yu grabbed his head. Ah, damn it. Another video with a greasy hair. She finally cleaned it, but the leaders didn't see it. It's so abominable. Jiang Yu was extremely depressed. Time for a midnight snack. On the other side, Hao Jingye opened the door. The logistics department pushed over a hot pot food cart with plate after plate of delicious and expensive ingredients. Jiang Yu's attention was diverted, and she was a little confused. Why is it so delicious? I usually eat very well, but the midnight snack is not such a big deal. Moreover, the camp canteen is healthier, and this luxurious hot pot midnight snack is obviously ordered from outside. Sheng An found a seat and sat down. Hao Jingye sat opposite and grinned. Thank you for the 150,000 yuan reward from our future teammates. This is the agency fee earned from Wanan. If I don't charge her that much money, she'll think she's a liar, so I'll just have to charge her a more expensive price. Jiang Yu was shocked. She is so rich? Sheng An has already started eating. While eating hot pot, Hao Jingye replied, 5 billion, plus what the country gave her, a total of 10 billion. Jiang Yu. She put down the bowl and chopsticks she had just picked up and said sourly, why did the country give her 5 billion? This is not fair. Sheng An didn't even raise his head. She went out to purchase for the country. Li Wanyun. Thank you. Jiang Yu. I farm for the country? She ate shabu-shabu beef, looking dejected. Farming doesn't sound very noble. She sighed. My space is really useless, especially compared to space ability users. Other spaces can be used to store goods, but mine can only be used for farming. Farming. She now gets a headache whenever she hears these two words. Look at another heretic who has room for growth. He has 10 billion yuan to spend. How cool is that? Look at her again. I was digging the ground with a hoe, and old man Zhou and his friends were complaining that I was not digging well. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Sheng An suddenly looked up at her. His lips curled up, and he said with a smile, who said your space is not good? I've said before that your space is more valuable than that of a space ability user. As Jiang Yu watched, she continued to eat hot pot and said leisurely while eating, there are many kinds of superpowers, including Earth-type superpowers and plant-type superpowers. If your space can allow people to enter. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Hao Jingye silently added, when the time comes, you bring the people in. The Earth-type psychics use their powers to turn the soil and plant the seeds. The Water-type psychics water the soil, and the plant-type psychics use their powers. Jiang Yu became excited when he heard this. Yes, why didn't she think of it? Sheng An noticed her expression, raised his lips slightly, and continued, when the time comes, your space will produce batches of it, and I'm afraid you'll have to use trucks to transport it. It can not only be used as an experimental field, but also support a large base. Jiang Yu was so happy about what he said that his face was full of smiles. Yes, her space can be combined with plant-related superpowers, earth-related superpowers, and water-related superpowers. It's simply an invincible output. She was so excited that her face flushed and her eyes were bright. Sheng An and Hao Jingye looked at each other and saw understanding in each other's eyes. Sheng An sighed at this time. Unfortunately, other people cannot enter your space. Jiang Yu spoke subconsciously. The sound stopped abruptly. Sheng An looked at her expectantly. Jiang Yu clenched his chopsticks. No, she couldn't reveal her cards. This is her golden finger. How can you reveal all the golden fingers? What if they bypass her and take away her space? No, absolutely not. She had to hold it in and keep the secret. Sheng An blinked his eyes. What did you want to say just now? Jiang Yu lowered his head to eat the hot pot weakly. I want to say it's a pity that Earth-type and plant-type supernatural beings can't enter my space. Sheng An smiled slightly. Yes, it's a pity. So such a large piece of black soil can only rely on you to plant a little bit, raise a little bit, and then harvest a little bit. When Jiang Yu heard this, his hands and feet shook, and tears streamed down his face. Hao Jingye, why are you crying? Jiang Yu raised his head. His eyes were misty with tears, and he finally managed to utter two words. Spicy. Sheng An and Hao Jingye looked at each other. Hao Jingye, stop pushing her? Sheng An had a blank expression. Let's see how long she can hold it in. The plant-type mutant hasn't appeared yet, so I'm not that anxious. That night, Jiang Yu finished a pot of hot pot while crying. It's not about turning grief and anger into strength, but farming is hard work. Chapter 21, Going to Save the World. Countdown to Doomsday, 18 days. Another day of getting up early. Before Sheng An took Hao Jingye out, he did not forget to dig Jiang Yu out of the bed. Jiang Yu had dark circles under his eyes and was floating under his feet. Hao Jingye was puzzled. Why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? You should have slept for 6.5 hours last night, right? This is quite long. Jiang Yu looked dead. Don't you play with your phone when you're lying in bed? Hao Jingye, I don't want to play. Jiang Yu. She subconsciously looked at Sheng An. Sheng An had a blank expression on his face and smiled slightly. No, I won't play. None of them have the current mobile phone addiction. Mobile phones are used for work, not entertainment. Even their models are different from ordinary mobile phones. They are all customized military mobile phones with high confidentiality. Jiang Yu? They're all a bunch of devils. The next moment, Sheng An threw Jiang Yu to Academician Zhou and the others, and went out with Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye was a little confused. Where are Team Leader Qiu and the others doing? Why haven't any of them shown up for several days? Sheng An was reading the feedback on his phone. He didn't even look up when he heard this. He was quite calm and said, they must have found some very powerful psychics in other areas. Maybe there are more than one. Hao Jingye had a complicated expression, and his face was full of confusion. What is Team Leader Qiu going to do? Sheng An, she looks gentle, but she is actually arrogant, especially when facing me. So you guessed it right. She is preparing a big move, ready to intimidate us as soon as she appears. Sister Sheng, aren't you anxious? Hao Jingye was already anxious. Sheng An, no rush. She was cutting the interface, quite calmly. Hao Jingye wanted to say something, but seeing her expression, he swallowed it all back. It's true that it's the eunuchs who are anxious, not the emperor. The preparations have been made, and the special police have surrounded the Fuan community. Let's go meet the Iron Man who believes in light. Sheng An put away his phone. She issued the task last night, and before 6 a.m., other departments had already cooperated with the Doomsday Special Affairs Office to make arrangements. At 7 o'clock, the special police had quietly surrounded the Fuan community. Everything is ready. Upon hearing this, Hao Jingye stood up straight and started working. Okay, Sister Sheng, I have arranged for people to assemble the interrogation room for gold-type mutants. It will be ready for use after Li Xian is brought back. Sheng An nodded and got in the car. The low-key black car headed towards Fuan community. Before 8 o'clock, the car stopped at the gate of the community. Sheng An met up with the special police and took the boxes they brought. After seeing what was inside, Hao Jingye had a complicated expression. Sister Sheng, Li Xian is our future teammate, and the Song family seems to be quite cooperative. Do we really have to arrest him violently? After all, he was still worried about damaging the relationship between his teammates. Sheng An understood what he meant. But Sheng An smiled slightly. Do you think a 16-year-old boy who believes in light and calls himself Iron Man can really listen to his parents and cooperate with us after gaining superpowers? In fact, it is better for the gold-type mutant to be Song Linwei or Li Xian's father than Li Xian. At least the first two were calm and able to communicate using interests. But Li Xian, a boy with a middle school syndrome, is the most difficult to control and predict. Who knows what weird thoughts are going on in his mind? If it weren't for the gold-related abilities, they would be very useful. Sheng An will definitely choose to ignore this heresy. It gives me a headache just thinking about a gold-type psychic who steals Ultraman figurines from children. Hao Jingye, I understand. Asterisk. At the same time, Fuan community, Song family. After Li Xian came back, Song Linwei did not go back to Huayu community, but stayed with his parents. Song Linlin's family was also there. No matter what career or job you have, it all seems insignificant in the face of Doomsday. After yesterday's calm and discussion, early this morning, they gathered together again to continue their discussions. Song's mother. Xiao Xian hasn't gotten up yet? Song Linlin shook her head. No, he always sleeps until 11 o'clock every time he has a day off. Don't bother with him. Song's father asked Song Linwei. When will we negotiate terms with the country? Song Linwei. Wait 2 more days and find out more information. I will contact the people in the country first. The person named Sheng and should have a very high authority. I left her assistant's phone number, just in time dash. At this moment, with a bang, the door of the room suddenly opened. Everyone was startled and looked over quickly. The metal of the door handle had melted, and a young boy ran out, looking very energetic. The young man was dressed in gold, with golden mechanical arms in his hands, a metal mask on his face, and a metal helmet on his head. It was obvious that he was dressed up specially, so that his appearance could not be seen clearly. Even at first glance, it looks like a metal man. But when he opened his mouth, his voice was full of youth. Why contact the country? I don't want to be studied or controlled. The end of the world is coming. As the chosen one, I want to dominate the world and be the king of the end of the world. As soon as he opens his mouth, he sounds like he has a chinibyu. Song family. Song Linwei rubbed his head, feeling a headache, and said helplessly, Xiao Xian, why are you like this again? Didn't I tell you not to use your special abilities easily, in case the country finds out? Call me Iron Man. Li Xian slammed the table with his palm, and the tabletop shattered instantly, with dust flying in the air. Cough, cough, cough. Li Xian was not prepared and choked twice, feeling a little embarrassed. But he was thick-skinned and recovered quickly. He raised his chin again and said proudly, If I'm discovered, I'll be discovered. The end of the world is coming anyway. Besides, as a superhero, I'm not afraid of any country. He patted his chest with his mechanical hand, making a bang-bang sound of metal collision. I am no longer the Li Xian of the past. I am the superhero Iron Man Li Xian. I could do anything. Even bullets cannot penetrate my indestructible body. Under the mask, his face was full of pride. Even if you can't see his expression, you can imagine his expression just by listening to the arrogant voice. Song Linlin felt a throbbing pain in her head. Li Huai felt itchy and wanted to grab a weapon. Li Xian moved his mechanical arm and said loudly, Don't worry, from now on, I will protect you, but superheroes belong to all mankind. After saying that, he raised his foot and walked out. Li Xian, what are you doing? Li Huai couldn't help but roared. Li Xian stood by the window, turned around, and smiled pretentiously. Save the world. After saying that, the window opened instantly, and he jumped down from it. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time. The day after awakening his superpowers, he skipped school to show off to his uncle, and also visited the neighboring kid's house. When his uncle found out, he ordered him to go back to school. Of course, he didn't want to listen, but his uncle said he wanted to verify whether the meteorite would really bring about the end of the world. Li Xian agreed. Now it has been verified, and the answer has been obtained from the official. The end of the world is really coming, and the country is still hiding it from the people. Haha. He decided not to hide anymore. He wanted to save the world. Chapter 22 Arrest. Ah! Song Linlin screamed and rushed to the window. The Song family members all looked pale. Li Xian, come back to me! Song Linwei yelled, his face pale. But it's useless. Li Xian has already jumped out of the window. Ah! Mother Song was so frightened that her eyes went dark, and she almost fainted on the spot. Song Linwei also rushed to the window and looked down. Song Linwei understood Li Xian's ability. After jumping out of the window, he could use the metal guardrails on the outside to slide to the ground smoothly. If he had metal, he could use it, and he would have nothing to fear. Of course, even if he fell straight down from the 17th floor, his invulnerable diamond body would not kill anyone. The scene just looked scary. But the problem is, it's broad daylight. The fucking end hasn't come yet. Song Linwei was about to collapse. Below, the golden figure was like a gecko, twisting and turning, moving down the outer wall, getting farther and farther away. Song Linlin grabbed his sleeves, her arms shaking violently. What should I do? Linwei, what should I do? Song Linwei took a deep breath, his face pale, and said, Go after him. Jumping like this in broad daylight would definitely attract a lot of attention. Li Xian also said he wanted to save the world. Who knows what else he will do? Song Linwei ran out. Asterisk. Li Xian's family lives on the 17th floor of Building 9. The family has been staying at home since yesterday. Apart from buying some supplies in batches, they have not gone out, said Hao Jingye as he walked. Sheng An walked beside him, carrying a suitcase. The Song family already knows that the end of the world is coming, and ordinary people have no means to deal with it. Stocking up on food, supplies, etc. is the simplest instinctive reaction. They didn't have space at home, so they didn't buy much. As if he had thought of something, Sheng An quickened his pace. Let's hurry up. The night before yesterday, Song Linwei learned about the Doomsday news and notified the Song family to negotiate yesterday. From yesterday to today, Lee Xan has been holding it in all day and may make a scene at any time. At first glance, the Song family seems to be a very harmonious family. My grandparents are highly educated and are still teaching at universities. My parents are accomplished businessmen, and they dominate the business world. Even my uncle is a great scientific researcher, busy with work. It is easy for such a family to neglect their children. When it was confirmed yesterday that Lee Xin was a gold-type mutant, Sheng An looked at Lee Xin's investigation results in detail, but he couldn't see anything else. The results were a mess. With such excellent relatives, you can imagine the pressure. And often, stress leads to rebellion. We have to catch him before he makes any big noise. Upon hearing this, Hao Jingye's expression became serious, and he immediately quickened his pace. But the next moment, someone exclaimed. At the same time, there was a loud bang. A golden object landed in front of Sheng An, only 5 steps away from him. Sheng An stopped. When the golden object landed on the ground, it was half-kneeling with one hand supporting the ground. The picture looks very ceremonial, and the scene is perfect. Oh, who could stop me? The young man spoke amid the exclamation, his tone arrogant, full of confidence and excitement, his blood burning in his chest. He raised his head and happened to be face-to-face with Sheng An, who was 5 steps away. Sheng An looked at him, motionless. Lee Xin grinned and slowly stood up under Sheng An's gaze. At this moment, he felt himself rising infinitely, becoming brave and powerful, even more brilliant than the superheroes in blockbuster movies. Woman, are you bewitched by him? However, there was no screaming as imagined, no shock, and no further questioning. The young lady, who was standing face-to-face with him, raised her hand and touched her forehead. She seemed speechless and had a headache. She looked at him with extremely complicated eyes. This reaction, Lee Xin was stunned and confused. Aren't you afraid? Sheng An took a deep breath, looked at him, and slowly said, Lee Xin, why are you getting up so early in the morning instead of sleeping? A little late. This kid got up too early today compared to usual. But fortunately, it was timely. Li Xin. This question is a bit strange. Just listening to the latter part, it seems like someone is sick, but... Lee Xin, do you know me? He looked down at himself. He was covered in gold and wrapped tightly. His uncle didn't recognize him at first glance. How did this woman recognize him? And how could she know herself? Besides, Lee Xin, who are you? Sheng An smiled slightly. Your future boss. Even through the glittering golden mask, one could see Lee Xin's confusion and bewilderment at the moment. Boys of this age gain powerful superpowers and are the boss of heaven, the second of earth, and him the third. Suddenly, a woman appears and opens her mouth with the words, your boss. Lee Xin still wanted to say those 3 words. Who are you? The first one was doubt, but this one was questioning and displeasure. There's something wrong with your brain. Then he stopped paying attention to Sheng An and was about to leave. Sheng An blocked him. The 16-year-old boy was not short. He was even taller than Sheng An. At this moment, he was covered in gold and wearing a helmet, which made him look even taller. But when she stood in front of him, she didn't seem to be suppressed at all. Instead, she had an awe-inspiring aura. She took out the tag from her pocket, held it up, and said calmly, Team leader of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department, Sheng An. Lee Xin was slightly stunned. Then he suddenly realized. It turns out he is a national. So what? Don't block my way. Get out of the way. Lee Xin shouted nonchalantly. Grandfather? The corners of Hao Jingye's mouth twitched. Sheng An didn't react, still looking at him calmly. Lee Xin, come with us. She took the piece of paper from Hao Jingye and held it up to show Lee Xin. This is your arrest warrant. Lee Xin. He laughed angrily and said arrogantly, Want to catch me? Dream on, you don't have the ability to do that. After saying that, he exerted force on his feet, jumped up, and stuck to the outer wall of the building. In the distance, someone exclaimed. Lee Xin lowered his head to look at Sheng An. His expression could not be seen clearly through the mask, but he could hear the arrogance in his tone. Aha, come on, catch me. Sheng An still stood there, not moving, looking at him. Just when Lee Xin felt she was helpless, the special police officers around her, with guns drawn, surrounded Building 9 and the adjacent Building 10. The black muzzles of guns were pointed at him. Lee Xion's heart skipped a beat. But then, he became complacent again. You think a gun can threaten me? Huh? I'm not afraid. After saying this, he did not stop and climbed up the metal guardrail on the building like a gecko. He is not afraid at all. He was even provoking Sheng An and the others. Below, someone was firing shots in his direction. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshot was muted, but the bullet made a sound as it hit metal. It didn't affect him at all. Above, Xian continued to climb, laughing as he climbed. Ha ha, I'm the indestructible Iron Man. Your weapons are useless to me. You weak humans, don't delay me from saving the world. Bullets are useless to him. Hao Jingye's expression became serious. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He really has some abilities. Sheng An remained calm throughout the whole process and was not surprised at all that the bullet was useless. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at Xian, then slowly raised her hand, put on goggles, and took out the things in the box in her hand. At this time, Xian had climbed to the 10th floor. He was proud of the power of his superpowers and the helplessness of the state weapons against him. Chapter 23, Superhero Dream Shattered. Xian's confidence reached its climax at this moment. Even the country's hot weapons can't do anything to him. He is the world's superhero, the most powerful man, who doesn't have a heroic dream, and he is God's own son, the son of destiny. He can be a hero without restraint and realize his heroic dream. Ha 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 ha. Xian laughed. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An and said hurriedly, Sister Sheng. Sheng An remained calm. She loaded the gun in her hand, aimed at Xian, and spoke calmly. Xian, the indestructible body of diamond comes from Buddhist scriptures. An Iron Man is a superhero from Western comics. Don't mix cultures, it will make you look even less cultured. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng An pulled the trigger. This time, there was no more sound of metal colliding. Another voice sounded. Ouch! Xian howled like a pig being slaughtered. Then, accompanied by a scream, Xian fell from a high altitude and hit the ground. There was a loud bang. Sheng An stepped back calmly. Xian rolled around on the ground with his hands in his arms. His hand was hit, and there was a big hole in his metal arm, which was making a sizzling sound as if something was corroding the metal. Xian cried out in pain. What is this? What did you do to me? His voice was painful. Sheng An squatted beside him and looked down at him. She watched him writhing in pain, slowly revealed a brilliant smile, and spoke slowly. If I were you, I would withdraw my supernatural power right now and break the metal on my hand. Hearing this, the helmet on Xian's head and the mask on his face disappeared, and the golden light on his body also faded away immediately. A section of the robotic arm broke off and turned back into his hand, and then he recovered, and his appearance was completely exposed in front of Sheng An. A good-looking 16-year-old boy, with a childish and rebellious face. His wide eyes were full of anger. His hair was a little long, slightly covering his eyebrows, and he was wearing teddy bear pajamas. Xian was breathing heavily and was about to speak. The next moment, a gun was pointed at his forehead. Above, Sheng An smiled at him. Xian was frozen in place, not moving a muscle. After a moment, the place where the gun was pointed turned into metal. He was about to resist. Sheng An smiled unchanged. If it's skin, my gun may not be able to hurt you, but if you turn into metal, then this gun will be useful. The next moment, the metal under the muzzle disappeared and returned to his ordinary flesh and blood. After all, I am still afraid of death and pain. Around them, special police surrounded them, aiming their guns at Xian. At this moment, whether he turned into a metal man or remained unchanged, he was under control. Xian gritted his teeth and said, What kind of gun is this? Why could it hurt him? This is impossible. He clearly has an indestructible body that is invulnerable to swords and guns. Sheng An, a gold-type mutant can control metals and turn metals into their bodies. You're already a gold element. From your color, I can tell that the metals you turn into are mostly copper and gold. Copper is easier to handle, but gold is more troublesome. And you are confident that you are not afraid of bullets, which means that your metal contains other elements to increase its hardness. Xin, what is she talking about? Sheng An, but it doesn't matter. Your education level is just that. The metals you can oxidize are mostly common elements. Common metal elements are not difficult to process. The bullet contains a chemical substance I made myself. Concentrated nitric acid and concentrated hydrochloric acid are mixed in a volume ratio of 1:3. It is commonly known as aqua regia. Xin. His eyes were dazed and his face looked confused. She seemed to be mocking him, but he had no evidence. Sheng An, aqua regia can dissolve most metal elements, especially your metal shell, which is made of common elements Cu and O. It is very easy to handle. But if you mix in some rare elements, it will be troublesome. We may have to dispatch chemical experts. Li Xin. Sheng An smiled slightly and tapped his head with the muzzle of the gun. So, young man, read more books before becoming a superhero. Li Xin. Is this person laughing at him? His head was buzzing, he was a little confused, and his whole body was dazed. He claimed that he was the son of destiny and that his superpowers were invincible, but he never expected that Sheng An would defeat him using only the most basic chemistry knowledge from junior high school. Metallic copper, gold, concentrated nitric acid, concentrated hydrochloric acid. Such familiar content. Li Xian was in a trance. In front of him was Sheng An squatting, aiming the gun with a special bullet at his forehead. Next to them were special police officers surrounding them. He can't run away anymore. Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, I won't cooperate with you. Kill me if you dare. Defeated, the boy felt a little frustrated but more angry. He was angry and humiliated, but he also put up a final resistance. Sheng An's smile remained unchanged. Oh, really? You don't want to cooperate? Then I can only ask your parents and family to cooperate. She raised her head and looked towards the unit door. Li Xian was startled and looked over quickly. The elevator entrance has been controlled by special police, but the Song family can come out. At this moment, they were standing at the door of the unit, looking at the scene in front of them with horror. Song Linwei felt like his head was about to explode. They witnessed Li Xian's arrogance and Sheng An's actions throughout the whole process. If the situation wasn't inappropriate at the moment, he would have lost control and beaten Li Xian severely. Of course, the ones who wanted to take action more than him were Song Linlin and Li Huai. You threaten me? Li Xian's eyes were red. If Sheng An was alone, he would resist and even consider killing this villain. But there is also a SWAT team here, and they can easily control his parents. Sheng An, you can think so, but I think I am analyzing the situation for you. Li Xian clenched his fists and cursed. Sheng An, you are shameless. At this moment, she was like the villain in the story who blocked the hero. Sheng An, well, I'm shameless. She smiled unchanged. What about you stealing the Ultraman figurines from the kids? Li Xin. He felt inexplicably guilty. Sheng An stood up and looked at the Song family with a warm attitude. Don't spoil your children too much, or they will become lawless and cause great trouble. What he just did was truly climbing up the roof and tearing down the tiles. Li Xian came down from the 17th floor. After provoking Sheng An, he climbed to the 11th floor in one breath, crawling around like a gecko in public and shouting arrogantly. The Song family witnessed the whole process. Li Huai was breathing rapidly, and he picked up a broom before coming down. Finally unable to hold back, he picked up the broom and rushed forward. Li X, if I don't beat you today, I'm not your father. Ah! Li Xian screamed and even forgot about turning into a metal man. Dad, why did you hit me? Ah! They're clearly preventing me from saving the world. It hurts, stop hitting me. Sheng An calmly put away his gun and stopped looking at the loving father and filial son in front of him. She turned her head to look at Hao Jingyan ordered. I will take the person away first. You will take care of the aftermath. Hao Jingyan nodded silently. He had already thought of countless plans for the aftermath. Today's commotion was quite big, and cleaning up the mess was not an easy task. Of course, this is all because of this middle school student with a strong desire to climb walls and fly over rooftops. Hao Jingye looked at Li Huai beating up Li Xian and smiled with satisfaction. Want to be a superhero? Ask your father first. Li Xian was beaten up, and Sheng An took him away with a dejected look, and all the members of the Song family followed, accompanied by special police escorting them. Li Jingye and his men stayed behind to clean up the aftermath. And the superhero dream of Li Xian, a gold-type superpower, it broke down before I even left the community. Chapter 24. Poor self-esteem shattered. After getting on the bus, Sheng An has been replying to messages. The Song family members all looked terrified and kept quiet. Li Xian couldn't hold it in anymore and wanted to speak, but Li Huai glared at him fiercely. He immediately wilted and became listless. Song Linwei had a headache. He asked Sheng An, will it be troublesome to deal with the aftermath? Will it have any negative impact on society? This is the basic reaction of a normal person. A superpower suddenly appeared in their family and caused such a commotion, and they still have to live in this community. If the impact is too bad, the country may not be lenient. Hearing this, Sheng An glanced at him and raised his eyebrows slightly. This person is indeed a smart person, and he has a rare sense of the overall situation. It's okay. Just say you are filming a movie and the information department will handle the video posted online. Sheng An replied nonchalantly. It's really not a big deal. Li Xian was caught by them before he could make any big noise. Even if someone posted the video, the information department could handle it. They had a lot of experience in this kind of thing. Even if we use the excuse of filming a movie, there will probably be people in the community who will make assumptions, right? Song's mother was worried. You can fool most people by just filming. But today there are too many witnesses, and there are always people who see it clearly but are unwilling to believe it. Sheng An was still replying to the message, and without even looking up, he said, if you don't want to believe it, then don't believe it. The country will have to notify the people to prepare for the end of the world sooner or later. It's not a big problem. There are only 18 days left until the end of the world, and it can't be kept secret for much longer. Li Xian was shocked when he heard this, and raised his voice in disbelief. What? The state will notify the people? He always thought that the country would hide it from the people. So he wants to save the world and inform everyone that the end of the world is coming. As a result, if he is told now, will the government be notified? Sheng An was speechless. She looked up at him, expressionless. Why would the country hide this from the people? Is it good for the country if people die? Of course, they should make emergency notifications and arrangements and find ways to keep more people alive. Young man, stop imagining nonsense. Li Xin. Song Linwei glared at him, and Li Xian shrank his neck and hunched over in his seat. Song Linwei looked at Sheng An again, puzzled. Why are you here today? Wait, have you already guessed that Xiao Xian is the Iron Man? It's easy to guess, isn't it? The only people who would make a smart person like you desperately hide are your relatives. Except for Li Xian, your whole family is smart. Of course, only Li Xian would do such a thing as snatching an Ultraman figurine from a child. Sheng An paused and then said, if we were not here today, he would have caused so much trouble. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Song Linwei also fell silent and looked at Sheng An with complicated eyes. He thought he had hidden it well, but he didn't expect that the other party had already guessed it. Of course, it's all Li Xian's fault. Song Linlin couldn't believe it. What? You stole Ultraman from a child? When did it happen? Hearing this, Li Xian shrank his neck. He stammered for a while, then whispered, it's his fault for not believing in the light. I'm going to punish him a little bit. Li Huai wanted to pick up the broom again. Song Linwei stopped him, feeling a headache. After I knew that he had been to someone else's house, I was worried that his superpowers might not be hidden, so I decided to take the initiative to post a phishing post. Because of the meteorite incident, some people have been saying that the end of the world is coming, and Li Xian is one of them. He also didn't want to go to school because of this. Then he was beaten up by Li Huai and sent back to school. Later, Li Xian awakened his superpowers and felt that the end of the world was coming. It was time for him to save the world and show his talents. Song Linwei was not sure and chose to go fishing. Unexpectedly, they caught a fish. But it was a shark. Give them a whole bite and swallow it. After saying that, he looked at Sheng An cautiously. Sheng An didn't respond, so he tried again. What's the situation now? Xiao Xian. What are you going to do? Sheng An, doesn't he want to save the world? Of course he will save the world with us. She raised her head and looked at Li Xian, smiling. Young man, how about joining us to save the world? Li Xian subconsciously raised his chin with a defiant look on his face. He snorted, you point a gun at me. I'm not that easy, dash. Sheng An interrupted him and smiled slightly. I am informing you, not discussing with you. Li Xin. He was incredulous and almost jumped up from his seat, raising his voice. Hey, woman, I'm Superman Iron Man. What's with your attitude? Sheng An saw through his arrogance. Even though this guy was caught, he still thought he was very awesome. That's right. After all, he has superpowers. But Sheng An doesn't like to see people acting arrogantly in front of him. She raised her eyebrows. Do you think you are a Superman, have special abilities, are the child of destiny, and are different from others? Li Xian didn't say anything, but his chin was raised to the sky. The Song family pulled him, but he remained unmoved. He is awesome. If the country wants to win him over, it should be friendly and promote him. How can it treat him like this? Especially the woman in front of him. He had to make her bow her head. Sheng An smiled slightly. Oh, then you are wrong. In fact, you are not special at all, but a gold-type superpower. When the meteorite falls, countless superpowers will be born all over the world. Gold, Wood, water, fire, earth, strength, and speed are not the most powerful ones. There are also atavism and mutation, and even space, healing, dark, etc. Lee Sin. His expression changed slightly, but he still stiffened his neck. So what? Haven't they shown up yet? But I have superpowers now. Wow. This guy reacts pretty quickly? Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Who said they haven't appeared yet? Otherwise, what is our Doomsday Special Affairs Department for? In addition to you, there are many other people with special abilities, including water and fire types, who have appeared. Lee Xian was stubborn. They are not as strong as me. He clenched his hands into fists, representing the boy's last bit of stubbornness and self-esteem. Sheng An smiled slightly. There are still many reborn people. Lee Sin. What the hell? There is rebirth? Isn't that something that only exists in novels and TV dramas? However, the reborn, in any case, he is more like the protagonist than the psychic. Lee Xian had to admit it. A teammate named Jiang Yu joined us a few days ago. She was reborn a year after the apocalypse. She has a space which is very large, and there is black soil in it so she can grow crops. Sheng An said in a light voice. Lee Sin. Sheng An looked at him with a smile on his face. Oh, there is another teammate named Li Wanan, who is a reborn space-based psychic. Not only does she have an extremely huge space, she also started with 5 billion yuan and is helping the country to stock up. In addition, there is an unknown powerful psychic. Our other team will all be dispatched. Crack. Something broke? Oh, that's the boy's pitiful self-esteem. Chapter 25. Sister Sheng, my only sister. Lee Xian was so devastated that he was listless and slumped in his seat on the way back to the camp. Even a little aggrieved. How so? He is the indestructible Iron Man and a superhero. So how can he not be the protagonist? How come a group of reborn people can appear? Those who are reborn are all a group. So who is the protagonist of the world? Lee Xian was very, very disappointed. Song's mother looked at him worriedly, and Song's father said calmly, "We should strike him down to prevent him from being lawless. This kid just needs to be disciplined. We used to meet occasionally, and we could still pretend." This time, with the superpowers, Lee Xian's middle school nature was directly exposed. After that, he scolded Song Linlin and Li Huai again. "You too. How can you not educate your children properly as parents? I don't know what you are busy with every day." The two wanted to refute, but just as they opened their mouths, they became silent again. Li Huai glared at Lee Xian. Hearing this, Sheng An nodded in agreement. This kid really needs an education. If you can't manage him well, wouldn't it be better to hand him over to the country? Now handing it over to the country is to serve the country. When he does something bad, he will be handed over to the country. Li Xin. He wanted to retort, but the Song family members glared at him together, so he could only endure it. Then, he glared at Sheng An quietly and gritted his teeth. Obviously, this boy still disliked her. Sheng An pretended not to see it. Asterisk. The car drove into the camp, and Sheng An took his men directly into the interrogation room. This interrogation room is different from other interrogation rooms. It was renovated by Hao Jingye last night. It can be considered a special interrogation room. They are back now, just in time, and can be used. Sheng An opened the door. At first glance, it was empty and there was nothing inside. But at a glance you can tell that this house is unusual. From the walls to the floor, everything is unusual. Sheng An pointed inside and said, "Lee Xian, go in first. I'll talk to your family and come back to see you later." Lee Xian was dissatisfied. "Why should I stay alone?" Sheng An smiled slightly. "Because I said so." After saying that, she raised her hand and pushed the person in. Lee Xian was angry and tried to resist. Sheng An sneered and raised his hand. Bah! With a loud bang, Lee Xian was thrown in like a chick. The next moment, Sheng An decisively closed the door. Inside, accompanied by howling in pain, Lee Xian cursed, "Damn, how come you are so strong as a woman?" Sheng An ignored him and led the Song family in another direction. The Song family looked at each other, but ultimately said nothing. Lee Xian is a little lacking in education. Interrogation room. After Lee Xian felt the pain, he looked around the room. It was empty inside. There was nothing. The lights weren't even on. The door was sealed tightly and looked very thick, making it difficult to open. Lee Xian suddenly sneered. "Oh, do you think you could do nothing if you lock me up?" He realized that he was not as unique as he thought. But it's different after all. As long as he doesn't do anything, the country will not kill him. I still have this intuition. Therefore, he would not stay here obediently. If he really waited in here, didn't it mean that he was controlled by the woman just now? How is that possible? Li Xian chuckled, with a cunning gleam in his eyes. His body instantly turned into a metal man, and he was about to rush towards the door. Bite! The light is on. Then, his whole body was sucked against the wall, sticking tightly to it. Li Xin! He struggled twice, but his body remained motionless, still stuck to the wall. Li Xian was confused. What's going on? I'm not an Iron Man. How could I be attracted by a magnet? He said in disbelief. Sheng An's calm voice came from the surveillance cameras in the four corners at the same time. Who told you that this is a magnet? You know nothing about the power of science, young man. Read more books. Li Xin. Fuck. This woman is laughing at him again? He was hung on the wall, gritted his teeth, and suddenly turned into a human. Bah! It hit the ground. Ouch! Li Xian let out a terrible scream, his face distorted in pain. His ass! After a while, Li Xian recovered. He looked at the surveillance camera and gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up just like that, so he walked to the door. The door had no lock and was not made of metal, so he tried to operate it without success. Li Xian gritted his teeth and suddenly turned his hands into metal hammers, trying to smash the door. Then, he was sucked up to the ceiling above his head. Being hung there, Li Xian was confused again. He blinked and looked down. It was 3 meters high, and the ground was hard. If this falls, he will be crippled. Li Xian got scared. He angrily said to the surveillance camera, Sheng An, put me down now. However, there was no movement on the surveillance. In another room, Sheng An smiled and looked very satisfied. What's wrong? Song Linwei asked puzzledly. Sheng An shook his head and cleared his throat. It's okay. Let's continue talking. Inside the interrogation room, Li Xian roared at the surveillance camera with full energy. Don't ever let me down, will you? If you have the guts, let's fight with real swords and guns. You're just playing tricks. I won't accept it. Put me down now. Half an hour later, Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, Put me down first, and we'll talk slowly. One day, he will severely punish that female villain. An hour later, Li Xian was depressed. You can't hang me forever, right? Hey, Sheng An, are you there? 2 hours later, Li Xian hung his head in dejection. Okay. I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want to do? 3 hours later, Li Xian was desperate. Sheng An. 4 hours later, Li Xian's mouth was dry and he was weak. I give up, Sheng An. 5 hours later, Li Xian said weakly. I was wrong, sister Sheng, my sister, my only sister. Sheng An chatted with the Song family for a long time. Afterwards, they were warmly invited to have lunch together. The Song family felt Sheng An's attitude, looked at each other, and breathed a sigh of relief. She has a good attitude. This shows that the country's attitude towards Li Xian is friendly. In the afternoon, Hao Jingye came back. Sheng An asked someone to take the Song family to visit the training ground, dormitory, and canteen, and also asked someone to tell them about the preparations the country was making. This was a shot in the arm, allowing them to feel at ease handing Li Xian over to the country. After all, that Shinibyu isn't even an adult yet. She and Hao Jingye continued to be busy with other things, and both seemed to have forgotten about Li Xian and did not mention him at all. At night, Sheng An invited the Song family to dinner again. After eating, she wiped the corners of her mouth and smiled slightly. Let's go and see our Iron Man. Chapter 26. Sister, I was wrong. When Sheng An opened the door, Li Xian felt that he was about to die. 6 full hours. No food, no water, no toilet. Fortunately, he didn't drink anything and his body had turned into metal. Otherwise, he would probably have wet his pants after hanging like this for 6 hours. There was no one in the room, and Sheng An did not respond to him the whole time. Li Xian's mentality exploded. He felt like he was gone. When Sheng An came in, Li Xian was hanging there quietly without making any movement. Like a corpse? Hao Jingye lowered his voice and asked, Is the person gone? Sheng An had a blank expression on his face. Oh, then drag him out and bury him directly. Wait a minute. Li Xian suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes wide. Still alive, not dead. Don't bury him. Sheng An was not surprised at all. After all, this kid is a mutant with gold-related abilities. How could he die so easily? Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, You're going too far. Doesn't the country want to win me over? Why do you treat me like this? He doesn't understand. Sheng An corrected him. That's called gathering, not pulling in. To gather and to pull together have two completely different meanings. The state apparatus is not afraid of these so-called heretics. Sheng An's goal has always been to bring them together rather than to win them over. Li Xian gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred. Sheng An, you don't want to come down? Li Xian. As the saying goes, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. He said, Sister Sheng, I was wrong. Hungry and thirsty, he was really going crazy. Sheng An was quite satisfied and nodded. Okay, come down. Li Xian was shocked. You want me to come down directly? You don't even give me a cushion? If he dared to go down directly, he would have gone down long ago. This is not jumping down, he is hung flat on it. Once he turns into a human, he will fall face down. How can he be okay? Sheng An, I'll catch you. Li Xian looked at Sheng An's thin arms and legs with suspicion. Sheng An was speechless. Besides, can't you change your feet back first, and then change your upper body? Now it is hanging flat. But when the foot returns to normal, isn't it just the foot at the bottom? You can jump down from this height. Li Xian. At this moment, there were only 2 words in his mind. Oh shit, why didn't he think of it earlier? At this moment, Li Xian wanted to slap Sheng An to death, and also wanted to slap himself to death. If he had thought of this solution earlier, why would he have hung there for 6 hours? Li Xian gritted his teeth and controlled his legs to return to normal. They were no longer sucked, and his legs fell naturally with the soles of his feet facing downwards. Then the upper body returned to normal and the body fell down. Ah, Li Xian exclaimed instinctively. He had been hanging for too long, and his body suddenly turned into flesh and began to fall down, becoming limp and powerless, almost hitting the ground. Sheng An reached out and grabbed him, preventing him from hitting him hard. Li Xian's feet landed on the ground, his body leaning against Sheng An, breathing rapidly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Sheng An was extremely reliable. Li Xian was inexplicably moved. Sheng An had a blank expression on his face. So, can you stand up on your own now? Li Xian. He stood still and seemed a little embarrassed. Seeing that he had become obedient, Hao Jingyan nodded with satisfaction. Li Xian, can you cooperate with us to do some examinations now? Li Xian was dejected and said nothing. Sheng An glanced at him. Suddenly, he felt pain all over his body, raised his hands in surrender, and honestly, cooperate, I will cooperate. Asterisk. After all, Jiang Yu's space comes from the bracelet, so it is relatively simple to check. But Li Xian is different. He checked everything inside and out several times, drew more than 10 tubes of blood, took various x-rays, did metal research, etc. It would take a day or 2 just to do all the various examinations on him. Often, once an examination has produced results, more research is needed immediately. Of course, it's not just Li Xian, but also the previous users with water and fire abilities. What's the situation now? Sheng An asked. In the laboratory ahead, Li Xian was being directed to manipulate metal and create a mechanical arm with an impatient look on his face. Every time his patience ran out, he could see Sheng An's threatening eyes outside the glass. Li Xian calmed down again. This female villain is a ruthless character, so he will lie in wait for a while. Next to him, Dr. Yin had a mixture of emotions in his eyes, which finally turned into one sentence. Very strange. What do you mean? Hao Jingye asked curiously. Sheng An also looked at Dr. Yin. Dr. Yin looked through the thick results in his hand with a serious expression. Similar to the 2 water and fire ability users, they all have special ingredients in their bodies, covering their blood and flesh. The special ingredients in their bodies are both the same and different. They're all unknown substances. Maybe with more samples, we can draw more conclusions. At present, it is still unclear how they manipulate elements, but it is definitely related to this special substance. This special substance affects their bodies. Li Xian is even more special than the other 2. The other 2 can only control and release water and fire. But Li Xian can turn into a metal man and fuse the metal with his body. Sheng An and Hao Jingye also looked solemn. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An and opened his mouth. Sister Sheng? Sheng An took a deep breath and said calmly, Continue. Upon hearing this, Dr. Yin continued. We intercepted various comparison pictures of Li Xian when he turned into a metal man and when he didn't, and found that he seemed to have used special substances to complete the metallization. In addition, there are many test results, but most of them are confusions and few conclusions. Researchers are not sure what is going on, and these researchers are already the top researchers. Dr. Yin spoke for a long time. Finally, he pursed his lips. We will continue our research. Once we have more samples, we may have a clearer conclusion. In addition, we will apply to transfer more researchers here. Sheng An nodded and agreed directly. Okay, Li Xian and the others will also cooperate. After Dr. Yin finished speaking, he went back to continue studying Li Xian. Sheng An and Hao Jingye stood outside. Hao Jingye said after a while, "It seems a bit strange." Sheng An looked at Li Xian calmly and said slowly, "He has just awakened his superpowers, but he is very special. According to the examination results, Li Xian already has unimaginable control over metals. This is really very strange." Hao Jingye scratched his head. Everything about him seems to be that he just gained superpowers. Dr. Yan's examination results prove this. The special elements in his body are not more than those of the two superpower users, Shueihua. But his control over metal is even stronger. Sheng An said word by word, "It's like he's already a very powerful psychic." From the current research, it seems that people with superpowers will eventually be able to control their superpowers. Li Xian already possesses the abilities that follow. He is still uneducated now, but when he fully understands the metal elements and composition, his value will be beyond imagination. This is an Iron Man. This is the ever-changing world of metal. Hao Jingye took a breath, with doubts and confusion, which finally turned into one sentence. Is he really the chosen one? Sheng An didn't say anything. The chosen one? Jiang Yu, Li Wanyun, and now Li Xian, whether they are reborn or not, they are all special. Li Wanyun's huge space, Li Xian's extraordinary control over metal. More samples are definitely needed. Sheng An narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Asterisk, countdown to Doomsday, 17 days. Inside the interrogation room, Li Xian didn't dare to turn into a metal man. He could only tuck his hands into his sleeves and squat in the corner pitifully, feeling as aggrieved as he could be. Sheng An stood in front with an expressionless face, unmoved. Song Linwei was called over just after waking up, looking a little confused. What's wrong? What happened? Chapter 27 Submission to the State. Sheng An still had no expression on his face, and his voice was calm. Nothing much, except that he broke all the machines used for testing while he was doing the inspection, and he almost injured a researcher. Song Linwei took a breath of cold air. Li Xian squatted on the ground, feeling aggrieved. You can't blame me for this, right? It was the guy in the white coat who told me to reach in and mobilize the gold element. They told me to do this and that, and I couldn't hold back, so the element started rioting and the machines broke down. He spoke very innocently, but his voice became smaller and smaller as Sheng An looked at him, and he felt more and more guilty. Sheng An looked at him calmly. He subconsciously looked away. After seeing this, what else could Song Linwei not guess? He knows Li Xian. It must be because he hadn't had a rest since yesterday, and had been checked over and over again, so he was already getting impatient. Seeing that Sheng An was not around, he deliberately made trouble and refused to cooperate. Ever since this kid awakened his special powers, he has been calling himself the son of destiny and a hero, and is extremely arrogant. Not only did he destroy the machine, he almost hurt someone. Thinking of this, he glared at Li Xian fiercely. I have to say, Song Linwei guessed right. Li Xian hadn't slept all night and was now thrown into the interrogation room, leaning against the wall, becoming more and more irritated. Coupled with a sense of inexplicable guilt, he simply threw in the towel, stiffened his neck, and said stubbornly, I have already apologized to them. What else do you want? It's just a few machines that were destroyed. At most, I can compensate you. The tone is very stubborn. Hearing this, Song Linwei's heart skipped a beat. But Sheng An laughed when he heard it. She had a smile on her face, her eyebrows curved, and she spoke slowly. You want to compensate? Fine, let's settle the bill. Hao Jingye quickly flipped through the tablet, and soon he raised his hand and pushed his glasses up. Li Xian, the machine you destroyed is the latest instrument for the laboratory. It is not sold outside. We calculated the cost price for you, a total of 97 million. How do you pay? Li Xian almost jumped up. He raised his voice in disbelief. What the hell? Those things are worth 100 million. What do you think? Sheng An looked at him. You need to consider the consequences when doing things. If you intentionally damage something, you have to pay compensation. Of course, you are a minor, so I can only find your guardian. Li Xian really jumped up this time. His parents are businessmen and are quite wealthy, but not as much as 100 million. Moreover, he destroyed something in a moment of impulse. How could he have the nerve to let his family go bankrupt to compensate? Li Xian refused to do so and said, Why should I be compensated? I am cooperating with you in your research. You can't blame me for any losses I have caused. Sheng An, if the loss was caused by cooperation, of course I wouldn't blame you, but you deliberately broke these machines and almost hurt people. The nature of your behavior is extremely bad. How would I know it would break so easily? I just pulled out the metal inside. Oh, it seems that you admit that you did it on purpose? Then you can ask the Song family for the 97 million. Sheng An, you said more than 90 million, so it's more than 90 million? Who knows if it's a false price? What right do you have to? Don't worry. We will provide a quotation when compensation is due. Li Xian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. The end of the world is coming soon. The world is about to be destroyed. What else do you want to pay for? Isn't it here yet? Sheng An replied calmly. Li Xin. He clenched his fists, his teeth chattered, and he wished he could pounce on someone and bite them. But no matter what he said, Sheng An could refute him. In addition, he did destroy it on purpose. So he was furious, but he couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Sheng An still said the same thing at this time. Li Xian, you have to consider the consequences when doing things. Li Xian's shoulders suddenly dropped. He continued to shrink back to the wall, lowered his head, and said in a muffled voice, Don't look for my parents. I will pay it back myself. Oh, then how do you want to pay it back? Sheng An said with a half smile. How can he pay it back? He was a 16-year-old minor. An account of his wallet revealed that he was a pauper. The time of year when he had the most money in his pocket was during the Chinese New Year, but the money would soon be spent. 97 million? It's difficult to get him to come up with 9,700 yuan. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly said, Can I write you an IOU? The end is coming soon. Even if he wrote an IOU, who would be able to cash it after the apocalypse? At that time, money was no longer money. Li Xian's eyes lit up, and he thought this was a great idea. Sheng An smiled slightly. Li Xian, do you think I'm stupid? Li Xin. The light in his eyes went out, and he became completely depressed. Sheng An suddenly said, 3 months. What? Li Xian was confused. Sheng An raised her foot and walked slowly in front of him, then slowly squatted down, her eyes level with his, her voice calm. How about you work for the country for 3 months, and then write off the 97 million? The voice was calm, but the eyes were full of temptation. 3 months of work? Li Xian was still a little confused, and was in a daze, unable to come back to his senses. Sheng An said in a deep voice, It's equivalent to 30 million a month, and it also provides food, accommodation, and clothing. Even Iron Man can't get this salary. Do you still think it's not good enough? Li Xian came back to his senses, looking suspicious. Really only for 3 months? You're not forcing me to join you. Sheng An smiled gently and nodded in affirmation. Behind him, Hao Jingye subconsciously took a step back, feeling that Sister Sheng was digging a big hole ahead. Li Xian rolled his eyes and said, Then I want more. Sheng An stood up, his expression cold. Song Linwei, let's go discuss the compensation. Wait! Li Xian grabbed the corner of her clothes and pouted. Really, don't be so cold and heartless. I promise, okay. This woman simply cannot negotiate terms. Isn't it just 3 months? Li Xian's thoughts were quite clear. He had been arrested by the state, and his parents were in Sheng An's hands, so he couldn't escape. It's just 3 months of work, which is not too bad no matter how you look at it. He thought Sheng and wanted him to join the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. It's only been 3 months, it's okay. Li Xian emphasized. Do you keep your word? Sheng An nodded. Do as you say. I'm afraid you can't do it. Let's sign a contract. Li Xian nodded quickly. Sheng An looked at him. Li Xian. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Sheng An glanced coldly at his hand that was pinching the corner of his clothes and smiled slightly. So should you let go? Li Xian withdrew his hand awkwardly. Song Linwei witnessed the whole process and rubbed his head helplessly. This silly boy. Do you really think it's just a simple 3 months? There are 18 days left until the end of the world. These 18 days before the end of the world and the 2 months before the end of the world are the most dangerous and critical times. Sheng An seized this opportunity. The silly boy was actually so complacent, happy that he only had to work for 3 months. Besides, Song Linwei glanced at Sheng An secretly. She doesn't seem like the type to let anyone go after 3 months. Song Linwei saw it, but he said nothing. Through what we learned throughout yesterday, their family has decided to hand Li Xian over to the state. It's better to be unable to control him and not know what he will do. The end of the world is coming. It would be better to let him be under the control of the state. Since he is special, the country will not let him die. Moreover, Sheng An even wanted his uncle to witness the process of seducing Li Xian, which showed that his attitude was very sincere. Song Linwei saw it clearly. Asterisk, Hao Jingye drafted the contract. Sheng An sat next to him, and Li Xian sat opposite him. Hao Jingye. Li Xian damaged laboratory equipment worth 97 million. He will work to pay off the debt for 3 months. After 3 months, the debt will be written off. If he fails to do so, then dash. He looked at the two of them. Obviously, I don't know what to write next. Li Xian lowered his chin to the sky and snorted. Isn't it just 3 months? If you can't do it, I'll pay you back. Sheng An glanced at him with his phoenix eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. 3 months later, we don't know what the world will be like. Isn't it easy for you to get the money you have now? If you can't do it, you don't need to pay it back. Having dug such a hole, how could she possibly give him the chance to regret it when the end of the world came? This kid is underage, very immature, and has many changing ideas. So what? Li Xin Wunde. He really couldn't figure out how to write the contract to control him? When the end of the world really comes and the world is in chaos, and he is a superhero with terrifying powers, he can just walk away with his family. What can they do? Thinking of this, Li Xian chuckled in his heart. When the time comes, he will definitely deal with this woman and make her kneel down and beg for mercy. Sheng An smiled with his phoenix eyes and spoke slowly. Just right that if Li Xian can't do it, he doesn't deserve to be a hero. He is a bear who doesn't keep his word, a piece of trash who doesn't keep his promise, a monster beaten by Ultraman, an enemy of Iron Man, and a defeated general of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. Chapter 28. You are too vicious. Li Xin, Hao Jingye, and Song Linwei. In this way, can Li Xian be held hostage? The two of them were just thinking this, and the next moment, Li Xian shouted, "You are too vicious." This woman is very accurate in her measurement. Obviously, this threat was serious to him. To deal with Chinibu, you need Chinibu methods. Cursing someone to die a bad death is not only not acceptable, but Li Xian may not care about it. For Iron Man, who is determined to be a superhero, the thing he can't accept the most is to be humiliated. Sheng An looked calm and tilted his head. Will you sign it? Li Xian's face changed again and again, sometimes blue and sometimes white. Finally, he clenched his fist and squeezed out a word through gritted teeth. Sign. The agreement was finalized in duplicate. Li Xian was about to sign with a pen in hand, when he suddenly frowned and looked at Sheng An suspiciously. Are you setting a trap to trick me on purpose? Did you know I would destroy the equipment? Hao Jingye, you finally guessed it. Song Linwei, this child's brain can still be saved. Sheng An blinked his eyes, looking innocent. How could that be? Didn't you destroy the equipment yourself? How could I have planned this? You're overthinking. Real? Really? Sheng An spread his hands with an innocent look. Li Xian snorted and raised his chin. That's right. I'm not that easy to trick. After saying that, he signed his indenture contract in a cool manner. No, it's a labor contract. Seeing this, Sheng An raised the corner of his mouth. This Chinibu is obviously not so easy to control, and it is impossible to keep threatening him. He couldn't hear anything else. It would be better to dig a hole first and let him fall into it. He must have thought it was just 3 months, and he could just endure it. But once you're on this boat, don't even think about getting off. She stayed up all night last night. How could she not know that his patience was running out? Sheng An put away the agreement with satisfaction, which meant that there was one more person in their department. Although he is an underage gold-type Esper with a Chinibu syndrome, he still has some abilities. Li Xian sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and said defiantly, "Tell me, what do you want me to do? Let me make it clear first, I am very capable. If it is just a small matter, don't bother me. It is not challenging." His face was full of arrogance, as if he was waiting for someone to beg him. Sheng An was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just replied, "We'll talk about your business later." After saying that, she looked at Song Linwei. Song Linwei looked back at her in confusion. Sheng An, now let's talk about Mr. Song's conditions for joining us. Song Linwei was stunned. Li Xin? He looked confused. What do you mean? You want my uncle to join the Special Affairs Department? Sheng An tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, "Yes, I invite Mr. Song to join our Doomsday Special Affairs Department and become a member of Team B." She seemed unaware of what a huge bomb she had dropped. Even Hao Jingye was a little surprised. Song Linwei was stunned for a while before he said, "I am not a heretic, I don't have any special abilities, and I am not a reborn person." Sheng An shook his head and looked at him seriously. The Doomsday Special Affairs Department is to gather heretics, but the purpose is to fight against the Doomsday. Of course, we need not only heretics, but also people who can contribute. You're a smart person. Your flexible brain is your greatest strength. The value of a reborn person lies in that memory. People with special abilities are still rare now, but when the end of the world comes, there will be many people with special abilities. And there aren't many smart people I want, and you're one of them. Sheng An didn't know the origins of these heretics, but the ones he had come into contact with so far were more bizarre than the others, and each of them had a strong personality. If these people were put together, problems would inevitably arise. Moreover, if you don't have a good brain, you won't be able to fully utilize your abilities. She needs smart people to help them get the most out of them. Hao Jingye is one, and Song Linwei is also one. Song Linwei was silent. Li Xian looked very strange. He leaned forward and couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, don't think that I will join you just because you went over my uncle. Sheng An looked at him expressionlessly. Oh, I didn't want you to join either. You're just a contract worker. Your uncle is the regular talent I want. So boy, be quiet, okay? Li Xin. He fell into doubt about his life. Was it really not to win him over and invite his uncle? Is he so worthless? Sheng An looked at Song Linwei again, his eyes focused. So, Mr. Song, are you willing to join us? Song Linwei looked dazed. Sheng An obviously thinks highly of him, and it's not just because he's his nephew. He could sense all of this, but he didn't expect that when the end was approaching, he would still be valued. This feeling makes people feel complicated. In fact, when he knew that the end of the world was coming and that there would be countless people with superpowers in the future, he was very nervous. He would think, if he didn't have any special powers, did that mean he was no longer valuable? Now, Sheng An told him, even though he doesn't have superpowers yet, he is still very valuable. This kind of appreciation is very rare, and it touched him deeply. Would you like to? There's actually nothing to worry about. Not just for Sheng An's trust. What is the Doomsday Special Affairs Department? It is a high-level department specially established by the country, the highest authority department directly under the country, and one of the most core places after the Doomsday. Once the Doomsday comes and the country fights against it, then following the country's footsteps will give you the best chance of surviving. This is the best choice. Besides, isn't he looking forward to being in such a special department and fighting on the front line against Doomsday with people like Sheng An? Song Linwei breathed rapidly and his voice was hoarse. Okay, I'll join. Sheng An smiled and held out his hand. Welcome, my teammate. Song Linwei also reached out and held Sheng An's hand, saying softly, Thank you, team leader Sheng. The two people held hands in midair, with an inexplicable sense of ritual. Li Xian was stunned. This superhero, who claimed to be the child of destiny, looked completely confused. So, he, the Iron Man, is not even as good as his uncle. An ordinary person? His uncle is a formal member of the organization, while he is just a contract worker. Holding the 3-month contract, Li Xian felt more confused than ever before. Where is Iron Man? What about superheroes saving the world? Why is it different from what he thought? Sheng An said to Song Linwei, How about arranging jobs for your parents and sister and brother-in-law? Just consider it as a benefit for you to join us. She smiled meaningfully. Song Linwei was stunned again. Then, when he met Sheng An's gaze, he suddenly realized. Song Linwei smiled. Okay, this is a benefit for him, but not for him. In just a few words, my grandparents, parents, and uncle all got jobs in the apocalypse, and it was obvious that they were all formal employees. Only Li Xian, the Iron Man, who still had a 3-month contract, sat there stupidly. He couldn't help but get anxious and asked, What about me? What should I do? Sheng An finally looked at him and smiled slightly. Let's go to class first. Li Xin. What the hell? Chapter 29. Learning to Awaken Superpowers. Li Xian suspected that he had heard it wrong. Ever since awakening his superpowers, his first thought was to drop out of school. Later, my uncle sent me back to school. After just 2 days, I asked for leave as soon as I got the confirmed news, ready to save the world. From that moment on, he felt that studying had nothing to do with him. The end of the world is coming. Who would still study? Li Xian immediately exploded. Hey, Sheng An, you better understand, the end of the world is coming. The end of the world. What to learn? Poor students can't bear to hear the word study. Song Linwei frowned and scolded. Li Xian, how can you talk like that? Don't be disrespectful. Haven't I taught you manners? Call me team leader Sheng. Li Xian curled his lips, obviously disagreeing. Sheng An doesn't care about the issue of address. She just looked at Li Xian and smiled slightly. Do you think you don't have to study after you awaken your superpowers? Li Xian didn't answer, but he obviously thought so. Sheng An, do you think that studying is useless? Isn't it? Li Xian had a look of disdain on his face. The things I learned are not used in my daily life. Now that the end of the world is coming, how can they be useful? Isn't that a waste of time? Besides, when the end of the world comes, what school will there still be? Sheng An touched his chin and nodded. Well, you make sense. In Li Xian's increasingly proud eyes, she smiled. But that's for others. Their doomsday is coming and they don't need to study for the time being, but you can't. Why? Li Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Sheng An raised his eyebrows and said slowly, because you are a gold-type mutant. Li Xin, if you are a gold-type Esper, you must learn this. The Research Institute has already given you a report. I'm sure you know that you can manipulate metals and turn your own body elements into metals, just like the little golden man you turned into before. Sheng An pushed over a thick stack of inspection reports and continued. But because of your limited knowledge and lack of understanding of elements, you can only use existing metals directly or convert them into the most basic metal elements. This means that the metals you convert cannot play their maximum role, and your combat effectiveness is greatly lacking. In other words, you must understand and master all metal elements as soon as possible. Sheng An looked at him deeply. Li Xian was confused and a little bewildered, but also seemed to understand a little. He murmured, I always transform directly. He transformed directly, so how could he have any knowledge or understanding of metal elements? Why do we need to master the metal element? Hao Jingye couldn't stand it anymore and rolled his eyes. Let me put it this way. Do you know why the metal man you turned into is mainly composed of Cu and O with a small amount of Fei? Li Xian shook his head instinctively. Because you only know these common elements. Hao Jingye spread his hands. How can there be such a thing as direct transformation? All changes are based on the understanding of matter. The elements in his body allow him to manipulate all the metal around him. But if he wants to turn his body into metal instead of using the surrounding metal to form armor, he needs to understand the elements. Sheng An leaned forward and looked him in the eye. You really don't want to learn? Once you learn, you can transform into various metal states at any time. In different environments, different metal forms can present different colors. Li Xian's eyes lit up. Oh shit, doesn't that mean I could be not only Iron Man, but also a chameleon? Sheng An, in addition, you can use different metals in different battles according to the characteristics of the metals. Sometimes they are as soft as mud, and sometimes they are extremely hard. You can even fly. Fly? Li Xian was stunned. Can he still fly? Yes, fly up. Because some metals are very light, you can minimize the effect of gravity with the help of the magnetic field and your teammates and fly directly. Sheng An paused, then said faintly, of course, you can also suddenly change the metal composition when someone is targeting you. If you change the metal in your body into tantalum or iridium when I attacked you with Aqua Regia yesterday, then I wouldn't be able to catch you. Li Xian's eyes were as bright as light bulbs. He held his breath and asked anxiously, really? Real? Li Xian also leaned forward, facing Sheng An, and swallowed. Are you really willing to teach me how to transform and fly? That's flying. The biggest dream of many young boys with middle school syndrome and martial arts fans. Moreover, the last time he was easily caught by this woman, it still left him with a psychological trauma. If he changes as this woman says, wouldn't that mean he'll be invincible? Invincible! What beautiful words. Li Xian's eyes were so bright that they glowed. Sheng An smiled, his voice full of temptation. Of course, although you are just a contract worker, during the contract period, the country will tailor a study plan for you to help you improve yourself and make better use of your metal abilities. You will also be a role model for future metal ability users to learn from. Li Xian's heart was pounding with excitement. He even thought that if this woman had told him this earlier, he might have started to consider joining the country. I will learn. Li Xian's voice was firm. Sheng An nodded with satisfaction. Then, she took the several pieces of paper handed to her by Hao Jingye and placed them one by one in front of Li Xian. You need to focus on studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Mathematics is the foundation, and it is for you to better learn the content of the other two subjects. Physics is for you to develop your abilities, and chemistry, needless to say, is for you to understand. These are the books you were tentatively scheduled to study. Li Xian took a quick glance and saw a densely packed list of book titles. It's so severe that it gives me a headache just by looking at it. Dude, do I need to learn so much? Li Xian was a little dumbfounded at this time. Oh yes, many things are things you can only learn in college, graduate school, or even after you get a doctorate. But it doesn't matter. You have a team of professional teachers who will help you cram into relevant content and get to the core. Sheng An laid out another piece of paper with names on it. These are all relevant professors and academic masters. They will all be your teachers in the future and will tailor lesson plans for you. Li Xin. He was confused again, staring blankly at the pieces of paper. Before he could understand, Sheng An took out another one, put it on the top, and smiled slightly. This is your current schedule. You will have classes in the morning, inspections at noon, training in the afternoon, and continue with classes in the evening. Your teaching team will adjust the next day's curriculum and lesson plans based on your inspection reports and training results for the day. And you will also be the template for future gold-type superpowers. Li Xin. He looked at the schedule, which only showed the first 3 days. He had to get up at 6 a.m. and go to bed at 12 p.m., and except for meals, the total rest time during the day would not exceed half an hour. This is a schedule that would make even a dog cry. Sheng An, because we are developing a gold-type mutant evolution template, your schedule is very tight and the course is arranged more urgently. But don't worry, they are all experienced experts, very capable and good at teaching, and they all have ways to make you concentrate in class. Li Xin. He blinked, his expression dazed. Many to one? Multiple teachers to one? He can't even daydream or fall asleep during class. Sheng An, by the way, your grandpa and grandma are also one of your teachers. One of them specializes in mathematics and the other in chemistry. It just so happens that your uncle can also be one of your physics teachers part-time. Li Xin. So his grandparents' job is to teach him? Sheng An, more than a dozen expert teachers will teach you. Of course, if you are not satisfied, we can even assign a team of 100 lecturers to focus on you alone. Li Xin. Goddamn, a group of 100 lecturers. He doesn't want it. Sheng An, your parents will also work at the camp and can monitor your physical and mental health and academic performance. Li Xin. In his mind, there was already a horrifying image of his parents watching him study. Sheng An, the end is coming. You can't go to the 3rd year of high school, but your hard work will not be less than that of the 3rd year of high school. Come on, young man, you can do it. I believe in you. Hearing this, Li Xion's eyes went dark and he fell backwards. Sheng An had a blank expression on his face. Quick, let the doctors come and rescue him. There's no need to send him to the hospital. It's a waste of time. Classes will start in half an hour. Li Xion. Li Xion was really dizzy this time. Chapter 30 Hell Life. 12 o'clock at night. Li Xion attended classes for an entire afternoon and felt dizzy and even nauseous. After all, he is a poor student. He used to slack off in class, but there were many students at that time, so he could occasionally slack off or sleep without being noticed by the teacher. After all, he was lost in the crowd. But now, more than a dozen pairs of eyes were staring at him. In the past, teachers asked questions randomly and rarely called on him. But now, all the questions are directed to him alone. In the past, teachers had to consider the pace of the entire class when lecturing, so they did not speak very fast. In fact, as long as you listened carefully, you could generally understand what was being said. But now, the teachers are in a hurry and force him to concentrate and receive information intensively. Li Xion is going crazy. How is this no less than senior year of high school? This is 100 times more terrifying than senior year of high school. Hellish life. His grandparents are such loving people, especially his grandmother, who treats him as her darling grandson and the apple of her eye, and is so affectionate to him. Now, when the class just started, his grandmother was very gentle. 10 minutes later, she transformed into an old witch and launched a terrifying attack on him. Once, look, my grandson is such a nice boy, so well-behaved and energetic. Now, what's wrong with your brain? I've told you 3 times, and you still don't remember. You are not my grandson. And his grandfather. That's terrible. Li Xion finally understood why the students at his grandfather's school named him one of the 4 great gods. Really, it's so scary. It is best not to experience the power of this kind of teacher in your lifetime. There was also a group of old experts and researchers who used the textbooks they wrote to subject him to inhumane mental torture. That's a nightmare. Li Xion didn't understand why it turned out like this. He never wants to give up. But his parents were like 2 little whips, coming over from time to time and suppressing him immediately when they saw him rebelling. Becoming stronger and being able to fly are like 2 carrots hanging in front of you. My parents are like 2 sticks, forcing me from behind. And he became the donkey in the middle, forced to move forward and suffer this torture. He even thought at one point, if he hadn't awakened his superpowers. Seems pretty good? Li Xion walked back to the dormitory with desperate steps, dark circles under his eyes, like a ghost. The teachers all told him to go to bed early. He was also extremely tired, but he couldn't sleep yet because he had to go meet someone. Another member of Group B of the Doomsday Special Intelligence Department, Jiang Yu. Who is Jiang Yu? That's the owner of the Reborn space. Even if Li Xin calls himself the son of destiny, he cannot deny that Jiang Yu is the daughter of destiny. Rebirth, space, and the ability to plant. This is definitely the heroine of a novel. How awesome is that? Li Xin didn't say anything, but he felt jealous and admired Jiang Yu in his heart. He couldn't wait to meet Jiang Yu and see the legendary figure. Asterisk. At the same time, Jiang Yu drove the tractor and seed drill for a whole day, and academician Zhou and his colleagues filled his head with a lot of planting science, so he got himself dirty and dusty in the fields. At this point, she was dizzy, and all she wanted to do was sleep like a corpse. But no, she's going to see the new member Li Xin. Jiang Yu tried hard to open his eyes wide and stay alert, hoping that he would be able to see more clearly later. He is a gold-type mutant. When Jiang Yu was having lunch at noon, she would synchronize information with the outside world and the Special Affairs Department. Sheng An and the others did not come back last night, so she immediately found out about Li Xion's existence. In her previous life, Jiang Yu was just an ordinary person. She knew how superior and powerful the people with special powers were. A gold-type mutant? That's a very powerful ability. Control metal and do everything. Not to mention that Li Xian is very special. He is a heretic who awakened his superpowers before the end of the world. It is also said that he can transform into a metal man. This is an ability that only high-level psychics have. Sheng An had asked her about the situation, so she naturally knew about Li Xion's situation. He has just awakened his special ability, which is very special and can be metallized. For such a being, after the end of the world and when the meteorite fragments arrive, how powerful will he be? That must be the awesome child of destiny, right? Thinking this way, Jiang Yu quickened her pace. She couldn't wait to meet the future big boss. Asterisk. Both of them were floating like ghosts, dazed but anxious to get on with their journey, and they collided in the corridor. Jiang Yu hasn't come to his senses yet. The boy who bumped into her raised his voice and said angrily, "What are you doing? You don't have eyes when you walk." Jiang Yu wanted to apologize, but he snorted coldly. "You are the one who walks without eyes. It was you who bumped into me first. Where did this naughty kid come from? What are you doing here?" Li Xian was anxious to see Jiang Yu. It was already very late when he finished class, and he was worried that Jiang Yu had already fallen asleep, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. When he heard the woman in front of him call him a naughty kid, he immediately became furious. The superhero, who calls himself the child of destiny, hates it most when people call him a child or say that he has not grown up yet. This is his Achilles heel. Li Xian, I was just wondering who you are. You look so dirty. You're the sweeper, right? It stinks. Jiang Yu. She widened her eyes and pointed at Li Xian. You. Which staff member brought you here? You can't even walk steadily. Is it because of your phone? Get out of here quickly, or I'll have someone drag you out. Of course she is qualified. In addition to forcing her to study, the country treated her very well and gave her whatever she wanted. Drag them out? Li Xin Loget? Do you have the guts to let someone drag me out? I'm an important person here. They won't drag anyone out. They'll drag you out. Go away. Jiang Yu. Which kid is so arrogant? Haha. I am protected by the country, and the country supports me. The two men refused to give in, staring at each other with glaring eyes. The country still supports me. I am the son of destiny and a member of the Special Intelligence Department. I'm also a member of the Special Affairs Department, and I am a heretic. Sister Sheng brought me back personally. I am also a heretic brought back by Sheng An himself, etc. Heresy? Member of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department? Did Sheng An bring it back personally? The two of them paused at the same time, their eyes flashing with confusion and shock. Jiang Yu asked tentatively, "What kind of heretic are you?" Li Xian hesitated and lowered his voice. "Gold-type superpower. What about you?" Jiang Yu. "A reborn person with space." They both. The next moment, they raised their voices at the same time. "Are you Jiang Yu, Li Xian?" The world was quiet at this moment. Chapter 31 gives 0 yuan purchase opportunity. Li Xian was looking at Jiang Yu. She was covered in dirt, as if she had been worn out. There were dark circles under her eyes and sweat stains on her face, as if she had worked in the fields all day. Jiang Yu was looking at Li Xian. He looked listless, with dark circles under his eyes and a dazed look, like a senior high school student or someone preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam who was studying hard and was under tremendous pressure. It's different from what you imagined? Why are you like this? They asked each other at the same time. After a moment, Jiang Yu smiled bitterly. I learned it. Li Xin pain mask. I learned it. The two looked at each other and saw complexity in each other's eyes. So you have to study too, Li Xin murmured. At this moment, he had indescribable mixed feelings. Sometimes he felt sympathy for Jiang Yu, sometimes he felt sympathy for himself, and there was also an inexplicable feeling of satisfaction. Jiang Yu is similar. She was dejected and said weakly, it's more than just studying. I want to learn a lot of things related to agriculture. Li Xin, I want to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry. I am a poor student in the second year of high school, but they want me to advance directly to the doctoral program. Who isn't? There are mountains and mountains of videos and books. Those textbooks, piles and piles of them. You're not as miserable as I am. I have a bunch of teachers, and the entire research institute belongs to me. They're all watching me. I'm still miserable. I have a lecture group, and they all come to watch me study. Lecture group? For students, this is simply the devil. I'm even worse off. Not only do I have to study, but I also have to farm, drive a tractor and a seed drill every day, and install a sprinkler. I'm the worst. The math and physics content is so profound that the symbols are so overwhelming that it's hard to breathe. I'm the most miserable. My worst. The two of them started to compare who was more awesome, and then to compare who was more miserable, and they became more and more excited as they talked. Finally, I cried and held my head in my hands. Li Xin, sister, aren't gold-type superpowers supposed to save the world? How come my life in high school is even harder than my life before I awaken my superpowers? Jiang Yu, brother, isn't space used to store goods? At most, you can grow some vegetables and fruits, and you can still have a good life after the apocalypse. Why do you have to be so miserable? Sister, brother, with tears streaming down their cheeks, they said in unison. This is different from what is written in the novel. At this moment, Li Xin seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly let go of Jiang Yu, staring at her, and lowered his voice. Sister, don't you want to resist? Jiang Yu was startled, then something happened. She also lowered her voice. How to resist? Li Xin gritted his teeth. We can. At this moment, the door of the dormitory next to them suddenly opened, and the two of them looked over subconsciously. Sheng An was wearing pajamas. His face was still handsome, but also still sharp and cold, which made people feel cold. When his eyes swept over them, they subconsciously stood up straight, as if they were caught playing truant by the Dean of Studies. She took 2 steps forward, leaned against the half-open door, looked at the two of them, and smiled slightly. Aren't you going to sleep yet? You seem to be in good spirits. Let the teachers increase the intensity tomorrow. Ah! The two of them screamed, then let go at the same time and rushed back to their room. Jiang Yu, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep right away. Li Xin, it's intense enough. I'll go to sleep right away. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds were heard. The door to their room was closed, and there was no sound. Sheng An then withdrew his gaze, turned around expressionlessly, and closed the door. Inside the house, the image on the computer was shaking, and it was obvious that the user was in a video call. Wan Yuan, Sister Sheng, what's wrong? Sheng An walked back and casually replied, It's okay. I've already chased them back because they were 2 immature guys who stayed up late at night to complain. Wan Yuan bared his teeth and sighed. It seems that the heretics in the Special Affairs Department are difficult to manage. Is everything okay? How are things going over there? Sheng An asked back. While Jiang Yu and Li Xin were complaining outside, Sheng An was talking on the phone with Country M. She was not worried about Team Zero, but since Li Wanyan was sent out, she always had to pay attention to her and ask about the progress to see when Li Wanyan and Team Zero would be back. She doesn't take care of Group A, but Team Zero Captain Shi Lingwu and Li Wanyan are both her team members. Hearing this, Wan Yuan had a complicated expression and sighed. Li Wanyan's space is really big and really useful, but Sister Sheng, she is such a trouble. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Wan Yuan smiled bitterly. She is very crazy and bold to no end. After she came out, she contacted the local guide and directly asked to buy food and supplies. Moreover, she spent a lot of money and did not hide it at all. Sheng An was not surprised at all and chuckled. She has always been like this. That's why I hand her over to you and let you cover her up. If Team Zero had not been in Country M, Sheng An would not have let Li Wanyan go. That girl had no idea that every country was extremely wary of foreigners, especially Country M, which had a tense relationship with them. Moreover, even if this factor is not taken into consideration, her open spending of large amounts of money on supplies would attract attention. If she goes out by herself, there is a 100% chance that she will not come back. Wan Yuan. Alas, we have been cleaning up for her every day recently. She was almost targeted several times, but we always solved them. Captain Qi was speechless. Who gave her the space? Sheng An was very confident in them and continued to ask, "Where is the munitions? What's the progress now?" When this was mentioned, Wan Yuan became more energetic and smiled. "It will be ready soon. I have already sold her a batch at a low price, probably less than 1%. If I sell her a few more, she will notice it even if she is stupid." In fact, the money Li Wanyan gave could definitely not buy even 1%. She also took advantage of her lack of knowledge about arms. But she noticed us. Captain Qi had people deliberately provoke her and offend her severely. This girl is really bold. Recently, she has been buying supplies while following her. After she finishes buying the supplies, we will put on a show for her. Wan Yuan laughed. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. What play? 10,000 yuan. Fight fiercely, and then give her the opportunity to buy for free and find a bargain. Chapter 32. Are people always so reserved when it comes to love? This really shows what Li Wanyan is thinking. She would definitely not miss this opportunity to pick up a bargain. As long as her space could accommodate it, the batch of arms could be transported back smoothly. And that was the time for her to meet Li Wanyan. There is nothing in this world that comes for free. If everything goes well, you have everything you want, and a big pie falls from the sky at any time. Then, there's a high probability that someone is setting a trap for you. Sheng An chuckled and warned, "Be careful, don't hurt her, but don't hurt yourself. That girl dares to kill people." Unlike Jiang Yu, Li Wanyan is definitely ruthless enough. "Don't worry, Captain Qi is here." Wan Yuan replied as a matter of course. When he mentioned this name, he instantly made a bitter face. "Sister Sheng, why don't you contact Captain Qi directly? He has been carrying the phone with him since you last contacted us." Sheng An smiled. "Isn't it the formal procedure to contact you?" Wan Yuan is responsible for communications. When Team Zero is on a mission outside, they always contact Wan Yuan. This is in line with the procedure. Although she also wanted to see Qi Lingwu, she was not in a hurry. Wan Yuan curled his lips. "The world is about to change. Why should we still follow the procedures? Captain Qi has been accompanying me these past 2 days, but he is out on a mission right now, so you can just contact us." After waiting for a few days, Sheng An didn't contact me. We finally got in touch with each other, but Qi Lingwu happened to be out. This is really 10,000 yuan. Can imagine Captain Qi's reaction later. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. These people have already dedicated their lives to their country, and few of them are looking for a partner because they all know that they may not see the next tomorrow at any time. They died on the battlefield, shed their blood during the mission, and finally turned into one of the countless martyrs' monuments, standing on the land they defended. This is the fate of all of them. Every separation may be a farewell forever. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu's relationship is surprising, but like flowers on dead bones, it is also heartbreaking. Throughout the year, they seldom saw each other, especially after Sheng An was transferred from Team Zero. Sheng An's eyes were dazed for a moment. She said softly, "I will wait for you to come back and continue to fight side by side." Upon hearing this, Wan Yuan immediately smiled brightly. Yes, they can fight side by side again. Even if the end of the world comes, they are not afraid as they have trusted teammates around them. Before hanging up the phone, Sheng An suddenly said, "Tell Captain Qi that various foreign forces are investigating us. We should not stay abroad for long. It is best to escort Li Wanyan back as soon as possible." Wan Yuan was stunned and a little confused. Isn't this something everyone knows? Why emphasize it? Until he hung up the phone, Wan Yuan didn't understand the meaning of Sheng An's words. After meeting Qi Lingwu, he told him the content of their conversation in detail, including the last sentence. When Captain Qi heard that he had missed the call, his lips tightened instantly, and the space became tense. But when he heard the last sentence, his brows relaxed and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. 10,000 yuan. He looked confused. "Captain Qi, what does Sister Sheng's last sentence mean? Is there any code? Or is she conveying some message to us?" He suddenly became nervous. Qi Lingwu looked at him for a while, then pressed his lips and said slowly, "It's okay. This sentence has nothing to do with the mission." His voice is hoarse and magnetic. But those who know him can tell that he is in a good mood. Having said that, he turned and left. Wan Yuan stood there blankly, muttering, "It has nothing to do with the mission, etc." He seemed to have thought of something. His pupils trembled, and his eyes widened in disbelief. So that sentence was actually said by Sheng An to Qi Lingwu, and the subtext was, "I want you to come back soon." 10,000 yuan. Are people so reserved when it comes to dating nowadays? Single guy Wan Yuan was very confused and shocked by this. Asterisk, Li Wanyan eats a hamburger on the street. It was indeed fun to buy supplies in Country M, but the food was so bad that she missed the various delicacies in her home country. But this trip is worth it. Thinking of the huge amount of supplies she had purchased for 10 billion yuan and the space full of stock, Li Wanyan was so happy that she wanted to jump up. But she restrained herself. Moreover, this time I not only bought supplies, but also bought the exciting device I wanted most. Of course, due to the high price of the blood heater, Li Wanyan did not buy many. She originally planned to go back after spending the money, but she never expected that she would discover the warehouse of the arms dealers again. What does that mean? This means that she might be able to get a large number of hot weapons, a bunker-like house, countless food supplies, a large number of blood-warming weapons, plus her spatial ability. Who can compete with her? In this last days, no one will dare to offend her. Thinking that she had so many things and no one else knew about it, she couldn't help but laugh softly. Several passers-by looked at her in surprise. Li Wanyan didn't care at all. She is indeed the girl of destiny. It's fine to be reborn. You can have whatever you want. Everything goes smoothly, as if you were cheating. If this isn't the girl of destiny, then what is? This kind of success will surely continue until the end of the world, and I will live a life full of joy. Li Wanyan was walking on the street, holding a hamburger and laughing uncontrollably. Not far away. Team 0 member, stupid. Asterisk, countdown to Doomsday. 16 days. Sheng An asked, "How is it?" Hao Jingye retracted his gaze from the computer and shook his head. "There is no particular target that needs to be investigated for the time being. I haven't gained much from screening posts in the past 2 days. There is no sign of heresy in the information reported to me." Sheng An nodded, not disappointed. There are quite a few heretics, but they are definitely not everywhere, and they can't all be found if they want to. Especially with experience, many suspects can be eliminated without even investigating. Hao Jingye added, "We have ordered the expansion of the screening scope to include network information and even procurement information, etc." Time was running out, and the heretics they had found were too few. Hao Jingye looked at her helplessly. "Sister Sheng, there must be someone hiding, and hiding very deeply. It's okay. Just check a little bit at a time. We'll always find some clues." Sheng An seemed to have thought of something and said, "Check the police reports from various places. If he is really a heretic, he will always reveal some traces, just like Jiang Yu. If someone saw it, someone might call the police like Li Xian did." Sheng An, also, check all the wholesale markets again. Calling the police is the most likely way to screen out people with special abilities. The wholesale market is the place most frequented by the Reborn. The national screening is very comprehensive, but in these 2 places, Sheng An requires them to screen repeatedly. Hao Jingye nodded, edited the information immediately, and sent it down. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. "Report." "Jean, what's wrong?" Sheng An raised his head. The man replied, "Team leader Qiu is back." Hao Jingye stood up suddenly and looked at Sheng An. "Qiu is back." She had been away for several days, and this time she came back. She must have brought some heresy with her. Moreover, according to Sheng An's previous speculation, the heretic she brought back this time was definitely not simple. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Hao Jingye hesitated. "Why don't we go and take a look?" Sheng An, no. Hao Jingye. "This is different from what you imagined, right? Chapter 33, you actually complained?" Hao Jingye didn't understand. Qiu Yu and Sheng An are colleagues, but they are also competitors, especially since their respective leaders hope that they can suppress each other and take full control of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. The Special Affairs Department may not seem to have many people now, but it is extremely important and is the core of the future group of superpowers. As for those with supernatural powers, it goes without saying what impact they have on the end of the world. Now they are all responsible, cooperating with each other, but also competing with each other. Why did Qiu Yu run out to look for heretics and was so busy that he never came back? It was because Sheng An was going to take Qi Lingwu away, which gave her an absolute sense of crisis. Now, Qiu Yu has returned with the heretic, which is a very important moment. Whether out of consideration for the Special Affairs Department or his relationship with Qiu Yu, Sheng An should go and find out something. Why aren't you curious? Hao Jingye's eyes were wide open. His glasses hung on the wings of his nose, and his expression was very complicated. Sheng An, however, was relaxed and didn't care. Jiang Yu is back now. He must be holding important cards, waiting to be shown to her. Why should she go to watch other people's performances? As for what exactly is heresy, she was not worried, because the autumn rain would definitely be brought to her. Why bother finding out on your own? Sheng An finished the work at hand and stood up. Hao Jingye, who had been absent-minded, immediately stood up and his eyes lit up. Are you going to take a look? Sheng An, no, it's time to eat. After saying that, she strode towards the cafeteria. Hao Jingye? Asterisk. When the two entered the cafeteria, Jiang Yu and Li Xian also arrived. They came from two directions, but they looked like dying ghosts, floating over with their heads hung. Seeing Sheng An, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Li Xian gritted his teeth and came over with the same hatred. Sheng An was curious. What happened? Did you get scolded again? Jiang Yu nodded aggrievedly. Well, I forgot most of what I learned yesterday, and I damaged a few plants. Old Zhou almost scolded me to death. Sheng An patted her head and comforted her. Be good. Be more serious next time. Only you can enter your space, and you must learn all these planting techniques. Jiang Yu? Ah, another day when I want to reveal my golden finger. Li Xian came over and cursed. Get rid of those teachers quickly. They are so abominable. They actually think I am stupid. I haven't even complained that they can't teach people. They are just a group of people who can only do research. How can there be supernatural people in the end times dash? Sheng An looked behind Li Xian expressionlessly and said calmly, Uncle Song, you are here. Li Xian immediately hugged his head and howled, Grandma, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. There was silence behind me. Li Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he looked up cautiously, only to notice that Jiang Yu was trying to hold back his laughter. He looked behind him suddenly, but there was no one there. Li Xian was angry. Sheng An slapped him on the head and smiled slightly. If you say that again, I'll tell your grandparents and parents to ask them if they are not as noble as a superpower like you. You actually complain? Li Xian's eyes widened. Not only will I complain, I will complain over and over again. Sheng An kept smiling. Li Xian held back his anger, covered his head, and endured it, his teeth chattering. It's so abominable. This female devil is so abominable. From a woman, to a female villain, and then to a female devil. It fully reflects Li Xian's attitude towards Sheng An. Sheng An held Jiang Yu with one hand and Li Xian with the other. Let's go in and eat. You guys are wasting so much time. Do you think lunch is too long? Jiang Yu waved his hands hurriedly. No, absolutely not. The lunchtime is not long at all. It's too short. She really meant it. The lunchtime is really too short. There's only time to eat and not even time to take a break. Li Xian was even more furious. With such a short time, it's even more terrible than senior year of high school. That damn teacher actually wanted me to eat in the classroom. How despicable. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. Yes, old man Zhou also said, don't do that. They have so little time to exercise. What will happen if this time is taken away by others? Sheng An spread his hands. Okay, I'll say hello to them, and you will still have every meal in the cafeteria from now on. If this person is pushed too hard, there will be problems. You still have to leave some room from time to time. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and he hugged her arms excitedly. Ah, thank you, Sister Sheng. Even Li Xian was inexplicably moved. This woman isn't that bad? Behind him, Hao Jingye? PTSD? Have you forgotten who the real culprit is? The four people in Group B had dinner together. Their lunch was ready, and when they walked to the door, the people from the kitchen started serving the dishes and tea and placed them on the table. There was also a small sign with their names on it. The food was steaming, as if it had just come out of the pot. Jiang Yu's lunch was still sumptuous. Sheng An and Hao Jingye each have their own preferences, and the taste of the food suits their tastes. Only in front of Li Xian, everything was plain and simple. Li Xian was confused. He looked at Jiang Yu's feast, then at his own, and finally at Sheng An, gritting his teeth. What's going on? Give me an explanation. Hao Jingye, this is what the Academy of Sciences gave you to check the effects of different diets on your current body. Li Xin. So now you even have to control what he eats. Seeing that Li Xian was about to get angry, Sheng An picked up the chopsticks and casually said while eating, 3 months. Li Xian. He put away his blown-up hair, lowered his head angrily, and started to eat. Huh, pretty delicious? Although the soup is watery, it is really delicious. Li Xian's movements became faster, and Jiang Yu next to him was also eating seriously. There's no way, they are too tired and hungry. The cafeteria suddenly fell silent. But soon, a series of footsteps were heard. This is the cafeteria for the Special Affairs Department members, and usually they're the only ones who come in. Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Everyone except Sheng An looked up and then looked confused. I saw a group of 7 people walking in. The leader was a young woman, shorter than Sheng An, with an even colder face. She was wearing casual clothes, but was also dressed exquisitely, unlike Sheng An, who just put on a windbreaker and went out. She has a delicate face and is a beauty with a completely different style from Sheng An. At this time, he walked out of the door with 6 people behind him, looking particularly imposing. Jiang Yu and Li Xian both looked at them. Sheng An ate his meal very calmly, without even glancing at it. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An, also withdrew his gaze, and lowered his head to eat seriously. Jiang Yu looked at Hao Jingye puzzledly. Hao Jingye opened his mouth silently. Autumn rain. Jiang Yu? She had known about the situation in the Special Affairs Department for a long time. Upon hearing this, she immediately retracted her gaze and ate her meal seriously. At the same time, he did not forget to pull Li Xian. Li Xian looked confused. The group walked to the side, Yu stopped, and everyone behind him stopped as well, obviously listening to Yu's words. Yu glanced at the 4 people and sneered. Hey, isn't this team leader Sheng? Finally, there are 2 team members? 2, with emphasis on the word. Looking behind her, there were 6 people, a sharp contrast. It seemed as if his momentum could overwhelm Sheng An and the others. Chapter 34, Action. Yu is provoking Sheng An? Jiang Yu couldn't help but replied, of course there are more than 2 people. Yu glanced at her coldly, her expression indifferent. Are the remaining ordinary people valuable? She obviously knows the situation in Group B very well. Apart from these 4, Group B currently only consists of Team 0 represented by Qi Lingwu and Song Linwei. They are all ordinary people, neither reborn people nor people with special abilities. Yu obviously didn't count them. Jiang Yu was angry. Although she had a space, it was not a supernatural power. Moreover, she had been an ordinary person for a long time in her previous life, so she knew Yu's condescending attitude too well. Some people with special abilities are like this. They don't treat ordinary people as human beings at all. They even think that ordinary people are a waste of resources and that only people with special abilities are worthy of surviving in the apocalypse. However, no one in this world is the real protagonist. When the end of the world comes, how many people with superpowers will there be? Anyone can be an ordinary person among the vast number of people. She was about to start scolding. Yu looked at her, and their eyes met. Jiang Yu's eyesight gradually became dull, and then she slowly raised her hand, obviously about to slap herself. Sheng An reached out and held Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu suddenly came to his senses. Then his face turned pale, and he looked at Yu in horror. Sheng An also looked at Yu, his eyes calm. Jiang Yu is a national resource and a talent that the country values. She is one of the hopes for the end of the world. I will report your use of supernatural powers on her. Yu's expression darkened slightly. Then she sneered, I was just joking with Ms. Jiang. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. But my teammate Jiang Yu seems to be scared by you? Jiang Yu was stunned. Then, she caught Sheng An's eye and reacted suddenly. Oh my god, I was just scared to death. Now my head and chest hurt. What should I do? Am I going to die? Will I be unable to attend the afternoon class? Jiang Yu wailed. Song Linwei appeared out of nowhere, looking anxious. I'll contact the medical team right away, see you. Hold on. That reaction seemed as if Jiang Yu was dying. Ouch, that hurts. Jiang Yu howled. Obviously, she had to ask for half a day off today. Sheng An found it funny. Yu's face became colder and colder. Finally, she stared at Sheng An and squeezed out a voice from her throat. Sheng An, you are still so protective, so unpleasant. Sheng An leaned back in his chair, his hands behind his head. He smiled when he heard the words, his eyes curved. I think I'm quite likable, gentle and kind, and they all like me. If you think I'm not likable, that might be your problem. She looked at Hao Jingye and the others. Really? Hao Jingye nodded firmly. Yes. Song Linwei, yes. Jiang Yu nodded while groaning. Yes. Only Li Xian is left. This woman is gentle and kind? Likeable? Li Xian almost thought he had heard it wrong. However, Hao Jingye, Song Linwei, and the others were looking at him. No matter how dumbly Xin was, he knew that now was the time to unite and face the outside world. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words, yes. Sheng An spread his hands. Look, it's your problem. Behind Xiao Yu, a tall and strong man frowned and wanted to speak. Xiao Yu raised her hand, and the man immediately shut up. Obviously, she is the absolute authority in Group A. The puppet's supernatural power is really amazing. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and stopped arguing with Sheng An. She had never been able to win an argument with her. Since she was a child, she has never beaten Sheng An. Thinking of the past, Xiao Yu was in a trance for a moment, and then her face became even colder. Sheng An, what if I won verbally? I awakened my superpowers, and you didn't. This time, I won. The arrogance of the superpowers is fully revealed. Hao Jingye frowned. You are a superpower, so you are amazing? When the end of the world comes, Sister Sheng may wake up. Xiao Yu smiled. You have come into contact with so many heretics. Don't you know the special features of the superpowers awakened before the end of the world? Hao Jingye's heart sank. It seems that all their previous speculations were true. The superpowers awakened before the end of the world are extremely powerful. Although they have just awakened, their abilities are no less than those of high-level superpowers in the future. The end has not yet come, but the current calculation is still. The awakened superpowers at the end of the world are not as good as they are now. The reason is unexplained, but it is mostly true. But for some reason, Hao Jingye felt that Sheng An would not lose. She had not yet awakened her superpowers, and she didn't even know whether she could awaken her superpowers. He had an inexplicable intuition that Sheng An was no worse than anyone else. This intuition was strange, but he didn't say it out loud. Sheng An had finished his meal and put down his chopsticks at this moment, without any emotion at all because of Xiao Yu's words. She wiped the corners of her mouth calmly, stood up, and said calmly, whether we win or not, it doesn't count now. You should think about how to explain it to your superiors. No matter what the reason, the higher-ups will not be happy if Xiao Yu uses her powers on Jiang Yu. Xiao Yu clenched his hands into fists. Sheng An glanced at the remaining people and raised his eyebrows. Have you finished eating? We're done eating. Several people quickly put down their chopsticks. Let's go. Sheng An raised his foot and walked out calmly. Several people followed immediately. Xiao Yu looked gloomy. Behind her, the tall man who had been eager to make a move could no longer hold back and shouted, "Stop!" At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck Sheng An. Song Linwei happened to turn around, his pupils constricted, and he raised his voice. Be careful. Sheng An jumped suddenly and slid lightly over the dining table to avoid the lightning. A pit immediately appeared where the lightning struck, emitting thick smoke and dust, which was horrifying. It can be imagined that Sheng An must have been seriously injured by the blow just now. Everyone was stunned. He is actually a person with lightning abilities. At this moment, Sheng An flipped over the table and slid to the other side. She supported herself on the table with her hands, hooked her legs around the man's neck, and flipped him over. The man fell to the ground with a bang, his face horribly broken. Sheng An didn't stop and used force with his hands. With a crack sound, the man's arm was broken. If you don't know how to use it, don't use it, Sheng An said calmly. Ah, the man twisted his hands and screamed. On the other intact hand, a thunderball appeared instinctively, making a sizzling sound. Sheng An stepped on him with one foot and pinched his neck with his other hand, his eyes cold. You can try to kill me with a chop now, or I will crush you to death first. The force in the hands was not light, and the powerful fingers pinching the throat brought an absolute threat of death. The man was frightened, and his cries of pain stopped for a moment. Sheng An glanced at his other hand and sneered. If you can't use your power with this hand, I don't mind breaking another one. Almost as an instinctive reaction, the lightning in the man's hand disappeared. His face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. Behind Xiao Yu, another person was anxious. Let go of Lu Mingwei. The people in Group A stared at Sheng An with ugly expressions. Jiang Yu was not willing to be outdone and glared at them as well. Song Linwei's face was also full of anger. Li Xian turned into a metal man with a defensive look in his eyes. The two sides formed a standoff. Hao Jingye angrily said, Team Leader Qiao, your men violated the rules and used lightning powers against Team Leader Sheng. The cafeteria surveillance camera has captured it. What? Are you trying to eliminate dissidents? She also hurt Lu Mingwei. Gung Liqian retorted from the opposite side. Song Linwei took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I have read the rules of the Special Affairs Department. The first rule is that you cannot attack other people privately. Team leader Chiu, your men have violated the rules. Chiu Yu obviously didn't expect this, and her expression became very ugly at this moment. Sheng An still pinched Lu Mingwei's neck, looking down at him, as if to say to him, as well as to everyone, superpowers are not invincible. I haven't pulled out my gun yet. You can try it out. Either you kill me first, or I kill you first. Chapter 35. The prosperity of the prosperous times, the peace of the country and the people. After saying that, Sheng An shook his hand away fiercely. Lu Mingwei's hand was broken, and he was lying on the ground in pain, unable to get up. Sheng An stood up and glanced at everyone in Group A indifferently, and finally looked at Chiu Yu. Team leader Chiu should probably write a self-criticism this time. You've made 2 moves, so you should reflect on it. After saying that, she walked out, her back looking relaxed and elegant. Jiang Yu glared at them fiercely, then followed Sheng An with the others. They left under the angry glares of Group A. Lu Mingwei was helped up by others on the ground. He was sweating and looked pale and ugly. Team leader Chiu, she actually broke my arm. Pa! Chiu slapped him hard. Lu Mingwei was stunned. Chiu Yu's eyes looked like they could eat people, staring at him intently. If you dare to do anything to her again, I will kill you. Lu Mingwei's eyes were filled with horror. They all knew Chiu Yu's methods, and they were all deeply afraid of her. She is a person with supernatural powers who can make people lose their souls. Outside the cafeteria, Song Linwei frowned. The people in Group A are too crazy. Hao Jingye. Chiu Yu is such a person, and her subordinates are naturally the same. Now you understand why the higher-ups support Sister Sheng more, right? Song Linwei nodded slowly. Jiang Yu looked at Sheng An with starry eyes, but Sister Sheng was so handsome just now. Li Xi nodded subconsciously, then came to his senses, snorted, and said dissatisfiedly, "Why don't you let me fight with them? These people are too much. I want to beat them up." Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? How many of them are there? How many of us are there? There are at least 5 people with special abilities in Group A now. On their side, there is only Li Xin, who is still a minor. How can we possibly win? Moreover, Lu Mingwei has the ability of thunder and lightning, and is very difficult to deal with." Jiang Yu let out a long sigh. Beside him, Sheng An also let out a long sigh. Jiang Yu. "Sister Sheng, are you worried too?" Sheng An glanced at them and said faintly, "No, I was wondering, why are Chiu Yu's men so obedient, but you are so rebellious? Everyone. Sister, pay attention to the key points, okay? Hao Jingye is not a person who indulges in emotions. He is a model worker. At this time, he has taken out his tablet, swiping and tapping it, and pursed his lips. I want to see what's going on in Group A now." Sheng An nodded his chin and said, "Let's go over there." A group of people walked over quickly. This is an outdoor training ground. The huge training ground is very spacious, with a flag standing in the middle. They sit on the steps under the flag. Sheng An asked someone to bring some Coke. She threw a can to each person and said casually, "You should be drinking now, but drinking in broad daylight will delay things, so let's just drink some fat, otaku happy water." Jiang Yu was surprised. "Sister Sheng, do you know that Coke is the happy drink of fat people?" Li Xin was equally surprised. Sheng An opened a ring and said speechlessly, "Thank you. I'm 25 this year, not 250. They both. They touched noses awkwardly. I don't know why, but when I get along with Sheng An, I always ignore her age. Also, maybe it's because she is too reliable and always gives people a serious feeling. It's hard to associate her with internet buzzwords." Song Linwei smiled. Having just experienced a storm, he understood why Sheng An brought them together. It was not only to analyze the situation of Group A, but more to increase team cohesion. Drinking Coke and talking about the most serious things really felt strangely confusing. Song Linwei smiled, shook his head, and took a sip of Coke. Hao Jingye is a model worker and has already started talking about business. Group A currently has 7 people in total. Originally, there were 5 of them. Chiu Yu, Assistant Gu Cheng, Reborn Wu Ji, Fire-type mutant Gung Liqian, and Water-type mutant Huang Weiyang. The Lightning-type mutant Lu Mingwei and the Earth-type mutant Yang Chuan were just brought back by Chiu Yu. They are the strong men that she values. Lu Mingwei is more conspicuous, but Yang Chuan should not be underestimated either. Moreover, he is the reborn person who posted the message. During the screening a few days ago, 2 people were screened out. One was the accurate predictor, and the other was Iron Man. The latter is Li Xin, and the former is Yang Chuan. Sheng An fell into deep thought. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and raised his voice. There is actually an Earth-type mutant. Sheng An raised his eyebrows and glanced at Jiang Yu. Earth-type mutant. If your space can allow people to enter, it would be very suitable for you. Jiang Yu awkwardly looked away and said in a weak voice, "It's not like people can't come in." Sheng An did not comment and looked away. "That's true, and your best match is plant-based abilities." Li Xian sat up straight, very serious. "Why are you so calm? There are so many powerful people in Group A. They have 3 of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. They also have a powerful thunder element and a unique puppet ability. There's no use getting anxious." Sheng An was very calm. Li Xian was so angry at her that he gritted his teeth and felt terrible. It's true that the Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Sheng An doesn't worry about it, but he is dying of anxiety. Song Linwei sighed. "There's really no point in being anxious. We should search for heretics as soon as possible. There are so many heretics in the capital. At worst, we can expand the scope and search in other provinces like they did." Seeing them so worried, Sheng An shook his head and chuckled. "Don't worry too much. Our group is not that bad. Don't we still have members who haven't returned?" Jiang Yu's eyes lit up and he raised his voice. "Yes, there is also Li Wanyun. That's a person with space ability. Moreover, she is a reborn space mutant with special abilities, and she starts with 5 billion yuan, which is obviously the standard configuration for a heroine. Li Xian, is it another Destiny girl?" He touched his chin and sighed. "That's right, although our team has few members, it seems that none of them are simple." Sheng An knocked his forehead and said speechlessly, "What do you mean by daughter of destiny? Doesn't Group A also have reborn people and people with special abilities? Doesn't the lightning ability sound awesome?" Li Xian, "Shit, that does sound more like the protagonist ability than his." Sheng An, "The members I'm talking about are not only Li Wanyun, but also Team Zero." She looked at Jiang Yu and Li Xian deeply, spread her hands, and said helplessly, "If you underestimate Team Zero, don't blame me for not reminding you if you suffer a loss." Jiang Yu was somewhat looking forward to it. Li Xian curled his lips and said, "He is just an ordinary person. What's so great about that? How can they compare to these chosen ones with special abilities?" Jiang Yu is still worried. "We are looking for someone, and so is Group A. If they are really better than us, what will we do in the future? Sister Sheng, are you really not worried?" "Don't worry." Sheng An drank Coke, his tone still calm. "I don't think you are worse than them. Your abilities are beyond your imagination. Besides, even if Group A is really strong, it doesn't matter. She's provoking you." Li Xian almost jumped up and said anxiously, "What if their group is really stronger than you? What if she kills you after the apocalypse?" "No." Sheng An was sure. Jiang Yu was puzzled. "Why?" Sheng An, "She will want to chase me away, but she won't kill me. And the same goes for you. Group A and B are rivals, but they are also teammates. Qiu Yu and I have the same background. We were both raised by the country, and we will put personal grudges behind national interests." "Really?" Jiang Yu was a little unconvinced. Sheng An smiled and didn't explain. "There are some things that others will not understand, because they are the will engraved in the soul and are the spiritual pillar." Li Xian was puzzled. "What on earth are you thinking? The end of the world is coming, and you are still so patriotic? What if the country is no longer there by then?" Sheng An suddenly tilted his head and asked with a smile, "What's my name?" "Sheng An." "Which Sheng? Whichen?" "Sheng means blooming and means at peace." "You're wrong. It's the Sheng of a prosperous era and the An of peace and prosperity," Sheng An said as he stood up and raised his hand to throw it lightly. The can was thrown into the trash can accurately, and she lifted her foot and walked away with a chuckle. His back looks elegant and calm, yet his back is straight and extremely firm. "Sheng An, I only wish that this prosperous era will be a time of peace and prosperity for the country and the people." Chapter 36, The Mental State of College Students. The prosperity of a prosperous era and the peace of a country and its people. Jiang Yu and Li Xian were both stunned and couldn't recover for a long time. "Sheng An, so this is what you mean? Let's go. It's time for you to go to class," Sheng An said ruthlessly. "Ah!" The two came to their senses and screamed at the same time. Jiang Yu even covered his head and howled, "Sister Sheng, I have a headache. I was just hurt by Qiu Yu's supernatural power." Sheng An said without even turning his head, "Guess whether I believe it or not, and get back to class." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand and said, "Hao Jingye Song Linwei. Let's go and continue screening for heretics." Li Xian Jiang Yu. "Oh, I thought you really didn't care about how strong Group A was." It turns out that he was working hard silently. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei followed Sheng An away, while Li Xian and Jiang Yu remained sitting there, refusing to leave, just like little kids before going to school. Every moment of delay is valuable. Li Xian's face twisted. This life is so abominable, even worse than before I awakened my superpowers. Jiang Yu looked dead. Ah, you are a high school student at least, you don't need to adapt. I've already graduated, and I have to go back to the time before the college entrance examination overnight. What is going on? Li Xian gritted his teeth. If it didn't make me stronger, I would never be able to live like this. Jiang Yu agreed and nodded. I can't hold on any longer. It's so tragic. It's really tragic. Not far away, someone shouted, Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Come and practice cultivation. Li Xian, are you skipping school again? Are you looking for a fight? Come to class now. The chosen daughter and the chosen son looked at each other and then spoke at the same time. Well, these days are really unbearable. Asterisk, Sheng An spent the entire afternoon screening information with Hao Jingye and Song Linwei. Song Linwei stared at the screen, somewhat absent-minded. Sheng An poured him a glass of water and raised his eyebrows. What are you thinking about? Song Linwei came back to his senses and sighed. I was thinking about the end of the world. When I think about the world changing in 16 days, I feel very complicated. It is not only complicated, but also mixed with panic and anxiety. Even a faint fear. The destruction of the world, global crisis. These words are scary just to say. Sheng An understood very well, patted his shoulder, and comforted him silently. Song Linwei suddenly asked, Team Leader Sheng, the end is coming. Is there anything you want to do before that day? In the past, we would joke about what we would do today if the doomsday came tomorrow. But when the day really came, we would find out. In the face of life and death, many things are not important. Sheng An has already sat back down. Hearing this, she said without even looking up, Gather the heretics as quickly as possible and smoothly transition to the end times. Song Linwei. But the end of the world is not just about the meteorite disaster. There are also catastrophes after that. Even if we survive, there are still alien species that may mutate at any time. Disasters can be managed. But what about xenomorphs? Sheng An stopped. She tilted her head to look at him, her eyes calm and calm. Do the best you can. Song Linwei was a little dazed. After a moment, he realized it and murmured, Yes, do your best and leave the rest to fate. They can only do what they can and leave the rest to God. Sheng An, no, just do your best and don't leave it to fate. She smiled slightly. The end of the world is coming. If God wants people to die, do we have to die? His tone was calm, yet there was an inexplicable sense of unyielding arrogance. Song Linwei was stunned and stared at her blankly. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly understand Sheng An a little bit. She is a country person doing good things that benefit the country and the people. But she is not a traditional good and honest person. In life and work, he is rebellious, and beneath his calm and lazy attitude, there is a kind of madness. She is actually very suitable for the end of the world. So, have you finished your work? Sheng An smiled at him. Song Yu. Song Linwei. He touched his nose and said, Okay, let's continue. I haven't finished my work yet. Why would I have time to feel sad? Next to him, Hao Jingye said nothing the whole time, with a thoughtful look on his face. Sheng An noticed it, stood up, and walked over. What did you find? Hao Jingye. I'm checking the alarm situation. It's from the neighboring Shi city. It's a bit strange. I don't know if it's considered heresy. It was handed over in a yellow folder. Folders are divided into several colors. Red is for attention, and yellow is for general use. It's a situation that the people below don't understand and report it. What's going on? Song Linwei also looked over. Hao Jingye. A police station in Shi received a report of a crime. The caller was mysterious and said he had something important to discuss and needed to see a leader. He refused to say what the situation was, only saying that he had evidence and needed to see a leader before he could tell us. Song Linwei frowned. It sounds strange at first, but in fact, since screening the information, Song Linwei knows how many similar situations are reported every day, and it is not uncommon for ordinary people to want to see their leaders. What's so special about this? He wondered. Sheng An had already moved the computer and started reading it carefully. Hao Jingye shook his head. It's not special, but I think... He seems a little happy? Song Linwei was at a loss. A nervous person insists on meeting the leader and saying that something important has to happen, but is also happy? What kind of reaction is this? Sheng An clicked on the attached video and watched it twice over and over again. There was a tall and thin young man inside. Judging from his self-introduction, he was a college student. As for why he called the police, he just insisted that he wanted to see his leader. The police were impatient, and although he looked anxious, he still said nothing. Sheng An said nothing and watched it for the third time. Then, she clicked the mouse to pause the image. Sheng An smiled. Contact him and arrange a meeting tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, we will have new teammates reporting in. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei widened their eyes at the same time. Hao Jingye was puzzled. Is there something wrong with him? Is he a heretic? That would explain why he was happy. Song Linwei suddenly understood. However, Sheng An shook his head. No, he is not a heretic. If he was a heretic, he would not call the police, and he would not have to see the leader before speaking. The two were immediately confused. If he is not a heretic, then he has discovered heresy? Song Linwei asked. They didn't doubt Sheng An's judgment at all. They were just confused. Sheng An nodded and ordered, contact person. Hao Jingye immediately notified the relevant police station. Song Linwei asked curiously, Team Leader Sheng, how did you know for sure? Sheng An pointed at the photo on the screen. On the screen, the young man was holding his phone tightly, and she zoomed in on his face. Is there anything strange? Song Linwei didn't understand. Sheng An chuckled and tapped the face on the screen with his fingertips. Fear, nervousness, anxiety. These are the emotions that can be seen in the video. Hao Jingye said he was a little happy, but it was obviously more than that. This was excitement. Song Linwei was stunned. He discovered heresy, so he was nervous, frightened, and anxious. But also because he discovered heresy, he was very excited and couldn't wait to get involved. This is why he had to see the leader. The people below can only report and have no authority. Sheng An's eyes were interested. Song Linwei was confused and a little bewildered. I can understand that he is nervous and afraid, but excited? Can't wait to participate. He didn't understand the logic here. Who can get excited after discovering heresy? Aren't they all afraid? No, I'm not scared. Sheng An smiled. You may have underestimated our college students. Our college students are not only not scared when they find heresy, but they are also very excited. Song Linwei. Hao Jingye. First, there is the story of saving the world from Chinibyu, and then there is the story of a crazy college student. The end of the world hasn't come yet, but everyone's mental state seems a little worrying. Chapter 37, High Acceptance. Countdown to Doomsday. 15 days. Sheng An took Hao Jingye away early in the morning, and Song Linwei stayed in the camp, taking charge of the affairs inside the camp and continuing to screen for heretics. After contacting him yesterday, he was very proactive and proposed to arrange the meeting place in Beijing. Hao Jingye reported the situation. In addition, the sound stopped abruptly. He saw Yu, who was also getting ready to go out. Yu was not only alone, but also brought her assistants Gu Cheng, Lu Mingwei, and Geng Liqian. Lu Mingwei's hand was still hanging. Obviously Sheng and had hit him hard yesterday. Both sides noticed each other. When their eyes met, Lu Mingwei's expression instantly turned ugly. Sheng An nodded calmly, as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the parking space. Lu Mingwei couldn't help but ask, Where are you going, Team Leader Sheng? Hao Jingye imitated Sheng An's emotionless smile. There's no need to report Group B's affairs to Group A, right? But you guys, I heard you were asked to write a self-criticism. Have you already finished it? Lu Mingwei clenched his intact hand and looked angry. Geng Liqian took a step forward and said gently, Don't bother with Brother Lu. He has a bad temper, but he actually cares about you. Heretics all have special circumstances and are not easy to subdue. But Team Leader Qiuyu's ability is very special. If Team Leader Sheng needs it, we can help. Although he looks gentle, he is actually very ruthless. Are you saying that Sheng An is not as good as Qiuyu? Hao Jingye sneered. Don't bother with that. Team Leader Sheng has never failed before. I'm sure Team Leader Qiu knows it very well. You haven't failed, but it doesn't look like it's going well? Gu Chen glanced at Hao Jingye, then retracted his gaze and continued. After all, Group B is still a little weak. Why don't we just merge the two groups? Group Leader Qiu's special ability is very practical and can better manage the Special Affairs Department. As assistants, if the leaders don't get along, the assistants will naturally dislike each other. The two sides seemed peaceful, but in fact they were attacking each other. Hao Jingye smiled wryly. You said our team is weak? Since when did strength have to be judged by the number of psychics? Lu Mingwei suddenly laughed out loud, raised his chin, and looked at them with contempt. It was my fault for taking action without permission yesterday. Hao Jingye was stunned. With Lu Mingwei's personality, can he apologize? Besides, who apologizes with a look of contempt? Sure enough, the next moment he said, however, since this is the Special Affairs Department, and most of them are people with special abilities, it is natural for us to learn from each other. We reported this to the higher-ups last night. An elderly said that as long as both parties are willing, we can learn from each other. He bit the last 4 words very hard, as if he had already crushed them. His tone was expectant and malicious. Hearing this, Hao Jingye's heart sank. If we want to discuss, their group really has no advantage. Apart from Li Xin, there are currently no other people with special abilities who can fight. Even if Li Wanyan comes back, it is unknown how strong she is in combat. There are quite a few people with special abilities in Group A. Sheng An smiled and walked over. She walked quickly, had a strong aura, and a sense of oppression came over me instantly. She walked towards Lu Mingwei. Almost as an instinctive reaction, Lu Mingwei stepped back violently, shrinking his head, his eyes alert and fearful. Sheng An tilted his head, looking somewhat innocent. Why are you hiding? I was just driving. After saying that, she pressed the car key, and the car next to her made a sound. Lu Mingwei. Grass. His heart skipped a beat. She did it on purpose. But he was frightened and stepped back, which was embarrassing for him. Regret and remorse overwhelmed Lu Mingwei in an instant. However, Hao Jingye smiled, came over happily, opened the other passenger door, and had a smile of victory on his face. Lu Mingwei stiffened his neck, gritted his teeth, and spoke word by word. Wait, Team Leader Sheng, you haven't mentioned the sparring yet? When can our 2 teams spar? Sheng An stood by the car door and looked at him. Lu Mingwei sneered. Why? Are you afraid? There is only one combat superpower in your team. Is Team Leader Sheng trying to overprotect me? He suffered a loss at Sheng An's hands yesterday, but instead of learning his lesson, he became even more resentful. The loss he had just suffered only made him eager to get back at his old self. Hao Jingye curled his lips. What an obvious way of provoking someone. But if their superiors agree that they can occasionally spar with each other, it would be hard to refuse. If you always refuse, doesn't that mean you are afraid of them? But how did they beat Group A? While Hao Jingye was daydreaming, Sheng An glanced at Lu Mingwei, who was getting closer and closer. He was provoking her, so naturally he was very close. Such a close distance. Sheng An was curious. How is the injury? Lu Mingwei was stunned. Then his face turned ugly, and he gritted his teeth. Very good. The physical fitness of a superpower is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. And this little injury, a dash. A scream like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Sheng An pinched his broken hand and shook it, and Lu Mingwei instantly lost his voice in pain. The hand that just healed is getting worse. Oh, it seems that you're not well yet. Before we can spar with each other, my Thunder-type friend, you should take care of your health first. Sheng An smiled slightly. Then she got in the car and waved to the 3 of them. Let's go, goodbye. The car drove away. Only the suffering Lu Mingwei and Geng Liqian, who supported him, were left. This team leader Sheng is so cruel. Jiang Yu ignored Geng Liqian and looked at Sheng An's car driving away with a gloomy look in her eyes. In the car, Hao Jingye was speechless. Lu Mingwei is like a sick person. He just asked for a beating yesterday, and he continued today. Team leader Qiu is not a fool. Why let him jump up and down? Sheng An drove the car with a calm look in his eyes. They are not stupid. Hao Jingye looked at her puzzledly. The end of the world is getting closer and closer. What the country needs is the full strength of the Special Affairs Department. Having 2 team leaders is the trend of the situation, but it is not the best outcome, especially 2 team leaders who don't get along with each other. If the people below become disunited and the conflict intensifies, one of us must be removed. If Qiu lets the people in Group A cause trouble, she is forcing the higher-ups to make a choice. Sheng An saw it very clearly. Hao Jingye was anxious. Qiu is confident that if she has to choose between the 2, she will definitely choose her, because she can control people with special abilities. Her special ability is indeed very useful. Sheng An replied calmly. Hao Jingye let out a long sigh, somewhat helplessly. It's already this time, and you're still calculating. Sheng An, it's normal. As long as it doesn't affect the overall situation, there will be disputes wherever there are people. What's more, that was Qiu, the Qiu who always wanted to defeat Sheng An. Hao Jingye sighed. Although it doesn't affect anything, and the other party is the one who suffers, it's really annoying to see Lu Mingwei jumping up and down. It would be great if there was a psychic who was stronger than him. People like Sheng An and Captain Chi can handle Lu Mingwei, but he obviously refuses to accept it and relies on his special abilities. From the current perspective, among the psychics, the thunder element is really strong. I'm afraid it would take someone with more powerful abilities than him to make him shut up. But such people are not easy to find. Sheng An, tell me about the person we are going to meet today. Hao Jingye immediately put aside other thoughts and devoted himself to work. The college student we are going to meet today is called Zhang Jiaoyang. He is a native of Shishir City. His family has some assets. He is studying at a university in Beijing. The day before yesterday, he took his girlfriend to live in a homestay in the mountains. He left his girlfriend behind that day and returned to the city. He was taken to the police station yesterday morning. Asterisk. At the same time, Zhang Jiaoyang had already arrived at the Beijing Public Security Bureau and was sitting in the conference room waiting for the person he wanted to meet. He was obviously a little anxious, excited, and nervous. A policeman came in to pour water. Zhang Jiaoyang asked, "What is the authority of the person I want to see? What level is it?" The policeman didn't know and shook his head. Zhang Jiaoyang was a little disappointed. At this time, the director came in from outside with a stern face and a serious voice. "The person who will come to see you later has high authority. You'd better have something important to do." Zhang Jiaoyang held the phone tightly, sat up straight, and replied seriously, "Of course, I can guarantee that what I am about to say is very, very important." Not only did he see it with his own eyes, he also had definite evidence. Zhang Jiaoyang now only hopes that the person he will meet later will be receptive and will not be scared by him. "Here we come." Someone reported at the door. The director went out immediately. Zhang Jiaoyang became more and more nervous, and his palms holding the phone were already sweating. Chapter 38, I Really Saw a Ghost. Soon, Sheng An came in with Hao Jingye. Zhang Jiaoyang looked behind Sheng An and Hao Jingye, and there was no one else behind them except the director and two policemen. "Where are the people? Where's the leader?" The director then spoke. "This is the person you want to see. Tell team leader Sheng if you have anything to say." Zhang Jiaoyang was shocked. "What? So young?" Seeing his suspicion, Sheng An said calmly, "Don't worry, this is the Public Security Bureau. No one will lie to you." Zhang Jiaoyang thought so too. This is the Beijing Public Security Bureau. The person was brought in by the director, so at least his authority is higher than that of the director, although too young. Besides, he refused to say anything, and being able to meet someone with higher authority than the director was already the limit. It is impossible to really meet the top leader. Seeing him relax, the director closed the door and left. Inside the door, only Sheng An, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jiaoyang were left in the empty conference room. Of course, there is also inconspicuous surveillance. Zhang Jiaoyang seemed a little nervous and still held the phone tightly. Sheng An sat opposite him and said in a gentle tone, "Can you tell me now? Comrade Zhang Jiaoyang, what is the important thing you want to say?" Zhang Jiaoyang hesitated slightly. Then he leaned forward and spoke carefully. "This, leader? Are you receptive?" Sheng An instantly understood what he was thinking. "This is because I'm afraid she won't believe it." Sheng An didn't say anything, but signaled Hao Jingye with his eyes. He immediately took out the ID he had brought with him. On the cover of the ID was written 3 words, Special Affairs Department. These 3 words surprised Zhang Jiaoyang. Special Affairs Department. You should be able to imagine what we are dealing with. Hao Jingye put away his documents and said calmly, "No matter what you find, you can tell us. Maybe you will find it incredible. But for us, it is actually nothing. Space power users, gold power users, lightning power users. They really saw a lot of strange things." What shocked Zhang Jiaoyang was not surprising to them. Zhang Jiaoyang. "I saw a ghost." He was amazing when he opened his mouth. Hao Jingye. "Sorry to bother you. He still lacks experience?" Damn it, he certainly hadn't seen it. Hao Jingye's expression was strange for a moment, and he frowned. "Are you sure?" Zhang Jiaoyang nodded heavily. "Sure, I really saw a ghost." Sheng An and Hao Jingye were silent and didn't say anything. Zhang Jiaoyang was anxious, leaning forward and speaking in a hurried tone. "Please believe me, it is because this is too strange and shocking that I want to meet the leader and report this matter." Damn, this is so weird. If he talked to an ordinary policeman, they would definitely ignore him. Of course, the leader may also ignore him. But he has evidence. It's just that the impact is too great, so he doesn't dare to disclose the evidence easily unless he is facing someone with great authority. Hao Jingye tilted his head to look at Sheng An, blinked, and said blankly, "Could it be that besides heretics, there are also ghosts?" If he had heard this before, he would definitely not believe it. But the end is coming, and it seems that anything is possible. Sheng An squinted at him and said speechlessly, "It's obvious that your special ability was misunderstood. Has your originally smart brain been infected by Jiang Yu and Li Xin?" Hao Jingye touched his nose awkwardly. Well, at that moment just now, he really didn't think. His instinctive reaction was, besides those with special abilities and those who were reborn, there are also ghosts? Clearing his throat, he became serious, put his fingers on the keyboard, and wrote down Zhang Jiaoyang's words. Zhang Jiaoyang thought they didn't believe him, so he emphasized again, "What I said is true." He held the phone on the table, his body restless. Seeing his anxious expression change, Sheng An said calmly, "What you said is indeed very suspicious, isn't it?" After a pause, she slowly spoke. "However, our Special Affairs Department has dealt with many similar incidents and has also discovered some supernatural beings. Can you tell me about your experience of seeing a ghost?" The first sentence made him anxious, but the second sentence calmed him down. With the alternating relaxation and the knowledge that he had dealt with similar incidents before, Zhang Jiaoyang dared not hesitate any longer and told everything. He took a deep breath to adjust his mood and organized his thoughts before speaking. "The day before yesterday, I took my girlfriend. Sheng An and the others all knew what happened before. What's important is what happened inside the BB later on. The BB is located on a mountain, and its selling point is that it is close to nature. Therefore, the structure of the BB is a series of small houses scattered on the mountain. Looking down from the wooden corridor, you can see dense forests. There is also a small forest at the foot of the mountain, and there are almost no people. Originally, I didn't have time to look around, but my girlfriend went to take a shower, and I got bored waiting, and then I remembered that my new phone was pretty good, so I could take some photos. I was taking photos in the hallway with my phone, and when I zoomed in to take a long shot, damn." When he said this, his tone was horrified yet excited, a very complicated emotion. Neither Sheng An nor Hao Jingye interrupted him. Zhang Jiaoyang swallowed and continued. "My new phone has a very good pixel, so I saw with my own eyes that a person came out of that grove. No, it was a ghost." "What does he look like?" Sheng An asked. Zhang Jiaoyang. "I can't see clearly." Sheng An raised his eyebrows. "Then how can you be sure that he is a ghost?" Zhang Jiaoyang. "Because I saw it with my own eyes. He just walked out of the woods and disappeared without a trace the next moment." Hao Jingye frowned. "Disappeared without a trace? Could it have fallen somewhere? Or hidden so you didn't see it?" "No." Zhang Jiaoyang shook his head violently. "Just disappearing isn't scary. What's scary is that in the next moment, he appeared several hundred meters away. In an instant, several hundred meters away. If this isn't a ghost, then what could it be?" "Are you sure?" "Sure." Zhang Jiaoyang nodded wildly. Sheng An stretched out his hand and said calmly, "Show me the photos or videos you took." "Huh?" Zhang Jiaoyang was surprised. "How did you know?" "You were sure you have evidence, and you don't even doubt that you saw it wrong. You held the phone tightly from beginning to end. Isn't it obvious?" Sheng An took it for granted. Zhang Jiaoyang. "Is this obvious?" After a brief moment of daze, Zhang Jiaoyang quickly turned on his phone and handed it over. Sheng An glanced at it, frowned slightly, and then handed it to Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye connected his phone to the computer and zoomed in. After letting out a long breath, Zhang Jiaoyang continued. "If there were no photos, I would definitely doubt whether I had seen it wrong, but the photos are irrefutable evidence. Damn it, I really saw a ghost." After making sure that the ghost had disappeared from the spot, he widened his eyes and immediately decided to take a photo. The photos are several consecutive photos. There was only 2 seconds, and there was a blurry figure on each picture. Hao Jingye processed the photos. Sheng An looked at Zhang Jiaoyang and asked gently, "Any other information? Did that person come out of the woods? Which direction did he go?" Zhang Jiaoyang shook his head subconsciously. Then, as if he had thought of something, he continued, "I just happened to take the photo. I didn't know him, but I saw that he was a fat man. He walked out of the woods, wearing a hat. It was dark, so I couldn't see clearly which direction he went." Sheng An nodded to show that he understood and asked a few more questions. Zhang Jiaoyang answered one by one. At this time, Hao Jingye said seriously, "Sister Sheng, the photos have been processed, including the 3D map of the shooting location. Take a look." He moved the computer in front of Sheng An. The processed photos were clear at a glance. After Sheng An looked at them, he nodded slowly. "The expert we are looking forward to may have appeared." Chapter 39. College students' imagination is amazing. Sheng An just looked at the photo. As the characters were blurry and the shooting distance was long, The photo was not clear enough, and he was not sure. These processed photos are much clearer. 2 seconds for photos, all of which were the same man. Only his figure could be seen, not his appearance, but it was certain that it was the same person. The clothes and hats are exactly the same. It only took 2 seconds to stitch the 4 photos together and compare them to the real map, and the person's location was at least 800 meters away. Of the 2 photos taken in succession, the first was taken under a tree, and the second was taken 200 meters away from the tree. It is impossible for a normal person to run 800 meters in 2 seconds. The world record for 100 meters is 9.58 seconds. This is several times faster than the world record. Hao Jingye said softly. There are no signs of manipulation in the photos. They are all original photos, and the pictures taken are real. Sheng An nodded and looked at Zhang Jiaoyang. Zhang Jiaoyang looked back at her expectantly. Sheng An, we already understand the situation. Thank you for your cooperation. I will have someone send you back and give you a bonus. Zhang Jiaoyang. His eyes widened. No more? Yes, that's all. Sheng An smiled. Of course, if you can remember anything else, you can let us know. Zhang Jiaoyang. He had disappointment written all over his face. Sheng An and Hao Jingye looked at him, but he did not leave. He held the phone that was returned to him and squirmed in place, obviously not wanting to leave. Is there anything else? Sheng An asked knowingly. Zhang Jiaoyang gritted his teeth and sat up straight. I was the first to discover the abnormality, and I went through so much trouble to tell you. You can't just dismiss me with an understood statement. So, what do you want? Zhang Jiaoyang. What do I want to know? Is he a ghost? Also, does the country have many supernatural imaginations? Is he a ghost or a monster from before the founding of the country? That's too many questions. Hao Jingye frowned and wanted to say something. Sheng An raised his hand to stop him, staring at Zhang Jiaoyang, and said in his expectant gaze, he is not a ghost, but there are some supernatural conditions on him. As for the rest, I can't reveal it for the time being, and I hope you can keep it secret. Zhang Jiaoyang's shoulders slumped, and his face was unhappy. Hao Jingye was very surprised. You are just an ordinary person. Why are you so curious about such a mysterious thing? Aren't you afraid of encountering bad things? Zhang Jiaoyang was excited. I'm curious, because it's mysterious. He leaned closer and lowered his voice. You seem not surprised at all. Doesn't the country already have a lot of supernatural beings under its control? Like in the novels, there is also a cultivation department or a monster management office. A liaison office between the yin and yang worlds. Hao Jingye. Sheng An, you think too much. The imagination of our college students is truly amazing. Zhang Jiaoyang was not disappointed and continued. Then can I join you? Sheng An shook his head. No, no one in our department is normal. You don't meet the requirements. So, he lost because he was too normal? Zhang Jiaoyang said seriously. I think I'm also quite abnormal. I often lose my temper intermittently, can't sleep, and always stay up late, often want to go crazy, and my mental state. Sheng An smiled slightly. Your situation is suitable for the 3rd hospital, not for us. The 3rd hospital, a famous mental hospital. Zhang Jiaoyang made the next best choice and begged. Then I will follow you to find this ghost, okay? I'm really curious. Curiosity kills the cat. Hao Jingye said in a faint voice. Zhang Jiaoyang. I am a human being. Besides, if I encounter such a metaphysical thing, I will just die. Maybe I can become a metaphysical figure or travel through time. The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. Sheng An stood up. Zhang Jiaoyang's eyes sparkled. Is it okay? Sheng An, I'll have someone take you back. Zhang Jiaoyang. He is so angry. Not only did this trip fail to resolve my doubts, but it actually raised more doubts about Sheng An, about the Special Affairs Department, and about supernatural beings. But they didn't tell him. Zhang Jiaoyang was furious. I filmed it. I know about the supernatural phenomena. Why didn't you tell me? No, if you don't tell me, I will tell everyone. I will post it online. This is a threat. Sheng An's expression didn't change at all. Sure, if you want to send it, go ahead. After a pause, in the angry eyes of Zhang Jiaoyang, he spoke again. But if you cooperate with us, I will tell you in 10 days. Really? Sheng An was sure. Zhang Jiaoyang thought, isn't it just 10 days? He waits. So Sheng An called a policeman to send him away. He left in a heroic and high-spirited manner, ready to go back and count the days. Wait until he leaves. Hao Jingye suddenly asked. When does the country plan to announce the Doomsday news? Sheng An, 10 days later, which means the countdown is 5 days. Hao Jingye, Doesn't that mean we have to wait for 10 days? At that time, not only will we tell Zhang Jiaoyang, but we will also tell the people of the whole country. This poor kid was fooled by Sister Sheng. Sheng An's expression became serious, and he ordered, "Immediately have someone find out who the heretic is. His ability is very special. The photo is not clear. However, if we use the power of the state, we can always find out." Hao Jingye was curious. What kind of superpower does he have? Is it the superpower of speed? If it's a speed ability, it's not too scary. Sheng An shook his head. I don't think so. At 800 meters in 2 seconds, this speed should be an afterimage. It's impossible to capture a person. Although I have never seen the speed power, it is obvious that the speed power is fast, extremely fast. But the faster it went, the less clear it was, leaving only a shadow. This photo is quite clear, not because of the speed. That could only be another special ability. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and said, it's not a speed-related ability, and it's obviously not one of the abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. It can only be one of the rare abilities. I think we should ask him himself, or ask Li Wanyan for details. Sheng An walked out. They still know too little about superpowers. Among the reborn people discovered so far, Yang Chuan was reborn from the end of the second year of the apocalypse, but his memory is a little confused and is still being sorted out. Perhaps Li Wanyan is the one who knows the most information. Hao Jingye hurried to catch up. When will they be back? If nothing unexpected happens, Team Zero will be back the day after tomorrow, and Li Wanyan will be a day late. Question mark. Hao Jingye was puzzled. Captain Qi came back earlier than Li Wanyan? Team Zero returned by plane. Li Wanyan felt guilty about getting too much supplies, so she bought a boat ticket and returned by ship. Hao Jingye. Chapter 40. The buffs are fully stacked. The investigation into the unknown superpower would take time, so the two returned to the camp. I just met Song Linwei, and before I could tell him about today's discovery, he said first, Red folder, this is the news transferred directly from above. The grain warehouse in Shur City was stolen. It is 100% certain that it was stolen by heretics who possess space. Team A has already taken action. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Hao Jingye's eyes widened. 0 yuan purchase? This is the real 0 yuan purchase, directly targeting the national warehouses to get food. The end of the world has not yet come, but decisive action has been taken. This guy is amazing. Hao Jingye's expression became serious. Sister Sheng, let's act quickly. We can't let Group A get ahead of us. Before, each group obtained information and searched for heretics. But this one is a red file transferred from above, which is directly identified as heresy. It is common information for groups A and B. In other words, first come, first served. Song Linwei nodded in agreement. This person can take away the food in the warehouse, so he must be a person with spatial ability. Team A doesn't have spatial ability yet. As soon as the news came, Yu immediately gave up the work at hand and rushed to the scene. It's obvious that he is determined to get it. Including Jiang Yu, they have 2 spaces. Group A is mostly composed of combat types and has no space, so they are naturally anxious. Sheng An was calm. The fact that they dared to buy things from the national warehouse for free is enough to show the confidence of the person who did it. I'm afraid this person is not easy to catch, so there's no need to rush. Group A takes action first, but they may not be the first to catch anyone. When they go to the scene in person, they just try to get more information instead of finding the person immediately. Sheng An murmured, it's Shur again. The person with superpowers they discovered is in Shur City, and this guy who bought it for 0 yuan is also in Shur City? Song Linwei was puzzled. Shur City? Oh, Zhang Jiaoyang also came from Shur City. What did you learn today? We'll talk while we walk. Sheng An raised his foot. Also, give me the information about the existing $0 purchase. I'll take a look at the specifics of this heresy first. Asterisk, all the information is in the folder. All the departments below are taking action, including the information department and the investigation department, which are updating the information in the folders in real time. Sheng An looked at each one carefully. Hao Jingye told Song Linwei about today's investigation. Since the Doomsday was confirmed, every city has been making preparations, not only in terms of building shelters, but also in terms of storing food. Li Wanyan didn't buy anything before because the country was recycling. Where is the recycled food placed? Of course, a world-class destructive disaster cannot occur in one place. Huge amounts of food were stored in various places. Warehouses were full and constantly reinforced, and even underground warehouses were built to transfer supplies. The same is true for Shur. However, we have received accurate information from Jiang Yu that Shurshur will be hit by a meteorite. Shur City does not have much grain reserves. The capital is the safest central fortress that the country is trying to build. Shur City is close to the capital and is responsible for transit before the end of the world. All food is stored in warehouses on the ground and is brought in and out from time to time. One of the granaries was robbed today. In just a moment of opening the warehouse to release the grain disappeared out of thin air. Everyone present was controlled, and in the interrogation results in the folder, psychologists and reconnaissance experts were responsible for the interrogation at the same time, and the report was updated in real time. Everyone is normal. Song Linwei. Until we get more information, all the staff in the warehouse today are suspects. After all, the warehouse surveillance shows that apart from these staff members, no one else has entered the warehouse. The monitoring can directly see the moment when the materials disappear. Several workers were moving grain, and then half of the grain in the granary suddenly disappeared, and the workers cried out in surprise. Of course, there is more than just this one surveillance. There is also surveillance around the warehouse. The report shows that they have checked surveillance footage from the past 3 days, and no strangers have approached, and surveillance footage from a longer period of time is still being checked. At the same time, the on-site report was fed back immediately, and there were only footprints of staff in the warehouse. In this case, it seems that the person with spatial abilities is most likely among the staff. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid this is why team leader Yu rushed over. She would contact the staff immediately and look for heretics." Sheng An didn't say anything. His brows were furrowed, and he repeatedly checked the surveillance footage of the granary theft. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Hao Jingye was puzzled. "Sister Sheng, aren't we going to the scene?" Yu has already gone there. If the heretic is among the staff, Yu will be able to catch him quickly. It is equivalent to Group A having already locked onto the heretic and they cannot interfere anymore. Sheng An tilted his head and murmured, "I have a hunch that the heretic who stole the food is not among the staff." Intuition. Sheng An's intuition must be taken seriously. Hao Jingye. But there are no other footprints at the scene. How did this space heretic get in? Where is he hiding? This is very strange. Song Linwei's mind moved. Could it be that heretics have another supernatural power? Sheng An exhaled, raised his head, and spoke slowly. It is not ruled out that a gang committed the crime. Hao Jingye. They were both shocked. More than one person. There are awakened psychics, and they have joined forces with other heretics? If this is the case, it does make sense that there is more than one supernatural power to hide from surveillance, take away food, and leave no trace. But it's terrifying when you think about it. Song Linwei was puzzled. If it was 2 people or a gang that committed the crime, how did they meet? Sheng An did not answer, but continued to look down at the latest transmitted information and asked as he read, "Why do you think the heretics attacked the Shurshur warehouse? Because the heretics are from Shur City? The principle of proximity." Hao Jingye guessed. "We can't rule out this possibility." Sheng An paused and continued. "But we can't rule out the possibility that the heretics knew that Shurshur would be destroyed by a meteorite, and they thought that the food would be wasted, so they took it away in advance." Hao Jingye's pupil shrank, and he looked at Song Linwei and said in unison, "Reborn! That's right. It all came together in an instant. There is a person who has been reborn, and this person even has superpowers like Yang Chuan and Li Wanyun, who are reborn people with superpowers. Tie knew who else would awaken special powers and conducted preliminary screening. Used the standard answers to compare and screen, and successfully connect with the heretics who have awakened early. Reborn, space, and superpowers. This small group's buffs are fully stacked." Sheng An smiled. "This reborn person must be found, and Li Wanyun. I suddenly discovered another use for Li Wanyun, and I can't wait for her to return with the delivery." Hao Jingye and Song Linwei subconsciously touched the back of their heads, which felt a little cold. For some reason, they felt a little sympathy for Li Wanyun. People are helping the country deliver goods without even knowing it. She hasn't even returned yet, and Sister Sheng has other ideas about her. I'm afraid there will be an extremely huge workload waiting for her. Poor girl of destiny. Hao Jingye, give the interrogation captain a video. I want to talk to the staff. Sheng An obviously had a direction. Song Linwei's face was full of confusion. Hao Jingye was also puzzled, but he dutifully contacted the team leader for Sheng An. Video connected. There was not only the captain on the opposite side, but also a familiar face. Autumn Rain. Sheng An raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and waved, saying hello. Team leader Chiu. Chiu Yu's face was dark, Team leader Sheng, I've been keeping an eye on this place. I remember you seem to have other targets. Sheng An smiled. If team leader Chiu has already found the person, we will naturally not interfere. But now it seems that team leader Chiu seems to have found nothing. Chiu's face turned even darker. Sheng An said firmly, "It seems that we can be sure that the perpetrator is not a staff member at the scene." It was just her intuition before, but now Chiu Yu's reaction can confirm it. Song Linwei suddenly understood after hearing this. Hao Jingye was still a little confused and asked in a low voice, "Why? How can team leader Chiu's reaction indicate that he is not a staff member?" Song Linwei lowered his voice and asked, "Have you forgotten team leader Chiu's special ability?" Hao Jingye? He understood. Chiu Yu's special ability is puppetry. She directly controls the staff. To be honest, if the perpetrator was among them, Chiu Yu would have caught him by now. But her dark face was enough to prove that she was not among them. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An with awe in his eyes. She was indeed worthy of being Sister Sheng. Her brain, even Song Linwei, had a look of admiration on his face. Why did he think he could hide it from Sheng An in the first place? This guy is terrifyingly sharp. Although the two of them lowered their voices, the other party could still hear them. Chiu Yu's face became even colder, and his voice was icy. These staff members really know nothing. The missing food has nothing to do with them. If team leader Sheng wants to find the heretics who stole the food, he should find other channels. This is the truth. However, Sheng An smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll just ask them a question." There was a hint of doubt in Chiu Yu's eyes. But she didn't stop. She didn't know what Sheng An wanted to ask. After all, she used her supernatural powers to control the situation and learned all the truth from the staff. These people really don't know anything. They are not thieves, nor are they accomplices. The moment the food disappeared, they were all filled with shock and horror. Chapter 41. Taking Advantage of the Country. The captain entered the interrogation room with his cell phone, and the staff who were originally separated were gathered together, waiting for Sheng An's remote questioning. Not only Chiu Yu and the captain were puzzled. Even Hao Jingye and Song Linwei didn't know what Sheng An was going to ask. Looking at the staff and the camera, Sheng An smiled and asked gently, "Think carefully, everyone. Before the food disappeared, did anyone feel a chill in the back of your head? Or did you ever see a ghost?" What a weird question. Encountering a ghost? That's a damn familiar description. Didn't Zhang Xiaoyang just see a ghost and then report it to the country? The person on the other side was obviously also stunned. There was confusion in their eyes. Sheng An, this is the last question for today. I hope you can recall it carefully and not miss any details. This will help us find the truth. The captain immediately added, "You can say whatever you think of. Yes, even if it's just an illusion, or even a little doubt, you can say it." Sheng An's voice was very gentle. "It doesn't matter if you say it wrong. You are all people who help the country." Hearing this, the captain subconsciously glanced at Chiu Yu. Different from autumn rain, Sheng An was gentle when he asked, while Chiu Yu was majestic and intimidatingly serious. He even used his supernatural powers directly after asking a few questions. I have to admit it, although Chiu Yu is efficient, Sheng An is more relaxing. Several staff members relaxed, their faces full of contemplation, obviously recalling something seriously. Some shook their heads, some were puzzled. There was another person who slowly raised his hand. Sheng An immediately said, "You say." The man was obviously hesitant. Sheng An emphasized again, "It's okay, you can tell me anything." She was very gentle, and the captain pointed the video at that person. Seeing Sheng An's smiling face, the man stammered, "I seem to have really encountered a ghost recently." Everyone. There really is a situation. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei sat up straight instantly, and even Chiu Yu, the captain and others on the other side became serious. The man continued, "Last night when I was walking home from get off work, I seemed to be hit by something, but I looked back and saw nothing. I thought I was too tired and in a trance. My mother said I was hit by a ghost and burned a talisman for me." Amity frowned. This matter has nothing to do with today's theft, and she did not ask about it when she manipulated people to inquire. The other party also felt that it had nothing to do with today and did not mention it. She had mixed feelings, but she didn't interrupt Sheng An. "Today when I was in the warehouse, I seemed to feel a breeze behind me." After a pause, as if afraid of being misunderstood, he quickly added, "Of course, I had my back to the door at the time, so it might have been the wind outside. If you stand facing the door, you may indeed feel the wind behind you." Sheng An smiled and nodded. "Okay, I understand. Thank you for your cooperation." The man was dazed and confused. Sheng An said to the captain, I have finished my questioning. In this unnatural phenomenon, every detail is crucial. Since he felt the wind, even if it was just an illusion, we must investigate it. Immediately check where he was standing today, and then take a closer look at the scene. The captain responded solemnly. Understood, investigate immediately. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jiang Yu pursed her lips, looking grim. Sheng An is a smart person. She is not stupid. She encountered a ghost yesterday, and today she felt the wind. At this critical moment when the granary was stolen, although the logic behind it was unclear, it was information that could not be missed. She arrived at the scene and asked in person, but missed this information. But Sheng An remote asked specifically. It can be seen that Sheng An has already thought of something and may even have guessed a lot of information. This time, she lost again. Jiang Yu clenched his hands into fists. The person has not been found yet, and she doesn't believe that she can't find a thief with her special abilities. I can't lose to Sheng An again. At the same time, after the call ended, Sheng An put his hands behind his head, rocked back in his chair, and said in a leisurely tone, the next step is to wait for the results. What are the results of the investigation into the heresy reported by Zhang Jiaoyang? Have you received any news? Unexpectedly, she immediately turned to another heresy. Hao Jingye was stunned for a moment and quickly checked the information he received. On their way back, various departments had received a notice and had launched an investigation. He immediately sorted out the information for real-time investigation. Song Linwei was still puzzled by the heresy of the theft case and couldn't help asking, Sister Sheng, why did you suddenly ask them if they had encountered a ghost? And how could you be so sure that someone had really encountered a ghost? Who can suddenly think of the word ghost? Hearing this, Sheng An touched his chin and said, I'm not sure, so I need to ask. Someone really encountered a ghost to testify to my guess. Of course, this is just a guess. We need to continue investigating. I'll tell you later. She looked at Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye typed out all the information and handed it over. It's the same as before. We have retrieved the surveillance footage from the hotel and all the cameras on the surrounding roads. We are comparing and screening them one by one. We are also retrieving the surveillance footage from the spy satellite during the relevant period. Sheng An nodded, picked up a photo taken by Zhang Jiaoyang, and looked at it carefully. The photo only shows that the man is wearing a hat and black clothes. When these 4 photos are put together, it is obvious that they are of the same person. The photos also have the time and location, so the person can be found quickly by simply checking the surveillance footage of the surrounding roads and spy satellites. This is the power of the state apparatus, a terrifying force that leaves nothing to hide. Ding ding. Messages ring and folders are updated. Hao Jingye clicked it immediately. Based on the standing positions of the ghost staff at the scene, they found additional traces similar to footprints, but it was strange that there was only one mark in the entire warehouse, so they missed it during their first on-site inspection. If they had not locked onto the staff member's location and conducted a careful inspection, they would probably have found it difficult to discover this shallow mark. The two of them gasped. Print out the photos. Sheng An smiled, his eyes bright. He is indeed capable, and he knows how to leave no footprints. He is much more cautious than the heretics we met before. Jiang Yu ordered batches of takeout at home. Li Wanyan raised money and built a bunker. Not to mention Li Xian. If they didn't catch him, he would jump out by himself. Among the heretics discovered so far, the guy who stole the warehouse is the most cautious. Of course, the more cautious ones have not been discovered by them yet. Cautious, but also quite crazy. There are still 15 days until the end of the world, but people have already started to fleece the country. Hao Jingye said hurriedly, Sister Sheng, what should we do next? Song Linwei. This information is public, and Team Leader Qiu has also received it. They should start screening immediately, and we must take action as well. Hearing this, Sheng An flicked the photo with a faint mark on it with his fingers and said lightly, Hurry up and use the spy satellite to lock onto the heretic that Zhang Jiaoyang photographed. Hao Jingye. Sister, pay attention to the key points, he said anxiously. Although that man is a strong man, can we leave him alone for now? There may be more than one heretic stealing the granary. We should give priority to this side. Song Linwei agreed. Yes, we can't let Team Leader Qiu find the key information and lock the target first. Otherwise, this heretic will become a member of Team A. On one side is a person with special abilities, and on the other side is a small gang. Obviously, the latter is more important. They should now compete with Qiu Yu to see who can find the key information first. Only by finding the important information can they lock on to the target heretic. However, Sheng An shook his head. She put two photos together, one of the ghost taken by Zhang Jiaoyang, and the other of the shallow mark on the warehouse. Sheng An smiled. We have found it. Who says they don't overlap? This little devil is the key figure in the theft. Chapter 42 Brother Long. You are the protagonist of the world. What? It's an overlap. Hearing this, the two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. They never expected that the two heretics they wanted actually overlapped. The ghost photographed by Zhang Jiaoyang was also involved in the theft. The expressions on their faces changed again and again as they pondered the logic behind it. Soon, they widened their eyes in surprise. They understood, but also regretted that they had not put the pieces together earlier. Sheng An put down the photo, tapped it with his fingertips, and said in a relaxed tone, They are both in Shur City. I have long wondered if these two things could be linked together. Why would that person use his supernatural powers in a deserted mountain? It is very likely that he deliberately found a deserted place to train. And the training must be for a certain purpose, such as stealing food. This person's supernatural power is very obvious. He disappears in an instant and reappears in another place. According to the 4 photos taken by Zhang Jiaoyang, the distance he can disappear is limited. In other words, he must stop once every certain distance. Hao Jingye slapped the table and continued. It's like the speed ability. If it's fast enough, it won't be clear. And if he activated the ability twice in a row, with almost no time interval, it's very likely that an ordinary camera wouldn't be able to capture it. Song Linwei still had another question. What's the matter with the ghost? Sheng An chuckled, his tone very calm. There can be no time interval between the two superpower activations, but the space superpower user is stuck in the interval of collecting food, which will definitely prolong the interval time, making the two superpowers discontinuous, and the camera will definitely capture it. She propped her chin with one hand and played with 2 photos with the other hand, spinning them between her fingertips with interest. So, the little devil needs a blind spot that can block the camera, so he must know what's going on inside the warehouse. It is inevitable to install a micro camera for a staff member to monitor the warehouse situation in real time and understand the monitoring location and real-time blind spots. The staff member encountered a ghost last night. It was a little ghost who placed a camera on him. And today I felt the wind. It was the little ghost who took away the surveillance. Hao Jingye suddenly realized. As if he thought of something, he quickly opened the surveillance video, zoomed to the moment when the food disappeared, and paused. Song Linwei also looked over, and then he pointed at the position next to the staff member and took a breath. It's here. The high pile of food and the actions of the staff member prevent the camera from capturing this angle. Hao Jingye nodded with a complicated expression. It's only for a moment that I can't see it, because that person will move later, and the food will disappear soon after. This amount of time is enough. Once the space ability user takes away the food, he will immediately take away the surveillance and take the people away. Sheng An pointed at the pause surveillance interface and raised his chin. Let someone deal with this time point, this location, and this angle. Hao Jingye nodded and hurriedly sent orders. Song Linwei shook his head. It's quite a calculation, quite impressive. Yes, that's why I said he was a really smart kid. He had a clear goal and a clear action path, from training to scouting to identifying the person who installed the surveillance, and finally taking action and erasing the traces. He did a great job. Sheng An was generous with his praise. Song Linwei glanced at her secretly, feeling mixed emotions. No matter how clear the action route was, or how beautiful the method of committing the crime was, Sheng An still found it out. String together the scattered clues and accurately identify the person from the clues. Meeting her is bad luck for a heretic. Song Linwei sighed that the country's father was really good at picking out those responsible for heresy. After sending the notification, Hao Jingye asked in confusion, Sister Sheng, what kind of supernatural power does that little ghost have? Sheng An called him Little Devil, and he followed suit. A very powerful master of supernatural powers, his aura was actually affected by this name. Sheng An picked up the 4 photos taken by Zhang Jiaoyang again, raised his lips, and said with a smile, a very special ability, which can be called Flash. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei widened their eyes. Beep beep. At this moment, the communication rang, and then a high-definition photo and a file came out from the fax machine. Hao Jingye looked down, stood up suddenly, took the photos and files, and looked serious. Sister Sheng, I found the file of the Flash ability user. Asterisk, an abandoned factory building in Shur City. It went so smoothly. As expected, the boss is invincible when he takes action. Kujashua laughed out loud, very proud. Another calm-looking man said calmly, I have special abilities, and this time I have to thank Jiang Yu for his space. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to collect so much food. His tone seemed calm, but his slightly raised chin and confident eyes were enough to show his arrogance. Next to him, another shy man smiled and said in a gentle tone, "It's Jiang Yu's ability that's powerful, and it's also the perfect plan made by Jiang Yu. Otherwise, I would definitely not be able to do anything." "Don't be so modest, Brother Jiang Yu. Your space is very useful. Brother Long is really awesome. He has the ability to flash." Jiashue's eyes were full of stars. Long Tianyu, a flashing superpower. He is also the core of their team, the person who brings them together. Hearing this, a slightly smug smile appeared on Long Tianyu's serious face, but he quickly retracted it, maintaining his calm and steady demeanor. Long Tianyu, there are still 15 days left. No, it will be dawn soon, so it will be 14 days. The end of the world will come, and the world will undergo tremendous changes. We have awakened our superpowers before the end of the world, so we will surely shine at the end of the world. He glanced at the two people in front of him. They were the psychics that he had found with great effort. They were also the teammates he chose for himself. Jiashue's eyes lit up even more, and she was very supportive. "Although I have awakened my superpowers, if it weren't for Brother Long, I wouldn't have known that the end of the world would come, let alone stock up on supplies in advance." The shy Jiang Yu also laughed and nodded, his eyes looking expectant. Although the end of the world is terrifying, Brother Long predicted it and helped us stock up on food in advance. As long as we have sufficient supplies and strong combat power, we don't have to be afraid of the end of the world. Hearing this, Long Tianyu's heart moved. He looked at the two of them and became serious. "You are the teammates I selected. I trust you and know you will not betray me. So, there are some things I can tell you." When the two heard this, they immediately became curious. "Actually, I'm not predicting the end of the world, but rebirth," Long Tianyu said slowly. "Jiang Yu, Jiashue, Long Tianyu, will you blame me for hiding it from you before?" "Of course not," they both said in unison. Jiashue became even more excited, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Brother Long, I've always felt that you were extraordinary. I didn't expect that you were actually a reborn person, with powerful superpowers and rebirth. Brother Long, you must be the protagonist of the world." She is a college graduate who just graduated and is at the age when she loves reading novels. Jiang Yu nodded and agreed very much. "We are so lucky to be able to follow Brother Long. According to the law of the second dimension, a reborn superpower like Brother Long must be the chosen one. If you follow Brother Long, you will have meat to eat. If you go against Brother Long, you will definitely die." Jiashuan nodded wildly. Long Tianyu could no longer suppress the upward curve of his lips, his face full of pride and arrogance. With his rebirth and powerful supernatural powers, he was confident that no one would be able to discover him, even if he stole food from the national warehouse. He is the Chosen One. Chapter 43. The Chosen One has no money in his pocket. It is still before the end of the world, and Long Tianyu has no money in his pocket. So they held their meeting in an old factory building that was drafty on all sides. The three of them sat on the floor with a supermarket shopping bag in front of them, which contained some beer and snacks. The Chosen One is still in the developmental stage and is a little tight on financial constraints. Of course, the other two didn't care, because they're equally poor. Jiashue was eating potato chips and asked curiously, "Brother Long, what happened before you were reborn? Can you tell us?" Jiang Yu reached out and grabbed a handful from the bag of potato chips, his eyes also full of anticipation. There was nothing to hide. Long Tianyu took out the beer from the plastic bag, opened a can, took a big gulp, and then slowly narrated his past life. In his previous life, he lived to the second year of the apocalypse and awakened his flash ability in the first year of the apocalypse. However, the initial flash ability was not very powerful. The flash distance was very short, so he suffered a lot. But later, as the flash distance became longer, he became a perfect assassin, able to appear around anyone in an instant. He took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, defeated the defense, and the assassination was successful. He also became a well-known psychic and joined a strong team of psychics. But later, they were killed by a group of hidden alien species while trying to snatch meteorite fragments. Even if he exhausted his superpowers, he still died at the hands of the alien. The fear of death loomed over him, but soon he raised his chin and regained his fighting spirit. Long Tianyu exhaled. Fortunately, everything is different now. He was born again, relying on his memories before rebirth. He found many people with superpowers from his previous life, but unfortunately none of them had awakened. Only Jiang and Jiang Yu had awakened. The water-based mutant Jiang was actually a byproduct. His target is the person with space ability, but people with spatial abilities are extremely rare. Jiang Yu had only come into contact with a few of them in his previous life, and the strongest of them was a person named Wanan. But after he was reborn, he never found Wanan and didn't know where she was. I guess it's just living a normal life in some corner before the end of the world. He didn't find Wanan, but he found Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's space is just an ordinary space. Unlike Wanan, who can use space to fight, but it doesn't matter, he can fight by himself. The value of a person with spatial ability is just to help him stock up goods. Thinking of the battle, Jiang Yu's breathing became rapid. Before he died in his previous life, the longest distance he could flash at a time was 100 meters, and 5 consecutive long-distance flashes would exhaust his supernatural powers. On the contrary, after his rebirth, he became even more powerful. Not only can the longest distance reach 200 meters, it can even flash 10 times in a row. What does that mean? Within 2 kilometers, he is the strongest king. Not only did he get a chance to start over, but he also became even stronger. If this isn't the chosen one, then what is he? This is his most powerful golden finger. But Jiang Yu was somewhat puzzled. I was reborn before the end of the world, and my superpowers became stronger. The 2 of you who awakened before the end of the world are also very powerful, several times stronger than the superpowers who just awakened in the previous life. It's really strange. Are those who awaken before the apocalypse different from those who awaken after the apocalypse? Jiang Yu made a guess. It's possible. Jiang Yu frowned. But I never heard of anyone awakening before the end of the world in my previous life. I came into contact with Joshua in my previous life to buy water. At that time, Joshua was living a very tight life, and the water she could release every day was not much. But in this life, I have surpassed my previous life just after being reborn. This is a very strange phenomenon. It's not just him. Jiang Yu and Joshua are both like this. The 3 of them fell silent. Soon, Joshua had an explanation. It must be because of Brother Long's butterfly effect. Jiang Yu suddenly realized, yes, it is very likely that Jiang Yu is reborn. According to the law of the second dimension, Jiang Yu is the protagonist, and we are in the protagonist camp, so we will become stronger. He smiled shyly and said softly, Brother Long, I will always follow you and will never betray you. Just kidding, the one who betrays the protagonist and goes against the protagonist is called a villain. The villain is doomed to fail. Hearing this, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Don't worry, we are a team. Even if the team becomes larger in the future, I will still trust you the most. We are the ones who started preparing before the end of the world. Thinking of the food they had transported from the granary, Joshua's eyes lit up and her voice became excited. We knew about the coming of the Doomsday in advance and started to stockpile supplies and form a superpower team when no one else knew. The end of the world may be our chance to realize our ambitions. Jiang Yu nodded heavily. Before the end of the world, he was an ordinary person who had not waited for his chance. But this time, he stockpiled supplies in advance, formed a team of superpowers, and possessed powerful superpowers. He will definitely become the king of the end of the world. Joshua, let's give our superpower team a name. Jiang Yu said without hesitation. Ghostly superpower team. Ghosts, Jiang Yu murmured. They come and go without a trace. Aren't they just like ghosts? They make us lose our way and can't catch us. Joshua. Then Brother Long is the Ghost King. Ha ha ha, so domineering. Ghost King. Jiang Yu smiled. Yes, the title of Ghost King was very suitable for his ability. This time, he would definitely make a name for himself with the title of Ghost King. He raised the can, looking very excited, celebrating the success of the first operation and the establishment of the ghostly superpower team. Okay, Joshua and Jiang Yu immediately raised their cans and collided with each other. The 3 of them drank a bottle of beer happily. Joshua was drunk and opened her eyes wide. Brother Long, what should we do next? Jiang Yu was also a little bit drunk. Not just because of excitement, but also a little drunk. At the end of his previous life, everyone was poor and there was no alcohol to drink, so he had a poor alcohol tolerance. 2 cans of beer, that's about it. Jiang Yu's cheeks were slightly red and his eyes were arrogant. Of course, we will continue to stockpile supplies. In the last life, the entire Shur city was gone. It is natural for us to take away the supplies from Sure City. They have no money and can only rely on buying for 0 yuan to fleece the country. We already have food. The next step is Sheng An. Long Tianyu smiled and said, "You all said that you can eat meat if you follow me, so of course you are hoarding meat." Asterisk, Doomsday Special Affairs Agency Camp. So, the kid with the flashing superpowers is this young man named Long Tianyu. Hao Jingye briefly introduced Long Tianyu's entire life experience. From how old he was when he started school, what mistakes he made at school, how others evaluated him, his salary and status at several jobs. There is even information screened from his mobile phone, including but not limited to contacts, chat records, search records, purchase records, etc. It can be said that the person was stripped completely. Sheng An flipped through it calmly. Chapter 44 Sheng An. We're leading you into a trap. Song Linwei sighed. This person was quite ordinary before, neither high nor low. He had ambitions and aspirations, but he just didn't have the corresponding strength. After a pause, he added, "But now that I have the ability to flash, it's a great advantage. It's very practical." Hao Jingyan nodded in agreement. Yes, Long Tianyu must have lived in the apocalypse for quite some time, otherwise the changes would not be so great. After thinking carefully, he concluded, similar to Li Wanyun. These smart people with sharp brains can see the core problem of the other party at a glance. Sheng An tapped the table with his fingers, speaking in a leisurely tone. Very good. His abilities are special and can be used in a wide range of ways after the apocalypse. He can also assist us before the apocalypse. By the way, he can also help us recall which people with special abilities there are. Putting him and Li Wanyun together to work together will be more effective. They both. Very good. The work has been arranged in advance, just waiting to catch the person. Just as Hao Jingye was about to ask, the phone rang again, and the computer folder updated the information. He clicked it immediately, and after seeing it carefully, he looked at it with a look of as expected. What's wrong? Song Linwei leaned over. Hao Jingye pointed the screen at Sheng An. Sister Sheng, your guesses are all correct. He did use the ability to flash to get into the warehouse. During the flash, he should have been standing in a blind spot on the surveillance camera behind the staff. The photos have been processed by experts. The interception time is the moment when something disappears. It was also at this moment that one could see in the process photo that behind the staff member, at the position originally blocked by the grain, there was a blurred shadow after the grain disappeared. The shadow is very blurry. If it hadn't been processed, it would be impossible to see it clearly from the surveillance video with the naked eye. During this gap, he was using the flash ability to leave. This shadow is circled and the inferred outline is drawn. Song Linwei's pupil shrank. This outline is not the outline of a person. Long Tianyu is not that tall, nor that strong. Song Linwei took a deep breath and said slowly, "They are two people." Long Tianyu is acting with the space ability user. Sister Sheng's previous speculations are all correct. Hao Jingye, so this is a two-person heresy team? Sheng An suddenly said, "Who said two people?" The two were startled and looked at her suddenly. Seeing Sheng An's meaningful expression, Song Linwei thought about it and suddenly realized. I understand. Their team consists of at least 3 people. No, maybe just 3 people. After all, although there are quite a few heretics, they are not so easy to find. Song Linwei said in a firm voice. The state apparatus has only found these heretics so far. How could Long Tianyu find so many? That team of 3 people is the best solution. A flash power user, a space power user, and an unknown power user. Hao Jingye still hadn't figured it out yet, wondering. Why is there another person? Can't they just have 2 people? Sheng An chuckled. Because they need someone to cover them. She propped her chin on her hand, twirling a pen with her fingers, and said in a light voice, "It is impossible for his flash ability to have no limit on the number of times it can be used, nor can it have no limit on the distance. That would be against the will of heaven." After a pause, she continued, "If Long Tianyu had the invincible flash ability, he wouldn't need to hide from the warehouse's cameras. He could be so arrogant that he doesn't even need a plan. The need for planning and a perfect process only shows that he is not strong enough to have no worries." So, according to this inference, Hao Jingye slapped his head and said, his ability is limited. He can't escape all surveillance directly. There must be someone outside to support him. For example, he drove a car and flashed directly into the car with the space ability user, away from the warehouse and avoiding surveillance. Upon realizing what was happening, Hao Jingye immediately notified a check on all vehicles within 10 kilometers of the warehouse. Sheng An, let's check. First, check the people that Jiang Yu has been in contact with recently, as well as other people who have contact with him, and find out the other two heretics. Yes, Hao Jingye and Song Linwei said in unison. Less than 3 hours. The complete report came out. The pervasive surveillance and satellites were enough to clearly identify the person they wanted to target. Moreover, it is difficult for modern people to separate themselves from their mobile phones. When Jiang Yu wanted to contact other people, he instinctively used his mobile phone. It has been confirmed that there were 3 people involved: Jiang Yu, Zhang Kuan, and Ke Jiashue. At the time of the incident, Ke Jiashue was driving a car 2 kilometers away towards the warehouse. When she was 1 kilometer away, she turned onto another road and left. From this, we can infer that Zhang Kuan is a space-based mutant, and Ke Jiashue is the heretic who helped him. This is Ke Jiashue's investigative report. 3 days ago, Ke Jiashue went to the hospital to check if there was anything wrong with her body. This is her medical examination report. Jiang Yu and Ke Jiashue had their first phone call 3 days ago. Ke Jiashue's physical examination showed that she had awakened her supernatural powers. It is unknown when Zhang Kuan awakened his supernatural powers, but 2 days ago, Jiang Yu and Zhang Kuan exchanged contact information for the first time. This is the file of Zhang Kuan and Ke Jiashue. This is the details of their meeting. This is the content of their conversations over the past 3 days, as well as key information from the call recordings. This is their 3-day roadmap. At this time, Jiang Yu, Zhang Kuan, and Ke Jiashue are in the same location, all in an abandoned factory building in the southwest of Shi City. With files and reports one by one, in less than 3 hours, it was enough to investigate the 3 people thoroughly. Their actions, which they thought were secret, were cleared down to every word they said. Nothing can escape from the state apparatus. Song Linwei swallowed. It was the first time for him to use the highest authority to mobilize national forces to investigate someone, and it was also the first time for him to witness such power. So scary. How on earth did he think he could hide it from the country? After all, he underestimated the state apparatus and also underestimated Sheng An. Hao Jingye said excitedly, "Sister Sheng, are we going to catch them now?" Sheng An shook his head and denied it. "This guy is not easy to catch. Don't worry. Let's try another method this time." The two were stunned and a little confused. Sheng An smiled. "They have already stolen the grain from the Shirsha granary. They are bold enough to attack the national warehouse. There are still more than 10 days. Do you think he will not take other actions?" "No, they will definitely take action." Song Linwei murmured. "Their financial situation is not very good. Now that they have space, they should continue to stock up." "That's right." Sheng An nodded. "They will continue to fleece the country. Shirsha is a city that needs to be destroyed. It's only natural for them to steal, and they will definitely do it." They both looked at her. Sheng An slowly stood up, his slender figure stretched out, and his voice was full of laughter. "They have already stockpiled food. According to Li Wanyun's stockpiling direction, they will stockpile meat next. Let's centralize the meat from the Shirsha slaughterhouse and transfer it. We'll set a trap for you." Chapter 45. Dare to challenge Tai Sui? The two of them gasped. Zhang Kuan and Ke Jiashue are easy to catch, but Jiang Yu's special ability is a little more troublesome. It's not that he can't catch them, but he is worried that there will be conflicts and injuries to other people. Lure someone into a trap and set an ambush. This is the perfect way to arrest someone. Sheng An always understands the style of heretics and chooses the most appropriate way to deal with them. Jiang Yu and his men were very bold in their actions. As long as the meat in Shi City was concentrated and transferred, they would definitely take action at this time, so as to collect the most supplies in a shorter time. As for whether they will act completely according to the plan, don't worry about that. Now that they know who the little devil is, they can perfectly monitor all his actions and adjust their plans in real time. Sheng An, Shirsha's supplies were originally supposed to be transported to a safe area. They want to steal them and help transport the goods. Spatial ability users are much more convenient than cold storage trucks. Her tone was gentle and her eyes were curved. But every word he said made people feel a chill down their spine. Hao Jingye, Song Linwei. As expected of Sister Sheng, you have made the best use of everyone's talents. Whether you have joined the Doomsday Special Affairs Department or not, just use it first. As for whether you are willing to join, are you kidding? You have no choice. You have to join. Asterisk, countdown to Doomsday. 14 days. Sheng An was eating while looking through the documents in his hand. Jiang Yu and Li Xian finished half a day's class, still feeling dizzy, but still wandered into the cafeteria and sat down opposite Sheng An. Seeing Sheng An eating and watching at the same time, he had a strange expression on his face. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Sister Sheng, what are you looking at? Hearing this, Sheng An let out a breath. She had a complicated expression. She seemed speechless, yet helpless, just for fun. Jiang Yu. Xin was impatient and reached out to take it. Sheng An didn't stop them and let them watch. The two looked over and were stunned. Chat history? Each of the sheets was fastened with clips and contained a lot of information. They started from the first one, which was a chat record of a small group of 3 people. Group name, Ghostly Superpower Group. If it was before the end of the world, if the chat records were not obtained from Sheng An, they would definitely think that this was a weird little group. But at this moment, they immediately realized that this was the new heretic that Sheng An and his team had recently caught. The two of them immediately felt better, and they didn't even bother to eat, and quickly looked down. Ghost King, we will take action tomorrow. I'll go check out the location today. Future Water God, still the same plan as before? Space Master, okay, Brother Long, I'm sorting out the space. There is too much food, which takes up 2/3 of the space, and meat can only fit 1/3. Ghost King at Future Water God, it's about the same. There will be some changes in the details. I need to find out which warehouse has the most meat first. Ghost King at Space Master, buy a ticket to the capital. I'll give you the address. Rent a warehouse. Remember to choose the safest warehouse, and put half of the food in it. Food can be stored outside for a while, but meat cannot. Meat can only be stored in space. Future Water God. Okay. Space Master. Okay. Future Water God. Brother Long, I just went to the wholesale market to check. The administration is dispatching supplies. Probably because of the theft in the granary, they have concentrated the meat. Ghost King, have you found out where it is? Future Water God. I followed a fresh-keeping truck to see it. It's on road in the north. Ghost King, come pick me up by car and we'll talk when we meet. Ghost King at Space Master, don't worry. If the meat has been gathered, it will save us a lot of trouble. After we determine the location, we will go and rent a warehouse together. Space Master. Okay, Brother Long is here and he is invincible. Future Water God. Nonsense, this is our boss, the Ghost King. Jiang Yu. Li Xin. The two looked at each other, both confused. Jiang Yu. What do you mean? Are you discussing how to steal the country's supplies? Xin paused and nodded slowly. Yes. Then, the two said in unison. Are they not sick? They saw with their own eyes what it meant to dig up trouble. Jiang Yu. I just bought some extra food, and Sister Xin caught me. Xin. I just wanted to save the world, but I was arrested as soon as I left the house. So, where do these people get their confidence from? Go and die. Think about it again. They are seriously planning to steal national supplies. But Sheng An and the others have the leisure to read their chat records, and even watch them for fun. Jiang Yu raised his hand and tapped his chest. Wax for these 3 heretics. At this time, Hao Jingye entered the cafeteria and walked quickly over with a folder in his hand. Sister Sheng, the latest news is that they bought a ticket to rent a warehouse in Beijing. The location they chose is in the West District, around the core shelter in the suburbs of Beijing. However, the warehouses there are now stockpiling national supplies. Sheng An said calmly, pick an empty one and rent it to them. They have worked so hard to help us deliver the food, so how can we not accept it? Hao Jingye? Okay. After a pause, he took out his phone and said, this is the content of their meeting and negotiation. I only intercepted the important information. Sheng An nodded. Hao Jingye sat down next to him and clicked play. 1/3 of the food must be kept as a precaution, and the rest must be packed into meat, as meat is even more scarce than food. Won't the land be uncultivable in the future? It seems that the Beijing Academy of Sciences has developed hydroponics, and plant-based psychics can also produce food. Although the output is low, it is there after all. Meat is even more precious. The same amount of meat can be exchanged for several times the amount of food from plant-based psychics. Then it's settled. Only 5 square meters of the remaining space will be used for other things, and the rest will be used for meat. Before, the granary was robbed, and the state centralized the meat, so we just took it away directly. Is cold storage strictly regulated? Of course it's strict, but why should we be afraid? We have Brother Long. The country definitely doesn't know how that batch of supplies disappeared. I'm afraid they think it's haunted. It's so funny. As soon as I think about the confusion they're experiencing right now, I want to laugh. After tomorrow, they will be even more confused. Yes, we will let them know that in the face of powerful strength, everything is a paper tiger. The era of the country has passed, and the strong are the future. Hearing this, Jiang Yu and Li Xan suddenly felt very cold, and a chill ran down the back of their heads. They looked at Sheng An suddenly. Sure enough, Sister Sheng was already smiling. She smiled gently, her eyebrows were curved, and her eyes were deep and unfathomable. Although she was smiling, it felt like the air around her suddenly cooled down. The two of them sat up straight in an instant, terrified. Damn, this is a real warrior. In the face of their powerful strength, the country is a paper tiger? Sister Sheng is a paper tiger? These three people are gone? Chapter 46. Of course, it's because the chosen one is too poor. Countdown to Doomsday. 13 days. The small team prepared to set out to commit a crime and take away large quantities of meat from the national cold storage. Long Tianyu was determined to win. With the experience from last time, we will definitely be more successful this time. We will fight quickly and make a quick decision. Our goal is to clear out the cold storage. Jiang Kun nodded heavily. Jiaxu couldn't hide her excitement and said excitedly, Brother Long, Brother Zhang, are we like the heroes on TV, flying over eaves and walls, omnipotent, and able to easily take away national supplies and leave the country helpless? Zhang Kun, not only are the officials helpless, they don't even know about us. He rubbed his hands and smiled shyly. In the past, I never dared to imagine that one day I would have superpowers and be extremely powerful. Long Tianyu didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly showed his agreement. Who would have thought that they could become so powerful? Those bizarre plots in TV and novels are happening in real life. They are the protagonists. Long Tianyu smiled, raised his chin, and cleared his throat, putting on a calm face. Let's go. Let's go to the breakfast shop to buy some food first. We can have breakfast in the car and then go straight to our destination. Then she smiled sheepishly. Brother Long, Brother Zhang, do you have any money left? I used all my money to rent a car and fill up the gas tank. One sentence instantly destroyed the high morale. Long Tianyu's head, which had been raised proudly, lowered a little. He lowered his voice and said, I also spent all my money when I rented the warehouse yesterday. Zhang Kun smiled bitterly. I don't have any more either. I used them all to buy train tickets yesterday. Why does his space only take advantage of the country and not stockpile anything else? Of course, it's because of poverty. I can't afford anything. Long Tianyu. After a moment of silence, he asked Jiaxu, Is there nothing left? Huabei, Baikiao. Jiaxu lowered her head. I used it all to pay off my credit card at the beginning of the month. Zhang Kun rummaged in his pocket for a long time and took out $5. Long Tianyu. That's enough, buy some steamed buns first. Jiaxu hesitated. Brother Long, the price of food has gone up. Now steamed buns cost 3 yuan each and 5 yuan for 2. It's not enough. Long Tianyu. He took a deep breath and said after a while, Then buy 2 and make do with it for now. At this point, the three of them looked at each other. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a little miserable. Jiaxu shook her head, shaking off this strange thought from her mind, and said firmly, We have a warehouse of food, and we'll soon have another space of meat. Yes, Zhang Kun comforted himself. By the end of the world, we will be rich enough to rival a country. Long Tianyu regained his confidence and raised his chin. Compared to abundant supplies and powerful superpowers, everything else is nothing. Money is just paper. Once the doomsday comes, it will be worthless. Let's set out now and confiscate the most precious resources of the doomsday. The three of them were full of confidence and rushed to the breakfast shop excitedly and bought 2 steamed buns. After getting on the bus, Zhang Kun gave 2 steamed buns to Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu was going to give him half. Zhang Kun grinned and took out another steamed bun. I just got one more! Exclamation point. Long Tianyu looked at the steamed bun with mixed feelings. Is the space used to steal a steamed bun? I always feel like something is weird. Long Tianyu. Zhang Kun, it's best not to use space to steal food from other superpowers in the end times. Ah, why? Zhang Kun was eating with great relish and looked up blankly. Long Tianyu. When a space ability user is beaten to the point of near death, some of the space's supplies will explode. When a space ability user dies, all the supplies in the space will explode. This shows that space ability users are the targets of food-efficient ability users. Jiang Yu was so shocked that he couldn't even eat his steamed buns. It doesn't matter, I will protect you, and now is still before the end of the world. Long Tianyu said again. Jiang Yu suddenly felt relieved. He was a timid but sensible man, so he decided to cling to Brother Long to avoid being slaughtered for food. What's food? Think about the supplies we have stockpiled. Ku Jiashua said fiercely as she took a bite of her steamed bun. Long Tianyu and Jiang Yu smiled at the same time. Thinking about stockpiling and today's plans, the tasteless steamed buns started to smell fragrant. Not far away, a man slapped his son, who was watching attentively. What are you looking at? Have you never seen people eating steamed buns? His son looked away and touched his head. They are so strange. They look like they have their chins hanging in the air, but they each have a white steamed bun and they chew it with gusto. The big man yelled, "Hurry up and go to school. I tell you, if you don't study hard, you will be like these 3 hooligans in the future, eating steamed buns without vegetables." The son pouted and took a big bite of the sandwich. Asterisk, before the trio went out, the Special Affairs Department had already taken action early on. Doomsday Special Affairs Agency Camp. Early in the morning, Sheng An put on his combat uniform and went out with Hao Jingye and Song Linwei. Jiang Yu and Li Xian, one on each side, hugged Sheng An's legs tightly and begged, "Sister, take us with you. Please, take us with you." Sheng An moved his legs, and the two hugged each other tightly. She said expressionlessly, "No class today?" Li Xian, "Not on." Jiang Yu, "At worst, I can make up for it at night. I want to go and see it. Can I not go today?" This is a contest with 3 heretics. And unlike before, the heretics this time are very tricky, and I'm afraid we'll have to fight them. According to background checks, Long Tianyu was raised by his grandparents, but they have passed away. Ku Jiashua's parents favor boys over girls, and their family relationships are very poor. Jiang Yu is an orphan who came directly from an orphanage. In other words, 3 bachelors. If you want to subdue such a person, you can only suppress him by force. Be it the curious Jiang Yu or the self-proclaimed awesome Li Xian. Neither of them wanted to miss this scene and insisted on following along. Song Linwei frowned. "Don't cause trouble for team leader Sheng." Li Xian bared his teeth, not daring to refute his uncle. Jiang Yu directly refuted. "You usually stay in the camp, but you followed us today too? You also want to watch the fun. Why are you blaming us?" Song Linwei. Sheng An took a look and sighed. "Let's go." Yeah, the two were ecstatic. She smiled slightly and said, "If anyone dares to cause trouble for me, you will have to take double the lessons and never leave the camp again." A chill ran down their spines, and they stood at attention. Yes. Chapter 47, She Has Resources. This was the first time Jiang Yu and Li Xian saw the Special Affairs Department in action. Sheng An looked heroic in his combat uniform, with a miniature walkie-talkie in his hand and a stern face. At his command, all the special police stationed at the Special Affairs Department took action immediately. Sheng An raised his wrist and said calmly, Team 1, Team 1. Team 1 is here." A voice came over the intercom. "Team 1 is in place." Sheng An, 21, 21. 21 is in place. Traffic control within 10 kilometers of the cold storage. The target has left the house and is heading to the breakfast shop. Team 832 is in position. Once the target vehicle drives toward Anchang Road, all vehicles in front and behind will be diverted away. Received, received. A roadblock is being set up in the middle section of Nanshan Road. Team 2, Team 2. Team 2 is already in position, lurking around the cold storage. Drone team in place. On the screen in front of Sheng An, a red dot was flashing. It was the car where Long Tianyu and his friends were parked. The movements surrounding this car and these 3 people were as dense as a big net. The big net is being spread out, waiting for the target to be caught and the line to be pulled in. Li Xian was terrified. He murmured, "So they set such a big net when they caught me. How could I possibly escape?" Thinking about it this way, it is reasonable for him to be arrested. I feel inexplicably relieved. Sheng An squinted at him and said in a calm voice, "When I captured you, I only used 1/10 of the strength I used today." Li Xin. He subconsciously raised his voice. "Why?" Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Song Linwei slapped him on the back and couldn't help but curse. "Are you sick? Why are you competing with others in this? What? Are you not satisfied that there are no more people to deal with you?" The blood suppression from his uncle successfully shut Li Xian up. He sat down in a chair angrily. Sheng An was too lazy to pay attention to this guy and turned to ask Hao Jingye, Team Zero came back today. What's the situation now? Hao Jingye glanced at the time and said hurriedly, they should have just arrived. They took the plane last night. Sheng An, send the address to Team Zero and go directly to Shur City. Hao Jingye was shocked. Sheng An's eyes were cold and his voice was indifferent. This is the first conflict with heretics. Team Zero is destined to fight heretics and alien species in the future. Today is just to accumulate experience in advance. After a pause, she added, it is also to guard against heresy. Why is there such a big scene today? Because the end of the world is coming, aliens and more heretics are about to appear, and they need combat experience. The timing couldn't be better. Furthermore, we must also be on guard against that guy Long Tianyu. He was reborn from the end of the world and had brutal experiences there. No one knows what he will do. If Team Zero arrives, it will be even safer. Asterisk. At the same time, Wan Yuan followed Captain Shi off the plane, and next to him was a member of Team Zero, Yu Feng. There were not many people in Team Zero to begin with, and most of them had to be sent to follow Li Wanyun and protect her safety, so only a few of them came back at this time. Yu Feng stretched his neck and raised his arms, his voice hoarse from having just woken up. Today's first-class cabin is comfortable, and the food is delicious. Let's go back and find an inn to welcome her. Wan Yuan patted him, grinning and lowering his voice. Call me Sister Sheng. Call me in front of Captain Shi. Are you looking for death? Upon hearing this, Yu Feng subconsciously stood up straight. He quickly said, oh, it's Sister Sheng. Let's go back and ask Sister Sheng to welcome us. Sheng An is younger than them, but everyone calls her Sister Sheng by default. Of course, with Qi Lingwu on his back, there are all kinds of names. An Bao. They could be called anything. Sometimes Sheng An would deal with them, and sometimes he was too lazy to pay attention. Qi Lingwu was using his phone without even looking up. Your combat awareness has deteriorated recently. I'll help you practice more when we get back. Yu Feng. He screamed. Captain Qi, I was wrong. This shout attracted countless people to look over. The three handsome guys, about 1.80 and 1.90 meters tall, were a beautiful sight just standing there. Almost everyone's eyes would stop on Qi Lingwu. Someone else came over. Handsome guy. Just after greeting, Qi Lingwu looked up and glanced over. The girl paused, her face turned pale, and she turned stiffly with her phone in her hand and looked at Yu Feng. Can I add WeChat? Yu Feng said instinctively. Of course. Next to him, Qi Lingwu had already walked towards the luggage carousel. 10,000 yuan followed immediately. After the two of them got their luggage, Wan Yuan looked at Yu Feng, who was still chatting with a beautiful woman not far away, and yawned. What the madman said is right. Today's airplane meal is indeed delicious. You could tell at a glance that the chef is from our country. Food from abroad is so awful. We have been suffering these days. As he said this, he shook his head. Qi Lingwu glanced at him and said, I should ask you to send the target back to China. 10,000 yuan. He thought of the people who escorted Li Wanyun. Li Wanyun was afraid that the customs would check the 10 billion yuan she had lost, so she resolutely chose to drift on the sea and take a boat back due to the long distance. They couldn't tell her either. Just go through customs without worry. Someone will cover her. I could only watch her get on the boat. They had been on that ship several times when they were on missions, and just thinking about it made them shudder. Wan Yuanjua tensed up and shook her head violently. Fuck. I wonder how Li Wanyun is doing now. Yu Feng had already come over, and upon hearing this, he said, Old Zhao and the others are following us, so they won't die, but I'm afraid they'll suffer a lot. The two looked at each other and sighed. They were originally supposed to escort the munitions, but they returned in first class, eating and resting well. The courier, Li Wanyun, who helped them complete the mission, I guess he is still suffering at sea. Poor child. At this moment, Qi Lingwu received the news. He glanced down, his expression stern. There's a mission, let's go. Asterisk. On the sea. Li Wanyun was stunned. She knew it wouldn't be pleasant, but she never expected it to be so painful. Looking at the salted fish and kelp on the plate in front of me, and thinking about the salted fish and kelp I had in the morning plus the swaying of the boat, my stomach churned and I felt like vomiting. Li Wanyun looked away. She hadn't eaten properly from last night to today, and M-Country had been relying on energy to keep her stomach going, so she felt like she was about to starve to death. Guarding a huge space of supplies and ammunition, but starving, I want to cry just thinking about it. Li Wanyun hugged her knees, feeling aggrieved. She could only focus her mind into the space and take inventory of her supplies. It was as big as 10 football fields and had almost no ceiling. Li Wanyan filled it with supplies and weapons. The things she stockpiled on this trip were far beyond her imagination. At the end of the world, she will no longer have to worry about supplies. Rich enough to rival a country? Oh, at the end of the world, you will be more than just rich enough to rival a country. There is no one in the whole world who has more resources than her. Thinking of this, Li Wanyan slowly let go of her hand. She raised a proud smile on her face and picked up the chopsticks. I suffer now, so what? She has supplies. It's miserable now, so what? She has supplies. She has lots and lots of supplies. The smile on Li Wanyan's face became brighter, and with such wonderful expectations, she started to eat the salted fish in big mouthfuls. So what if I eat salted fish? She has resources. Vomit. Forget it. She decided to hide in the toilet and eat the food stored in the space. Chapter 48 No one? Because the country has cleared the way for you. 11 o'clock. Long Tianyu and his group went to the cold storage via Anchang Road and Nanshan Road. There was constant laughter in the car. Should we leave some marks in the cold storage today? Zhang Kun rubbed his hands. Ku Jiashua was puzzled. What's the point of leaving the symbol? Zhang Kun. It's always like this in anime. Things mysteriously disappear, leaving behind a special symbol. From then on, this symbol represents a taboo and represents a terrifying power. In fact, it is just pretending to be cool. Long Tianyu thought about it and shook his head. There's no need to create unnecessary complications. Let's end this quickly. We can have a symbol for the Ghost Squad as our team emblem, which we can use in the end times. Ku Jiashua said excitedly. Brother Long, since we will have to use it sooner or later, let's use it this time. They can't catch us anyway, so there's no need to be afraid. Zhang Kuin's eyes were also sparkling. Long Tianyu thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, then what symbol should we use? The Ghost Squad. Naturally, it has to be related to ghosts. It has to be scary. Lightning? That's a lightning-type mutant. I think we should use... They started a heated discussion about the team logo. Far above the sky, several drones from several directions were not only aiming at them, but also following them at a constant distance. In another car, Li Xian listened to the conversation among the group of people and suddenly fell silent. Jiang Yu understood Li Xian's thoughts at this time very well and said with a sigh, I really don't know where the confidence comes from. There is still time to discuss what symbol to leave behind. Don't keep it. We have to keep someone this time. Li Xian. Do we want to be teammates with people like this? Sheng An glanced at him and said calmly, You snatched the Ultraman figurines from the kids, and you still want to save the world. No matter where you look from. This ghost team is more normal than Li Xian. Of course, none of these guys are really normal. Li Xin. The dead memories suddenly began to attack. At this moment, a voice rang out from the computer in front of me. Long Tianyu. Strange, why didn't we encounter any cars along the way today? Ku Jiashua replied in a brisk voice. Isn't this great? We can move freely and reduce the risk of being discovered. Besides, I'm not a very good driver, so I like the situation where I'm the only car on the road. Being the only car on the road, this is the dream of many new drivers. Long Tianyu frowned and murmured, I always feel like something is wrong. Zhang Kun. Maybe it's because today is a weekday and the cold storage is in a remote location. There aren't many busy areas along the way, so it's normal that there are no cars. Long Tianyu thought about it and nodded. At the same time, Sheng An's pager rang. The target is 10 kilometers away from Anchang North Road. Received. The roadblock on Anchang North Road has been removed. Jiang Yu Li Xian. Isn't there anyone here? The country has cleared the entire road for you. 12 o'clock. The car was getting closer and closer to the cold storage. Ku Jiashua. The cold storage is 2 kilometers away. Long Tianyu took a deep breath and looked carefully at the images from the miniature camera he had installed for the workers. On the screen, the workers were cleaning the stored meat. The cold storage was filled with cool air, making it more suitable for hiding themselves than a granary. Moreover, the monitoring blind spot was located because the workers were moving things and all had their backs to the camera. Perfect moment. He carried Zhang Kun on his back and raised his chin. According to the plan, I will enter the blind spot of the cold storage when there are still 600 meters to go. Jiashua just drives. Okay. Inside the car parked behind the cold storage. Sheng An. The target is 2 kilometers away from the cold storage. The target will take action when it is 600 meters away. Hao Jingye pushed up his glasses and said mechanically, according to the target speed, it is expected to be 1 minute and 28 seconds. Sheng An. All departments, please prepare. The distance is 600 meters. Long Tianyu, action. Sheng An, action. They're all carrying out their tasks at the same time, and they each have their own goals. Long Tianyu's target was the bait cold storage, and Sheng An's target is the flashing superpower user Long Tianyu. At the same time, they pounced on the target together. Asterisk, Long Tianyu's figure disappeared in the car in an instant, taking Jiang Yu with him. His quick disappearance only brought up a faint gust of wind. Jiang was not surprised at all. She had seen this happen many times, but every time I can't help but sigh, Brother Long is really strong. Isn't such a powerful ability invincible? She quickly adjusted the direction and drove to the side road, because she knew that in just a few blinks of an eye, Brother Long might appear in the car again. However, she adjusted her direction just after Brother Long left. In the sky, 3 drones approached rapidly, surrounding her in a triangle. At the same time, heads holding guns popped out from the surrounding weeds. They were wearing military green uniforms, helmets, and had oil paint on their faces. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at Jiang. Get off! Jiang froze in place. Asterisk, everything went smoothly. Long Tianyu flashed 3 times in a row and entered the blind spot of the cold storage. Jiang Yu cooperated quickly and took away the meat from the cold storage at an extremely fast speed. There were too many of them, and his space was full, with dozens of tons left that couldn't be packed in. A smile appeared on Long Tianyu's face. The body is disappearing. Above the head, the spotlight suddenly lit up. The light was so blinding that no one could hide. Instantly, their pupils shrank. The disappearing motion paused. The cold storage door was closed in an instant, and several laser guns were aimed at Long Tianyu. At the same time, a faint female voice sounded. Long Tianyu, can we talk? Long Tianyu and Jiang Yu were horrified. What happened? Why do we find them, and why do we know who they are? This is impossible. Long Tianyu instinctively raised his voice. Jiang Yu carefully got off his back and swallowed. The 2 men stood in the spotlight, and apart from being able to see the red dot of the laser gun on each other's forehead, they could not see anything else. Outside the cold storage, Sheng An, we know a lot of information, and your farthest distance is only 2 kilometers. We have everything under control within 5 kilometers. Can we talk? Brother Long? Jiang Yu panicked. Long Tianyu was equally confused and squinted his eyes to see clearly. However, there was nothing inside the cold storage. Including several staff members, they were evacuated the moment the spotlight made them lose sight. Sheng An, friends, the temperature in the cold storage is very low. Come out. The lights suddenly went out. At the same time, the door opened. Outside, countless special police officers in black uniforms were holding half-arm-length guns, pointing them at them. The red dot of the laser gun is always printed between the eyebrows. Jiang Yu's legs went limp in an instant. Sheng An, don't worry. We have no ill intentions, and we don't want to capture you and slice you up for research. How about we talk? The 3 of them can talk, each more terrifying than the next. Each one is more lethal than the other. Jiang Yu instinctively looked at Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu looked at Sheng An, then at the black muzzle of the gun, and suddenly, he disappeared on the spot, accompanied by a sentence. Want to catch me? Dream on. Chapter 49. Captain Qi Lingwu. Too arrogant. But he was indeed arrogant and powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, and by the time Hao Jingye reacted, 200 meters away, a sharp alarm sounded. Beep beep. The sensor device underground made a long, extremely harsh sound, and a red circle was immediately projected on the ground. At the same time, at this moment, bang, 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 the drone and special police fired at the same time, towards the location where the alarm sounded, in the center of the red circle. Sheng An did not lie. Within 5 kilometers, the area is completely blocked. Within 2 kilometers, ground infrared detection is carried out. This is a contest between technology and superpowers. It is also a contest between the country and the supernatural. It is an arrest and also an exercise. Long Tianyu's figure appeared and flashed. He was shot in the arm, and he immediately looked over in horror, then let out a long breath. Anesthesia gun. Awesome, you were only hit by 1 bullet. Sheng An walked towards him like a cat catching a mouse, not in a hurry to let someone shoot again. And Long Tianyu was always alert to his surroundings. His voice was cold. I was not prepared for this shot. Do you think I can't dodge your guns? Sheng An raised his eyebrows slightly. Hao Jingye's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Song Linwei and saw shock in each other's eyes. There is no need to doubt the marksmanship of the special police brought by Sheng An, nor the speed of the drone. According to the plan, after a few shots, Long Tianyu will definitely fall. But he didn't expect that he was only shot once. When this guy flashed, he was accompanied by extremely fast movement speed and high agility. This is not only a natural gift for supernatural powers, but also the result of his experience in many battles. This was something Hao Jingye and the others had not expected. Sheng An was also a little surprised that the flash ability could actually bring a speed bonus. It seems that the flash power is an upgrade of the speed power and is several times stronger than the speed power. However, when Long Tianyu flashed, he could not be detected by infrared. Only when he landed 200 meters away, he would be captured no matter how fast he was. Sheng An walked up to Long Tianyu and said calmly, "You still have 6 flash chances 1,200 meters, and you can't get out of our encirclement. Long Tianyu, can we talk? Let's talk about the 4th one." Long Tianyu. His breathing stagnated, and his head started buzzing for a moment. Why would they know? Why does he even know how many chances he has to use his supernatural powers? He scanned the drone fleet in the sky, the SWAT police surrounding them, and the red circle that would sound a sharp alarm if he moved, with him trapped in the middle. It was like a shackle that bound him. He underestimated the power of the state apparatus. Long Tianyu finally fixed his gaze on Sheng An's face. That beautiful face made him pause slightly. Then he covered his arm and said in a hoarse voice, "You could have killed me, but you didn't. Are you trying to win me over?" Sheng An looked at him and said calmly, "It's an arrest now." Long Tianyu and her looked into each other's eyes, competing with each other secretly, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters between them and confronting each other. In the distance, Li Xian, who was not allowed to approach, bared his teeth and asked, "What are they doing?" Jiang Yu said, "What should I do? I suddenly feel that this guy has the temperament of a male protagonist. He is arrogant, expressionless, handsome, and has powerful supernatural powers." Li Xian. What male protagonist? He, Iron Man, is the son of destiny. Long Tianyu looked Sheng An up and down and suddenly laughed. "I can talk to you and am willing to accept official solicitation. I am happy to have a beauty like you as a companion, but I have 3 requests." He knows what's interesting. He can't escape from such a tight net. Moreover, he was now very curious about what the country knew and also curious about the woman in front of him. Long Tianyu's face was full of interest, his chin slightly raised, his eyes fixed on Sheng An's face. There was appreciation and satisfaction in his eyes. Sheng An dusted off his jacket and said lazily, "First, you have to talk to us. Second, I am your future boss. Finally, we do not agree to your request." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and waved her finger. "Do it." Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the surrounding special police opened fire at the same time, and dense gunfire rang out. Long Tianyu's eyebrows jumped, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant. His body was like an afterimage, constantly appearing in other locations. At the same time, voices rang out in all directions. "I can only flash 6 times over long distances, but flashing over short distances doesn't consume much energy." Sheng An didn't care and said calmly, "Your superpowers will eventually run out." It was also a drill. They are not afraid of wasting time. After a slight pause, Long Tianyu spoke again. "How about we make a bet? If you catch me before my powers run out, I will listen to you and cooperate with you. But if you still can't catch me, you have to agree to my 3 requests." Sheng An didn't say anything and narrowed his eyes slightly. She looked forward vaguely, with her eyebrows moving slightly. Not far away. Song Lin Wei. What a powerful ability. Li Xian also took a breath and suddenly felt that he might not be able to beat this guy. This ability is pretty awesome, but he is the man of steel, and as long as he maintains his hard shell, there is no way this guy can hurt him. He can even turn himself into a hedgehog? Let this guy never come back. When I think about it this way, I'm no worse than him. Li Xian was immediately satisfied. The further study during this period was still useful. He began to think in the right way, trying to find ways to maximize the use of his abilities and unleash his terrifying strength. Jiang Yu was stunned. She murmured, "Fuck, the more I watch, the more I feel that this guy has the temperament of a male protagonist, and Sister Sheng is the female protagonist. A superpowered man and a policewoman? This CP seems to work." Next to him, Hao Jingye also looked ahead, imitating Sheng An's expression and tone, and smiled slightly. First of all, Sister Sheng is not a police flower. She is not even a flower. Secondly, this guy is not the protagonist. Finally, do you think Captain Chi is dead? Several people were stunned when they heard this. There was constant gunfire, and Long Tianyu was still flashing around, and at most one could catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Of course, there would be an occasional groan. Apparently, he was hit by a tranquilizer gun, making his flashing afterimage easier to capture. If this goes on, he will fall. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth and pretended to be relaxed. What? You don't dare to bet with me? Woman, you are too timid. Will it work if you just shoot me like this? You're just bluffing. Sheng An sneered. I'm not betting, but you're going to lose. She didn't bet with him, but the ending had already been written for him. Long Tianyu's breathing stagnated. He gritted his teeth and then sneered. Then I will show you, woman, how many times I can flash at a short distance. He was bound to be caught, but before that, he had to do something. Don't treat him as a soft persimmon. Long Tianyu rushed straight toward Sheng An. Bang, 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 bang. There were 6 consecutive different gunshots, a little muffled, yet exceptionally clear. Because every sound was accompanied by Long Tianyu's groan, or even screams of pain. 6 shots ended. Long Tianyu fell straight in front of Sheng An. The 2 bullets penetrated the palm, bypassing the artery and piercing the flesh, which was the most painful but least fatal position, and were symmetrical on both sides. 2 bullets pierced his feet and pinned him to the ground. A bullet hit him in the head, and he was nailed to the ground by his hair. A bullet hit him between his legs, grazed his crotch, and nailed him to the ground. A man's voice was clear in front of me. 0, you can only flash 0 times. Before Long Tianyu could see the person clearly, he had already fainted. Sheng An retracted his raised arm, raised his eyebrows, and looked forward. It seems that there is no need for her to take action. Jiang Yu and the others all widened their eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. He was a young man who was at least 1.9 meters tall. He was dressed in a black suit with buttons buttoned to his neck, yet he still looked slender. Even though he was wearing the same black uniform as other special police officers, he was still very different. He can catch everyone's attention in an instant. Under the black hat and a few lines of camouflage on his face, he still can't hide his sharp and perfect facial features. Thin lips, high nose bridge, and sharp eyebrows make people timid for no reason. In his powerful hands, he held a half-arm-long spear, which was lightly resting on his shoulders. He walked with his back straight, neither hurried nor slow, yet he had great aura. Jiang Yu supported Hao Jingye and stammered. Who is he? Hao Jingye took a deep breath. He is Captain Chi Lingwu. Chapter 50. I hit you. Shock flashed across Jiang Yu's face, then quickly turned into realization. She had always wondered what kind of man could become Sister Sheng's lover, and how powerful he had to be worthy of standing by Sister Sheng's side. Until this moment. It turned out to be him. It could only be him. In front of Qi Lingwu, Long Tianyu could be turned into scum in seconds just by his aura. Compared with the real cool guy, Long Tianyu, who she just thought had the aura of a male protagonist, seemed to be a faceless person. Cold but not expressionless, with charisma but not pretentious. Looking at his face again, Jiang Yu couldn't help but murmur, so handsome. Even if you don't consider other things, just this damn handsome face. That's enough. Definitely qualified. Sister Sheng didn't lose out on this move. Because of excitement, she instinctively used force on her hands. Beside him, Hao Jingye's arm was pinched by her, and it hurt. He grimaced and said, I say you're almost there. Captain Chi belongs to Sister Sheng. Don't look so cocky. Bang! Jiang Yu slapped him hard. What do you know? She continued to have a surly look on her face with starry eyes, and her face was filled with I got bumped. Sheng An retracted his gaze, glanced at Long Tianyu on the ground, and said indifferently, take him back to the camp for treatment. The others retreat. Hao Jingye, take Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue with you. He does have some abilities, but being so arrogant and lawless, challenging the country, that is courting death. The others were carrying tranquilizer guns, but Team Zero was not. Long Tianyu is going to suffer. The SWAT officers put away their guns, and all took action. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan, who were brought here, stood together, like 2 quails, very honest. Especially after Long Tianyu was nailed to the ground by several bullets, the 2 men swallowed their saliva and had follow the heart written on their faces. He just raised his hands and did whatever he was told to do, cooperating very well. Sheng An finally looked at Qi Lingwu. Ever since Qi Lingwu appeared, his eyes have never left Sheng An, as if at this moment, there was only Sheng An on this land. The 2 looked at each other across Long Tianyu, who was lying on the ground. Then, they smiled at the same time, with their eyes and brows full of smiles. Long Tianyu was carried away, and the others evacuated. Qi Lingwu quickened his pace. Sheng An raised his foot and walked forward slowly. When it was close to him, Qi Lingwu held the gun in his right hand and caught Sheng An with his left hand, holding him lightly with one hand without shaking his body, as if the 1.7-meter-tall Sheng An had no weight at all in his arms, and he felt very relaxed. One raised his chin, the other lowered his head with a smile. Their lips touched lightly, and their foreheads rested against each other. Long time no see, Captain Qi. Long time no see, Sheng An. It's great to see you again. It's great that they're all still alive and well. Li Xian's eyes widened. Beside him, Jiang Yu covered his face and screamed silently. "Ah, I'm gonna die. Why are these two so attractive?" Moreover, a strong and powerful man in a black special police uniform, and a lazy but beautiful and cool woman. For a moment, she didn't know which one to envy. Hao Jingye calmly reached out his hand, covered her eyes, and dragged her away. "Let's go. It's time to go back to the camp." "Let me take another look. Let me take another look." The former is Jiang Yu, and the latter is Li Xian. However, Song Linwei ruthlessly suppressed him and dragged Li Xian away. "You are underage. Stay away." Li Xian cursed. "Isn't it just a kiss? What's so unbearable about that? I've kissed my girlfriend before, and it was much more intense than this. But, I have to admit it, the scene of the two of them just now was beautiful. It is clearly the utmost restraint, so why does it make people blush and their hearts beat fast for no reason?" Li Xian was recalling when he suddenly realized that the people around him had become quiet. "Li Xin." He was stunned, and then his pupils trembled. What the hell did he just admit? Song Linwei dragged the man away, expressionless. "Li X, you are dead. You actually fell in love prematurely. Let's go. Go find your parents." Li Xian. Asterisk. The group waited in the car for less than 5 minutes before Sheng An appeared in their sight. The tall Qi Lingwu followed behind her, keeping half a step away. The sunlight shone from behind her, and shadows were imprinted on the ground. The big shadow surrounded the smaller one. "The sun is shining, lazy and gentle." Jiang Yu was surprised. "Aren't you going to be intimate for a while? We can wait for you." Sheng An raised his eyebrows, raised his hand, and tapped Jiang Yu's forehead lightly. "Children should stay out of adult matters. Time is tight. Get down to business." Jiang Yu covered his forehead and said speechlessly, "I'm only 1 month younger than you." They are the same age, both 25. Sheng An ignored her and got into the car. Qi Lingwu followed behind her without saying a word the whole time. He swept everyone's eyes, making people dare not look at him and feel a chill down their spine. Especially Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue. Their faces turned pale with fright. This was the man who shot Brother Long 6 times, without mercy. They were placed in the second row, with the seat next to them reserved for Sheng An. Qi Lingwu sat behind Sheng An, with Li Xian and Song Linwei next to him. Jiang Yu and Hao Jingye were in the first row. Yu Feng was driving, and Wan Yuan was sitting in the passenger seat. Ever since Qi Lingwu sat down, Li Xian has been inexplicably stiff, having difficulty breathing and feeling uneasy. Yu Feng was looking at Jiang Yu, Zhang Kuan, and the others with curiosity, with a look of interest on his face. These are the Reborn and the superpowered, the son and daughter of destiny? Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue dug their toes to the ground, their scalps tingling. Before today, they thought so too. But now, Sheng An glanced at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense and drive." "Okay, Sister Sheng." Yu Feng obeyed obediently, his head still looking back, blinking his eyes, his face full of curiosity. Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue looked at each other, comforting each other and themselves with their eyes. "It doesn't matter. They haven't made a move yet. They must be trying to win us over." "But boss, that's because he's too jumpy. If we cooperate a little, we won't get beaten." "That's right. We are unique people with special abilities, so their attitude towards us cannot be bad." The two men subconsciously straightened their backs. Sheng An saw their eye contact, but ignored it and let them fight with each other. She asked, "What's Li Wanyan's situation now?" "The latest news is that they are still drifting on the sea. Old Zhao said that she always sneaks into the toilet to cook for herself. She is seasick and her face is pale." Wan Yuan clicked his tongue twice and sighed. Qi Lingwu knew what she was most concerned about and said concisely, "The target is safe, and we will arrive safely tomorrow night." Hearing this, Sheng An nodded with satisfaction. As long as Li Wanyan can come back safely, She will have to bear all the hardships along the way by herself. Beside her, Joshua couldn't help but ask, "Toilet? Special cooking?" Her expression was so complicated that it was hard to describe. Jiang Yu was speechless. "What are you thinking? Use your brain. That's a space ability user." Zhang Kuan raised his voice. "Space ability user?" He had just regained his confidence, straightened his spine again, and bent slightly. It turns out that he was not special before the end of the world. Jiang Yu. Besides, people have much more space than you do. Zhang Kuan. That little bit of confidence was completely gone and my back collapsed. After a while, Sheng An looked at them, his eyes emotionless in just a glance. Compared to Long Tianyu, these two are very cooperative and tactful. Before, I thought Long Tianyu was the protagonist, and he firmly clung to the powerful. This was also a manifestation of knowing what was good for him. Now that he was in the hands of the country, the two of them were equally obedient. Joshua could tell at a glance that Sheng An was the one in charge among this group of people. She carefully handed over the bottle of mineral water in her hand and smiled sweetly. "Sister, please try it. This is my special ability. It's very clean." Sheng An? Well, this girl is indeed very sensible. Sheng An took it, but didn't drink it. Instead, he played with it in his hands, lowering his eyes slightly, making it impossible to tell his emotion. Joshua and Zhang Kuan felt heavy-hearted. Sheng An suddenly said, "First he stole the grain from the granary, and now he's stealing the meat from the cold storage. The amount is huge, and it's state property. The circumstances are serious. Do you know how he'll be sentenced?" The voice was cold. Every word was like a knife, without any emotion. Chapter 51. Sister Sheng is so busy, everyone wants to see her. The two men's pupils shrank instantly, and their faces turned pale as paper. Finished. The country really knows everything. Behind them, Qi Lingwu raised his hand and pointed the black muzzle of the gun at them. It looked as if he would pull the trigger at the next moment. Zhang Kuan slumped in his seat. Joshua's eyes were red, and her legs were visibly shaking. Sheng An changed the subject and smiled slightly. "Of course, if you cooperate very well, join our Doomsday Special Affairs Department and listen to our arrangements obediently, then dash. Doomsday Special Affairs Office. The country even knows about the end of the world." Fuck, what else doesn't the country know? The two of them were in a trance and began to doubt their lives. Sheng An, Zhang Kuan helps the country transport goods, so it's only natural for Joshua to cooperate with him. After a pause, she gently asked, "What do you think?" They both. Do they have the right to refuse? As if knowing what they were thinking, Sheng An said quietly, "If you help the country transport goods, you are a member of our Special Affairs Department and will be treated favorably by the country. But if someone steals the country's supplies at this critical moment, Jiang Yu, special treatment is required in special times." Crack! Qi Lingwu loaded the gun. The two of them felt their hair stand on end for a moment. Joshua pulled the corners of her mouth and smiled stiffly. "I think it's great. It's how it is. We are helping the country transport goods. We are the country's people. We will do whatever the country says. Look, compared to Long Tianyu, how much more sensible is this?" Sheng An smile deepened, and he looked at Zhang Kuan. "What about you?" Zhang Kuan looked at Sheng An's creepy smile, then at the gun aimed at him, and at the pairs of eyes around him. He swallowed hard. Yes. I am transporting goods for the country. When we arrive at the destination, we unload everything immediately, leaving nothing behind. What about the Ghost Squad?" Sheng An said with a half-smile. Zhang Kuan and Joshua said in unison, "There is no Ghost Squad, only the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. Grass. The country really knows everything. It's so scary." Sheng An, Lord of Space? Zhang Kuan sat up straight and raised his voice. "That doesn't happen. I'm a national warehouse. I will move it wherever it is needed." Sheng An, future water god? Joshua said seriously. "I am the national mobile water source. Sister Sheng will give the order and release the water immediately." Sheng An nodded with satisfaction. She turned to Jiang Yu and Li Xian and said, "Look at them. Cooperate with us more and learn from them." Jiang Yu, Li Xian. "Thank you. If Captain Qi points his gun at their heads, everyone will cooperate. Come on, continue to explain." Sheng An put her hands behind her head and leaned back in her seat. The sunlight shone through the window onto her face, making her look like a lazy cat, and her expression became increasingly comfortable. Qi Lingwu put away the gun, picked up the orange next to him, and started peeling it. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. They began to tell everything. Stealing? No. Moving food and meat from the national warehouse was the idea of Brother Long and Long Tianyu. I'm just an ordinary space ability user. Yes, Long Tianyu not only has the ability to flash, but he is also a reborn person. I'm just an ordinary water-type ability user. I suddenly awakened to the ability of space. After a good sleep, I found that I had space. The water was cut off when I was taking a shower. I wanted water, so I called out twice, and the water came out on its own. Long Tianyu found us. Before us, he seemed to have found other people. He didn't say this. You can ask him. Yes, he was a flash superpower in his previous life. He said that in our previous life. The two not only sold themselves, but also sold out Long Tianyu, who was lying and receiving treatment. Sheng An ate the peeled orange, listened attentively, and looked thoughtful. Sure enough, their speculations were all correct. Asterisk, they returned to the camp amidst their revelations. They said everything they needed to say on the way, and Sheng An asked Hao Jingye to take them to the building for a routine inspection. From now on, Jiang Yu and Jiaxue are members of the Doomsday Special Intelligence Department. Soon, Li Xin was dragged away by his parents for interrogation. Jiang Yu also had a gloomy face and was dragged by academician Zhou to farm. Sheng An leaned on the corridor with his legs crossed lazily and casually, while Qi Lingwu stood beside him. Has it been very hard during this period? Qi Lingwu asked softly. Sheng An shook his head. Compared to the tasks I've done before, it's actually easier. After a pause, she said slowly, but there are only 13 days. It was a nonsensical sentence, but Qi Lingwu understood it immediately. You are worried that there are too few people in the Special Affairs Department. He went straight to the point. Sheng An looked up at the ceiling and murmured, the country has high hopes for the Special Affairs Department. It has given us the highest authority and unconditionally believes that I can lead the Special Affairs Department and play a role when the end of the world comes. It is trust, and of course pressure. However, there are too few people in the Special Affairs Department and time is too tight. 13 days later, it was a world-class disaster, which can be imagined from the few words spoken by the reborn people. It means the immediate destruction of several countries and the extinction of civilization. What the Special Affairs Department has to do is to help the country survive as best as possible in a disaster like that. In addition, there are tens of millions of people. The pressure Sheng An is under can be imagined. Qi Lingwu said nothing. He just stood firmly beside her. Because he knew Sheng An, she was a stubborn person who could go beyond her limits. She would do all the tasks given to her at all costs and never failed. And he will still help her. Sheng An leaned against the wall, light and shadow shining on his face, half bright and half dark. Such a good world and such a good civilization, but suddenly a meteorite attack is about to come. The Reborn, the prematurely awakened superpowers, the future aliens. There are countless secrets hidden in it. It is as if there is a big hand that uses humans as chess pieces and the planet as a chessboard, ruthlessly manipulating them and leading them to the ending that has already been written by the manipulator. Sheng An smiled, raised his face, his eyes showed stubbornness and madness. Qi Lingwu, this time I might have to lead everyone to do something big. The more you don't want us to live, the more we have to live, and we have to take more people with us to live. She doesn't want to protect herself, let alone stay out of trouble. It's not for justice, but she wants to bring people to fight against God. The game has begun. The only way out is death. Qi Lingwu looked at her, his bottomless eyes filled with obsession and indulgence. Okay. His voice remained the same. At this time, Hao Jingye hurried over, as if he had something to say. Seeing the expressions of Sheng and Qi Lingwu, he was slightly stunned and confused. What's going on? Why does it feel like Sister Sheng has become different? Sheng An raised his eyebrows. What are you in such a hurry for? Hearing this, Hao Jingye threw away his messy thoughts and said quickly, 2 things. First, Zhang Jiaoyang came and insisted on seeing you. Second, Long Tianyu woke up and also wanted to see you. As he said this, he couldn't help but sigh. Sister Sheng is so busy that everyone wants to see her. Chapter 52, I am far ahead. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Qi Lingwu was puzzled. Who is Zhang Jiaoyang? The person who reported Long Tianyu. Sheng An chuckled. That guy is quite courageous. He probably couldn't hold it in anymore and became curious about people with superpowers again. How did he find this? Qi Lingwu asked. This is a critical issue. Hao Jingye was also somewhat helpless. After sending him back to Shur City that day, he has been curious about us and Long Tianyu, and even walked around with his phone from time to time. This morning, he noticed the news of the road closure. He sneaked over to the area and took photos of the drone fleet with his phone. He immediately realized that something big was going on and headed straight to the Beijing Public Security Bureau. Hao Jingye spread his hands. The people below didn't know much about it. When they heard him mention some special ability, they reported it to Team Leader Chiu. Team A thought they had important information, so they brought people to the camp. This is really drama. Zhang Jiaoyang took a photo of Long Tianyu. Sheng An and the others had already seen him, but Group A didn't know about it. They thought they had discovered another person with special abilities, so they brought him in for questioning. Then I found out that this was already the information of Group B, and this person was looking for Sheng An. One can imagine Chiu Yu's expression at that time. Sheng An also found it funny. She walked out and said, "Since you are here, let's go visit our wounded." What Zhang Jiaoyang was curious about was Long Tianyu. To let him see it, Long Tianyu lay on the bed with a pale face, gritting his teeth and feeling very annoyed. Qi Lingwu's attack was very accurate. His wounds were not fatal at all, and there would not even be any sequelae. But it hurt so fucking much. He didn't understand. He was clearly sure of victory and everything was going as planned. So how come so many people suddenly showed up and arrested him? Where did those people come from? How did they know? The most important thing is, who was the man who nailed him to the ground with the last 6 shots? He was clearly still flashing, so why could he shoot so accurately? How could he, such a powerful flash user, the invincible son of destiny, be caught so easily? The state apparatus is so powerful. How can he become king in the future? Thinking of this, Long Tianyu became very angry and slapped the bed. However, he forgot that he had an injury on his hand, and it hurt so much that he grimaced and felt terrible. Long Tianyu cried out in pain. Hateful. Even the bed bullies him. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside, accompanied by a male voice pleading. Team Leader Sheng, please let me join. Even if it's just logistics, no, sweeping the floor is fine, as long as you let me join. Why do you want to join us so badly? This is not an easy place. But this place is special. This is a group of superpowers. Before Long Tianyu understood what was said, Sheng An, Qi Lingwu, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jiaoyang came in. Zhang Jiaoyang wanted to continue begging. Sheng An raised his hand, and he immediately shut up and kept quiet. The moment they came in, Long Tianyu's expression changed immediately. He put away the pain and annoyance on his face, and put on an arrogant and calm look. Sheng An glanced at him. You want to see me? Long Tianyu raised his chin and curled his lips. You worked so hard to capture me. You must want to see me, right? Tell me, what is your purpose? What is your attitude towards us? He wanted to cross his legs, but his feet were so painful that he immediately put them down as soon as he moved, not daring to use any force. Then, I felt that lying down was tiring and prepared to sit up. Ouch! It hurts so much. As his hand moved, Long Tianyu almost cried out. Sheng An, does it hurt? How is that possible? I'm a superpower. Long Tianyu smiled slightly, supported himself on the bed, and slowly sat up. His arms trembled in pain, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It doesn't hurt. Not at all. It really doesn't hurt? Sheng An tilted his head. Long Tianyu had already sat up, released the strength in his hands, and relaxed completely. He still raised his chin, looked at Sheng An, and smiled. Of course, you ordinary people should not underestimate us awakeners. Once awakened, we will exist on another level. No matter how strong your armed forces are, in the future dash. Sheng An handed him an apple with an innocent smile. Since it doesn't hurt anymore, eat an apple. Long Tianyu. He clenched his teeth tightly, reached out his hand tremblingly, and took the apple. As soon as the apple touched his hand, he felt so painful that he wanted to pound the bed, but he held himself back, and veins bulged on his forehead. He brought the apple to his mouth with difficulty and took a big bite. Zhang Jiaoyang looked away with a complicated expression. Is it really not painful? Why are you sweating so much? It hurts him just looking at it. It doesn't hurt. Long Tianyu smiled slightly. His palm was bleeding, staining the gauze red. It doesn't hurt at all? I feel hot. Yes, it's hot. Hao Jingye subconsciously glanced out the window. It was raining outside today, and it was colder than usual. Long Tianyu shifted his attention and looked at Sheng An with a smile. This beautiful lady, what is your name? Qi Lingwu glanced at him with cold eyes. Sheng An crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want to ask? Long Tianyu paused. Then, the fake smile on his face disappeared and his expression became serious. I want to know, how much does the country know? And how did you find out about us? For the first question, the country knows a lot. Well, we all know. Sheng An smiled. Impossible. Long Tianyu raised his voice. Sheng An glanced at him. Nothing is impossible. You are not unique. Not unique. These 4 words are extremely destructive to those who claim to be the son of destiny. Sheng An, we'll talk about the first question later. I also have a question for you. Long Tianyu immediately asked. What about the second question? He underestimated the state apparatus. The power of the state apparatus may be able to investigate him thoroughly, but the state cannot pay attention to everyone all the time. We have to discover something first before we can investigate him. How did you find him? Long Tianyu was puzzled. Hearing this, Sheng An chuckled. You can ask him yourself. She raised her chin towards Zhang Jiaoyang. Originally, they were not planning to meet, but Zhang Jiaoyang insisted. Anyway, with her on his side, Long Tianyu wouldn't dare do anything to Zhang Jiaoyang, so he could just regard it as a reward for reporting it to the country. Zhang Jiaoyang instinctively straightened his chest. From the moment he entered the ward, he had been looking at Long Tianyu curiously. Is this the ghost he saw that day? Long Tianyu also looked at him. Such an ordinary man obviously has no awakened superpowers, and is even worse than Sheng An and Qi Linggu, who are obviously not simple people at first glance. This is an ordinary college student. This is someone that Long Tianyu doesn't take seriously at all, whether in the previous life or this life. He frowned. How did you find me? Zhang Jiaoyang answered honestly. I saw it. Long Tianyu. Confusion and bewilderment were written all over his face. He flashed, and anyone could still see him? Zhang Jiaoyang took out his cell phone, walked over, and showed him 4 photos. Look, I took some photos. I almost thought you were a ghost. Long Tianyu. His eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Zhang Jiaoyang touched him with lightning speed. Because the speed was too fast, he had no time to react, and his force was not small, which directly made Long Tianyu stupid. Without waiting for Long Tianyu to come back to his senses, he turned around and ran to the door, his expression unable to hide his excitement. Go out and wait for us first. We'll find you later. Sheng An nodded. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded heavily. He touched it. I touched a person with superpowers and had contact with him. Will he ever be different? Zhang Jiaoyang's face was full of excitement. Long Tianyu's hand was already hurting, and he was slapped hard, causing him to almost cry out in pain. He came back to his senses and ignored the pain. He raised his voice and said, No, it's impossible. How could they see me? I looked around carefully at that time, and there was no one, absolutely no one. He doesn't believe it. Zhang Jiaoyang, who was about to leave, suddenly turned around and asked, What's your phone? Long Tianyu didn't understand why he asked this, but he still frowned and answered perfunctorily, Apple. Zhang Jiaoyang shook his phone and smiled brightly. I am far ahead. Chapter 53, Sheng An, kill him. Long Tianyu. He never expected that this was the reason. The whole person was in a trance. Zhang Jiaoyang has already gone out. The purpose of his coming was to take a look at the ghost, and to ask Sheng and to let him join the Special Affairs Department. It was obvious that Sheng An and Long Tianyu had something to say, so he was tactful enough to wait outside. Long Tianyu sat on the bed in a daze, not coming to his senses for a long time. Sheng An sat on the chair next to her, leaning lazily. Qi Linggu stood behind her all the time, silently, but giving others a strong sense of oppression. Sheng An said, You are really brave to steal from the National Warehouse, Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu came back to his senses and sneered. You know a lot and have investigated us thoroughly. I think you know the end is coming. How can you say such naive words? When the Doomsday comes, those things will be completely destroyed. If we take them away in advance, we can actually help the country preserve more supplies. Is there any problem? Sheng An had a blank expression on his face. Your city will be hit by a meteorite, so you were calm about buying it for 0 yuan? Long Tianyu was surprised. You know? Sheng An, I said we know a lot where the meteorite will hit, experts are calculating. After 13 days, they will calculate a place suitable for human shelter, and we are already transferring supplies underground. What you want to steal is still the country's supplies, and the food for countless people in the future. It is not something without an owner, nor will it be destroyed at the end of the world. Taking it away is theft, and you have no right to take it for granted. Long Tianyu pursed his lips. After a while, he asked, What else? What else do you know? He is testing. Sheng An did not hide it and said bluntly, your superpowers, Doomsday, end of the world, disasters, alien species, and even your previous life. Long Tianyu. He gnashed his teeth and cursed. Those two guys must have betrayed me. Traitor. It was a pity that he regarded them as his future teammates and the cornerstone of the ghostly superpower group, but before the end of the world came, the three of them fell apart. Oh, that's not right. The entire ghost supernatural group was wiped out. Sheng An extended his hand, his eyes serious. Formally introduced myself. My name is Sheng An, the leader of Team B of the Doomsday Special Affairs Department. Welcome to join us. Long Tianyu wanted to reach out, but his hand paused, and he sneered. What if I don't? Sheng An narrowed his eyes and looked at him dangerously. Long Tianyu, don't threaten me. Since the country knows that the end of the world will come, it should know the importance of people with special abilities. I am not an ordinary abnormal person. I awakened in advance and already have high-level abilities. He looked at Sheng An, his mouth raised proudly. The country will not kill me. Everything that has gone before illustrates this point. The country's attitude towards them is serious, but it will definitely not be dismissed. Long Tianyu is fearless. Sheng An didn't say anything, but narrowed his eyes and looked at him. For some reason, Long Tianyu suddenly felt a chill on his back. But he shook his head, put aside this emotion, and continued proudly. Don't think that you are invincible just because you have weapons. In the end times, human power is the most helpless existence. Ordinary people can't survive at all. Only those with superpowers have a chance of survival. As a high-level psychic, the role I can play in the end times is huge. How could you bear to kill me? Long Tianyu became more and more proud as he spoke. He even shook his legs. However, because his feet were so painful, he gritted his teeth and quickly regained his composure. Sheng An looked at him and slowly withdrew his hand. Her voice was calm. So, you're sure you don't want to join? Hao Jingye immediately stood up and moved to the corner with his neck shrunk. It's over, Sister Shang is angry. Long Tianyu was unaware and smiled. Not really, I said before, unless you agree to my 3 conditions. How could he, a powerful person with superpowers, be inferior to others? The first thing is that the country must agree to let him be the boss. Be the boss of this woman. Then, let's see what this woman will do. He couldn't wait to see the expression on the woman's face after he proposed the conditions. She always looks indifferent. It's time for her to change her expression. Sheng An said softly. I also said that I don't agree. Long Tianyu's smile faded, and he snorted coldly. Then forget it. If you want me to join, you must agree to my 3 conditions dash. Sheng An, kill him. Her eyes were cold, her voice was sharp, and she had no emotion. Qi Lingwu drew his gun directly. Bang! From drawing the gun to shooting, it takes less than a second. Inside the room, there were clanging sounds. It was the sound of Long Tianyu suddenly moving, knocking the 4 bottle and other equipment to the ground. Long Tianyu. His face was filled with horror. If it weren't for the numerous life and death crises he had faced in his previous life, he would have been unable to dodge the shot just now. They really want to kill him. Long Tianyu raised his hand and touched his neck. At this moment, under the threat of death, the pain in his hands and feet was ignored. His gauze-wrapped hand touched the blood on his neck. Almost, if it weren't for his fighting instinct in his previous life, if it weren't for the crisis prediction retained by his body, if it weren't for the short-distance flash, he would have been dead for sure with that blow, just now. Boom, boom, boom. Long Tianyu could hear his heartbeat almost jumping out of his chest, and his hands and feet were shaking uncontrollably. Before he could stand firmly, before he could see the scene clearly. Crack! The moment the voice rang out, he screamed, I'm in. The muzzle of Qi Lingwu's gun was already against his forehead. Sheng An stood opposite him, with a cold expression. The murderous intent on his face was truly revealed without any disguise. Hearing this, she looked at him coldly, turned around, and left. Sheng An took a step forward with his long legs and said in a hoarse and cold voice, Hao Jingye, send him for treatment and register him. As soon as he finished speaking, the person had already left the ward, and Qi Lingwu also left. Inside the room, Long Tianyu couldn't regain his composure for a long time. Hao Jingye blinked and entered the working state. Long Tianyu, welcome to join the Doomsday Special Affairs Department B Group. I am Assistant Hao Jingye. Let's go. I will take you to treat your wounds now. After the rescue, we will officially register. Long Tianyu turned his head stiffly. Rescue? He still hasn't come to his senses. His heart is almost beating out of his chest, and his brain is buzzing. Just now, he had 2 brushes with death. He was sure that if he had said the 3 words, "I join," a second later, no, even half a second later, he would have died. That woman really wants to kill him. He lowered his head stiffly and found that his chest was covered in blood. The injury on his neck was more serious than he thought. At this moment, he didn't feel anything. Long Tianyu's voice was hoarse. "Who is she?" Hao Jingye looked in admiration. She said so. "Her name is Sheng An, our sister Sheng." The last 4 words, very proud. Long Tianyu murmured. Sheng An? Such a woman? He had never seen it in his 2 lifetimes. He was covering his bloody neck, sweating profusely, and his face was pale, but he smiled. "This woman is really interesting." He spoke slowly, his eyes full of interest and a wicked smile. He raised his hand and wiped the blood that splashed from the corner of his mouth. "Don't even think about it. Our sister Sheng has a boyfriend." Hao Jingye gave him a look of disdain. Long Tianyu's evil smile froze on his face, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Who is it? Who dares to snatch the woman I like?" Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "The one who almost shot you." Long Tianyu. Chapter 54. Damn, this guy is fighting for favor. Long Tianyu raised his voice. "Is that the man who just hit me?" Hao Jingye nodded and added, "It's still the man who nailed you to the ground with 6 shots this morning, our Captain Chi." Long Tianyu. Nailed to the ground. Really? No need to emphasize. He wanted to shout, wanted to challenge that man to a duel, and wanted to say that Sheng An was blind for falling for him. However, he thought of the other person's figure, face, marksmanship, and momentum. Before awakening his special powers, he had to admit that he could not compare to that man no matter how much he flattered. After awakening his special powers, he was beaten up twice again and almost died at the hands of the other party. Long Tianyu couldn't even finish his shouting. His breathing became rapid. Hao Jingye held the folder and continued to smile. "Don't get excited. If you get excited, your neck will bleed more." Long Tianyu let go of his hand and looked down at his chest. It was already wet before, and now more blood was flowing down, and there was even a pool of blood on the ground. "Oh shit, the injury is so serious." His eyes went dark, and he passed out. Hao Jingye shouted familiarly, "Rescue!" Outside, after Sheng An and Qi Lingwu went out, they smiled at each other. Sheng An's eyes curved. "That's good, Captain Qi. You're still cooperative. You didn't really take his life. If the child doesn't listen, he will be beaten." Long Tianyu is very much like Long Outyin, extremely arrogant. But he still has a commendable original intention. He still trusts his teammates. He would share 2 steamed buns among 3 people. He would also choose to attack the national warehouse that he thought would be destroyed instead of the private people around him. Just based on this point, Sheng An is still willing to train him and will not really kill him. She showed strong murderous intent, but Qi Lingwu still understood her. Qi Lingwu still had no expression, but his eyebrows and eyes were slightly smiling, and his voice was low and hoarse. "Your future team member, you just plan to teach him a lesson. I will naturally not be ruthless." Sheng An raised his eyebrows, smiling. "Oh, you didn't do anything ruthless?" Qi Lingwu looked away slightly, feeling guilty. He doesn't speak well. "So, I'm not sure about the degree. That shot was a little too fierce, and I'm afraid Long Tianyu will suffer for a while." Sheng An tilted his head and deliberately looked at Qi Lingwu's expression. He felt embarrassed and moved away again. Sheng An stood on tiptoe, stretched out his hand, pulled down his head to continue watching, and then laughed out loud, as if he was laughing at his jealousy, or as if he was watching a good show, full of ridicule. Qi Lingwu's ears turned slightly red. He reached out and gently held Sheng An's hand. Both of them have hands that are not white and tender. Sheng An practices martial arts and has calluses on his hands. Qi Lingwu has a gun in his hand all the time since he was a small gun, so his joints and palms are also covered with calluses. But this cocoon they are accustomed to is a reassuring feeling. They have witnessed the process of each other developing calluses, and they have even participated in the process and become a part of each other. In fact, it has already become a part of myself. With their fingers clasped together, Qi Lingwu's hand tightly wrapped around Sheng An's hand. The sunlight shone into the corridor from the window, reflected on their profiles. 2 shadows, one high and one low, stretched in the corridor. Asterisk, Zhang Jiaoyang didn't wait long. Sheng An brought Qi Lingwu out, and they both looked very calm, so did their conversation in the ward go smoothly? He couldn't help but ask, "Is it going well?" Long Tianyu doesn't look like a very honest guy, and it seems like he won't be obedient. Sheng An nodded. Yeah, it went smoothly. I didn't expect him to be so cooperative. After Zhang Jiaoyang finished speaking, he immediately looked at Sheng An with starry eyes. Sister, please, let me join you. I can do anything. Sheng An still shook his head. Impossible. If our organization does not have matching capabilities, it will be fatal. It's not that she looks down on Zhang Jiaoyang, but their organization is destined not to accept ordinary people. Zhang Jiaoyang wanted to continue begging. Sheng An, you said you wanted to see the little ghost. I've already taken you to see him, brother. Isn't it time to go back? Zhang Jiaoyang met her serious gaze and instinctively stopped talking and stopped pestering her. But his face was full of disappointment. Sheng An added, if you also have special abilities, you can come to me, and then I will let you join us. Zhang Jiaoyang. He raised his voice in disbelief. Is it possible that I also have special abilities? Why? Could it be because he came into contact with that ghost? According to the laws of novels, since he has already been exposed to it, he is very likely to join. Sheng An whispered, do you read novels? Zhang Jiaoyang was stunned and nodded blankly. Sheng An, what novel did you say that there will be a large number of people with special powers awakening? The term special ability isn't really special enough. But the mutant. Zhang Jiaoyang's pupil shrank, and he looked at Sheng An with wide eyes in disbelief. Sheng An told him the news in advance, which was supposed to be told to him in a few days. Zhang Jiaoyang suppressed his panic, swallowed his saliva, and said after a while, thank you, I will go back first. The end of the world is coming. If this is the case, what he wants to do most now is to go home, stay with his family, and protect his family's safety. Zhang Jiaoyang couldn't wait to leave. Sheng An smiled. But the next moment, Zhang Jiaoyang ran back and looked at her, panting. If I become a superpower, can I really join you and fight side by side with you in the end times? Sheng An was slightly startled, then nodded. Of course. Zhang Jiaoyang smiled with satisfaction, waved his hand, and ran away briskly, jumping and skipping. After he left, Sheng An smiled, his eyebrows curved. Although our college students are a little strange and their mental state is worrying, they are all very cute guys. Qi Lingwu. Very good. Yes, it's good. Asterisk. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu went to the cafeteria for dinner. As soon as I stepped into the cafeteria, I heard Jiang Yu shouting, Sister Sheng, Captain Qi, come and sit here. Sheng An glanced at it. Except for Li Wanyan, who was still at sea, Long Tianyu, and Hao Jingye in the treatment room, all members of Group B are present. Jiang Yu, Song Linwei, Li Xian, Zhang Kuan, Kujiashue. Wan Yuan and Yu Feng from Team Zero were also there. She walked over with her hands in her pockets. Are you all in good shape today? Sheng An raised his eyebrows. This question is mainly asked to Jiang Yu and Li Xian. The two of them were tortured by farming and studying. Every time they met, they were like ghosts floating over. But today they were both in good spirits. Jiang Yu said excitedly, we have 3 more people with special abilities in Group B, and we have surpassed Group A in an instant. How can we not be happy? Besides, Jiashue and I get along very well, like close friends who haven't seen each other for years. Li Xian was just about to learn martial arts from Brother Yu. Brother Yu just showed off his skills. It was so cool. Li si not that he li. Obviously, the good mood is because of teammates. Before, there were only the 2 of them, and they were both like bitter gourds, sighing whenever they met. There are quite a few newcomers now, and the atmosphere is lively. Yu Feng cleared his throat and raised his hand to press. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. I dare not call myself a hero in front of Sister Sheng and Captain Qi. Jiang Yu puffed out his chest proudly. Of course, Sister Sheng. Sister Sheng is the best in the world. Jiashue picked up a glass of water, handed it to Sheng An and smiled sweetly. Sister Sheng, drink some water. I saved it for you. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. She reached out to take it and touched the short hair on Jiashue's head. Be good. Jiang Yu. Damn, this guy is vying for favor. This is not a best friend. This is an enemy friend. Chapter 55, Everyone Wants to be Sister Sheng's number 1 little sister. After being touched on the head, Jiashue sat back with a happy look on her face. Then, she saw Jiang Yu staring at her expressionlessly. What are you doing? Jiashue said confidently. Please, Sister Sheng. Jiang Yu? She gnashed her teeth in anger and lowered her voice. Please keep it to yourself. Do you know what first come, first serve means? Jiashue glanced at her. Her expression conflicted for a moment. Jiang Yu, who has a space and is a reborn person, is very much like the heroine in the novel. Before Sheng An came, she really wanted to have a good relationship with her. But obviously, Jiang Yu would not allow her to be Sheng An's number one little sister. How to choose this? Should I choose Jiang Yu or Sheng An, who is like the daughter of destiny? Jiang smiled widely and handed the chopsticks to Sheng An, her eyes sparkling. Sister Sheng, I have already wiped your chopsticks clean. Nonsense, of course it's Sheng An. The reborn Li Wanyun is floating on the sea. The reborn Longgu is living in the hospital, and Zhang Kuan, who has a space, is still staying obediently under Sister Sheng. Even Jiang Yu himself is farming. This group of people really look like the son and daughter of destiny. But Sheng An is their boss. Jiang is quite sensible. Seeing this, Jiang Yu gnashed his teeth in anger and quickly picked up the food on his plate for Sheng and to win his favor. Sister Sheng, come and try this, it's the new seafood we got today. Jiang, let's eat some vegetables first. Sister Sheng, you eat this. Sister Sheng, eat meat. Sister Sheng, eat eggs. The two men were frantically putting food on Sheng An's plate. As they were doing so, their chopsticks started hitting each other in the air. As they were hitting each other, the two men glared at each other and pulled each other's hair. Others, the underage Li Xian, who had no idea what the two women were doing, looked at Sheng An and raised his chin. I want to take a vacation. Those classes will only be half a day. I will learn martial arts with Brother Yu for the remaining half a day. He spoke with confidence. Sheng An replied simply, No. Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, Why? Don't you know that you need to be proficient in both literature and martial arts? Don't you know that you need to develop in an all-round way, morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically? If I learn martial arts, I will definitely be even more powerful. Actually, I just don't want to go to class. As long as there are no classes, anything is fun, not to mention martial arts, which is the favorite of young people. Sheng An lowered his head to eat, lifted his eyelids, and glanced at him. Follow the course well. You will be even better. But I want to learn martial arts. He didn't want to study math, physics, and chemistry. He wanted to play and have the same awesome fighting ability as Yufeng. Sheng An said without even looking up, You can choose to listen to the class carefully, speed up the study for the day, and squeeze out time to find Yufeng to fight. You've gone too far. Li Xian was furious. He is a powerful psychic. Why is he being suppressed like this? There is no human rights at all. Li Xian became furious and gritted his teeth. His hands turned into steel, and he raised them towards the table, as if he was going to smash the table in rebellion. Song Linwei was very angry and was about to speak. Qi Lingwu, who was sitting next to Sheng An, looked up at Li Xian and said two words expressionlessly. Shut up. This was the first sentence he said to Li Xian. Just 2 words. But the look he gave Li Xian made him freeze in his tracks. At that moment, he even held his breath instinctively and felt a little breathless. In his mind, the scene of Long Tianyu being nailed to the ground by 6 bullets kept replaying. Qi Ling's bottomless eyes brought endless oppression. He is a person with superpowers. How can he be afraid? But Long Tianyu is also a person with superpowers. He is Iron Man. What is he afraid of? But this man was too ruthless. He nailed the Flash mutant to the ground with 6 shots. It was painful just to watch. Li Xian was torn between his conscience and his desires. I backed off instinctively, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. He began. Sheng An, who was eating, took out a gun from somewhere and slammed it on the table. Without even looking up, he said in a cold voice, Eat. Li Xian. He slowly turned his hand back to normal, took back his hand and picked up the chopsticks, took a bite of rice viciously, and cursed. I am a superpower. I can make time for it. At worst, I won't sleep. Beside them, Jiang Yu and Jiang, who had their hair pulled out, were eating obediently. Zhang Kuan didn't even dare to raise his head the whole time. Sheng An glanced at them and nodded silently in his heart. It's pretty good. The team members are quite obedient. Song Linwei fixed his eyes on the gun that had not been put away yet, and then, as if he had not seen it, he smiled and asked Sheng An, Team Leader Sheng, how do we arrange for the 3 newcomers? He has no special powers, but he is smart. Hao Jingye is Sheng An's right-hand man. He is in charge of logistics and is responsible for helping Sheng An manage and allocate these talented people. Hearing this, even though the others were eating, they pricked up their ears. Sheng An, Zhang Kuan should continue to do what he did before, helping the transport team to move supplies. Large quantities of supplies need to be stored in the newly built underground warehouse. Zhang Kuan nodded helplessly. Okay, Sister Sheng. A person with spatial ability actually became a porter. Jiang Kuan was helpless, but some people still envied him. Jiang Yu said aggrievedly, Sister Sheng, why doesn't he need to study? Sheng An smiled slightly. Because no one can enter his space and he can't farm. Jiang Yu opened his mouth. No. The golden finger must hide the final bottom line. She swallowed back what she was about to say and ate her food vigorously. Sheng An glanced at her, then looked away and continued to make arrangements. Joshua, I have also arranged 2 teachers for you. For the time being, water-based psychics can only provide food and drinking water, but when your psychic powers are strong enough to completely control water, you will be able to do a lot. These 2 teachers not only help you understand water, but also help you develop the multiple uses of water-based abilities. Sheng An protested. Why does she only have 2 teachers? Sheng An smiled slightly. Because she has few classes. Sheng An. He was about to question again, but suddenly felt the blood pressure from his uncle and shut up immediately. Hateful. Song Linwei asked again. What about Long Tianyu? Sheng An paused. Then, she raised the corner of her mouth and said, that guy is seriously injured and needs to recover. Don't worry about him for now. Moreover, the Reborn Flash Psycho is different from Sheng An. Long Tianyu is already very good at fighting and has a lot of experience in life and death battles, so training is not urgent. Hearing this, the others were stunned. Isn't Long Tianyu's injury not serious? Etc. It seems that Sister Sheng and Captain Qi went to see him just now. The group of people were startled for a moment and became more obedient. Asterisk. Night. After barely recovering, Long Tianyu returned to the dormitory. I have to say that people with special abilities are really powerful. With such serious injuries, a normal person would have to lie in bed for many days. But he has already returned to the dormitory with white gauze all over his body. Of course, Long Tianyu had a purpose. He went straight to find Ke Jiashue and Jiang Kuan. Jiang Yu happened to have just returned, and they met in the corridor, standing outside a room. Long Tianyu hasn't officially moved in yet, so he doesn't know whose room this is. He leaned against the wall of the corridor, gasping for breath. It was obvious that his injuries were still serious and had not fully recovered. Ke Jiashue and Jiang Kuan greeted awkwardly. Brother Long. Long Tianyu had a blank expression on his face. He wanted to scold the 2 traitors, but thinking of his purpose, he held back and only said, Wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Chapter 56. Even Big Bad Wolf is not as stubborn as you. The 2 of them stood obediently on the side. Then, Long Tianyu looked at Jiang Yu and raised his eyebrows. Are you a reborn person like me? After becoming a formal team member, Hao Jingye synchronized all the information with him. Jiang Yu nodded silently and lowered his voice. Yes, I was reborn 1 year after the end of the world. Long Tianyu said in a loud voice. I will be 2 years later. Jiang Yu looked at him with awe in his eyes. Being able to live 1 more year in the apocalypse shows that he is much more awesome than her. Only, is it really okay to be so loud? Jiang Yu stretched out his hand. I've heard a lot about you. Long Tianyu also extended his hand and shook it politely. Did you know me in my previous life? Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. I don't know, I was from a lower class in my previous life, so I don't know much about people with special abilities. She had only seen the psychics that Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao knew. I don't know almost any of the other masters. At that time, I was thinking about how to survive all day. So how could I have the time to pay attention to these things? But she admires strong people like Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu paused. Then, he withdrew his hand and continued to ask. You have space. Why didn't I know about you in the last life? Didn't you have a temporary base in Jing City? Ah! Jiang Yu was stunned and was about to explain. However, in the next sentence, Long Tianyu said, there are very few people with spatial abilities. There are also a few in the temporary base, such as Li Wanyan, Jiang Kuan, Qin Jiaojiao, and, after a pause, he sighed. It's a pity that I only found Jiang Kuan. I don't know where Li Wanyan and Qin Jiaojiao went. Li Wanyan is a master, and Qin Jiaojiao has a good temper. They are both good. Halfway through his speech, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Yu's expression had turned unfriendly. The smile on his lips had fallen, and the look in his eyes when he looked at him became ferocious. Long Tianyu was at a loss. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu took a deep breath and smiled slightly. Friend, what on earth are you going to do? Do you think Qin Jiaojiao is good? That's her enemy. Next to them, Ke Jiashue and Jiang Kuan were equally curious. Seeing this, Long Tianyu quickly returned to the topic. He tugged at the white gauze on his hand and gritted his teeth. I want to form an alliance with you. What's the purpose of forming an alliance? Jiang Yu wondered. Long Tianyu took a deep breath and said slowly, "Form an alliance, rebel, and fight for the rights of those with special abilities." These words were spoken forcefully, like a fighter, full of ambition. 3 people. They just stood there in a daze. After a while, Jiang Yu suddenly laughed. She finally let go of the voice she had been holding down and blinked. "Brother Long, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Can you speak louder?" Long Tianyu was startled. Then he raised his voice and repeated, "I said, let's form an alliance and rebel to fight for the rights of those with special abilities." Jiang Yu's eyebrows curved. "Then what?" "Then," Jiashua cleared her throat and interrupted him in a low voice. "Brother Long, this is not a good idea, right? The Special Affairs Department is a national organization. It would be great if we stick to the national organization and follow Sister Sheng, right?" Long Tianyu angrily hammered the door next to him, his face full of anger. "What's good about it? How did she treat us?" Joshua looked at his hand and took a breath. Zhang Kun quickly said, "It's very good for us." He scratched his head. "We have good food and good accommodation. We no longer have to eat steamed buns without vegetables. Tonight I'm having seafood, a big lobster, very delicious. Brother Long, you can try it tomorrow." As he spoke, he gestured to measure the size of the lobster. Long Tianyu. He swallowed and cursed. "You are useless. Can a little food buy you off? You are superpowers." Joshua raised her hand weakly. "Brother Long, it's not just about food." After dinner, when Assistant Hao arranged our work, he also gave us a logistics phone number and told me to send a message if I wanted anything. Moreover, if I saw something I wanted online and sent it to the logistics department, it would be delivered on the same day, which is faster than JD. What's wrong with that? Poor people have no experience. This feeling of the country paying for everything. Oh my God, it's so good. Long Tianyu was so angry that he pounded on the door again, gritting his teeth. Even if that's the case, so what? The end of the world is coming soon. The days of eating whatever you want and buying whatever you want will no longer exist. It's only 10 days. Is it worth it? But, Zhang Kun said cautiously, no matter what, following the country is better than fighting alone, right? The country is already preparing. This life will definitely be different from the last one. Long Tianyu paused, then continued. It's not that we don't want to follow the country, but we don't want to be ordered around by Sheng An anymore, and we don't want to be threatened by that man with a gun. We want to fight for our status and our rights. Hearing this, the 3 of them gasped. Jiang Yu suppressed the smile on his face, raised his voice, and said innocently, "Brother Long, do you mean that you don't want to follow Sister Sheng, and you don't want to be controlled by Sister Sheng?" "Of course." Long Tianyu snorted coldly. "Don't we have the qualifications?" Joshua was a little anxious. "Brother Long, don't say that." Long Tianyu glared at her and said unhappily, "Joshua, have you forgotten our ghostly ability group? We can join the country, but we must have status." "I've already thought about it. I want to form a ghost group. It can be registered under the name of the country and can also help the country complete some tasks, but we..." Zhang Kun interrupted him. "Brother Long, the ghostly ability group has been disbanded, so let's just stay with Sister Sheng." Zhang Kun. Long Tianyu gnashed his teeth and said, "When did the ghostly ability group disband? Don't you recognize me as your boss?" Zhang Kun immediately changed his words. "Tianyu, Sister Sheng is the boss now." He pulled his head back. "I recognize Sister Sheng." He even wanted to say, "If you want to die, don't take us with you." How can they still be so energetic after being suppressed time and time again? "Are you Wolf?" Zhang Kun rolled his eyes silently. Long Tianyu stared at him. Joshua tugged at the corner of her clothes and muttered in a low voice, "But you are indeed not as good as Sister Sheng. You were always defeated by Sister Sheng. The Ghost King was beaten into a little ghost. Of course we will follow Sister Sheng," Zhang Kun added. "Besides, if I follow you, I will have steamed buns without vegetables. But if I follow Sister Sheng, I will have a seafood feast." There is such a sharp contrast. They are not stupid, so why don't they follow the right people? Little devil. Hearing this word, Long Tianyu clenched his hands until they bled. He gritted his teeth and finally uttered 2 words. "Traitor." Joshua. This is called recruiting. It means recognizing your mistakes in time, keeping up with the country, and determining the correct position. Her expression was so serious, she was almost swearing. Long Tianyu was too lazy to care about these 2 traitors. He looked at Jiang Yu, took a deep breath, and said slowly, "What about you? I heard that you're having a hard time here. Are you willing to form an alliance with me? Join my ghostly superpower group?" He is the only one in the ghostly superpower group right now, but he doesn't believe that he will always be the only one. Jiang Yu blinked his eyes, looking excited. Long Tianyu's eyes lit up with hope, and he looked at her expectantly. Are you willing? Jiang Yu smiled. I don't want to. Long Tianyu. He was fooled and got so angry that he punched the door. Then, the tightly closed door opened. Chapter 57, Captain Chi enters Sister Sheng's room. The dormitory rooms are of very high quality, and there is no sound when the door is opened. But unfortunately, the person who opened the door was in a bad mood. The moment he opened the door forcefully, a gust of wind blew up, and Long Tianyu felt a chill on his back, feeling extremely cold. Jiang Yu, Jiaxue, and Zhang Kun all stepped back the moment the door opened. Joke! This is Sister Sheng's room. Moreover, Jiaxue saw with her own eyes that Captain Chi also went in. Sheng An said in a hoarse voice, You want a rebel? Long Tianyu paused. Then his pupils trembled, and he turned his head stiffly. Oh shit! Is this Sheng An's room? However, the person he saw was not Sheng An, but Qi Lingwu, who looked grim. He was wearing pajamas with his clothes loosely buttoned. His arms holding the door were strong and powerful. His Adam's apple rolled, and he showed the ultimate sexiness of a man. But Long Tianyu had no time to appreciate it. He was being stared at by Qi Lingwu with murderous eyes. It doesn't matter who owns this room. What matters is that he is probably doomed. Long Tianyu shuddered. The moment he saw Captain Qi, he knew that the situation was worse than when he saw Sheng An. Almost instinctively, he swallowed and stammered, I was just joking. However, no one would listen to his explanation. Sheng An said calmly, send him back to his room to sleep. Before Long Tianyu could react, Qi Lingwu reached out and dragged him away. He was already seriously injured, and when the other party exerted force, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Qi Lingwu did not stop and left like dragging a dead dog, leaving behind a long back. Sheng An leaned against the door with his arms folded, looked at the others, and smiled slightly. Aren't you guys going to sleep yet? The voice was quiet, but it sent chills down one's spine. Jiang Yu, I'll go to sleep right away. She did not forget to add fuel to the fire. Sister Sheng, Long Tianyu is too lawless. Deal with him. Let him say that Shun Jiao has a good temper. He deserves it. After saying that, he turned and ran. Jiaxue and Zhang Kun followed the study and quickly retreated back to the room. As for their brother Long, a moment of silence for him, who made them hint again, and yet he is still clamoring. That evening, screams like pigs being slaughtered were heard from the Special Affairs Department dormitory. But no one came out to see, as if I'd become accustomed to it. Asterisk, countdown to Doomsday, 12 days. Long Tianyu came out of the hospital before dawn, dragging his injured body with a bruised face and nose, and walking with a limp. He doesn't accept it. He would let it go if he was beaten up by a psychic who was stronger than him. But who is Qi Lingwu? Not only a love rival, but also just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person beat him to the point where he had no power to fight back? Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. They just took advantage of the fact that he had a gun and that he was seriously injured and had difficulty in getting away, so they took advantage of the situation and beat him up like this. He couldn't admit defeat like this. He still had to struggle a bit. Jiang Yu, Jiaxue, and the others are unreliable. Isn't there another person with gold-type abilities? Li Xian, he knew him in his previous life. Long Tianyu knew how to convince him, so he was confident. He ignored his injuries early in the morning and dragged his dying body out to look for Li Xian. At the same time, it's rare for Li Xian to get up earlier than the scheduled time. In order to squeeze out time to learn how to fight, he didn't even go to the cafeteria to eat. He just ate something casually and rushed out the door picking up his clothes. He went to find Yu Feng excitedly. On the training ground, he shouted loudly, Brother Yu, Yeri, I want to learn how to fight from you. An hour later, Li Xian left the training ground with a limp and a bruised face, looking a little dazed. How can learning to fight mean getting beaten? Li Xian didn't understand. He asked Yu Feng this question. Yu Feng told him, Captain Qi said that we were all beaten by Captain Qi in this way. We first got beaten, then dodged, then fought back, and finally dash. Li Xian replied, Finally the victory? Yu Feng rolled his eyes. Are you kidding? It's just a dream to beat Captain Qi. In the end, you'll just get beaten less. Li Xian. This was different from how he had imagined learning to fight. Isn't it about learning, achieving success, and becoming a top master? No one told him that learning this would be so painful. Li Xian touched his face and grinned. He suddenly doubted, wouldn't it be more suffering to choose to squeeze out time to learn how to fight? Li Xin was in a daze. At this moment, a voice sounded from the front. Li Xin? Li Xin looked over and saw a face that was also bruised and swollen. He hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, Long Tianyu? They both. I almost didn't recognize him. They both said in unison, How did you get beaten like this? Long Tianyu touched his nose and forced a fake smile. I fell accidentally. It's nothing. How about you? Li Xin also faked a smile. I fell too. It's a small problem. He changed the subject. You looking for me? Long Tianyu took advantage of the situation and changed the subject. Yes, I want to see you. You may not know me, but I know you. Because we knew each other in our last life. Li Xin was stunned. Then, he became excited, took a step forward, and asked, Have you really seen me? What was I like in my previous life? Was I also a gold-type mutant? When there is a person who is reborn in the world, who wouldn't be curious about what kind of life he experienced in that life? It's like a curiosity about your future self. Long Tianyu. Yes, you awakened your superpowers at the beginning of the apocalypse, and later became one of the strongest among the gold-type superpowers, known as the Invincible Iron Man. Li Xin. He really became Iron Man? Li Xin was ecstatic. Long Tianyu smiled, as if he was lost in memories. We were both strong in our previous lives. We dealt with each other several times, and even worked together on missions. We have a good relationship. You are very famous in the apocalypse. You are free and easy, and you do whatever you want. Many people respect you very much. Li Xin. The corners of his mouth were raised high. His eyes were full of excitement, and even his body, which had just been sore from being beaten, seemed to be relaxed and refreshed. Sure enough, he was invincible in his previous life. The future described by Long Tianyu was his imagined life in the end times. Imagining himself being worshipped and respected by others, Li Xin laughed out loud. Long Tianyu changed the subject. However, in your previous life, you didn't follow the country. You were free and unfettered, and you were also a well-known Lone Ranger. Very cool. Why did you join the National Department this time? He blinked, looked him up and down, and asked curiously, You joined the Special Affairs Department. Did they give you a huge benefit? By the way, what are you doing recently? The smile on Li Xion's face disappeared instantly. His expression fell, and he cursed. What great benefit is this? It's a debt. Because of the debt, I have to study every day, and I am not given any freedom at all. I can't even skip half a day of class. Sheng An is a female villain. The corners of Long Tianyu's mouth rose slightly. Done. In fact, he lied. In his previous life, Li Xian was indeed a strong man among the gold-type supernatural beings, but this guy always kept to himself and suffered a lot. He also had an arrogant and immature personality and was very unlikable. Few strong people are willing to pay attention to him. They did go on missions together, but they were both domineering people and didn't get along well. The two fought each other, and neither could do anything to the other. The relationship is very bad. Moreover, Li Xian seemed to have died earlier than him. A few days before his death in his previous life, he heard that Li Xian had fought with a superpower alien and both died. Of course, Long Tianyu wouldn't say any of this. As an underage psychic, he hates being controlled by others the most. How could he not object to Sheng An controlling him? Long Tianyu looked at Li Xian expectantly. Chapter 58, The Superpower Who Voluntarily Reported. Long Tianyu was about to speak when Li Xian suddenly cursed. It's all your fault. What rebirth? If you hadn't been reborn, the country wouldn't have discovered us, and wouldn't have arranged for Sheng An, a female villain, to discipline us. It's all your fault. You reborn ones. You almost made it impossible for me to become Iron Man, and I have to be controlled by you all the time. Long Tianyu. Even if I start over again in my life, this guy is still so unlikable that makes people want to beat him up. He took a deep breath and endured it. Long Tianyu smiled at Li Xian. Actually, it's not completely impossible. As long as we, the superpowers, report together, Sheng An, that woman, won't be able to do anything to us. Li Xian looked at him, somewhat hesitant, but the expression on his face clearly showed that he was moved. Long Tianyu struck while the iron was hot, took a step forward and tempted. I just happen to have a plan. You join me, and we will form a team of superpowers to fight for rights and freedom from the country together. At least, get rid of Sheng An's rule. What do you think? Okay. Li Xian agreed immediately. That's great. I've always disliked her, and don't want to be controlled by her. Brother Long, what do you think we should do? Unexpectedly, it went so smoothly. Long Tianyu's smile became brighter and brighter. When he laughed, the wound on his face was pulled, and he bared his teeth. We can first. Long Tianyu just opened his mouth. Not far away, an old man shouted. Li Xian, are you going to class or not? Are you brave enough? You actually skipped your grandma's class. Do you want to get beaten? Li Xian almost jumped up. He raised his voice. Fuck, Brother Long, I forgot that my grandma's class this morning. I'm done. He turned around and was about to leave, saying anxiously, Brother Long, wait for me. After I finish my class today, around 10 o'clock in the evening, we can discuss the rebellion. 10 o'clock in the evening? Long Tianyu was stunned and hurriedly pulled him back. If you're going to protest and rebel, why are you waiting until 10 o'clock in the evening? What class are you still going to have? Li Xian hesitated for a second. Not far away, an old lady appeared. The old lady was elegant, wearing reading glasses and smiled slightly. Stupid and disobedient, old man. Is such a stupid child really my grandson? Are you still planning a rebellion with others? If it could have worked, this long guy wouldn't be covered in wounds now. Moreover, it was obvious that this guy was fooling minors, so only the idiot Li Xian and their family would believe him. They are all smart people. Why did Li Xian have a genetic mutation? Could it be that having strong limbs and a simple mind is the only choice for a superpower? Father Song hesitated for a moment. Why don't we ask Lin Lin and Li Huai? Seeing that his grandparents really doubted whether he was his biological child, Li Xian got angry. Grandparents. At this time, Li Huai and Song Lin Lin rushed over. Song Lin Lin had a sullen face. Li Huai didn't say anything, just picked up the broom and rushed over. Li Xian, Dad, don't hit me. I was wrong. I didn't mean to skip school. It was Brother Long who delayed me. I will go to class right away. I was wrong. Dad, be gentle. Be gentle. Don't break the broom. You've broken more than a dozen of them in the past few days. Long Tianyu fell silent as he looked at Li Xian, who was jumping up and down after being beaten. No one told him. Iron Man also has parents and grandparents. At present, it seems that this ally candidate is also useless. Does he have any choice? Long Tianyu suddenly felt some pain in his wound. He sighed, raised his foot, and staggered towards the camp hospital. Let's try to rescue it again. Asterisk. Long Tianyu is jumping up and down, trying to find someone to rebel with him and fight for the rights of people with special abilities. Do you want to intervene? Hao Jingye asked. Sheng An twirled the pen with his fingers, very calmly. Don't worry about him. He can't make any noise. Jiang Yu and his friends have firmly chosen their country. Li Xian wanted to rebel, but all the smart people in his family were in the camp and could not cause any big trouble. Song Linwei frowned. He is really stubborn and refuses to be honest. Should we use a conciliatory policy? Sheng An shook his head and went straight to the point. It's useless to be gentle with him. The 2 years of living in the apocalypse have created his own set of survival logic. The more you give in, the more rampant he will become. After a pause, Sheng An added, Of course, I don't like him, so I want to beat him up. Sung Linwei, could he say that he suspected the latter was the main reason? Long Tianyu is like a crooked tree. What Sheng An has to do now is to subdue Long Tianyu first, and then modify the messy branches according to the best plan. Song Linwei couldn't help but sigh. It's really troublesome. It's really not an easy task to gather these people one by one. Hao Jingye pushed his glasses and said helplessly, There's no other way. Unless you can directly control the psychics like Xiao Yu, it's hard to make them completely obedient. The Special Affairs Department is the core of the eschatological psychic organization. It needs the most primitive cohesion to influence those who join in the future. There are very few psychics who awaken before the end of the world, and they are all very powerful, almost able to crush those who awaken later. Even if it cannot crush the enemy all the time, the advantages brought at the beginning of the end of the world are extremely beneficial to the country. They can suppress the mutants who awaken later. When the end of the world comes, there will be many people with special abilities awakening one after another. By then, it will be impossible to conquer them one by one. The best order can only be established at the beginning. The people with special abilities truly belong to the country and fight side by side with the Special Intelligence Department. At that time, no matter what happens in the end times, no matter how many accidents occur, they will all be united. Therefore, for the best order, different attitudes must be adopted towards different people at the beginning. Hao Jingye murmured, Even if it's like Xiao Yu, it may not be without negative impact. Because of their special abilities and their personalities, Sheng An and Yu took two different paths. Who was better, no one knows now. Song Linwei rubbed his brows when he heard this. Isn't there a person with special abilities who can be a little less troublesome? At least he can actively cooperate with the country. Hao Jingye. Unfortunately, no heresy has been proactively reported to the state. Otherwise, they wouldn't get together and screen the information carefully. Sheng An suddenly asked, "When will Li Wanyan arrive?" Hao Jingye became serious. 8 o'clock tonight. Sheng An glanced at the time and nodded. It's still early. We'll pick them up after dinner. Song Linwei paused. Pick up someone? Are you really here to pick someone up? I'm afraid the person who gets picked up will be scared to death. As they were talking, the three people's cell phones lit up at the same time. Sheng An picked up his phone and glanced at it casually. His expression suddenly froze. A person with special abilities has taken the initiative to report. He is already waiting at the Beijing Public Security Bureau. The Special Affairs Department will pick him up. Related information is included later. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei were also stunned. He actually reported it voluntarily. Just now I said there were no active psychics, but now they appear. Sheng An jumped up, grabbed his coat, put it on, and walked out. Sister Sheng, why are you in such a hurry? Song Linwei stood up quickly. Sheng An and Hao Jingye said in unison. Rob someone. Chapter 59 Sheng An, you won't always win. Smart people understand things immediately, and Song Linwei reacted instantly. This person with special abilities is a rare smart person. He took the initiative to report to the country and was very cooperative. He is different from the guys they have currently recruited. The most important thing is, the Ice-type mutant is another strong one. This message was not sent to Sheng An alone. Yu would also receive it. Don't we have to compete with Group A for this? After watching Sheng An and Hao Jingye leave, Song Linwei continued to deal with the things at hand, including all the arrangements for Group B, the daily arrangements for those guys, and even the chores that Sister Sheng had thrown at him. Song Linwei rubbed his eyebrows. No wonder Sheng An wanted to recruit him so much in the first place. He also suspected whether it was related to his nephew. Now all these ideas have changed. Sheng An really didn't lie. Special Affairs Department Group B really needs him. Sister Sheng, she is not the kind of person who would take care of miscellaneous matters. Before, everything was handed over to Hao Jingye. Now that he is here, Hao Jingye directly assigned the logistics to him, including screening for heretical information and so on. It's so busy that there's no time to rest. Although he said that, Song Linwei smiled, shook his head, and started working seriously. Hello, Wan Yuan. It's me, Song Linwei. Where are you? Your side. Asterisk. Beijing Public Security Bureau. The director was waiting at the door. When Sheng An arrived, Yu was already standing at the door with Gu Cheng, and it seemed like they had been there for a while. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Team Leader Yu smiled with a fake smile. Team Leader Sheng. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng also greeted each other and acted very politely. As long as their group of bad-tempered psychics were not around, the two of them seemed very harmonious. Sheng An looked at the director and got straight to the point. Director Xiao, where's the person? Can you take us to see him? Director Xiao hurriedly said, This way, please. Sheng An and Yu followed Director Xiao, while Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng followed behind them. Yu said coldly, I haven't congratulated Team Leader Sheng yet for adding 3 more team members. Team Leader Sheng is really amazing, and we caught them all in one fell swoop. The tone was calm, and it was hard to tell whether it was a compliment or sarcasm. Yu glanced at Sheng An and felt mixed emotions. She had always known that Sheng An was smart and had been like this since he was a child. He was smart and sharp and could always find a breakthrough point quickly. The last time she suddenly asked about encountering a ghost, she knew that she had discovered something. But I never expected that. It's so fast. It's only been a few days. From noticing the abnormality to locking in the target and finally arresting him, it was done in one go without allowing anyone to interfere. She lost to Sheng An again. Yu pursed her lips. Sheng An chuckled. What a coincidence. I just happened to find relevant information and locked the person. She locked onto Long Tianyu, and Yu immediately received the news. She decisively withdrew her hand and did not intervene again. Didn't interfere, let alone put obstacles in the way. Yu wants to win, but can also afford to lose. Good. Yu sneered. Sheng An, you won't always win. Sheng An tilted his head and blinked innocently. Then Team Leader Qiu, please give Xiang Hanzhuang to me. I will admit defeat immediately. Autumn Rain? Her expression changed again, and and finally she was so angry that she threw her sleeves and quickened her pace. On the way, they had already obtained all the files of the psychic they met today. Xiang Hanzhuang, a lawyer, is very consistent with her supernatural powers. She is an ice-type supernatural power user. She just awakened her supernatural powers last night and took the initiative to report it to the country today, waiting to be contacted by relevant personnel. When Director Xiao and 4 others entered, Xiang Hanzhuang sat quietly inside. At the same time, the deputy director stood up and nodded at them. Sheng An entered the meeting room and looked at Xiang Hanzhuang. She had shoulder-length black hair, half of which was tucked behind her ear. She had a pearl pendant on her ear and a simple luxury necklace around her neck. She wore a silk shirt and a small wrap skirt. She was a very elegant young woman. Seeing them come in, she held out her hand. Yu stretched out her hand and shook hers. "Hello, Yu." Sheng An smiled and also extended his hand, gently shaking it. "Hello, Sheng An." Several people sat down. Sheng An and Yu sat together. Hao Jingye and Gu Qing sat on either side of them, while Xiang Hanzhuang sat opposite them. The deputy director went out, and Director Xiao sat on the side. Director Xiao, once again, I would like to thank Comrade Xiang Hanzhuang for her support for the country. I am willing to report the special situation to the country. Xiang Hanzhuang spoke frankly. If I had suddenly acquired superpowers when I was in school, I would have been very excited. Of course, I am very happy now. But I don't think it's possible for me to use my superpowers alone in modern society. On the contrary, it might bring more trouble. So the most convenient and best way is to find a country. Whether my situation is special or not, I think the country will give me the most satisfactory answer. Hao Jingye couldn't help but nodded. A smart man indeed, Xiang Hanzhuang added. And judging from your reactions, I think I don't seem to be special. Even in this situation, she still looked calm. Sheng An looked approving. Yu was also very satisfied and forced a rare smile. It's really not special. I think I need to tell you about the current situation first. Xiang Hanzhuang, please speak. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng told her everything in the shortest possible time, including the Doomsday, Rebirth, Superpowers, the country's preparations, the Doomsday Special Affairs Department, and even the 2 groups A and B. Even someone as calm as Xiang Hanzhuang couldn't help but gasp at this moment. She was in a trance. She was stunned by the huge and shocking news. She stood there in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. It's the end of the world. Xiang Hanzhuang's heart was pounding. Before coming here, she had many guesses, but no matter which one, none of them were as shocking as this. She was not special. There were other people with special abilities, and there were also people who were reborn. The most important thing is that a natural disaster is coming and the world is about to be destroyed. Xiang Hanzhuang's face turned pale for a moment. Then she suddenly came back to her senses. Fortunately, she awakened her superpowers. As long as she still has superpowers, she can survive in the end times and will not become an ant and be thrown into hell in an instant. She picked up the water and took a big gulp. Sheng An spoke slowly. It's a little hard to accept, but this is the fact, and it's the future we have to face together. Ms. Xiang Hanzhuang, are you still willing to join us? Xiang Hanzhuang said without hesitation. Of course. She put down the cup, tightened her grip, and tried to breathe to stay calm, her voice hoarse. Since a world-destroying disaster is coming, then if we don't follow the country and unite all the forces that can be united, isn't that courting death? How to survive alone in the end times? Even if she was strong enough to survive, everyone else was dead. So what was the point of her living? The bigger the disaster, the more power we need to rely on. The country is the best choice. Sheng An couldn't help but nodded. We have seen a lot of willful children of destiny recently. So it is really a good thing that a calm and smart person suddenly appears. Yu looked at her and said word by word. So, Ms. Xiang, do you want to join Group A or Group B? This is the most critical issue. Xiang Hanzhuang paused slightly. She looked at Sheng An, then at Yu. Hao Jingye couldn't help but get nervous. Gu Qing stared at her even more closely. Sheng An leaned back in his chair, smiling gently. It's okay. We all respect your choice. Chapter 60. Draw a heart on the target. Xiang Hanzhuang hesitated and asked tentatively. I have a few questions. Can I ask them? Yeah, you know that? Okay. Sheng An naturally wouldn't object, you say. Xiang Hanzhuang exhaled and frowned. Are all people with special abilities called heretics? Is this the country's attitude towards us? He is indeed a lawyer. Sharp, detailed, and probing. Although the word heretic was ostensibly used, it was actually asking about the status of people with special abilities and her future status. Sheng An and Yu are both smart people and understood it immediately. Yu frowned, then slowly spoke. You can't judge the country's attitude towards you with just one word. Heretic does not contain any malicious intent. Besides, heresy was the pronoun used when the first mutant was discovered, and it has been used ever since. You only need to look at our attitude to know that the country has expectations for all heretics and is friendly and welcoming. The Special Affairs Department has the highest authority. If you join us, you will naturally have the same authority. Ms. Xiang, join Group A, and you will be my deputy. This is the promise Yu made. As soon as Xiang Hanzhuang joined Group A, she became Yu's deputy and had considerable authority. Hearing this, Xiang Hanzhuang nodded, but his brows did not relax. Sheng An suddenly said, I have reported this issue, and the country will officially change the name, but we need to wait a little longer. She smiled, calm and composed. I hope you believe in us and the country, because country comes first and always refers to a whole. You are the hope of the future, and the country will not have any ill will towards you. She looked at Xiang Hanzhuang. Her eyes were calm, but they seemed to contain a sincerity that went straight into her soul. She sat lazily in the chair, but no one doubted her seriousness. Xiang Hanzhuang looked back at her with moved eyes. Yes, the country is a whole. Her existence is a good thing and beneficial to the country, so the country will protect her at all costs and will never harm her. Her brows relaxed, and the last bit of doubt was completely dispelled. Yu was stunned. She looked at her suddenly, her brows furrowed. When did you report it? Sheng An said calmly. 8 days ago. 8 days ago. That was the second day after Sheng An received the assignment to find the first heretic. After she came into contact with the first heretic, she reported it to the state and asked for a change of name. Yu tightened her grip. Xiang Hanzhuang also looked at Sheng An twice more, with admiration in her eyes that could not be concealed. Sheng An was calm and asked with a smile, Ms. Xiang Hanzhuang, do you have any other questions? One last question. Xiang Hanzhuang asked softly, will Team Leader Qiu use his powers on his subordinates? If I remember correctly, Team Leader Qiu already has the power of puppets, and it is very powerful. Is the power awakened before the end of the world stronger than the power awakened after the end of the world in the memories of the reborn people? Qiu nodded. Yes, according to the current information, the powers possessed by the awakened psychics are equivalent to the power of high-level psychics after the apocalypse. The reason is unknown. After a pause, she said in a cold voice, it cannot be denied that I will use my supernatural powers on my subordinates if they are very uncooperative. Ms. Xiang is a smart person. I like to deal with smart people. There is no need to use supernatural powers. When asking Han Shuang the last question, Sheng An smiled gently. At this point, Yu finished answering. Everyone looked at Sheng An, waiting for her to invite Xiang Hanzhuang. However, Sheng An said nothing. She just looked calmly at the person sitting opposite her. Xiang Hanzhuang tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled gently at Sheng An. I admire Team Leader Sheng very much. You are much smarter than me, and it can be seen that Team Leader Sheng is very capable. Yu's face darkened. Are you going to choose Sheng An? Director Xiao also thought so. During the conversation between the three, Sheng An proposed changes to Xiang Hanzhuang's heretic status issue as early as the second day after he met Jiang Yu. This is her attitude. Yu is domineering, and even now, she only wants to say that she won't use her supernatural powers if her subordinates are obedient. In other words, if her subordinates are disobedient, she will still use her supernatural powers. The difference is immediately apparent. Sheng An smiled and said, thank you. She slowly stood up, straightened her clothes, and held out her hand. Although you chose Group A, you are still welcome to join the Special Affairs Department. Congratulations to Team Leader Qiu. Xiang Hanzhuang reached out her hand and shook hands with Sheng An again, her eyes full of regret. Sheng An just smiled, turned around and left. Hao Jingye didn't react. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately picked up his things and followed. In the conference room, Xiang Hanzhuang sat opposite Qiu and smiled at her. Team Leader Qiu, please take care of me in the future. Qiu had a complicated expression. After a while, she narrowed her eyes slightly. Can I know why? Outside the Public Security Bureau, Hao Jingye quickly followed, a little confused. Sister Sheng, why did she choose Qiu? It's obvious that she appreciates you more. Besides, I really can't see how you are inferior to Qiu just now. Sheng An sneered. I am not inferior to Qiu, but Xiang Hanzhuang doesn't care about the performance of Qiu and me, and doesn't care about the conditions we offer. Hao Jingye was at a loss. Sheng An, I'm not a superpower. That's all. Her tone was as calm as usual. Xiao Yu is very strong, and her abilities are also very strong, so Xiang Han Shuang chose her. Perhaps she thought that her survival rate would be higher if she followed Xiao Yu than if she followed Sheng An. Sheng An smiled and walked towards the car. Hao Jingye had a complicated expression, and after a while he gritted his teeth and muttered, "She really made the wrong choice. She will definitely regret it." Then he raised his foot and chased after her. "Sister Sheng, wait for me." Inside the meeting room, Xiao Yu lowered her eyes. "Just because she doesn't have superpowers now, you choose me? You underestimate her too much." Xiang Hanzhuang smiled. "I'm a lawyer. I don't consider emotions and thoughts too much. I look at the evidence. The evidence is that the superpowers before the apocalypse are stronger than those after the apocalypse. The evidence is that team leader Qiu, who has the superpower of puppets, is stronger than team leader Sheng, isn't it?" Qiu said nothing, but raised her eyes and stared at Xiang Hanzhuang. After a while, she smiled and said, "Yes, I am better than her." Asterisk. Return to camp. Sheng An went straight to the training ground. There were not many people in the training ground at this time. Li Xian was doing a test of his supernatural powers so that the expert group could plan his lessons for the next day. Jiang Yu drove a sprinkler truck around the training ground and practiced sprinkling water. In the middle of the huge training ground, Qi Lingwu set up a target and practiced shooting. Bang! Every shot hit the bullseye. As soon as Sheng An entered the training ground, Li Xian rushed over and shouted, "Sheng An, what's going on? Just now, that guy Lu Mingwei came to show off, saying that you didn't beat Xiao Yu, the Ice-type mutant, to join Group A." Li Xian was shocked. With Sheng An's abilities, how could she not be able to capture a person with special abilities? Qiu doesn't look like a good person at first glance. She's like a saw-mouthed gourd. Why didn't you beat her in the fight? Did you speak too sharply and offend the Ice-type mutant? Li Xian was at a loss. Sheng An glanced at him expressionlessly. "What? Are you done with the training? Then add some more." Sheng An. Li Xian gritted his teeth. Hao Jingye glared at him. Li Xian continued to curse. "I'm just asking, didn't you see the smug faces of those people in Group just now? I was so angry." Sheng An ignored him and just walked quickly towards Qi Lingwu. The moment she approached, Qi Lingwu put down his hand and turned to look at her. Sheng An said nothing and stretched out his hand. Qi Lingwu handed the gun to her. Sheng An had a blank expression on his face. He held the gun and shot at the target in front of him several times. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Lingwu is a sniper. When he was practicing shooting, the target was very far away. Sheng An fired several shots in succession, and some of the bullets he shot out deviated from the bullseye. Sheng An sneered. "It seems that I haven't practiced for a long time, and I have regressed without realizing it. Sometimes I suddenly think that after years of training, the strength I thought I was pursuing may only be temporary." She was about to drop the gun. He held her hand with one hand and put tactical goggles on her with the other. Qi Lingwu embraced her, held her hand, bent down, put his head on her shoulder, and pressed down her index finger. His breath hit his face, and Qi Lingwu said softly, "Sheng An, you are impatient." The words fell. He pulled the trigger with her. Bang! Bang! After several shots, the first shot landed above the target, and the second shot landed below. The third shot, the fourth shot, the fifth shot. With these 2 points, draw a perfect heart shape on the target. Sheng An was slightly startled. Then she smiled and said, "Yeah, I was impatient. I should have aimed first." The words fell. Qi Lingwu pulled his hand away, and Sheng An shot again. A series of shots. Every shot hit the bullseye. Qi Lingwu's eyes were filled with smiles. At this moment, Li Xian had just caught up with him, still nagging him. "Hey, Sheng An." The sound stopped abruptly. Because he saw the feedback of the shooting results, several shots landed in the same spot, with only one hole in the bullseye. Sheng An turned around with the gun in his hand and looked at him through his goggles, calm and collected. "What's wrong?" Li Xian. He swallowed and said, "Sheng An, are you hungry? Do you want to have dinner?" Sheng An put down his gun, took off his goggles with one hand, and raised the corners of his mouth. "Yes, let's go with Group B and call Long Tianyu. I'm suddenly curious about his past life." Chapter 61, Sister Sheng is still the best. After saying that, Sheng An walked out. Qi Lingwu put away his gun and walked beside Sheng An, the two of them walking side by side. Li Xian swallowed. He first looked at the target and shook his head. "Too brutal. I didn't expect Sheng An's shooting skills are so good. Is there no way to survive?" Huh. At this moment, Li Xian suddenly noticed that in addition to the hole in the bull's eye, there was also a circle of obvious marks. Love! A very standard shape. Li Xian jumped up and cursed. Fuck. They really show off their affection anytime and anywhere. Damn it, having a partner is so great. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. That's not right. Shooting in the shape of a heart is not difficult. Qi Lingwu has no problem with his shooting skills. But drawing a perfect heart is not something that can be done in one go. Has this been practiced? Thinking about Sheng An's calm reaction, Li Xian's mouth twitched. The young couple used to have a lot of fun. Asterisk. Canteen. There are quite a few people in Group E now. Sheng An sits in the middle, and Qi Lingwu is naturally next to her. Ku Jiaxue and Jiang Yu fought for the position on her other side. In the end, Jiang Yu won with a slight advantage and sat next to Sheng, and Ku Jiaxue could only sit next to Jiang Yu while cursing. Leave a space vacant on the opposite side. That was left for Long Tianyu. Jiang Yu frowned. He won't cooperate, will he? That guy is very crazy. Qi Lingwu didn't say anything, but just moved the gun beside him. Li Xian instinctively shrank his neck. Very good, suppress it with force and make that guy behave himself. However, Sheng An said, no need to suppress it with force this time, serve some delicious food. Ku Jiaxue hesitated. It should be useless, right? Brother Long said that he would not be tempted by these external things. Sheng An didn't explain but waved his hand. Do as you say. The cafeteria staff immediately executed it. Song Linwei was still confused. Team leader Sheng, why are you suddenly curious about Long Tianyu's life before his rebirth? We all know his experience. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan sold out Long Tianyu. Later, Hao Jingye asked again and found out that Long Tianyu's previous life had been made into a report with every detail recorded. Any more questions? Sheng An shook his head. What I want to know is not his previous life, but the end of his previous life and the other people he knew. This is what I was asking. It's just that Long Tianyu didn't cooperate before, so now is the time to ask him. Of course, Sheng An doesn't think that previous life is an established fact. No one can make a decision for a future that has not yet arrived. After a while, Hao Jingye brought Long Tianyu over. Originally, Long Tianyu was very dissatisfied and even cursed all the way, but when he stepped into the cafeteria, Sheng An and Qi Lingwu looked over at the same time. Long Tianyu paused. The fear in the ward reverberated in my mind again. These two people are not good people. They will fight if they disagree with something. Long Tianyu held back his anger and said in a sullen tone, why are you looking for me? Can't you come to the hospital to find me if you have something to do? I'm a wounded soldier. How can dash? The sound stopped abruptly. He suddenly noticed something on the table. A variety of delicious meals, from seafood to stir-fried dishes, and even famous delicacies from several major cuisines. As a poor man who was reborn from the end of the world, Long Tianyu swallowed helplessly. Sheng An, eat it, it's prepared for you. No poison? He asked suspiciously. Do we need to poison you to deal with you? Sheng An smiled slightly. Reward you for cooperating with us. He thought so too. If Sheng An wanted to kill him, there was no need for something as complicated as poisoning. Long Tianyu strode over and said seriously, of course, it is the duty of the team members to cooperate with the team leader. Can I come into this cafeteria at any time? Why didn't anyone send me a logistics call? Li Xian was puzzled. Brother Long, you are not unwilling to dash. Long Tianyu covered his mouth and smiled slightly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Let's eat quickly. Don't waste the feast. You won't be able to eat it when the end of the world comes. Jiang Yu said faintly. Don't understand? Let him finish, and we'll see if he understands. Long Tianyu ignored her and gave Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan a reproachful look. These two traitors. She actually ate so well behind his back. Seeing the condemnation in his eyes, Ku Jiaxue curled her lips and said, Brother Long, didn't you say that we can't be bribed by food? So he wavered so quickly? Long Tianyu raised his chin, looking defiant. Of course, it's just a little food. Only people with no spiritual pursuits would be tempted by a little food. It's not like there's too much of it. There's nothing you can't eat anywhere. He picked up the chopsticks and said, I'm hungry. I'll eat first. You guys can do whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, he ate like a swarm of locusts. Everyone else ate so much that they lost their appetite. Ku Jiaxue. She finally understood that her brother Long was just a big talker. Sister Sheng is still awesome. Not only can it suppress by force, but it can also induce precisely. Hao Jingye looked disgusted. Oh my god. How long has it been since you last had a meal? There's still plenty to eat. Why are you in such a hurry? Long Tianyu didn't even raise his head and said in a vague voice, "It's delicious, really delicious." Sheng An and others were speechless. When he finished eating, he wiped the corners of his mouth contentedly and nodded. "Ask whatever you want to ask. For the sake of this meal, I will tell you everything I know." As he spoke, he did not forget to drag the snack next to him in front of him and ate while looking at Sheng An. "You're not full yet?" Li Xian was shocked. "Long Tianyu, just eat whatever you want." He said he was just eating, but he didn't stop. Others, Sheng An didn't care and asked directly, "Which powerful people did you know in your previous life? Did Xiang Hanzhuang know any of them?" Long Tianyu was shocked. "Xiang Hanzhuang? Do you know her?" Hao Jingye asked hurriedly. "Is she very powerful?" Long Tianyu nodded. "She is very powerful. She is one of the first people to awaken superpowers in the apocalypse. It is said that it took her 5 days to awaken her superpowers, and she suffered a lot. So after awakening her ice superpowers, she became ruthless and cruel. The precursor to awakening superpowers is a high fever, just like a cold. Most people awaken within a few hours, while some take several days. It is said that the longer the time, the more likely they are to die, and the easier it is to awaken powerful superpowers. That woman is very cruel. Anyone who offends her will never see the next day's sunrise. Even if you say the wrong thing in front of her, you will die. She also set up a team of superpowers and acted tyrannically. Of course, they also killed a lot of alien species." Long Tianyu said again. Li Xian took a breath of cold air. Then he sighed. She joined Team A. It seems that Team A has become even stronger. Long Tianyu. That woman also joined the country? He was obviously surprised. Hao Jingye said coldly, "Xiang Hanzhuang is a smart person. After awakening, she naturally knew that choosing a country was the right choice and actively joined, unlike some people." Long Tianyu choked. Then he raised his chin, chewed something, and gloated. "But she joined Group A, which means that in her eyes, Group A is better than you." "That may not be the case." Song Linwei sneered. Hao Jingye called out the names of the people in Group A again, curiously. "Are there any other strong people in your memory?" Long Tianyu was surprised. Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, and Huang Weiyang have all joined? They are all future famous superpowers, especially Lu Mingwei, who is a famous combat expert with the Thunder system. However, he is not in the temporary base in the capital. I have never dealt with him. I have only heard of his reputation. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu looked at each other. It seems that in Long Tianyu's memory of his previous life, those in Group A all appeared, and they were all masters. Jiang Yu sighed. Group A is also full of experts, and there is also Team Leader Jiang Yu, who has the rare ability of puppets. Our group seems to be inferior in ability. Wait, who? Long Tianyu suddenly raised his head. Jiang Yu was at a loss. Autumn rain. Long Tianyu took a breath of cold air. His expression changed, and he didn't even bother to eat. He raised his voice and said, "The leader of Group A is Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu, the puppet superpower?" Chapter 62. What about Sister Sheng's special abilities? Just by looking at Long Tianyu's reaction, one can tell that Jiang Yu was not a simple person in her previous life. Hao Jingye nodded. Yes, it's Jiang Yu, the puppeteer with superpowers, the leader of Team. And was she very powerful in her previous life? Long Tianyu almost jumped up and raised his voice. She can't be said to be amazing. She is simply abnormal. Taking a deep breath, he spoke seriously under everyone's gaze. Jiang Yu didn't seem to be famous in the first year of the apocalypse. At least, I didn't hear her name in the first year. But in the second year of the apocalypse, Jiang Yu suddenly appeared. She was a puppet master with superpowers. She was the only one in the world and was extremely powerful. She brought a group of her puppets with her and appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Let's put it this way. Due to the global disaster, transportation has become difficult. Except for the psychics who have reverted to their ancestral state and can fly, it is difficult for others to cross the temporary base. But I'm afraid that every base knows the name Jiang Yu. She brought her group of puppets and appeared in every base that was captured by the aliens. They fought madly with the aliens. It was simply a tactic of mutual destruction. Ku Jiashua blinked her eyes. Doesn't that mean that she is like a savior? Long Tianyu looked at her with disdain and shook his head. If she is the savior, can I say she is a pervert? It is said that this guy has countless meteorite fragments on his body. He's already a top-level psychic, and she wants to fight against alien species, so she naturally needs a puppet that is not afraid of death, so she attacks the alien species she encounters, turns the superpowered people she encounters into puppets, and then takes them out to attack the alien species. In the second year of the apocalypse, she appears with her puppets wherever there are a lot of alien species. Long Tianyu shook his head. I haven't seen her, because the superpowers will stay away from her when they hear about her. Everyone gasped, especially Zhang Kuan, Ke Jiaxue, and Li Xian. They're people with superpowers. Imagine meeting Jiang Yu, who controls them to fight the aliens at the cost of their lives, and finally sacrifice themselves. No wonder people say she is a pervert. Song Linwei shook his head and sighed. This is a mutual destruction. When the alien species dies, the mutants will also die. This world will definitely be destroyed. Yes, she is very strange. She ruthlessly turns people with special powers into puppets, but never hurts ordinary people. Long Tianyu looked puzzled. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu looked at each other, their eyes full of understanding. Not to hurt the masses, that is the education engraved in their bones. Because those people were the ones they protected with their lives and blood in the past. What happened next? Jiang Yu asked. Long Tianyu gave an answer that none of them expected. She's dead. Huh? Hao Jingye was shocked. How did she die? Long Tianyu shook his head. I don't know, I just vaguely heard that it seemed that the superpowers and the alien species killed her together. Anyway, she was dead before I died. Everyone looked at each other. Sheng An said slowly, those with superpowers unite with different species. She sneered and said, so, even real enemies can join forces in front of a common opponent? Seeing her reaction, Long Tianyu was curious. Are you an enemy or a friend to her? Sheng An looked at him and smiled slightly. Long Tianyu, shut up immediately. Ke Jiaxue, even a powerful psychic like Jiang Yu died in the end times. It seems that the end times are really hell. Long Tianyu started eating again and raised his eyebrows. So many people died. I died. Xiang Hanzhuang also died. Who knows how long Lu Mingwei and the others can live? Xiang Hanzhuang is dead too? Zhang Kuan was surprised. Wasn't she very strong? Long Tianyu. She actually died quite early. That woman was very domineering. Later, she ran into him, and the two of them fought to the death. Xiang Hanzhuang died, and he was seriously injured, so he died together with the alien species. His finger pointed at Li Xian. Everyone looked over. Li Xian was eating with his head down. He looked up blankly, with a few grains of rice hanging from the corners of his mouth. He said stupidly, ah, everyone. He doesn't look like an expert at all. Song Linwei felt a little complicated. He looked at Sheng An instinctively and said, it seems like my last life was very tragic. Sheng An pursed his lips, his eyes dangerous. If these guys are spread out, something bad will happen. We should get them together and fight the real enemy. When people with special abilities fight against each other, that is internal strife. In such an apocalypse, it will only accelerate destruction and give alien species an opportunity to take advantage. Hearing this, Li Xian and Long Tianyu instinctively touched the back of their heads and felt a little cold. It seems that I understand everything I should understand. Jiang Yu sighed. Alas, Group A's abilities are already strong enough, and Xiao Yu seems very scary. Is our group going to lose to them? Only Li Xian and Long Tianyu are not enough. She looked at Long Tianyu expectantly. By the way, are there any other people with special abilities in our group? Yu Feng, Wan Yuan, Hao Jingye, and Song Linwei. Have any of them awakened their special abilities? Long Tianyu thought about it seriously and shook his head. I haven't heard of any of them. Sheng An looked at Qi Lingwu again and frowned at the same time. Never heard of any of them? Even if he hasn't awakened his superpowers, he hasn't made a name for himself? Jiang Yu didn't give up. Where's Captain Qi? She has never seen a man with such a strong aura in her 2 lifetimes. Will this man awaken his supernatural powers? Long Tianyu smiled wryly. Sorry, I haven't heard of it. I don't know which passerby it is. He glanced at Sheng An and added faintly, some people need to open their eyes and see clearly who is. Qi Ling had a blank expression on his face, his hands on his waist. Long Tianyu was so scared that he disappeared from the spot and appeared in another direction, looking alert. What are you doing? Qi Lingwu straightened his clothes and withdrew his hand. He didn't say anything, just lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. But considering his previous actions and reactions, there was a sense of mockery in his expression. Jiang Yu and Ke Jiaxue almost laughed out loud. Long Tianyu bared his teeth in anger and sat back in frustration. There was also the most crucial person. Jiang Yu poked his head out. What about Sister Sheng? Long Tianyu paused. Then he shook his head. I have never heard of it in my previous life, nor have I seen it. He stroked his chin, looking puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. You are a woman who lives in my heart. Once I have seen you, there is no way I can forget you. And I have to admit it, judging from Sheng An's style of doing things, he doesn't seem like an unknown person in the end times. Even Qi Lingwu doesn't look like. It's so weird. Sheng An glanced at him coldly and didn't bother to pay attention. Jiang Yu frowned. How is that possible? It's really strange. I always feel that according to Sister Sheng's style of doing things, it's impossible that she doesn't have any fame. Li Exan swallowed. Unless. Everyone was silent. Sheng An said slowly. Unless I die on the day of Doomsday. Jiang Yu's face turned pale, and everyone else also had mixed feelings, including Li Exan. He really thought this woman was a villain. But it would be a shame if such a powerful person died on the first day of the apocalypse. For a moment, the cafeteria fell silent. Hao Jingye suddenly said, I don't believe that Sister Sheng will die on the first day of the apocalypse, nor do I believe that the entire Team Zero is nameless and no one will stand out. Song Linwei took a deep breath and looked at Sheng An. There is another possibility. There is a bigger secret that ordinary psychics like you cannot access. The mysteries are piling up. Jiang Yu has a headache. Long Tianyu curled his lips. What other secrets are there? Even if there are secrets, it can't be that none of them have appeared, right? The probability of a superpower awakening is very low. It must be that none of them have awakened. No one paid any attention to him. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei looked at Sheng An, trying to get more analysis from her. However, Sheng An looked at the time and stood up. It's about time. It's time to pick up Li Wanyun. Chapter 63, The International Courier, is back. Li Wanyun? Long Tianyu's eyes widened. Wait, who did you just say? He suspected he had misheard. Jiang Yu tilted his head, smiling. Li Wanyun, a reborn space ability user, how about that? Child of destiny, you don't seem to be special. Long Tianyu was shocked. He reached out his hand and grabbed Sheng An, who was passing by, his face full of confusion. What's going on? Why is Li Wanyun here too? And she was also reborn? He had a lot of questions in his head. Thinking that he was very cooperative today, Sheng An asked Hao Jingye to briefly explain Li Wanyun's situation. After listening, Long Tianyu was in a trance. Li Wanyun had the same cheating ability as him, and was reborn before him. Li Wanyun got the novel script of 5th Billion starting, but she had already been targeted by Sheng An and others. Li Wanyun is helping the country transport goods across borders, and Sheng An and his team are about to go and pick someone up. Too much information. Long Tianyu was stunned. For a moment, I didn't know whether I should envy Li Wanyun or sympathize with her. After a while, he swallowed and uttered, There are too many reborn superpowers. Yes, too many. Sheng An narrowed his eyes, looking thoughtful. Long Tianyu quickly stood up and said in a hurried tone, I want to go with you. Afraid that they would disagree, he raised his chin and said, Li Wanyun's space is different from Zhang Kuan's. She can use space to fight, attacking and supporting at the same time, which is very difficult to deal with. Sheng An narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Attack and support in one? That does seem unusual. Hao Jingye curled his lips. What do I bring you to do? To see you make trouble? Long Tianyu. I won't make trouble. He was just short of swearing. Sheng An looked at Long Tianyu carefully, his eyes narrowed, and his emotions could not be seen. Just when Long Tianyu was disappointed, Sheng An suddenly said, As long as you can bear it, let's go. Long Tianyu was stunned. Although it was his suggestion, he was still surprised that Sheng An agreed. Sheng An said without even turning his head, You are also our teammate. It is only a matter of time before we act together. Long Tianyu was stunned for a long time. He suddenly felt complicated and indescribable. But soon, he put all these complicated emotions aside and followed. Behind them, Li Exan and Jiang Yu looked at each other and sighed together. They also want to join the action. Damn it, how long will the classes and studies end? Li Exan murmured. If I can't become stronger, I really don't want to attend any class. It's too painful. Jiang Yu said nothing, but tears were streaming down her face. She can't even become stronger by studying. Damn it. Today is also the day I want to expose my cheat code. Asterisk. In the car, Hao Jingye reported the current situation. 3 hours ago, Li Wanyun arrived at the port and took a bus directly to the Beijing bus station. It's just the right time to go there now. Li Wanyun had suffered a lot on this trip, stockpiling a space of supplies, but at the same time, she herself became a pauper. There are only 12 days left before the end of the world. Li Wanyan has spent almost all her money in Country M. Now she has only some change left in her pocket, not even enough to charter a car back from the port. Maybe she was still thinking about continuing to borrow money from Xiaoya after she came back. Sheng An nodded to show that he understood. Long Tianyu looked at the screen in front of Sheng, and Li Wanyan was sleeping on the bus seat with a tired look on her face. Looking at the detailed list that Wan Yuan sent to Hao Jingye, it lists all the supplies currently in Li Wanyan's space, from large items like munitions to small items like a pancake that was casually placed in. Long Tianyu swallowed. He suddenly felt that the arrest that he had always been unable to understand was not unfair at all. Of course, this doesn't mean he gave in. As if he thought of something, Long Tianyu's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth turned up, and his eyebrows were full of joy. He had met the woman named Li Wanyan. That's also a difficult person to deal with. It might not be easy for Sheng An to subdue her. Judging from the situation, it is likely to be suppressed by force. The more he suppresses her, the more dissatisfied Li Wanyan will be. Then, he can join forces with Li Wanyan to rebel. Thinking of this, Long Tianyu's smile became even brighter. Wan Yuan glanced at him from the rearview mirror and lowered his voice. Sister Sheng? What happened to him? Sheng An looked over and said calmly, maybe he's crazy. 10,000 yuan. Long Tianyu glared at them and said unhappily, I can hear you. Don't you know that the physical fitness of people with special abilities will be enhanced? No one in the car reacted. Sheng An still lowered his head to look through the messages, and Qi Lingwu didn't even move his eyelids. They told him with their actions. Just hear it. What can you do? Long Tianyu. He clenched his fists and was about to speak when Sheng An looked up and said, how does Li Wanyan fight in space? The space-based abilities used in combat are really hard to imagine. Long Tianyu suddenly became interested, leaned forward, and gloated over the misfortune. Do you think space users can only store things and serve as warehouses like Zhang Kun? The types and methods of users with special abilities are beyond your imagination. Li Wanyan is a space user with special abilities who can fight. Before I died in my previous life, she was already proficient in using the space blade to fight. She could cut through space and take lives invisibly. Other people with special abilities could still save their lives, but ordinary people. He said the last 4 words meaningfully and glanced at Qi Lingwu deliberately. Qi Lingwu was wearing a uniform and holding a gun. He never looked at him from beginning to end. His eyes sometimes looked out the window and sometimes looked at Sheng An. Sheng An fell into deep thought. She understood what Long Tianyu meant. In his previous life, the Li Wanyan he met before his death was very strong. After being reborn, with the examples of other people, or according to the size of the previous space, Li Wanyan is now a strong person. I'm afraid that Space Blade can also be used. Fortunately, when Team Zero was in Country M, she had told them to be careful of people with special abilities. They were very vigilant and were not hurt by Li Wanyan. Long Tianyu raised the corner of his mouth. Are you scared? Sheng An smiled slightly. No, I'm very happy. Long Tianyu. The person she wants to catch is very strong. Why should she be happy? Sheng An, this shows that the strength of our Special Affairs Department group B has reached a new level. The corners of Long Tianyu's mouth twitched. Are you kidding? That woman hasn't even joined the Special Affairs Department yet. But Sheng An actually treated her as a member of the team? He couldn't wait to see Li Wanyan and the Special Affairs Department fighting. Of course, if he didn't win, the probability of Li Wanyan winning was not high. But being suppressed will lead to anger, which is the opportunity for him to form an alliance with her. Long Tianyu laughed again. Seeing his appearance in the rearview mirror, Yufeng opened his mouth silently. Stupid X. Asterisk. Passenger terminal. Standing on the land and looking at the huge word Beijing above her head, Li Wanyan almost cried. She finally came back successfully. During the time she was away, she really suffered a lot. Although he seems to have tens of billions of assets, he still has to be cautious whether he is stockpiling goods or secretly tracking arms dealers. I don't dare to use the space blade casually. There was no need to stockpile goods. When tracking the arms dealers, there were too many of them, and they were well-trained and had many weapons. There was no loophole for her to exploit. They were even more terrifying than regular troops. If it weren't for the gunfight, she wouldn't have been able to get access to those huge arsenals. Therefore, she kept a low profile throughout the whole process. In addition, she was too busy during this period and didn't eat well. The food in Country M was not tasty. Li Wanyan felt that her life of wandering was too hard. Fortunately, she is back. With the stockpiled supplies in that space, she doesn't need to make any other preparations before Doomsday. All she had to do was to guard her fortress, eat well for a dozen days, rest, and prepare for the end of the world. Thinking of the supplies in that space, Li Wanyan almost laughed out loud. Food, meat, salt, sugar, military canned food, and medicine bought on the black market, etc. All the things that are most needed in the end times. Her space is filled to the brim with so much that she could not finish eating them all in several lifetimes. In addition, there's a warehouse of arms that can be purchased for free. She is so lucky. Is it true that God is cheating on her? Chapter 64. Li Wanyan. You are suspected of smuggling billions of dollars. At that time, Li Wanyan was worried that she could not afford to buy too many arms. And then there was a fight among arms dealers, which gave her an opportunity to seize all the other party's arms at once. Of course, this comes at a price. Her space is full, covering her chest. Li Wanyan could hear her own excited heartbeat, and all the fatigue from the past few days was swept away. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Wanyan laughed out loud. Her clothes were wrinkled from riding in the car, her hair was messy, and there was darkness under her eyes, but she was full of energy and fighting spirit, with a kind of self-confidence and arrogance that seemed to indicate that destiny is in my hands. I was laughing when suddenly a hand patted her shoulder from behind. Li Wanyan was startled, put away her smile, and turned back in confusion. Behind him is a young woman with a casual ponytail and wearing a white windbreaker. She looks free and lazy, and her almond-shaped eyes are sharp. Seeing her turn around, the woman smiled gently. Li Wanyan frowned. Who are you? Sheng An's smile became brighter and brighter, his eyebrows curved. Hello, Li Wanyan. I finally waited for you to come back. Li Wanyan's pupil shrank. Without time to think, it was almost an instinctive reaction of her body. She raised her hand suddenly, trying to push the woman away and quickly escape. This is the intuition engraved in the body from the previous life. Li Wanyan's elbow slammed into Sheng An's abdomen with great force and unexpectedly. However, Sheng An seemed to be prepared and raised his hand to block it. The bones collided and pain attacked Li Wanyan. So strong. Ignoring the pain, she immediately turned her hand, trying to get rid of Sheng An. In just 1 minute, the two had already exchanged moves several times. The more I fight, the more frightened I become. Li Wanyan's eyes were filled with shock. The fighting skills she honed during her life and death experiences in her previous life were actually no match for this woman. Who is she? Sheng An stopped testing her and increased the strength in his hands. He used one hand to block and the other to control, and swept his foot downwards, easily pushing the person to the ground. Sheng An almost lay on top of her. From a distance, it looked like two people were fighting. But only Li Wanyan knew that the woman had her tightly controlled and she couldn't struggle free at all. Li Wanyan's eyes turned fierce. Then, I felt something pressing against my heart. It's a gun. In my ear, Sheng An said with a smile, don't use the space blade in public. Besides, if you kill me, I can kill you too. Li Wanyan's eyes turned cold. Then, the gun in Sheng An's hand disappeared. This woman underestimated her. Li Wanyan was about to take action. Sheng An didn't seem to care about the disappearance of the gun at all, and added, I haven't finished speaking yet. In addition to me, there are more than a dozen experts around, and a top sniper is aiming at you. The station is surrounded by special police. Li Wanyan's breathing stagnated. She could deal with Sheng An, but she couldn't guarantee that she could avoid the people surrounding her. Li Wanyan didn't move anymore. Her voice was hoarse. Who are you? Sheng An looked at her, and his expression suddenly became stern. Doomsday Special Affairs Department. Sheng An. Li Wanyan, you are suspected of smuggling. The amount is 10 billion. I officially declare that you are under arrest. Li Wanyan's pupils trembled. In an instant, countless complicated thoughts surrounded her. Who is this woman? How did she know that she brought tens of billions of supplies? Where is the Doomsday Special Affairs Office? Why hadn't she heard of it in her previous life? Li Wanyan was overwhelmed by complicated thoughts. She stared at Sheng An and squeezed out a sentence from her throat. What are you going to do? Sheng An chuckled. I invite you to join us. Li Wanyan was stunned and sneered. What if I don't? Sheng An smiled without changing his expression. Li Wanyan is suspected of smuggling billions of dollars and refusing to cooperate with the country. The circumstances are serious, and she is sentenced to execution by firing squad. At that moment, Li Wanyan could clearly feel that she seemed to be shrouded in death. Someone was targeting her in secret. It was not the aiming just now, but the aiming with real murderous intent. This is the intuition of death. Qi Lingwu was in the security room on the second floor, wearing headphones, and had already set up his sniper rifle, aiming it at Li Wanyan. This distance is really not worth mentioning to him. But Li Wanyun is a person with spatial abilities. Qi Lingwu is fully focused, with his finger on the trigger. With just a slight movement, he can shoot immediately. At the same time, the members of Team Zero and the special police hiding in the crowd on the first floor were all aiming in this direction. Hao Jingye, Wan Yuan, and Long Tianyu were also hidden in the crowd. Hao Jingye took a deep breath. Sister Sheng is in danger now. Li Wanyun is an expert at using space blades. Moreover, from their observation and analysis, this person, like Long Tianyu, is somewhat arrogant and difficult to talk to. If he is not careful, the space blade can instantly cut Sheng An's neck. Wan Yuan didn't take it seriously, as they had done much more dangerous missions than this. He stared ahead and said casually, "It's just a test. The more skilled the opponent is, the harder it is to subdue him. We should use force first and courtesy later." Sister Sheng must show Li Wanyun the strength of her and Group B. This is the difference between them and the mutants at the moment. If it were Qiu Yu, she would only need to show her puppet ability to make Li Wanyun talk to her. But Sheng An is just an ordinary person now. She must demonstrate competence first. The danger involved is what she must face if she wants to conquer Li Wanyun. Didn't you see that Captain Qi didn't say anything? Everyone has something to do. They are teammates, they can worry but they cannot stop. What they have to do is the same as Captain Qi. Cooperate with Sister Sheng so that she can rest assured and look after them. Beside him, Long Tianyu almost laughed out loud. Really? This woman still chose to use force to make Li Wanyun surrender. What a joke. He understands himself, and he also understands Li Wanyun. That girl is a bit like him, faced with this situation, and at a time when she is feeling very proud. How could she surrender easily? She will resist. If she resists, the conflict between the two sides will inevitably intensify. Even when Li Wanyun was forced to join the Special Affairs Department, she still complained. Then, they can form an alliance. Long Tianyu looked at Li Wanyun again and felt as if he saw his future ally. However, his supernatural powers are still flowing within his body. If Li Wanyun wanted to attack Sheng An, he would have to rescue her. After all, it was rare for him to meet a woman he admired so much. Thinking of this, Long Tianyu unconsciously moved closer. He guessed right. Li Wanyun really wanted to resist. Those who have fought back from the end of the world all have a fearlessness and ruthlessness. No matter what the purpose of the woman who was pressing her down was, she would never let her subdue her. At least she had to win first. The power you hold is different when you negotiate after winning or losing. Li Wanyun was about to take action. At this moment, she suddenly saw an old acquaintance not far away. Long Tianyu with a bruised face and nose. It's him, that flash mutant. Li Wanyun's pupils shrank in disbelief. Sheng An lowered his head and said another word in her ear. In an instant, the strength in Li Wanyun's hands was released. Sheng An let go of his hand, stood up, and extended his hand down again with a smile, saying in a gentle tone, "Li Wanyun, welcome to join us." She placed her hand in front of Li Wanyun. "Keep waiting." Li Wanyun's expression changed again and again. Finally, she reached out, put her hand on Sheng An's, and was pulled up by Sheng An. When this person took action, everyone around him put down their guns, and Qi Lingwu slowly loosened his hand. Long Tianyu, who was about to rescue someone, said, "What did Sheng An say? How could Li Wanyun give up resisting with just one sentence?" Chapter 65. It's just one sentence from Sheng An. Long Tianyu didn't understand. The situation was tense just now. It clearly looked like they were about to fight. So how come Li Wanyun surrendered just because Sheng An said so many words? At this moment, Long Tianyu felt confused, shocked, and even a little awed. Sheng An, this woman is really more powerful than he thought. He swallowed. For the first time, he began to waver in his rebellion plan. Is it possible for him to defeat such a powerful woman? Long Tianyu didn't know that at this moment, Li Wanyun was thinking, Sheng An, this woman might be more powerful than she thought. Didn't you see that the arrogant Long Tianyu was subdued by her? Just now, Sheng An whispered in her ear. Are you looking at Long Tianyu? He is also one of our members of the Reborn Flash ability user, and his situation is exactly the same as yours. You can chat. Such a simple sentence, but it contains a lot of information. While Li Wanyun was shocked, she also grasped 3 pieces of information from these words. First, Sheng An can subdue Long Tianyu. This made Li Wanyun frightened instantly, because she knew how strong Long Tianyu was. Seeing that the other party had a bruised face and nose, it was obvious that he had suffered a lot. Second, Long Tianyu was reborn just like her. This made Li Wanyun's anger disappear instantly, and she was filled with confusion instead. Third, Long Tianyu might take action. Sheng An, the gunmen and snipers in the dark, plus the flashing psychic Long Tianyu. This round is bound to be lost. She doesn't need to struggle in vain. Right now, because of Long Tianyu, Li Wanyun's Long Tianyu, awe of Sheng An reached its peak. The crowd approached them. Li Wanyun's voice was hoarse. How did you know my secret? This question is asked of every heretic that is found. As soon as the words fell, other people came over. The first person was Hao Jingye, who greeted him with a smile. Hi, long time no see. Li Wanyun was stunned. She stared at Hao Jingye's face, her face full of shock. Sheng An smiled slightly. Let me introduce you. This is my assistant, Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye. Li Wanyun was stunned for a long time, gritting her teeth and speaking word by word. Xiao Hao, Xiao Jing, Xiao Yi, Hao, Zink, Ye. Hao Jingye scratched his head and smiled brightly. It's me. Li Wanyun's brating stagnata. Then, she looked sharply to the side. Next to Hao Jingye was the tour guide Xiao Wan from the Special Affairs Travel Agency, and then Yufeng. The few people walking behind him also looked familiar. At this time, Qi Lingwu came over. Li Wanyun remembered that face vividly. Li Wanyun. Several key figures among that group of arms dealers. She gasped, almost jumped up, and raised her voice. That batch of arms. Because of excitement, he spoke incoherently. Sheng An smiled slightly. Thank you, Comrade Li Wanyun, for helping us transport the ammunition back. You completed the task beautifully, and you must be credited with a great achievement. Li Wanyun. Sheng An, we'll take you to hand in the mission later and deliver the stuff to the armory. Li Wanyun. The arms that she brought back from Country M with great effort, thought, and traveled a long way were actually a mission. Why didn't she receive the notice? Li Wanyun gritted her teeth and said, What if I want to deduct it? Sheng An tilted his head with a gentle expression. I heard that space ability users can explode supplies. The researchers are curious. We can demonstrate it. Li Wanyun. Hao Jingye took out a list and handed it to Li Wanyun. Comrade Li Wanyun, please confirm the materials to be transported. If there are no problems, you can sign and deliver the goods. Li Wanyun. She looked at the list filled with her space supplies and could not help but get furious. The arms are yours. I can return them to you, but I bought that batch of supplies. They are mine. Besides, how do you know how much supplies I have? Why do you even know about the few bags of rice I bought at the supermarket? And why do you want to take away everything in my space? She was like a cat with its fur standing on end, her eyes wide open, without any trace of her previous composure. Holding the list, my hands were shaking with shock and anger. Obviously, she didn't know that every cash flow of hers was under their control. Sheng An blinked his eyes and said, We didn't take all of them. We didn't plan to take the pancake you put in there. Li Wanyun. She gritted her teeth and said, I should thank you for that. Sheng An smiled slightly. You're welcome. Li Wanyun wants to kill someone. Long Tianyu silently shrank his neck. Even though it wasn't him, he seemed to be able to sense Li Wanyun's anger. Li Wanyun is different from Jiang Yu. The supplies in Jiang Yu's space are not as good as those in a small shop, and they cannot be kept fresh. But Li Wanyun's space contained tens of billions of supplies, and 10 minutes ago, she thought they were her own assets. Hao Jingye raised his hand to push up his glasses and took out another folder. First of all, according to the terms, smuggled items must be confiscated. Ms. Li Wanyun, you haven't paid any taxes on these 10 billion worth of materials. Secondly, are you sure you bought it with your own money? What he pulled out was the loan contract signed by Li Wanyun. Li Wanyun. She suddenly remembered that when she took out the loan, the collateral was her house. But it says above that if you cannot repay the loan within the deadline, you will be in default and will have to pay compensation equal to the loan amount plus the principal. 10 billion. At that time, she saw that the repayment date was after the end of the world, so she didn't care about the repayment date at all. It seemed that the repayment date was exactly 1 day after the end of the world, and it is obvious that she cannot come up with 10 billion to repay the loan. That means that the 5 billion that she originally owned is no longer hers. Li Wanyun felt a black screen before her eyes, and she almost fell down. Sheng An kindly supported her and said softly, It's okay. If you join the Special Affairs Department, your salary will be very high. It may take less than 50 years to pay off the 10 billion. Li Wanyun. She couldn't believe it. After confiscating the supplies, you still want to pay back 10 billion? Yes, Hao Jingye said politely, The smuggled materials must be confiscated, but the money still needs to be repaid on time. Li Wanyan wanted to resist. However, she noticed Long Tianyu out of the corner of her eye. At this moment, the other party was staring at her closely, as if on guard against her making a move. The flash psycho is very difficult to deal with. Li Wanyan endured it, took a deep breath, and said with anger in her voice, "Thank you so much. Sheng An, you're welcome. Hao Jingye, we are all colleagues." Li Wanyan pinched her palm with her fingertips, almost pinching it to bleed, but she glanced at these well-trained guys and then looked at Long Tianyu, who was staring at her more and more. Tolerate. Long Tianyu didn't even blink. He was stunned. Just now, when they were negotiating, he stared at Li Wanyan and silently said in his heart, "Fight. Let's fight." However, to his disappointment, Li Wanyan did not take any action. Could it be that Sheng An still has some tricks up her sleeve that he doesn't know about? Otherwise, according to Li Wanyan's personality, how could she not resist when forced like this? If it were the Li Wanyan in his memory, she would have already weakened Sheng An and the others. However, the Li Wanyan in front of him was both obedient and cooperative. It's just a word from Sheng An. Fuck, this woman is so scary. How lethal is this? Long Tianyu swallowed his saliva. At this moment, his desire to rebel completely disappeared. Sheng An, this woman, he still has so many hidden cards. How can we fight him? Chapter 66, I want to kill someone. Do you agree? Sheng An patted Li Wanyan on the shoulder and said gently, Let's go back first. I know you have a lot of doubts. We will tell you one by one, and we also need to get some information from you." Li Wanyan put aside all other emotions and asked the most important question first. "There are a lot of people like me, and you're bringing everyone together?" Sheng An knew what she wanted to ask. Her expression suddenly became serious, her eyes earnest. "Yes, we will gather all of you in the Special Affairs Department, which will also be the future center of superpowers, to mobilize the power of the whole country and fight against the Doomsday together." Li Wanyan's expression changed again and again. She was shocked at first, then realized and finally relieved. The fact that the country was able to discover her and even use her to stockpile tens of billions of supplies is enough to show that the country is already preparing. Stockpiling and preparing for war with the country as the core is far more than what she can do alone. If the national order does not collapse, in the end times, perhaps she would be better off living alone. In her previous life, she only lived to the end of the world for 2 years. Who knows how many disasters there will be in the future? She stockpiled a lot of supplies, but she also didn't want to see herself being the only one left in the world. Li Wanyan took a deep breath. Joining the country may be the best option. Long Tianyu also joined, which was enough to show that everyone had the same idea. As if he knew what she was thinking, Sheng An spoke quietly. "In the Special Affairs Department, you will meet many familiar faces, such as Li Xian, Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, Xiang Hanzhuang, who just joined, and Xiao Yu, the puppeteer." Li Banyun. Her pupil shrank, and she was stunned by the news. There are so many acquaintances. There is actually autumn rain. The power of the country is many times stronger than she imagined. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and finally, the idea of joining the country became firm. Li Wanyan pursed her dry lips and said slowly, "Okay, I'll join you." Sheng An nodded with satisfaction. Not far away, Long Tianyu took a breath of cold air. Li Wanyan actually joined. Sheng An made her surrender with just one word, confiscated all her things, and made her bear a huge debt. But she was still willing to join the Special Affairs Department and listen to Sheng An? What on earth did Sheng An say? I wanted to ask, but he didn't dare. Moreover, now that Li Wanyan has joined, Sheng An and his men were already able to beat him without any chance of fighting back. And with the addition of Li Wanyan, Long Tianyu seemed to have thought of a picture. As soon as he appeared, he was beaten away. When he appeared again, he was beaten again. So miserable. Long Tianyu's heart was beating fast. He hesitated and spoke carefully after a long while. "Sister Sheng, this attitude is unprecedentedly smart." Sheng An nodded with a smile. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Long Tianyu whispered. "It's just that seeing Li Wanyan again, I feel a little complicated." A look of understanding flashed across Li Wanyan's eyes. It is true. This Long Tianyu is indeed Sheng An's subordinate. And it was obvious that he was completely subdued. Li Wanyan knew Long Tianyu in her previous life. This guy was very arrogant, and no one could make him bow his head. "Sheng An, it's really not easy." She was right not to resist. Otherwise, Who knows how Sheng An will deal with her? Long Tianyu already had a bruised face and nose, but he still looked very good. Perhaps he had been tortured in an inhumane way. Anyway, joining the country would be the best thing, so she should cooperate and not suffer in vain. Seeing the two troublemakers standing in front of him obediently, Sheng An was very satisfied and nodded with a smile. Qi Lingwu kept looking at Sheng An with a faint smile in his eyes. Hao Jingye, Wan Yuan, and others. As expected, she is Sister Sheng. For this operation, anyone who knows the inside story has to say 666. Do you really think that you brought Long Tianyu along as a good teammate just to watch the fun? This is a move that can be used to defeat two people. Asterisk, the action is over. Sheng An took Li Wanyan back to the Special Affairs Department. As soon as they arrived at the parking lot outside the station, Li Wanyan suddenly stopped, frowning, and seemed very hesitant. For some reason, the originally firm steps suddenly slowed down. Everyone looked at her. Hao Jingye was puzzled. What's wrong? Li Wanyan pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes slightly. If I join the Doomsday Special Affairs Department, I'm afraid I will have to act according to the country's instructions. Since you know that I am reborn, do you know that I still have enemies? Sheng An looked at her. Li Wanyan, I have two people I want to deal with. Will you stop me? Different from Jiang Yu's idea. Li Wanyan suffered because of her kindness in her previous life. She let Li Jinli and Li Qianqing go because they were her relatives, but she ended up dying tragically. After being reborn, she wanted Li Jinli to get her money, so she didn't take action immediately. But she had already made up her mind. When you come back from Country M, kill them. Now she has joined the Doomsday Special Intelligence Service, which is a department of the country. So, if she wants to kill people, will they stop her? After all, Sheng An is an official. Long Tianyu also stopped, and hope rekindled in his heart. Is the negotiation going to break down? Li Wanyan is cruel and ruthless, and she has someone she needs to avenge in her previous life. Although Sheng An is a cruel woman, she is a member of the country after all, and has integrity. Besides, that was something that happened in the previous life after all. If Li Wanyan wants to kill her enemy from the previous life in this life, will the country agree? If this doesn't work out, we'll definitely take action. That's his chance. Long Tianyu's eyes lit up. Hearing this, Sheng An looked at her, and their eyes met. Li Wanyan stared at her. Sheng An said calmly, after all, it is still before the end of the world. You have to know some rules and order. I can't let you do whatever you want. Li Wanyan clenched her fists, and her eyes turned fierce in an instant. Joke! By joining the country, she can't even take revenge? The hostility spread to Li Wanyan, and the air pressure around her suddenly became tense. Sheng An didn't care. She pulled out two pieces of paper from the folder beside her seat, her expression still indifferent. The first one is the evidence that Li Jinli and Li Qianqing evaded taxes and falsified accounts, and the second one is the evidence that they murdered your parents. Sheng An handed two pieces of paper to Li Wanyan and smiled. Before the end of the world, we need rules and order. When you are done, contact the higher-ups and someone will clean it up for you. Li Wanyan was stunned. She stared at Sheng An blankly, not coming to her senses for a long time. Sheng An raised his chin, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Go ahead, is one night enough? Report to the Special Affairs Department tomorrow morning at the latest. Any questions? Chapter 67, she works for the country, and the country supports her. For some reason, Li Wanyan's eyes suddenly turned red, with an indescribable complexity and bitterness. In both of her lives, she suspected that her parents were killed by her cousin Li Jinli and his son. But she never found any evidence. Now, Sheng An brings the evidence to her. While they were monitoring her, they also investigated the truth she had always wanted to know. In her previous life, Li Wanyan suffered a lot and was familiar with the dangers of the world. Why do people who are reborn from the end of the world not look to the country first, but instead try to rely on themselves to make their future better? Because they have all experienced the days when they had to fight alone, had no one to rely on, and could only trust and rely on themselves. And now, Sheng An looked at her calmly. Hand her the evidence and tell her that someone will clean up after her, and she needs to report back before tomorrow. Such a calm and relaxed attitude, so casual. But it made her eyes wet for no apparent reason. Sheng An's attitude is the country's attitude. She works for the country, and the country supports her and gives her support. The soul that was lonely and helpless in the previous life seems to have found a place to stay, a place to rely on, and a home at this moment. Li Wanyan took a deep breath and slowly smiled, her face bright and sunny. She turned and left, waving the 2 pieces of paper in her hand, leaving a message. You don't need to stay overnight. See you at the Special Affairs Department in 3 hours. Li Wanyan left. Sheng An looked at her back and smiled. First the military, then the courtesy. This is the gift they gave to Li Wanyan. The reborn girl, Li Wanyan, who started with 5 billion, officially joined the Special Intelligence Department. Asterisk. Yufeng got in the car, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, this girl probably thinks we are all upright and honest good people. What a joke! These people who live on the edge of a knife and carry out missions for the country have seen countless blood on their hands. How can they be called good people? They have souls to support themselves and spiritual home, and they fight bloody battles for their country. But among them, there is really not a single kind-hearted and purely good person. Hao Jingye and others also got in the car, and Qi Lingwu sat next to Sheng An. Outside the car, Long Tianyu was still standing there blankly. Sheng An tilted his head to look at him and raised his eyebrows. You're not leaving? Long Tianyu swallowed and got into the car silently. He sat obediently in the seat, fastened his seat belt obediently, and folded his hands on his knees. Sheng An ignored him. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the effect today has been satisfactory. Hao Jingye sighed. When Li Wanyan comes back, I must ask her carefully about her past life. She is another reborn person. It really feels like our world has been pierced like a sieve. Wan Yuan. It's not a bad thing. Wan Yuan stroked his chin and sighed. Whether it's a reborn person or an extremely powerful mutant who awakens before the end of the world, it's not a bad thing. It's more like giving this world hope. Hao Jingye glanced at Long Tianyu and nodded silently. Yes, whether it is Long Tianyu, Li Xian, Xiang Han Huang, Chu Yu, or Li Wanyan, they didn't live too long in the end times. In less than 3 years, all these so-called strong men in their previous life were dead. It is enough to illustrate the tragedy of their previous life. In the past life that they remember, was it really possible for humans to survive? As the alien species become stronger, as the number of humans and resources decrease, it is conceivable that what awaited them in their previous life was a doomed end. Now that we have these reborn people, the country can know the news in advance and prepare in advance. The presence of these exceptionally powerful people with special abilities will allow more people to survive at the end of the world and preserve more resources. It's a good thing indeed. Yufeng raised his eyebrows. Could it be that God is helping us? Doesn't want the world to be destroyed? Doesn't the novel say that it is the world consciousness that saves humanity, or is it God's arrangement? Hao Jingye sighed. It would be great if there really was a God. After a pause, he said, it is indeed strange to see so many reborn people and people with special abilities. Perhaps this is really a ray of hope given to us by God. Hearing this, Long Tianyu instinctively straightened his back and raised his chin. He is indeed the son of destiny. Hope given by God. Just when he was about to feel proud, Long Tianyu suddenly realized that Sheng An and Qi Lingwu had not spoken to each other. The two of them stared at one place with blank eyes, as if they were thinking about something, with their brows slightly frowned. He instinctively retracted his neck and asked weakly, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about how to deal with him? Sheng An's empty eyes finally focused. She looked up at Qi Lingwu, and their eyes met, and they saw affirmation in each other's eyes. Really? They have the same doubts. Sheng An took a deep breath and spoke slowly. When I was fighting with Li Wanyan just now, I was ready to subdue her immediately, but I sensed a little doubt, so I tried to test her for a while longer. Everyone was stunned. Yufeng suddenly realized that Sister Sheng and Li Wanyan had indeed been entangled for a while just now. Based on Sister Sheng's skills, she could have subdued the opponent faster. He just thought that Sheng An was afraid of hurting her. Now it seems that there are other problems? Several people's nerves tensed up instantly. Sheng An, it's very vague. I thought I was wrong. After all, it doesn't make sense. She looked at Qi Lingwu with a sullen face. Qi Lingwu slowly said the next sentence. Li Wanyan's moves are very similar to the moves that Sheng An and I created during our previous training. They can help quickly subdue and block opponents. It's rare for him to say such a long sentence, but it instantly made everyone gasp. Wan Yuan raised his voice. Really? Sheng An nodded slowly. She leaned towards Qi Lingwu and said in a complicated voice, those moves are more suitable for newcomers who don't have much combat experience. Team Zero can't use them. So for now, it should be only me and Team Qi who know them. Qi Lingwu nodded. The moves used by Li Wanyan are similar but also a little different, so I can't be sure. Sheng An exhaled. Her moves have been improved. Hao Jingye had difficulty breathing and raised his voice. Where did Li Wanyan learn this from? Did Sister Sheng or Captain Qi teach her in her previous life? If this is true, it means that she had come into contact with Sheng An and Qi Lingwu in her previous life. No, Hao Jingye denied it himself after he finished speaking. She doesn't know Sister Sheng and Captain Qi. Her reaction just now explains everything. It's too strange. Yeah, that's weird. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu looked at each other and shook their heads. Let's wait for Li Wanyan to come back and ask her. Qi Lingwu nodded. A new doubt arose in everyone's mind. Chapter 68. Living in the apocalypse for more than a year, everyone knows each other. When returning to the Special Affairs Department camp, Song Linwei hurried out of the office. Huh? Where's Li Wanyan? Song Linwei asked curiously. Sheng An, I'll do something and be back soon. She turned around and ordered. Hao Jingye sent a message to the Research Institute to explain the situation and asked them to make a list and plan Li Wanyan's space. A huge, fresh-keeping space that remains static should never be used only to store daily necessities. There should be hope for the future of mankind. As for supplies, more space-powered people will appear after the end of the world. Hao Jingye nodded quickly. I have already reported it on the way, and the Research Institute is preparing for it. Sheng An nodded. She looked at Song Linwei again. What did you find? His reaction just now was very unusual. Hearing this, Song Linwei's expression became serious, and he said seriously, I carefully screened the information that Brother Wan Yuan sent me, and I really found a suspected heresy. Everyone immediately became serious and looked at him. Song Linwei sorted out his thoughts and explained the situation. This suspected heresy information comes from the third hospital. Yes, the mental hospital. The third hospital often receives strange patients. If we hadn't specifically requested it, the third hospital might not have reported this information. This is normal. What seems strange to them is, in the eyes of the third hospital, too common. The people that the third hospital has met are truly all kinds of weird. This patient had been treated at the third hospital before because his parents thought he was too quiet and a little autistic, so they took him to see a doctor. I read his diagnosis report. Actually, this person was very normal before and did not have any mental illness. But his parents did not believe it and forced him to see a doctor and take medicine. This is not considered a heretical situation. However, 2 days ago, this person went to the third hospital to register for a treatment. He hesitated for a long time in front of the doctor, did not say a word, and then turned around and ran away. This was not the first time that the third hospital had encountered such a situation, so it was simply included in the reported information without any special marking. Last night, Wan Yuan was responsible for searching for those who reported the incident. Of course, not a one-by-one search. The number of these reports is huge, so Wan Yuan set up a screening system, which automatically locks keywords based on the other party's chat records, and also locks keywords and key information based on the other party's search status and purchase records. Song Linwei was responsible for checking the lock situation to see what they talked about and search for and whether it had anything to do with heresy. This person is otherwise normal, but after registering, he searched for what to do if there is a mutation. Are there any mutations, abnormal mutations in the body after adulthood? Song Linwei handed the printed search history to Sheng An. He searched continuously, obviously very anxiously. After he didn't find any useful answers, he cleared the search history. This is a bit like trying to cover up something. In addition, he also made an appointment with an expert at the third hospital. It really does look like the instinctive reaction a person might have after a shocking change occurs. Hao Jingye was puzzled. Mutation? Why do you use the word mutant to describe yourself? Is it an awakening superpower? Sheng An lowered his eyes in thought, then asked, What's his name? Wu said nothing. Yu Feng was amused. His name is Bu. He doesn't like to talk, and his parents think he is autistic, which is quite consistent with his name. His last name also happens to be Wu, so is this guy quiet or talkative? Hao Jingye spread his hands. Sheng An asked Long Tianyu again. Wu Bu, do you know him? Long Tianyu thought about it and shook his head firmly. I have never heard of this name. At least in my previous life, I was not famous at all. Judging from current rules, those who can awaken before the end of the world were also capable people in their previous lives. Those who are capable, they will have heard of it. But Long Tianyu had never heard of the name Wu Buyu. Hao Jingye took out his cell phone and said, Then I'll ask Yang Chuan and Jiang Yu if they know each other. Yang Chuan, a group A Earth-type mutant, is also a reborn person. Jiang Yu's news came back very quickly, and I haven't heard from him yet. Yang Chuan took a while to reply, but he was cooperative. He had never heard of this name either. Hao Jingye frowned instantly, wondering. So, what is his situation? Is he a superpower who awakened early? Or is he reborn? The reborn shouldn't search for mutation. Sheng An lowered his eyes slightly and fell into deep thought. Asterisk, at the same time, a sign at a restaurant in Beijing reads, warmly celebrating old master Wu Xian's 80th birthday, wishing Wu Xian good fortune and a long life. Obviously, this was a birthday party. At this moment, the birthday banquet was over and the guests came out one after another. Wu Biyu followed Wu's father and mother to see the guests off. He lowered his head. His 2D hairstyle covered his eyebrows and eyes. Non-mainstream is no longer popular nowadays, and his hairstyle looks very unpleasant. The relatives glanced at Wu Biyu and advised Wu's father and mother. You should teach Biyu a lesson. I think he's getting worse and worse. He's graduated for several years, but he doesn't go to class, doesn't have a girlfriend, and doesn't go out. What's the point of staying at home? Yes. This child was quite clever when he was young. How come he has grown up so fast? Brother and sister-in-law, I'm not saying you are capable, but why did you teach your son to be like this? If you ask me, the name is not good. Calling him Buyu or Duo Yu is better than Buyu. Now he is silent. What does the name have to do with it? His name is Buyu, and his last name is Wu. Mr. and Mrs. Wu were very embarrassed by what they heard and could only nod stiffly. Mother Wu secretly glared at Wu Buyu. Father Wu directly pulled over his 7-year-old son and said proudly, silence is indeed useless, but kindness is different. This kid is smart and talkative. He said everything his brother said. I even got first place in the exam this year. Wu Shanyu greeted people politely. Suddenly, there was praise all around. The taciturn Wu Buyu stood behind, still with his head down, not saying a word. When relatives occasionally saw him, they shook their heads in disappointment. No wonder his parents were busy practicing the trumpet and ignored him. This trumpet is really useless. Wait until all the relatives have left. Mother Wu carried her youngest son into the car, while Father Wu cursed. I shouldn't have brought you here today. When others spoke to you, you pretended not to hear them and didn't even raise your head. You really bring shame to your father. Wu Biyu still kept his head down and said nothing. Mother Wu took a deep breath, ignored him, and went to coax her younger son. Father Wu continued to scold. I've been quite capable over the years, but you are such a useless son that you bring shame to me. Go out and find a job tomorrow. From today on, I will never give you a penny again. You wanted to secretly apply to the media school, but if I hadn't changed your major to computer science, you wouldn't even be able to find a job now. Really? Dad Wu never stops scolding people. Wu Biyu looked out the window. Under the messy hair that covered half of his face, there was a pair of bright eyes. He looked outside, and it was filled with stars. Father Wu scolded for a while, then yelled, say something. Are you dumb? Wu Biyu retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and after a while he said, Dad, your pants are unzipped. Father Wu was stunned. After a while, he became angry and said, when did you find out? Wu Biyu lowered his head and said in a low voice, when you and Aunt Xiaomei came out of the bathroom. Father Wu. Wu Ma. Then Wu Ma screamed, Wu Hai, you bastard. How dare you let me down? What on earth did you do? You and that bitch. A fight broke out in front. Wu Biyu's ears were quiet, and he continued to look out the window. His eyes beneath his hair were filled with shattered stars. Asterisk, Special Affairs Department. Li Wanyan is back. She knew that Sheng An and the others had a lot of questions to ask themselves. Unexpectedly, Sheng An's first question was, did you know Wu Biyu in your previous life? Li Wanyan was stunned, a little confused. Then, she fell into deep thought. As if she had thought of something, her eyes widened and her voice raised. Wu Biyu, it's him. You know him. Hao Jingye was surprised. Long Tianyu was also surprised. You actually know him? Why haven't I heard of him? Li Wanyan looked at him with disdain. Not only do I know him, you know him too. No, anyone who has lived in the apocalypse for more than a year cannot fail to know him. Long Tianyu was stunned. Chapter 69, the first paparazzi in the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. Do you know them all? How famous do you have to be for everyone to know you? Song Linwei took a breath and was surprised. Could it be that he is a very powerful and terrifying master like Qiu Yu, who can travel between various bases? The last person everyone knew was Qiu Yu. Impossible. Long Tianyu shook his head and denied it. If he is a strong man, how could I not know him? Besides, I have never heard of this name. Li Wanyan was stunned. Then, she suddenly realized and shook her head. Oh, I forgot that you don't know his real name. His real name is Wu Buyu, but because his nickname is too famous, everyone only calls him by his nickname. Long Tianyu frowned. Who is it? Everyone looked at Li Wanyun curiously. From her reaction, we can tell that the guy named Wu Buyu is not a simple person. Li Wanyun, he is not a superpower. He is a regressive mutant. Everyone's breathing stopped. Even Sheng An sat up straight instantly. Atavistic mutant. This is the first one they have encountered so far. Sheng An's eyes were serious, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, his voice lacking emotion. Tell me more about it. Li Wanyun, I think you should already know that in the end times, the transmission of information between temporary bases is very slow, and many temporary bases can't even contact other bases at all. Everyone nodded, signaling her to continue. Long Tianyu was impatient. Just tell me who Wu Buyu is. Why are you talking so much? He raised his chin and said, it is indeed difficult for each base to contact other bases, but because of the atavistic flying mutants, speed mutants, and special mutants, there is occasionally information exchange between the bases. His expression seemed to say, you know it, I know it. Li Wanyun looked at him coldly. If I don't explain it clearly, you can understand it, but Sheng An and the others can't. After that, she ignored him and continued. Flying mutants are messengers, delivering messages between bases. As they travel between bases, they encounter many times more danger than the mutants in the bases and suffer heavy casualties. Later, a powerful flying mutant gathered all the flying mutants in the country together and established the Apocalypse Flying Mail, which collected information from various bases, compiled it together, and printed it into the Apocalypse tabloid. We also had flying mutants sell newspapers in exchange for food at various bases, while also taking care of bounty delivery and bounty investigation. In the second year, Doomsday Flying Mail became famous. Long Tianyu jumped up and raised his voice. Fuck, is Wu Buyu related to the Doomsday Flying Mail? Hao Jingye touched his chin and sighed. It sounds good. Bullshit, Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun said in unison. Long Tianyu shook his head. The Doomsday Mail was good at first, but tabloids don't make much money. After all, as long as a small number of people buy a base, the rest of the people are just getting it for free. Li Wanyun. So, the founder of Doomsday Flying Mail, that powerful flying mutant, has focused on bounty messaging and bounty investigation. If you want to know the news of other bases, or want to find someone in other bases to help deliver letters, you must offer a high reward. Long Tianyu. What's even more terrifying is that he collected information and secrets of various powerful people from somewhere and sold them at a high price. For a period of time, almost all the powerful people had to spend money to buy their own information and spend a lot of food to prevent Doomsday Flying Mail from revealing their secrets and weaknesses to others. Li Wanyun nodded and sighed. The founder knows too much gossip and is particularly good at integrating information, so he is nicknamed the paparazzi of the end times. He is almost the most hated person by many superpowers. The Doomsday Mail is so evil. I've wanted to deal with him for a long time, but unfortunately the paparazzi hid too deep. I can't find where they are at all. Long Tianyu gnashed his teeth and said, I will definitely kill the paparazzi in advance in this life. There was a lot of information, and Sheng An and others listened carefully and patiently. Li Xian couldn't help but ask, Li Wanyun, what do you want to say? Why is it so far-fetched? Li Wanyun glanced at him and said coldly, you offended the paparazzi in your previous life, and they exposed a lot of gossip about you. For a long time, the temporary base in Beijing was full of gossip about you. Li Xian jumped up and down. You are talking nonsense. Just as they were about to quarrel, Sheng An raised his hand and got to the point. Wu Buyu is a paparazzi in the end times? Li Wanyun nodded. Yes, I also knew his name by chance. Long Tianyu. He was completely stunned. What? Wu Buyu is the paparazzi of the Apocalypse, the boss of the Apocalypse Mail? The next moment, Long Tianyu became serious. He looked at Sheng An seriously for the first time. If it's him, you'd better not try to get him to join the Special Affairs Department. That guy has quirks and a weird personality. He has no sense of morality and is the best at exploring secrets. He is definitely not a good teammate. Sheng An did not comment. She stopped tapping her hands on the table and smiled slowly. No matter what his personality is, now we have found him, haven't we? Everyone was stunned. That's right, Wu Buyu has become a mutant, and he must be hiding carefully, trying not to be discovered. But they have a reborn one, and knowing his name means knowing everything about him. Wu Buyu was exposed in an instant, and all his cards were revealed. They already knew everything that he himself didn't know. Long Tianyu. That guy is really not a suitable teammate. He is two-faced and not trustworthy. Sheng An looked at him and said calmly, "You don't have to trust everyone." Long Tianyu looked confused. Qi Lingwu raised his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "A flying mutant is very useful, and he can find out countless gossips. He may have more than just flying ability. Having more than one ability can play a greater role at this critical moment when the doomsday is approaching." Sheng An's face showed no emotion. He said calmly, "I just want him to cooperate now. Trust is not something that can be achieved in a short period of time. What she needs now is not Wu Buyu's trust, but his ability. No matter what means are used, as long as he can play his role on the day of doomsday, it will be fine." Sheng An and Qi Lingwu looked at each other and saw the same intention in each other's eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. For some reason, Long Tianyu felt a chill on his back. Sheng An knocked on the table and smiled slightly. "Let's talk about Wu Buyu tomorrow. Let's investigate him first, and then make a plan. Li Wanyun, Long Tianyu, let's have a good chat tonight." Long Tianyu curled his lips. "I've told you everything I know." After saying that, he sat on the table with his feet on the chair, looking very casual. Li Wanyun rolled her eyes and sat next to Sheng An. "Ask me, I'll cooperate." Li Wanyun took the water handed to her by Hao Jingye and nodded. "Thank you." It was already late. Li Xian and others who had finished their course rushed over. As soon as I stepped into the room, I heard Sheng An ask, "Li Wanyun, where did you learn your moves?" Chapter 71 Step Closer to the Truth. Li Wanyun was stunned, her eyes blank. "What trick? Who taught you the moves you used in your battle with Sister Sheng today?" Yu Feng moved closer and asked. Li Wanyun frowned. She thought for a long time and suddenly said, "I guess I figured it out by myself." "Did you figure it out on your own?" Yu Feng questioned. Wan Yuan looked strange. "Should?" There are many doubts in this sentence. How can a trick that I figured out by myself require the word should? Li Wanyun thought about it seriously and said firmly, "I figured it out by myself. As far as I can remember, no one taught me. Those moves are instincts I learned from many battles." Impossible. Qi Lingwu looked calm. But this sentence is very affirmative. "Why?" Li Wanyun frowned. Sheng An opened his eyelids and glanced at her, then spoke calmly. "Your moves are not instinctive moves generated in combat. You may not be able to see it yourself, but combat instincts and moves created specifically in training are completely different. What's more, this tactic bears the shadow of her and Qi Lingwu." Yu Feng and others nodded in agreement. Li Wanyun shook her head helplessly. "But no one has ever taught me." Sheng An, it is possible that you saw it and remembered it in your mind, but forgot that you saw it. In subsequent battles, you used it. After a pause, she looked at her and calmly uttered a creepy guess. It is also possible that someone taught you, but you have no memory of it, or your memory has been erased. The room suddenly became quiet. Even Long Tianyu felt a chill down his spine. Li Xian rubbed his arms. "Please don't say it so horribly, okay? Besides, how could someone teach someone else and then erase their memory?" He asked Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun, "Do you remember anyone with such special abilities?" They both shook their heads. "No." Hao Jingye looked thoughtful. After a moment, he asked the next question. "Li Wanyun, do you know Sister Sheng and Captain Qi?" Sheng An, Qi Lingwu Mi, Wan Yuan, Yu Feng, Zhao Ziqing, Qinyu, Jiang Huanshu, Li Shuang, Jisoo. Sheng An and the core members of Team Zero. Li Wanyun tried hard to think of these names and finally shook her head firmly. "No, I have never heard of you, nor have I seen you." She glanced at Sheng An and Qi Lingwu. If she had met these two people in her previous life, she would have some impression of them. Everyone fell silent. It's getting weirder and weirder. All the Reborn people don't know Sheng An and the people from Team Zero. Did they all die on the day of Doomsday? Or have they all become alien species? Everyone looked thoughtful. Sheng An lowered her eyes, and after a long time, she asked another strange question. "When did you die in your previous life?" Li Wanyun, "At the end of the second year of the apocalypse." "What is the problem?" Hao Jingye was suddenly startled, and Song Linwei also reacted. The two looked at each other with horror on their faces. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu was confused and scratched his head. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "Except for you and Wu Ji, everyone else died in the last few months of the second year of the apocalypse." Sheng An took the paper and pen next to him, right on at the second year of the last days. Then she wrote everyone's name on it according to the month. Combining the information from Group A, Yang Chuan died at the end of the second year of the apocalypse before his rebirth. In his memory, Huang Weiyang and Geng Liqian both died in a xenogenic massacre a month ago. Although the two groups are not in harmony, effective information must be shared as soon as possible. Neither Sheng An nor Qiu Yu would make a fuss about this. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng also have the moral sense of national assistance. Competition is based on the overall interests. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan died before Li Xian. This is Long Tianyu's information. Afterwards, Li Xian killed Xiang Han's Wang, and he and the alien species died together. Sheng An wrote down a few more names. Hao Jingye said excitedly. After that, it will be Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. The last name is Li Wanyun. It is the end of the second year of the apocalypse, and we have not yet officially entered the third year of the apocalypse. Sheng An stopped writing, looked up, and said sharply, "Where are the other two people? The lightning-type mutant Lu Mingwei and the mutant Wu Buyu." Long Tianyu. Wu Buyu is also dead. He frowned. I don't know how he died, but this news is absolutely true. It's depressing that after the paparazzi died, he died before he had time to be happy. Li Wanyun's face was as cold as ice, and her voice was hoarse. Didn't I tell you that the leader of those who attacked me was Lu Mingwei? After a pause, she sneered. And I choose to die together and take him to hell with me. She was reborn, and thought she could severely punish Lu Mingwei in this life. I didn't expect that the other party also awakened his superpowers in advance. That guy's special ability is not easy to deal with. Sheng An's eyes sank slightly, and he wrote Wu Buyu's name before Long Tianyu. Finally, she wrote down Lu Mingwei's name on the timeline below Li Wanyun, and drew a line behind them, and next to them was the third year of the last days. The room fell into deathly silence. Ku Jiaxue murmured, "Why did everyone die in the second year of the apocalypse?" Hao Jingye corrected, "All the reborn superpowers and those who awakened early died at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. Wu Ji died when the end of the world came. Jiang Yu died in the first year of the apocalypse. But they have one thing in common: they are not people with special abilities, but simply people who have been reborn. Jiang Yu has space not because of her special abilities, but because of her ancestral bracelet." Song Linwei looked gloomy and spoke in a hoarse voice. "It's really strange. Why not the third year of the apocalypse? What happened? Or is the sample limited?" Everyone shook their heads. Even the reborn ones don't know, let alone those who get information from them. Sheng An stared at the paper, then she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were bottomless, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I think that when we unravel this secret, we may be able to get to the root cause of your appearance. And discovering this brings us one step closer to the truth, which is a good thing, isn't it?" Jiang Yu and others couldn't laugh. On the contrary, they felt like there was a big hole in front of them, deep and bottomless, which made them feel inexplicably frightened. After a while, Qi Lingwu curled his lips and nodded. "It's a good thing." Sheng An turned the pen, closed the cap, threw it on the table, and handed the paper to Hao Jingye. After sorting out the information, share it with Group A and submit it to the higher-ups for professional analysis. "Yes." Hao Jingye immediately agreed and turned around to carry out the order. Then, Sheng An looked at Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu with a gentle smile. The two of them felt an inexplicable chill down their spines. Long Tianyu stammered, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 71. This is from the heart, not from cowardice. Whenever Sheng An laughs like this, something bad is bound to happen. Long Tianyu developed the intuition of a wild beast. Sheng An stood up with an unchanged smile and patted their shoulders. "The overall strength of our group of psychics is not as good as that of Group A. Fortunately, we still have you too, so please work harder. Your work has been arranged." She glanced at Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye, who was writing a report, looked up and mechanically repeated. 1. While training, carefully recall which high-level psychics were there in your previous life. 2. Recall which psychics died at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. 3. Go through the screen information and determine which ones are heretics. 4. Recall the alien species. Long Tianyu Li Wanyun. Wait a minute. Is this the fucking job assigned to them? There is so much work to do that I can't even remember it all. Even the black-hearted bosses in 996 and 007 don't do things like this. Long Tianyu was still in a daze. He counted on his fingers as Hao Jingye spoke, trying to figure out how many items there were. Li Wanyun was attracted by the key words and asked at a loss, "What is Group A and Group B?" Song Linwei sat next to them and explained with a smile the difference between Groups A and B, as well as their current situations. Li Wanyun was silent. In other words, Group A consists of Jiang Yu, Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, Xiang Hanzhuang, and others. Why didn't you tell me that Jiang Yu was in Group A? Li Wanyun thought there was only the Doomsday Special Affairs Department and had no idea there was a difference between Group A and Group B. Sheng An looked at her and patted her shoulder gently, saying more tenderly, "Why? You want to leave Group B and join Group A?" Beside him, Qi Lingwu was silently cleaning his gun. Li Wanyun's body tensed up, her face serious. "No, I think Group B is great. Really, I admire you all very much. I'm very happy to join Group B and follow Sister Sheng." In Group A, there was Lu Mingwei, whom she hated, Jiang Yu, who was trying to manipulate them into doing something unknown, and Xiang Hanzhuang, who was scheming. Joining is really not a good thing. She told herself this and refused to admit that she was a coward. This is from the heart, not from cowardice. Seeing this, Sheng An nodded with satisfaction and withdrew his hand. Qi Lingwu wiped the gun and put it away. Sheng An comforted him. "Don't worry, there will be a team of experts to arrange your daily training. In addition, Song Linwei and others will assist in the screening work, so just focus on your work." Both of them had stiff expressions. At this time, Song Linwei pointed the computer screen at them. There are countless folders on it, coming from different places, different units, and different channels. Each folder is rich in content. Just slide the mouse, and there is almost no end to the number of folders. Both of them saw darkness. Then, they spoke almost at the same time. Long Tianyu. "Is it a waste of my talent to ask me to do this?" Li Wanyun. "I think I could do something more amazing." Sheng An's eyes curved slightly, his tone gentle but unquestionable. "No, this is what you are most needed for. I believe you will do a good job." Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun were both unruly people. Upon hearing this, they immediately became angry and wanted to refute. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. "Li Wanyun, Sheng An is not easy to mess with. Let Long Tianyu speak first." "Long Tianyu, this woman's methods are terrible. I'd better wait for Li Wanyun to object." Then, both of them remained silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and still no one spoke. Li Wanyun. Was Long Tianyu punished so harshly? Long Tianyu. Li Wanyun really surrendered to Sheng An? So obedient? The two still didn't speak. Sheng An spoke first. She asked Li Wanyun, "What do you think?" Long Tianyu immediately looked at her expectantly. "Reject it. Oppose it." Of course Li Wanyun felt bad. She wanted to refute, but Long Tianyu was staring at her with a fierce look, and Qi Lingwu started to clean her gun again. Li Wanyun took a deep breath and said word by word, "I think it's great. Forget it, Long Tianyu has been made like this. She just arrived and doesn't know their methods. It's better not to act rashly." Sheng An looked at Long Tianyu again and smiled slightly. "What about you?" Long Tianyu was stiff and squeezed out 2 words. "Good. Fuck. What did this woman say to Li Wanyun? She must have hidden more terrible means. Otherwise, how could Li Wanyun be so tolerant? Never mind, you should just bear with it." At this moment, the two people's dissatisfaction with each other reached its peak. Seeing how cooperative they were, Sheng An nodded with satisfaction. Yes, the work enthusiasm is very high. She waved her hand, turned and left, leaving behind a sentence. "Come on, do a good job." The two looked at the screen listlessly. "Do your best." Must be passive and lazy. They are powerful people with special abilities and the hope of the future. How can they work 996 or 007? Sheng An walked to the door and suddenly turned back. "Work hard and supervise me." Supervise for words. There is no guest of honor. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun cursed at the same time in their minds. "Shit, I actually let her supervise me?" The two of them stiffly opened the folders, checking the names and photos one by one, wondering if they were the supernatural beings they knew in their previous life. Think that the other person is supervising you. The two were extremely serious. Li Wanyun was tired after a whole day and was already sleepy, but Long Tianyu was still working next to her. She was already dissatisfied with him and thought that he wanted to supervise her, so she had to hold back and continue checking. Long Tianyu is so annoyed. Didn't Li Wanyun just join the Special Affairs Department? Why is she so obedient? It's already this late, and you're still working? But she was working, and Sheng An asked her to supervise him. Would he dare to leave? Long Tianyu held back and continued screening. As he was sifting, he suddenly found that Li Wanyun was faster than him. How is this possible? Long Tianyu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and quickly increased his concentration to speed up his work efficiency. Li Wanyun. Damn, this guy is still injured. Isn't he tired? Thinking that the other party was supervising her and she didn't want to lose to him, she simply gritted her teeth, cheered up, and sped up the progress. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth and tried to be faster than Li Wanyun. Li Wanyun was determined not to lose to Long Tianyu. Immediately, each one was more serious and faster than the other. And as time passed and it entered midnight, not only did no one suggest going to bed, but they became more serious. Hao Jingye put down the work in his hands, rubbed his eyes, and was slightly startled when he noticed their seriousness. Then, Hao Jingye and Song Linwei looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes. These two people are really useful, and the screening progress is instantly accelerated. Moreover, both of them are very serious. They had finished their work and were leaving together. Hao Jingye, I have to order them some midnight snacks. They are really working hard. They are even more dedicated than me. Song Linwei, superpowers are different. They have so much energy. It's great. The two sighed and went back to the room to sleep. In the office, Long Tianyu held up his bloodshot eyes and said, I won't leave unless Li Wanyun leaves. Li Wanyun gritted her teeth. I must not be worse than Long Tianyu. Early the next morning, Hao Jingye walked into the office while eating a bun and saw two people sitting stiffly on chairs. Looking at the screen in front of them, the work that originally required many of them to screen for several days was almost finished after one night. Hao Jingye was stunned and forgot to eat the buns. Fuck, this is real dedication. Chapter 72. Involution quietly begins. Countdown to Doomsday, 11 days. The lunch in the Special Affairs Department canteen is still rich. No matter what flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water, as long as it is edible and nutritious, the logistics department can get it for them. Therefore, no matter how tired or busy they are, all members will report on time for mealtime. The country's sincerity towards the members of the Special Intelligence Service is demonstrated in all aspects. Sheng An is eating. In front of me was a bowl of rice and 3 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. The meat dish was braised crab meat and lion's head. The vegetable dish was boiled cabbage, and there was a seafood soup. Li Xian ordered the braised crab meat and lion head. Jiang Yu asked for the boiled cabbage in order to broaden his horizons. The seafood soup was ordered by Zhang Kuan, who loves seafood very much. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu were too lazy to order dishes, so the kitchen staff prepared meals for them based on other people's recipes. Nutritionally balanced and delicious. They sat on the left side of the cafeteria, and on the right were Yu and the people from Group A. It was rare for 2 groups to appear in the cafeteria at the same time. Lu Mingwei from Group A glanced at Sheng An and the others, and deliberately led his teammates to speak loudly. Sister Xiang is so awesome. Her fighting ability is off the charts. Of course, this is an ice-type ability. After the meteorite falls, the whole world will catch fire, and the temperature will be very high. Sister Xiang's ability is really practical and valuable. Brother Lu is also very powerful. He has lightning abilities, and any blast he makes can be like a bomb. Otherwise, we still need a superpower. No matter how strong ordinary people are, their upper limit is just that. Our sister Qiu is really amazing. She was feared in her previous life. And in this life, she brings along strong people like Sister Xiang and Brother Lu. By the way, have we discovered another mutant? Yes, I hope it's another strong fighter. In this way, our group will be invincible, ha 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 ha. The whole cafeteria was filled with boasting. From the perspective of superpowers, Group A is stronger than Group B, especially since they have Yu, the team leader with puppet superpowers. They are bragging, but in fact they're implicitly mocking Group B. Song Linwei's face darkened slightly. He wanted to refute, but Sheng An looked at him and asked, have all the departments planned their disaster shelter locations? Song Linwei immediately came back to his senses and got down to business. Yes, the country will officially announce the Doomsday News in 6 days. The document issued this morning is the location plan. The Special Affairs Department is located in the East Suburb Villa District, the core shelter. Sheng An nodded. Song Linwei. After we finish screening the information we have, we will also move. However, the core shelter has limited space and is not as spacious as this place. The dormitory conditions are also worse, so we have to live with Group A. Living with A. It really makes me jumpy just thinking about it. Sheng An paused, then raised his head and said meaningfully, don't worry about accommodation. Also, once Wu Buyu joins, we can prepare to move. The screening work before today should have been completed. There will be many heretics that we need to contact, and time is running out. Ah! Song Linwei was stunned. At this time, Hao Jingye came in with Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. Both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun had dark circles under their eyes, and they walked like ghosts floating around, with dull eyes that were bloodshot and weak, as if they had been drained of energy. When the two appeared, Group A's boasting paused slightly. After all, one is the combat space ability, one is the unique flash ability, and both are top masters. Lu Mingwei glanced at them and frowned. Is he really a reborn master? He looks not that good. The two of them walked in a floating manner, so there was no deterrent effect at all. Li Wanyun shifted her gaze to them, paused at Xiu and Xiang Han's Wang, and then fixed on Lu Mingwei's face, her eyes dangerous and cold. But he killed her in his previous life. Li Wanyun sneered. Not so good? Want to compare? Lu Ming stood up dangerously, his face full of anger, and a conflict was about to break out. Sheng An said calmly, "Eat." Li Wanyun bared her teeth. Is she someone who can ignore her enemies for a meal? Her eyes swept across the dining table. The staff had just brought her lunch, which included her favorite grilled fish, a rare seafood platter, abalone rice, vegetable salad, and pearl yam dessert. A bright smile slowly appeared on Li Wanyun's cold face. Okay, actually, Lu Mingwei had already avenged himself in his previous life, so there was no need to rush in this life. She quickly sat down at her seat, and at this time, Long Tianyu had already started eating. The two of them looked like starving ghosts reincarnated. That's about the same. After all, I lived in the apocalypse for 2 years in my previous life. Lu Mingwei still wanted to shout. Sheng An glanced at him calmly, causing him to swallow the words that were about to come out of his throat. She then spoke. How is the screening going? Hao Jingye said excitedly. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun are amazing. Relying on the memories of their previous lives, they completed all the screening work last night. They actually identified several problematic guys. I have asked the information department to start an investigation. Song Linwei was surprised. Didn't sleep all night? Hao Jingye nodded heavily. Jiang Yu and Li Xin, who had just stepped into the cafeteria, happened to hear the conversation. Both of them. What kind of new form of involution is this? What goes beyond sleeping while listening to lectures, and sleeping only 6 hours, is not sleeping all night? Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun are both very crazy. Why are they so aggressive when doing their work? Are you going to let them live? The two of them suddenly staggered. Sheng An praised. Very good. You helped us gather our teammates faster. Well done. It's a rare opportunity to be praised by Sheng An. Long Tianyu paused for a moment while eating, cleared his throat, and raised his chin. It's just this. After all, I'm now a member of Team B of the Special Affairs Department. How could Li Wanyun lose to him? He immediately looked up and said, Thank you for the compliment. It's what I deserve. I serve the country. Song Linwei understood what he meant and spoke loudly and excitedly. Doesn't that mean we need a few more team members? With your help, Sister Sheng's gathering speed has increased rapidly. You have made the most of rebirth. Yang Chuan, who was shouting from Group A just now. He's also a reborn. He did nothing. Qiuyu looked at him unkindly. Yang Chuan shrank his neck and wilted. Sheng An asked again. Jiang Yu Li Xin, how are you today? With Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun leading the way, how dare they not say yes? Jiang Yu smiled slightly. I've learned a lot of things, and the planting range of the space has expanded. Li Xin gritted his teeth and said, Very good. I have learned the colors of various metals. Today I have successfully completed the metal color conversion. Beside them, Lu Mingwei and Xiang Hanzhuang lowered their heads. Qiuyu looked at them coldly. Sheng An, where are Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan? Jiaxue looked well-behaved. Today we learned about water friction and water pressure explosion, which was very effective. Huang Weiyang, a water-based supernatural being in Group A. His head was nearly under the table. Qiuyu turned her gaze towards him. Zhang Kuan scratched his head. I don't have much ability. I only have one space. I can only help the country transport goods. And by the way, put some important things in the space in case of Doomsday. Group A, which does not have any space ability users. Sheng An smiled. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Our team is pretty good. Even if we can't be invincible, we are all working hard to improve, which is good. Group A, who boasted that they were invincible. Silence spread among the members of Group A, claiming that they have powerful ice and lightning abilities. He also has flash, space powers, and gold powers, and is constantly improving himself with great results. Shouting that they have discovered another heresy? With the hard work of the Reborn people who stayed up all night, they discovered several at once. Claiming they are invincible? Considering the current combat power of the neighbors, I heard that they have targeted another atavistic mutant, and if there are a few new superpowers. Damn, Lu Mingwei felt a little pain on his face. Chuyu's face was as dark as ink. He stood up suddenly, stared at the team members, and said in a cold voice, "I think I have indulged you too much. Let's have a meeting." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. Involution has begun among all members of the Special Affairs Department. Group A members. They looked at each other, then stood up dejectedly and followed. Yu Feng shouted at their backs. "Friends from Group A, why are you leaving when you haven't even finished your meal?" The members of Group A gnashed their teeth. Lu Mingwei couldn't help it and turned around to shock them. However, as soon as I turned around, I saw Li Xan, Long Tianyu, Li Wanyuan, and Kajashuik raising their hands, waiting for a counterattack. Qi Lingwu, Yu Feng, and Wanyuan's guns seemed to be held in their hands. Sheng An looked at him expressionlessly. Lu Mingwei. The middle finger he raised was his last sign of stubbornness. Then he ran away and caught up with Chuyu and the others. Group A withdrew. Hao Jingye sneered. "You still dare to shout? Look at the reaction of team leader Chiu. Let's all go and roll up our sleeves." The culprit of the internal conflict had already finished his meal. Li Wanyan wiped her mouth and gritted her teeth. "I want to have a good sleep in the afternoon. No one is allowed to call me." Long Tianyu nodded in agreement. "Me too." Sheng An glanced at them. This time, the two of them were the same mind. If she didn't agree, they would resist. "Okay." Sheng An nodded, very readily. Both of them. It was so refreshing that they were a little suspicious. Is it because they just cooperated with her? Sheng An put down his chopsticks, wiped the corners of his mouth, and smiled. "The audit department has evidence of Wu Buyu's awakening. We're going to look for him this afternoon. Because of Wu Buyu's personality and abilities, this operation is quite interesting. I was originally planning to take everyone with me. Since you guys want to sleep, then have a good rest. I'll take Jiang Yu and the others with me. We'll just treat it as a relaxing team building." Chapter 73b, A Human Being. A meal for two. After a moment, they suddenly sat up straight with serious faces. Long Tianyu said righteously, "Of course work is important. The paparazzi are extremely cruel. I must go with you." Joke. He is the #1 paparazzi in the future apocalypse. According to Sheng An's style of doing things, Wu Buyu will definitely be obedient, and they will be in for a good show. Li Wanyan said firmly, "People with special abilities are physically strong, and it's okay for them to not sleep for a few days. Work comes first." She wanted to know too, how did Sheng An get Wu Buyu to join? That guy? Definitely not following the beaten path. Neither justice nor inducement is likely. Suppressed by force? Long Tianyu thought that if Sheng An wanted to suppress Wu Buyu by force, then someone would help him carry out his previous rebellion plan. Sleeping is not as important as watching a play. The two were very persistent. Sheng An nodded with satisfaction, put down the tissue, and stood up. "Since you love your work so much, before you set off, remember to record all the information about the past lives of the 3 newly discovered heretics. Good luck." 2 people. "Fuck, this woman is a devil." Sheng An left. Qi Lingwu naturally followed her, and Hao Jingye and Song Linwei also hurried to catch up. "Leave the cafeteria." Song Linwei was puzzled. "Sister Sheng, why are you deliberately torturing them?" "Yes." Sheng An could tell at a glance that it was intentional. Hearing this, Sheng An chuckled. She grabbed Qi Lingwu's hand, played with his fingers, and said in a relaxed tone, "These 2 troublemakers, although they are obedient for the time being, have just joined the Special Affairs Department after all. As long as they have the energy, they will definitely cause a lot of trouble. Just like Long Tianyu's crazy desire to rebel before. Li Wanyan is not much inferior to him. That's the guy who dared to take 10 billion to stock up goods abroad." Hao Jingye also smiled. "So, Sister Sheng will make sure they don't have the energy to make trouble. As long as they behave themselves in the first few days, everything will go back on track, and the probability of them causing trouble will drop sharply. The time when troublemakers are most likely to cause trouble is now, when they have just joined the Special Affairs Department. As long as we suppress it now, after getting used to the Special Affairs Department, they won't mess around anymore." Song Linwei suddenly understood. He said nothing and slowly gave Sheng An a thumbs up. Sheng An let go of Qi Ling Wu's hand and said seriously, "Let's go and take a look at Wu Buyu's situation. This guy has an unusual temperament. I have always suspected that he has other abilities." Several people looked serious and got down to work. Asterisk. In the cafeteria, Li Xian couldn't help but complain. "You guys are such a fool. Why are you so stubborn? You work day and night. Aren't you afraid of being exhausted to death?" Long Tianyu gave him a cold look. Did he think he was doing it voluntarily? It was Sheng An and Li Wanyun, these two hateful women. Li Wanyun was too lazy to speak. She is really tired. These two typical troublemakers are both keen on making trouble. But now, they are tormented by Sheng An. "My only wish is to have a good sleep. Please, let them get some sleep, and no one should disturb them." Jiang Yu kept looking at Li Wanyun. He ate 2 mouthfuls of food, looked at her twice, ate 2 mouthfuls of food, and looked at her twice again. "Li Wanyun." She glanced at him coldly and said speechlessly, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yu immediately smiled, his eyes curved. "I have heard of your name for a long time, and I have always wanted to meet you. You are a space powerhouse who can fight. You are really amazing." The last 4 words sincere. Li Wanyun looked strange. "Your space is the black soil. I am just a combination of a space user and a combat user. Your space is the one and only space, right?" Jiang Yu's space is indeed very unique. Such a piece of black land is a place of hope where one can survive no matter what desperate situation. If Li Wanyun had not been reborn before the end of the world, and had not awakened her superpowers until later in her life like in her previous life, no matter how powerful she was, she could only barely live like a human being. After all, that was a time when resources were extremely scarce. Jiang Yu was dejected. "I still think you are much better than me. Besides, it would be much easier to have a space like yours. At least I don't have to farm by myself." Li Wanyun. "Farming?" Jiang Yu nodded heavily and began to complain. "You don't know how miserable I am every day. I have to learn to drive a tractor and other farm equipment, and I also have to—" She kept on chattering away. Li Wanyun listened carefully, nodded from time to time, with a complicated look in her eyes. Jiang Yu finished speaking and looked at her. "Sister, do you think I am miserable? How can someone who has been reborn study every day?" Li Wanyun said seriously. "Jiang Yu, you are wrong about this." "Ah!" Jiang Yu was stunned. Li Wanyun said righteously, "That is your space. It is blessed with a huge piece of black soil. The country has prepared all kinds of seeds and equipment for you. As long as you learn, you will be the most precious resource in the world. Your space is the last piece of pure land. Tell me, who would be willing to hurt you?" Jiang Yu was stunned. Li Wanyun. "Even if you don't have much combat ability, with your skills and your space, there will be countless people willing to protect you. Many people with great righteousness in their hearts would rather die than let you live. Tell me, is your space not important? Is learning not important?" When Jiang Yu heard this idea for the first time, he opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. "Is that so? It seems to be true. Li Wanyun, let's take a step back. As long as you master these abilities, even if you encounter an accident in the future and struggle to survive on your own with space and planting abilities, can you not survive?" "Jiang Yu," she murmured. "So, studying is for my own good?" "Yes," Li Wanyun said as a matter of course. "What's the harm? Staying alive and helping all mankind is the most important thing." Jiang Yu stood up suddenly. Her cheeks were slightly red and her voice was excited. "I have to go to the team building this afternoon, so I will take the time to study for a while." She turned and ran, full of fighting spirit. Long Tianyu looked at Li Wanyun strangely, with a look of suspicion on his face. "Why are you suddenly so righteous?" Li Wanyun rolled her eyes. "Nonsense, just talking, I don't need to learn it." If she were asked to study like Jiang Yu, she would scold him even more harshly than Jiang Yu. Long Tianyu. Li Wanyun rubbed her chin and said, "Jiang Yu is so miserable. At least I am better off than her. I don't have to farm. But I feel inexplicably relieved to see that there are people who are more miserable than me." Long Tianyu. After a long while, he was speechless. Be a human being. Li Wanyun was too lazy to pay attention to him and stood up. "Hurry up and finish the work. Maybe you can get some sleep after you're done. In the afternoon, I want to go with Sheng and to see Wu Buyu. That guy was mysterious in his previous life. In this life, I want to see who he is and how he knows so much gossip." Hearing this, Long Tianyu also became interested and hurried to work. The number one paparazzi in the end times, Wu Biyu. How could I not be curious? Chapter 74. Always have special abilities. Last night, Mr. and Mrs. Wu had a big fight, and even ended up fighting. Mother Wu took the child Wu Shanyu back to her parents' home. Only then did Father Wu have time to deal with Wu Biyu, who had revealed the secret. He picked up the stick, but found that Wu Biyu had already retreated back to the room and locked the door. Father Wu yelled, "Wu Biyu, come out here." There was no movement in the room. Father Wu kicked the door hard twice, but couldn't open it. He stood there, trying his luck, his hand clenched on the stick. Since childhood, Wu Buyu's son has made him angry many times. He was very smart and sensible when he was a child, but he didn't know when he suddenly started to like talking nonsense. That's fine, but when I took him out and walked outside, he followed others. I've been beaten. I was also reported to the police as a stalker. It can be said that this eldest son has brought shame to them many times. For this, the couple gave him a severe lecture for a period of time. Father Wu believes that beatings will produce filial sons. So I have always been educated strictly. It's quite effective. After being corrected by them, Wu Buyu stopped talking nonsense and became withdrawn and silent again. He would not respond to anything you said to him. A word he says accidentally can always make people angry. Why did the relatives bully Wu Buyu? Because many of them had been choked by him. Until now, Wu Buyu has become less and less talkative, and sometimes you won't hear him say a word for several days. He doesn't go to work. I don't look for a job or meet people. Wu's father and mother have done some research and found that his condition is a combination of social phobia and autism. He is afraid of crowded places, which makes them very upset. Of course, they also force him to go out, but the kid just ran away with others while walking. If I hadn't taken an IQ test, Dad Wu even suspected that his eldest son had a mental problem. The eldest son is useless. They practiced trumpet to raise their young son, Wu Shanyu. Finally, they felt the joy of being parents in their youngest son and the happiness that a normal child brought them. Thinking of this, thinking of my wife who took my youngest son back to her parents' home, thinking of the secret that was revealed to me, Dad, Wu was angry again. He cursed, "From tomorrow on, you must go out and find a job. I won't give you a penny, and I won't let anyone cook you a meal. If you don't go out and starve to death, I won't care about you." Before, I just ignored my eldest son and stopped paying attention to him. But this time, Father Wu really wanted him to leave home. After all, his eldest son was not young anymore and would not starve to death outside. Inside the room, Wu Biyu murmured, "It seems I can't live here anymore." The next day at noon, after Dad Wu got up, he found that Wu Buyu's door was open and the bed was made cleanly. It was obvious that he had been gone for a while. Father Wu frowned, puzzled. How did he get out? Why didn't I hear anything? Then he murmured, "I hope I can really go out and find a job instead of coming back at night." This was not the first time that Wu Biyu left quietly like this, but every time he left, he would come back on time for dinner. Sometimes, Dad Wu felt that he didn't consider this place as his home. It is a place where you can eat on time and provide a dormitory. But this time it's different. Even if he comes back, he will drive him out. Wu Biyu, who had just left home after lunch, was now walking quietly on the street, neither hurried nor slow. If you look closely at the route he chose, you will find that he was consciously avoiding everyone. Asterisk. At the same time, Hao Jingye spread out the information one by one, his expression solemn. It has been confirmed that Wu Biyu is the atavistic mutant. Song Linwei looked at one of the documents. Those were images from spy satellites and road surveillance, with an analysis report attached at the end. It is much easier to find evidence of Wu Buyu's mutation if we have the answer in mind. At some point, he appeared in surveillance. After entering the wild where there was no surveillance, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was on the other side of the city. It was obvious that he had gone around the woods in the wild. The report assumed countless possibilities, but none of them could hold up. Finally, the most fitting thing is that he can fly. This confirms the answer of Wu Buyu is a flying mutant. As for how he flew, a drone captured a blurry shadow. And after several rounds of processing by the Ministry of Information, it was finally confirmed that it was a person with wings. Humanoid, but with a pair of wings behind. It's like a person carrying a glider, but going faster than the glider. Based on the analysis of wind speed and flight altitude, the possibility of a glider can be ruled out first. After integrating all the information, the truth became that Wu Buyu was an atavistic mutant who awakened prematurely. This guy's actions are hard to figure out. Hao Jingye clicked on a video to show them. Sheng An narrowed his eyes slightly. On the screen, Wu Buyu, who was walking straight ahead, was suddenly startled. Then he turned and followed a person to another direction, getting farther and farther away. The surveillance switched, and I don't know how long I had been walking. He suddenly stopped again and followed the other woman. Then, he followed them to a hotel and saw a couple catching an adulterer. Then he was caught in the fight, got punched, and left with a bruised face. Hao Jingye. Wu Buyu doesn't like to go out, so there are very few surveillance videos found so far. If you want more surveillance videos, you need the information department to search slowly. Even if it is like looking for a needle in a haystack, as long as Sheng An needs it, the country can do it. He's so weird. Song Linwei looked puzzled. Why do I feel like he knows what's going to happen? Precognition. Hao Jingye shook his head again after he finished speaking. That's not right. If he knew it, why would he go up to him and get beaten? Knowing what was going to happen, he couldn't be beaten. Not knowing what was going on, why was he following? Qi Lingwu kept staring at the screen. After a moment, he said, Wu Buyu's ability to get information should not have started after the apocalypse. In other words, this guy had special abilities before the apocalypse. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei also had a vague guess, but they were not sure. When Qi Lingwu finished speaking, they both gasped. They instinctively looked at Sheng An for answers. However, Sheng An touched his chin, looking thoughtful as he wondered what he was thinking. At this moment, Hao Jingye received the news. Wu Buyu went out. He suddenly raised his head. Sheng An pulled himself out of his thoughts and walked out. Set off. Asterisk. An hour later, Sheng An was checking Wu Buyu's situation on the screen across the street. Long Tianyu leaned over and got close to Sheng An, looking curious. Why don't you get closer? His head was almost on Sheng An's shoulder. Qi Lingwu didn't say anything, just reached out and lifted his head away. Long Tianyu grimaced in pain. Hao Jingye explained in a serious tone, this person is very strange. He seems to have certain predictive abilities. It's best not to get too close to him. Li Wanyan frowned. Hasn't it been confirmed that he has awakened? Why don't you go find him directly? She looked at Sheng An with a questioning look. All the reborn superpowers dislike this future number 1 paparazzi. Without exception, they all want to see him get into trouble. Sheng An stared at the screen. Don't worry, wait a little longer. She seemed to have thought of something, looked up at the others and warned, listen carefully. As long as I don't speak, no one is allowed to get close to him, and no one is allowed to make any movements. Chapter 75. Half an hour of news. Everyone was stunned. Under Sheng An's gaze, they nodded obediently. Just as Long Tianyu was about to ask the reason, Hao Jingye's communication phone lit up. He lowered his head to take a look and immediately said, Sister Sheng, we found out that Wu Buyu exposed his father's affair and was kicked out. Before leaving, Sheng An asked someone to investigate. This guy doesn't like to go out. There must be a reason why he came out today. Hearing this, Sheng An smiled. That's really our best chance. The Wu family wants to kick people out. Is it reasonable for them not to answer the call? Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan frowned at the same time. What's the meaning? Sheng An will adopt a peaceful attitude towards Wu Buyu. Almost instinctively, the two of them had the same thought at the same time. Why? Then, the two looked at each other, and their emotions calmed down. Even if Sheng An wants to close the deal peacefully, that freak may not agree. So far, he really hates contact with people. How could I agree to join? And as long as Wu Buyu resists, Sheng An will definitely deal with him. They will have a good show to watch. The two rubbed their hands together, looking expectant. Jiang Yu didn't know Wu Buyu in his previous life. Li Xian and Ke Jiaxue had no memory of their previous life. They didn't feel disgust towards Wu Buyu, only curiosity. Jiang Yu looked at the surveillance camera on the screen and murmured, this guy seems very quiet and well-behaved, but he is too introverted and doesn't even want to look up when he walks. Low-key, introverted and quiet, as if covering Wu Buyu. Li Xian nodded in agreement. He doesn't look that scary. He's just a social phobia. What's there to be afraid of? Social phobia is a very common personality trait. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan looked at him expressionlessly. Li Wanyan, you didn't think so in your previous life. Long Tianyu, social phobia? Social terrorist. Hao Jingye handed the tablet to Sheng An again. This is his previous movement trajectory when he went out. His destination was a temple in the suburbs. Judging from the direction he went, today is the same as before. He will still go to the temple. Sheng An nodded and took it to check. Asterisk. Wu Buyu has been hanging around outside. He seldom goes out and rarely comes to crowded places like this. But I can no longer stay in the safety of my home. I can only wander around. Do we have to survive in the wilderness? Wu Buyu murmured. He has wings, so he can live in the wilderness and even live a good life. No, life in the wilderness is too boring. It would be even worse if there is no cell phone signal. There would be no fun at all. He shook his head in denial. Wu Buyu continued walking forward. He looked very quiet and his clothes were neat and tidy, but his non-mainstream hairstyle greatly affected the impression he gave people. He always kept his head down, with his messy hair covering his eyebrows and eyes, making people subconsciously stay away from him. He was walking towards the outside of the city. There is not even a choice of transportation. But even if you avoid people, you will still pass by some people. He paused slightly. Almost instinctively, he changed direction and followed a man to a dilapidated old building. He looked up. Then he took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, I have discovered a kidnapping case. The address is... Wu Buyu reported the case mechanically. Hang up the phone. He murmured in a low voice. Helping others, an unsung hero. I am such a good person. After saying this, he left briskly. He thought no one knew. However, in a car in the distance, Sheng An and his group watched this scene silently. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan had resentment written all over their faces. Unsung hero? Good guy? Ugh. I really want to spit on him and tell him to get out. Wu Buyu walked all the way to the temple in the suburbs. This temple is not very popular. Only on New Year's Eve, the first month of the lunar year and holidays. Now it is a weekday and the temple is under renovation, so the gate is closed and naturally no pilgrims come. It seemed as if there was no one on the whole mountain. The main door was not open, so Wu Buyu went around to the back and climbed in as he was familiar with the place. This renovation is a huge project. Many halls are closed and supported by high scaffolding, but for some unknown reasons, the work has been halted. There was not even a worker in the entire temple, which gave Wu Buyu enough sense of security. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His expression became comfortable, and his chin was slightly raised, revealing his eyebrows. Apparently, the environment made him relax and dare to expose himself. He casually entered an open temple door, which seemed to house a Vajra Buddha. The Buddha was sitting on a pedestal, shining with golden light. The merit box and prayer mat were some distance away from the Buddha statue. For some reason, Wu Buyu felt that the Vajra Buddha and the huge pedestal were a bit mismatched in size. Maybe it's because it's still under renovation. Wu Buyu didn't think much about it. He dragged the prayer mat over and sat down, looking up at the Buddha statue, without saying anything for a long time. Socially anxious and not talkative, but the next moment he spoke. I'm dying of suffocation. I'm going to get sick from holding back my words every day, but I really don't dare to say anything. I'm afraid that once I open my mouth, I'll reveal that my dad cheated on his secretary. Wu Shanyu is the child of my mom and Uncle Wang. Sister Li stole my mom's bird's nest. Wu Shanyu paid others to do her homework. Uncle Zhao next door gambled away all his money, but cheated his wife into investing. That Xiaoxing downstairs was playing two boats. Uncle Su, who likes to play chess at the door, has a murder case on his hands. The honest and decent boss of the steam bun shop outside is black-hearted, and the beauty salon my mom loves to go to the most scolds her behind her back every day for being stupid and rich. He talked nonstop for half an hour. Wu Buyu pursed his dry lips, exhaled, and looked at the Vajra Buddha with a pair of eyes full of stars. Tell me, why did I grow wings and become a birdman? Naturally, there was no answer. He added, I have been different since I was little. God gave me strange abilities, and I am most suitable to be a reporter. But my dad changed my major. So what? If I can't hold back and talk too much, I will be beaten to death by others. It seems that I don't have to be afraid now. I have wings. I can run. Why did I suddenly grow wings? Was I a bird in my previous life? So, I became a birdman in this life? Huh. Even if I am a bird, I should be a bird fairy, right? Otherwise, how could I have wings after reincarnation? I think my wings are kind of cool, but I don't dare show them to others. Wu Buyu showed his wings. Big black wings grew out from his back and tore his clothes. He gasped. It's over, the clothes are ruined. I'm so poor now. How can I afford to buy clothes? He held his wings and muttered. It's a pity that such handsome wings cannot be appreciated by others. Forget it. It's embarrassing to let others see my wings. I'd better enjoy them by myself. Wu Buyu was happy for a while. I'm a little hungry. He hugged himself with his wings and said pitifully, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told anyone about my dad's affair. Now I have nowhere to go. If I go to a crowded place, I will suffocate to death. When there were people around, he would keep his head down and dare not speak. But now there was no one around. So Wu Buyu just said whatever he thought. Why don't I just live here? As for money, I can take some from the donation box. I was a bird fairy in my previous life, so it's mine to take. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the merit box flew over. His hand turned into sharp claws and tore open the merit box. However, there was nothing inside. Wu Buyu was so angry. Damn it, where's the money? He threw the board to the ground angrily. His mouth turned into a beak, and he instinctively pecked at it. Wait, if someone sees me pecking at wood with my beak, will they die of laughter? Wu Buyu muttered, It looks so ugly. I really wish I only had wings. Then he smiled. I'm the only one here. No one can see me. As soon as he finished speaking, his beak turned into a beak and pecked at the wooden board. Knock, knock. The sharp beak almost became a residual image, and Wu Buyu's brows relaxed. His mouth had long wanted to peck at something, but his sense of shame as a human made him suppress his avian instinct. He was the only one here at the moment, so Wu Buyu let himself go and was extremely happy. At this moment, he suddenly noticed an apple under the altar. Huh! Wu Buyu's eyes lit up. His feet were now claws, and he walked over quickly, pecking at the apple with his mouth, but the next moment, Wu Buyu raised his head suddenly. His expression became serious, and his eyes were sharp. Oh! Chapter 76, Social Death, is also death. Wu Buyu's tone was sharp, yet tinged with panic. He had clearly confirmed that there was someone. His eyes were fixed on the Vajra Buddha statue. Wu Buyu was a little hesitant. However, the next moment, the Vajra Buddha statue moved. First, the motionless eyes blinked. Then the clasped palms opened. The cross-legged legs began to stretch, and the body, starting from the arms, gradually returned to the appearance of a human. A real-life version of a magic trick. Li Xian was surprised. Fuck, how did you find me? He stretched his neck and blinked his eyes, which had not yet lost their metallic color. You talk a lot. You seem to be socially anxious. Why do you talk so much? Also, how do you know so many secrets? What is your special ability? Wu Buyu did not answer the long list of questions. He stared at Li Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. His sharp claws moved, and he said in a hoarse voice, Who are you? Why are you hiding here and eavesdropping on me? He made his decision. He wants to kill this man, no matter whether he is a human or something else. As long as we kill him, no one will know what happened today. They were the only two present. Kill him, and the secret won't be revealed. Wu Buyu's wings moved slightly, and his claws became sharper. The body suddenly jumped forward. Li Xian curled his lips. What do you mean by eavesdropping? We were listening openly. Wu said nothing. Us? He paused, his body stiff in midair, his sharp eyes flashing with doubt and confusion. Immediately. Then one head, two heads, three heads, and a row of heads popped out from behind the Vajra Buddha statue. Hao Jingye? Hi. Jiang Yu, Long Tianu, Eli Vaniun, Song Linve, Van Yuan, Yu Thin, Kiskiviko Yiaksue, Jiang Kowen, Hilla. 9 heads popped out from both sides of the Buddha statue. Finally, Sheng An led Qi Lingwu out from the back. She smiled slightly and said, We finally meet, Wu Buyu. The originally quiet hall seemed to become crowded in an instant. People. A lot of people. So he wasn't the only one. It was just him and a group of audiences. Pa! Wu Buyu continued to lunge forward, and then fell headfirst to the ground. He raised his head, holding on to his last hope. How much did you hear? Sheng An smiled slightly. All. Wu Buyu cracked. His wings were spread out limply, like a dead bird. I've been indulging myself for more than 20 years, and today is the day for me to indulge myself. In return, there were more than a dozen spectators. Li Xian was at a loss. Why isn't he moving? This shouldn't happen. Shouldn't this person say something? Do something? Jiang Yu and the others were equally curious. They came out from behind and surrounded Wu Buyu to look at him. This was the first time they had seen a mutant with wings, and they were all very curious. Sheng An, he's dead. Li Xin. He looked confused. Dead? He was still breathing. Hao Jingye silently added, Social death is also death. Long Tianyu laughed to death and couldn't help laughing. Ha, I didn't expect the #1 paparazzi in the apocalypse to be like this. What do you mean by introverted? Turns out he's a stuffy guy, talking so much behind people's backs, knowing all the gossip about other people, and he's narcissistic. Haha. He even pecked at the wooden board with his mouth. I'm dying of laughter. Li Wanyan was also smiling. She wanted to be even more sarcastic, so she took out her cell phone and smiled brightly. Don't worry, Sheng An, I recorded everything just now. If this kid dares to disobey me in the future, you can play it on loop for him, haha. Wu Buyu raised his head. His beak and claws had been retracted, his wings had disappeared, and his hair covered his eyebrows, so his expression could not be seen clearly. But everyone could see his pale face and hear his emotionless voice. I like warm places. When you bury me, please remember to pick a ginkgo tree instead of erecting a tombstone. I don't like my current name. Sorry for the bother. Thank you. After saying this, he buried his head and never moved again. Jiang Yu was already laughing so hard that he was choking. Sheng An was also laughing. She leaned against the smiling Qi Lingwu and said with a faint smile in her voice, I think you already know that there are not many normal people here. Most of them are in the same situation as you, awakened early. So, we are here to invite you to join. No answer. Wu Buyu lay on the ground, motionless, with 2 holes on his back made by the wings, revealing a sense of desolation. Like the poor people in movies and TV shows who encounter accidents and die tragically. Sheng An continued, we all know your true nature, so you don't have to hide yourself anymore. Why don't you join us? Wu Buyu still didn't move. Long Tianyu curled his lips and added fuel to the fire. Sheng An, there is no way he can be honest. This guy is very perverted. You should just arrest him violently. Li Wanyan nodded in agreement. Even try to play the video recorded on the phone. Wu Buyu's death became even more complete. Sheng An raised his chin. Qi Lingwu reached out to take the phone and paused the video. Li Wanyan was somewhat dissatisfied, but she did not dare to show her teeth to Qi Lingwu, so she had to endure it. At this moment, there was only one voice in her and Long Tianyu's hearts. Fight, Sheng An said in a deep voice. I think you should already know a lot about us. Wu Buyu, the end of the world is coming. Joining us is your best choice. We will provide you with a quiet residence and food that is comparable to a state banquet. As long as you are alive, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. How do you think? Wu Buyu moved his fingers, but still didn't look up. Hao Jingye squatted down beside him and advised, think positively, it's just a social failure. Look at these guys, they all thought they were the son or daughter of destiny, and many of them died socially. You are not the only one. Wu said nothing. Thank you, I want to die even more. Wan Yuan curiously poked the 2 holes on his back, wondering. Open your eyes and tell us, can you really turn into a bird? Is it a complete bird or a birdman? Do you like to eat wood? Is this a hobby you only have after you turn into a bird? Wu said nothing. Thank you, I'm dead. Song Linwei squatted on the other side, stroking his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. How do you know so much gossip? So you don't like to talk because you know that there are too many gossips about people around you? Is this also the reason why you are talkative, but pretend to be autistic? Wu Buyu. Thank you, we don't want the ginkgo tree anymore. Just bury it on the spot. Sheng An threw them away one by one and waved his hand. Stand back, don't get too close. She squatted down in front of Wu Buyu, looked down at his head, and shook her head. Stop pretending, get up. You can't pretend to be dead forever, unless you really don't want to live anymore. Join us. You will not only have a quiet environment and delicious food, but also be able to do something you want to do. Wu Buyu's ears moved. Sheng An saw it and smiled. In the end times, the signal will be lost and the network will be paralyzed. You will no longer be able to go online to eat melons. For you who likes gossip, life should be very boring, right? Wu paused without saying anything. Sheng An, but as long as you join us, you will be one of the leaders of the Doomsday Information Department, responsible for collecting various information and announcing it to various shelters and future bases across the country. Wu Buyu moved his fingers. Sheng An, in addition to this, you will also be the editor-in-chief and frontline reporter of the Doomsday News Department, controlling the most news and secrets, and the country will support you, so you don't have to worry about any consequences of mastering secrets. Wu Buyu moved his head. Sheng An, you have seen this group of people, right? As the most special human being, the core department in the future will bring you countless fun. Wu Buyu's heart was moved again. Yes, this group of people is so much fun. It was only a short while ago, but he seemed to have read several excerpts from novels. Sheng An lowered his eyes and said in a gentle voice, So, Wu Buyu, you really don't want to join us? Wu Buyu suddenly raised his head, his eyes bright. Can I make a condition? Sheng An said without hesitation. You say. Long Tianyu Li Wanyan. The 2 of them jumped on the spot. Long Tianyu raised his voice. What do you mean? Sheng An, he can just make the conditions. Li Wanyan. Sheng, you are not fair. They didn't see the fighting they expected, but rather it was quite peaceful. No one expected that Wu Buyu would have such a personality. After being socially defeated, he simply gave up and didn't resist at all. What's even more outrageous is that Sheng An, who never negotiates conditions, can agree to his request. It's unbelievable. Sheng An looked at them and smiled slightly. Because he has special abilities, he will make great contributions in the future, and he is very cooperative. Long Tianyu was stunned. What ability does he have? Li Wanyan was also bewildered. Yes, what exactly is his ability? Isn't he just a regressive mutant? Is it worth it for you to negotiate with him? The tone was dissatisfied and disgusted. Wu Buyu suddenly looked at Li Wanyan and pointed at Long Tianyu. He said you were a tomboy, fierce and cruel. And he also said that you were the one who offended Sheng An, and if he had to punish you, he would only punish you, and he would just take advantage of you. Li Banyun. Wu Biyu looked at Long Tianyu and pointed at Li Wanyan. She said you are not a good person and you are annoying in both your lives. If you didn't have some abilities, she would really want to kill you. She has disliked you for a long time. Long Tianyu. Chapter 77. Mind reading, hearing, and inaudible voices. The two were angry and terrified. The anger was because of what he said, and the horror was because he was right. That's what she thought in her heart. The two glared at each other. But at the same time, their reactions also showed that Wu Buyu was telling the truth. Li Xian was stunned. What the hell? What else can he be capable of? Sheng An sneered, his voice full of laughter. If I'm not mistaken, Wu Buyu, you seem to have the ability to read minds? The last three words were spoken lightly, but firmly. Wu Buyu didn't say anything. Obviously the default. Except for Hao Jingye, Qi Lingwu, and Song Linwei, who had already guessed it, everyone else was stunned. Mind reading? Holy shit, this kind of thing that only exists in novels also exists in real life. Wait, that's not right. The Reborn, space, and superpowers have all appeared, so it seems that mind reading is not too strange after all. In this damn world, everything seems normal. Hao Jingye pushed his glasses and sighed. Indeed, only mind reading fits the description. Especially when he hit upon Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan's thoughts, mind reading became the only answer. Song Linwei also sighed. No wonder you know so much gossip, because you can hear the voice of the heart. Hao Jingye. As long as they pass by you, you can hear what they are thinking, so you start to avoid the crowd because that will let you know too many secrets. Song Linwei paused and continued. But you seem to like gossip very much, and you can run away with people halfway. So why do you still avoid people? This was something he didn't understand. He understands that the autistic person doesn't like to talk because he's afraid of accidentally revealing a secret, and it's obvious that he suffered a lot from this in the past. So he simply keeps quiet and keeps it to himself. But he was clearly very curious. I can run after people halfway, and it happens more than once. Then why is he unwilling to go out and interact with people? Wu Buyu slowly got up from the ground. He was speechless about this question. It is precisely because I am curious that I cannot go out and meet people. Otherwise, if I hear something, I will be curious and want to explore. Song Linwei and Hao Jingye were at a loss. Sheng An said calmly. Every time he goes out, he meets a lot of people. The first person's thoughts arouse his curiosity, but before he can figure out the cause and effect, the second person will arouse his interest. And he is unable to be everywhere, resulting in many curious things not being explored to the end. Wu Buyu seemed to have seen a confidant. He grabbed Sheng An's hand and said excitedly, You understand me. You should know the pain of listening to gossip without knowing the beginning or the end, right? This is too uncomfortable. I would rather not hear anything. Therefore, he doesn't go out and meet people. The only people I usually interact with are my family members, and they have all been stripped clean by him, so they don't arouse my curiosity. As long as he doesn't come into contact with people, he stays at home every day, surfing the internet and watching gossip. He's so happy. But the end of the world is coming. If he could no longer access the internet, he would be suffocated to death. However, Sheng An pulled his hand back and smiled slightly. No, I don't understand you. I'm just analyzing you. Wu Biyu. He was a little depressed and hung his head in loneliness. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Then you can hear all kinds of noises at any time? Is it useful to hide at home? Hao Jingye rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, You'd better use your brain on farming. Obviously, his mind-reading ability has a range. Wan Yuan nodded and analyzed. He didn't notice us when he was sitting on the prayer mat, but he immediately found us when he picked up the apples. He must have heard Li Xian's thoughts. Song Linwei calculated the distance. You heard Li Xian but not us, so your mind-reading range is only 2 meters? Wu Biyu was very surprised. He didn't expect these people to be so smart. Sheng An first guessed his abilities, and then these people analyzed his character and abilities thoroughly. What a terrible group of people. Yu Feng sighed. It's not easy for you. According to your investigation results, you have had this ability since you were a child. Wu Biyu has already experienced social death once. Now he has given up and said frankly, I thought it was good at first. After all, I could eat a lot of gossip, but the people around me kept repeating the same content, and I was afraid of being beaten if I went out. Can't you control it? Ku Jiaxue asked weakly. Zhang Kun rolled his eyes. Nonsense, if he could control it, he would have already. Wu Biyu suddenly interrupted. I couldn't control it before, but since my body changed, I have a vague feeling that if I become stronger, I can control mind reading, maybe stop it, or maybe strengthen it. Everyone was stunned. Then, Sheng An and Qi Lingwu looked at each other and said at the same time, psychic ability. Wu Biyu has more than just the ability to revert to his ancestral form. He also has psychic powers. Mind reading is a psychic power. Hao Jingye murmured. The spiritual system is the most complex of all superpowers. It is very special. He suddenly looked at Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu and asked, how many psychics have you seen in your previous life? Not many. Li Wanyun thought for a moment and replied, psychics are really special, and their abilities are all kinds of strange. I once heard of a psychic from a base in the north. He can directly attack a person's head and kill them. Long Tianyu. I have also seen a psychic. Her psychic ability is to interfere with other people's vision and make them fall into darkness. It is very beneficial in battle. What a special ability. Song Linwei took a deep breath. And the most special thing is that Wu Biyu possessed psychic abilities when he was a child. But he couldn't control it before. Now, as the meteorite is getting closer and the special substances it brings are also getting closer, Wu Biyu begins to gradually control his psychic abilities. Sheng An, it's a very useful ability. She looked at Wu without saying anything. So, what are your conditions? Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun curled their lips at the same time. Although dissatisfied, she had to admit that this guy was indeed special. No wonder even Sister Sheng gave him preferential treatment. Wu Biyu smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. My condition is actually very simple. I hope to stay by your side forever. This you is obviously Sheng An. Everyone. My friend, your request is very dangerous. Do you think Captain Qi is dead? Wu Biyu added. Of course, I can follow you and this gentleman. This gentleman refers to Qi Lingwu. Everyone. My friend, your request is even more dangerous. You actually want to be a third wheel in a world of two of us. Qi Ling's face was expressionless. Sheng An raised his eyebrows and asked, why? Wu Biyu smiled brightly. Because I can't hear your inner voice, I feel comfortable staying with you, which is why I am willing to join you. Whenever he meets someone like Sheng An, who makes him unable to hear his inner voice, he will follow him out of curiosity. Joining them is inevitable. Everyone was stunned. Hao Jingye was surprised. What? You can't hear Sister Sheng's voice? What about Captain Qi? You can't hear Captain Qi's voice either? However, Wu Biyu shook his head. I can hear it. But I heard his next sentence. But his inner voice is very simple and has never changed, so it's okay. I can accept it more than others. Hao Jingye was at a loss. What does Captain Qi think? Wu Biyu, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An. The abrupt stop was not because he stopped, but because Qi Lingwu knocked him unconscious. Captain Qi had no expression on his face. It's getting dark, take him back. Chapter 78, Somewhat Personal Grudge. Everyone. For a moment, everyone felt choked and speechless. Really, even listening to a mind-reading trick can make you look good. Just as Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun were about to speak, Qi Lingwu glanced at them indifferently. His eyes were calm, but they made people feel cold. It seems like he can kill anyone who dares to speak. Wu Buyu's social death is his own collapse. Captain Qi is very willing to kill others. The two of them instinctively shut up. Others didn't even dare to laugh at Captain Qi. Sheng An was the only one in the audience who dared to laugh openly, and Qi Lingwu felt helpless. He threw Wu Biyu to Yu Feng and asked him to take him back. As for him, he walked out of the hall hand in hand with Sheng An and headed towards the temple gate. After they left, the crowd, which had been silent, finally became silent. Li Xian was speechless. I really didn't expect that Captain Shi would be like this. Jiang Yu ignored him, covering his face with his hands, eyes full of stars. Woo, good knock. Joshua nodded heavily, also covering her face. I declare that from now on, I will only support this couple. Isn't this better than those fake CPs and real CPs she supported on screen before? Joshua's expression was excited. Jiang Yu turned around, held her hand, and screamed silently. From today on, they're good friends again. As long as you and I are a pair, you are my half-sister. Long Tianyu rolled his eyes and sneered. What's there to be proud of? If you have the ability, Qi Lingwu, why don't you awaken a superpower? If you have the guts, say that to his face. Li Wanyan said sarcastically with a blank expression. Besides, how can he be proud? Sister Sheng and Captain Shi are a perfect match. There's no point in you being jealous. Long Tianyu. He gritted his teeth and said, What the hell is it to you? Don't think I don't know. Are you cursing me in your heart again? You still want to kill me? Dream on. Didn't you scold me? And you wanted me to get ahead of you. If it weren't for Wu Buyu's mind-reading ability, I probably wouldn't know you're so shameless. Are you still a man? You are a woman? Look at me. The two cursed at each other. They went from disliking each other to making personal attacks, and finally almost got into a fight, and the argument became too intense. Hao Jingye looked at the backs of Sheng An and Qi Lingwu, one taller than the other, then looked at Jiang Yu and Joshua holding each other's hands and supporting their couple, and Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan fighting. He looked at Song Linwei with helplessness on his face. What kind of people are these? Leave the temple. Everyone was in a good mood, and Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan had stopped arguing. This is a rare full-member action of Group B. Whether it is watching Wu Buyu having fun on the road, listening to his one-man talk show in the temple, or watching his social demise in the end, it is all quite entertaining. Jiang Yu. It would be nice if we could have this kind of team building more often. Hao Jingye sighed and said in a hoarse voice, I'm afraid it's very difficult. There are still 11 days before the end of the world. No, after tonight, it will be 10 days. I'm afraid the peaceful days are gone forever. Sheng An looked back at the temple that was being renovated, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Qi Lingwu followed her gaze. As if he knew what she was thinking, he held her hand tightly and said softly, We can rebuild after destruction. As long as humans exist, civilization and hope will still exist. Sheng An smiled gently. Yes, as long as human beings exist, civilization and hope exist. And she and they are working hard for it. Song Linwei is a scientific researcher and has never believed in ghosts and gods, but this is the first time he has prayed devoutly to a temple. If gods and Buddhas really exist, I hope they can protect us, protect humanity, and protect the world. Wan Yuan exhaled. He murmured, Maybe gods and Buddhas really do exist. Aren't they examples? They're the reborn ones and the ones with special abilities who awakened early. Long Tianyu raised his chin and said, So if gods and Buddhas really exist, we are the ones chosen by God. Are we really the children of destiny? Ha ha! He laughed. Li Wanyan agreed, rarely, and nodded. Hearing this, Sheng An looked at them and smiled. Long Tianyu puffed out his chest and said, Why? Do you know how extraordinary I am? Sheng An, yes, I know you are extraordinary. She smiled brightly. So, dear sons and daughters of destiny, please remember the specific identities of the two psychic abilities you mentioned earlier. Also, think about whether there are other psychic abilities or high-level abilities. Write them down. Both of them. Careless. I had directly mentioned the mental department before, but I didn't expect Sheng An to ask them to recall the details. Aren't they just looking for trouble? Long Tianyu's face fell. I really can't remember. I only met a psychic once. She passed by our base. I only know that others call her teacher Sue. I don't know anything else. Li Wanyan nodded. I only heard about it, and he is a supernatural being from the north. I have never seen him. She was speechless. Besides, they may not have awakened before the end of the world. So what's the point of remembering them? Sheng An said seriously, The spiritual department is very special. They may have a greater role. It doesn't matter if they haven't awakened yet. You can pay attention to them in advance. Think about it carefully. The two were stunned. Is there a greater role for the psychic system? In the end, reason prevailed, and they nodded in agreement and began to recall the powerful masters in their previous life, especially those in the psychic department. Asterisk, countdown to Doomsday, 10 days. After a comfortable sleep, Wu Buyu woke up the next morning. He was a little dazed and looked around blankly. This is a very nice suite. The interior decoration is simple and elegant, very warm. He lies on the comfortable bed. The room is very quiet. The morning sun shines through the window, and there is a peaceful atmosphere. Where is this? Soon, memories flooded back to my mind. He went to the temple, he let himself go inside, and there were more than a dozen spectators. They heard what he said, saw what he did, and Sheng An invited him to join. Thinking of it again, shame came over me. He didn't even bother to recall how he fainted. He was busy tapping his toes on the ground. The room only has one bedroom and one living room, but he feels like he can just deduct it to build a large, single-family villa. Ah! Wu Buyu hugged the quilt, rolled around wildly on the bed, and screamed. A voice came from outside the door. Wu Buyu? Come out when you wake up. It's Sheng An. Wu Buyu buried his head in the pillow, unwilling to show his head. He is socially phobic and socially dead, and he doesn't want to go out. But he didn't have time to think. The next moment, the door was pushed open heavily. Sheng An, don't play dead, go. She calmly watched Shi Lingwu lift Wu Buyu from the bed and drag him out. It's somewhat personal. Chapter 79, that's our villa already. Canteen. The cafeteria of the Special Affairs Department is the busiest in the morning. At noon and in the evening, the staff may be out on missions, but only in the morning will both Groups A and B eat in the cafeteria on time. Sleeping in? It does not exist in the two rolled-up Groups A-B. Since the meeting of Group A yesterday, all the members of Group A who appeared in the cafeteria this morning looked like eggplants hit by frost. The ghostly appearance of Group B seemed to be spreading to Group A. Both groups were eating seriously, and it was rare to see them quiet. Hao Jingye sighed. Sure enough, the root cause of the trouble is idleness. As long as you are busy, you won't be in the mood to cause trouble. Team leader Chiu gradually grasped the essence. When Sheng An came in carrying Wu Buyu and Shi Lingwu, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Group B. Yo, our Birdman teammate is here. Group A. Is this the flying mutant with mind-reading ability from Group B? The more attention he received, the stiffer Wu Buyu became. He simply closed his eyes, lowered his head, and pretended to be dead. Shi Lingwu would not cooperate with him. He threw him to a seat, then turned around and sat next to Sheng An. Every new member has special treatment. When he eats, he will sit opposite Sheng An with people on both sides in the core position of the dining table. In the past, everyone wanted to sit closer so they could hear the news firsthand. But today is different. The moment Wu Buyu was thrown onto his seat, Song Linwei and Hao Jingye on both sides quickly moved, one on the left and one on the right, all keeping a distance of 2 meters. If you look closely, you can see that they have marked a 2-meter distance on the table in advance. Even the tables were replaced with long ones. Fortunately, 2 meters is not too far, and we can have a conversation. Wu Buyu's hair covered his eyebrows and eyes, and he refused to look up. Opposite him, Sheng An said calmly, Not hungry? Then have someone take away your breakfast. Wu remained silent for a moment. He was hungry yesterday, then he was knocked unconscious, and has been hungry ever since. How could he not want to eat? His nose moved, and he smelled a fragrance. The 3 meals of the Special Affairs Department are self-explanatory. Today's breakfast is relatively light, and it is Cantonese cuisine, including boat porridge, steamed buns, glutinous rice chicken, crab roe buns, thin-skinned fresh shrimp dumplings. Wu Buyu swallowed. He was a person who never made things difficult for himself, so he picked up the chopsticks and started eating happily. As soon as Wu Buyu took a bite of the thin-skinned shrimp dumplings, he narrowed his eyes. The cafeteria of the Special Affairs Department conveys a message to people all the time. Just for the food, it's worth joining. Sheng An drank the porridge and said, Since you have joined us, you should adapt to our rhythm as soon as possible. Hao Jingye will take you to the Research Institute in front for examination and explain the Special Affairs Department to you. Wu Buyu ate without raising his head, just nodded. Song Linwei leaned forward with curiosity on his face. Wu Buyu, in your previous life, you were the #1 paparazzi in the apocalypse and a key figure in holding information. Do you have any memories of your previous life? Wu Buyu shook his head. He looked at Song Linwei. His eyes passed through the broken hair, covering his eyebrows, and his voice was emotionless. I don't know anything. It was natural for me to talk to you yesterday, because I heard your thoughts. In fact, before yesterday, I didn't even know why I had changed, nor did I know that the end would come. If he likes to go out, he may pass by government officials and important people and get some news. But the problem is, he doesn't like to go out, and there is no such information on the internet. Wu Buyu. So, don't try to mess with me. I can't replace you to work and liberate you. There was still no emotion in his voice. Song Linwei. He looked down and saw that his body had crossed the 2-meter mark due to excitement. No wonder this girl knows what's in her heart. Sheng An took a deep breath and said, "This ability is so terrifying. Doesn't it mean that he knows whatever I'm thinking?" Tian Yu sneered. "So you know how annoying he was in his previous life?" Wanan, "I'm not likable now either." Wu Buyu glanced at the two of them. His eyes moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Then he continued to eat with his head down. Jiang Yu also felt regretful. It would be great if he was also reborn. With the information he had in his previous life, we could gather the psychics as quickly as possible and even get more intelligence. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement. Yes, he must have known a lot of information in his previous life that others don't know. Sheng An also felt a little regretful, but she never indulged in such emotions and added, "After you finish your tasks today, you will officially start moving. 5 days later, we will announce the Doomsday Disaster Plan to the people of the country at the core shelter. Tomorrow, we will gather up several other heretics. Time is short and the task is urgent, so hurry up." Everyone's expression suddenly became serious. Only 10 days. No, strictly speaking, only 5 days. Beside, Lu Mingwei from Group A suddenly raised his voice. "We have already moved our luggage over this morning. We have taken the beds in the Special Affairs Department. It is too late for you to go now." He gloats over other people's misfortunes. Jiang Yu suddenly realized. No wonder Group A was so listless this morning. It turns out they got up too early. Sheng An gritted his teeth and said, "You guys are going too far." Lu Mingwei looked smug. Sheng An finished the last mouthful of porridge, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and smiled slightly. "Who told you that our groupie lives in the dormitory?" Everyone was stunned. Song Lin suddenly remembered that Sheng An had said that she had made other arrangements for accommodation. "Then where do we live?" Zhang Kuan asked blankly. Jiang raised his hand and pushed up his glasses, saying seriously, "I live in a villa." Lu Mingwei. Geng Liqian frowned. "The villa has been arranged separately. Even the leaders have to squeeze together. How can you have a villa? It would be great to have a room and a bed. That is a reward for their Special Affairs Department being on the front line. How could there be villas allocated to them?" Jiang smiled slightly. "Who let us have a villa?" He reached out his hand and pulled out a property certificate from the folder he was carrying. Everyone in Group A. Li Banyun. Why does she look more and more familiar? Li Wanyun raised her voice. "My villa." Sheng An glanced at her and said calmly, "What do you mean your villa? Didn't you mortgage it to us a long time ago?" "That's our villa." Li Banyun. She was stunned. Sheng An raised his eyebrows. "What? You want to pay back the money now?" Li Banyun pausa. "Pay back the money, that's 10 billion. Thinking back to when I happily signed the mortgage contract, thinking back to when Sheng An had tricked me into being destitute and having to work to pay back the debt, thinking back to the hundreds of billions of supplies I had worked so hard to accumulate." She stared at Sheng An and gritted her teeth. "I want a room facing south. This is not being cowardly. This is just following my heart." Sheng An nodded. "Small problem. Group A has fallen into collective silence. There's no way. Who asked them to buy a villa in that community before the country determined the core shelter? Even if they are reborn, they don't have money to buy it. Not everyone can start with 5 billion. Thinking about it this way, the people in Group B are really like the protagonists in the novel. Not to mention the rebirth in space, the black soil, and the 5 billion at the beginning are the core golden fingers of the protagonist. Oh, and now there's also the ability to read minds. She stood up and walked away. Everyone in Group A hurried to catch up, and when passing by Sheng An and the others, Lu Mingwei stopped. He and Group B have had a long-standing grudge, and although he has never gotten what he wanted every time, his unhappiness drives him to continue to jump up and down. Lu Mingwei stopped beside Wu Buyu, looked him up and down, and then laughed sarcastically. "You are the superpower that Team B brought back with such great difficulty? Birdman with telepathic ability? TSK, I wonder how much you can do in battle." Wu Buyu finished his porridge slowly. He raised his head, his hair covering his eyebrows, and spoke slowly. "Your inner voice is so fierce. Who is Chuyu? Why do you call her a tyrant? Cruel, cold, and emotionless. Sooner or later you will turn over and kill her. Cut her into pieces? God, it's too fierce." The last 4 words are very innocent and just chatting. Chapter 80. Welcome back to our future home. Chuyu suddenly stopped and looked back coldly. Lu Mingwei. His eyes widened and he jumped up on the spot. You were talking nonsense? I didn't fucking think so." Chuyu sneered. Lu Mingwei, I really indulge you too much. She raised her hand and continued walking out. No, team leader, I really don't think so. Lu Mingwei's exclamation became farther and farther away, and he was dragged away cruelly and indifferently by his teammates. This is Jiang Yu's order. It was obvious that he was going to be beaten. Li Xian was a little shocked. Lu Mingwei is really brave. Everyone nodded. That was Jiang Yu, the puppet master with special abilities, and his immediate superior. It turned out that he not only shouted at Sheng An, but was also very dissatisfied with Jiang Yu. Wu Biu. Actually, he didn't think so. I made it up. He couldn't help but sigh. Whatever that guy thinks in his heart, it shows on his face. His mind is quite simple. Being able to hear people's inner voices. Wu Biu was used to seeing people who appeared friendly on the surface, but were extremely dark inside. Lu Mingwei is relatively simple. He is a brainless type. Whatever he thinks is shown on his face, so he doesn't need any mind-reading skills. A typical person with a simple mind but strong limbs. Everyone. Several pairs of eyes looked at him with complicated expressions. Made up? Do you have to be so nonchalant? Recalling how Lu Mingwei was dragged out just now, everyone gasped. This kid is a ruthless person. Sheng An glanced at him without commenting and only ordered, "Let's go move as soon as possible. We have to pick up the other 3 teammates tomorrow." Everyone followed silently, intentionally or unintentionally keeping a distance of 2 meters from Wu Biu. Only Li Xian was brave enough to walk beside him. He smiled and patted Wu Biu on the shoulder. "Good boy, finally someone has taken care of Lu Mingwei. That guy is so annoying, but the end is coming. The Special Affairs Department doesn't allow internal fighting, otherwise I will definitely deal with him. You did a great job today." Wu Biu lowered his head and smiled, looking very introverted and shy. Li Xian was curious. "By the way, you're a birdman, so how do you fight? I saw your mouth became pointy yesterday. It's so strange. To be honest, it's a bit ugly. Can you change it now and show it to me?" Wu Biu raised his head and shouted. "Sister Sheng," Li Xian said in her heart that you are a female villain, cruel and ruthless, and also said. Li Xian covered his mouth and said hurriedly, "Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Lu Mingwei's previous thoughts were fabricated. But what he just said was not fabricated. It was Li Xian's true feeling. How could he not feel guilty? Wu Biu had no expression on his face. Asterisk, this was the first time that everyone in the Special Affairs Department saw the core shelter. It's completely different from before. Li Wanyan almost didn't recognize him. She opened her mouth and murmured, "Oh my God." The villa area did not have a high wall. Instead, all the guardrails were removed and a huge metal outer ball was built. The outer ball was like a bowl, covering the entire villa. When they arrived, the bowl was slowly shrinking, forming a circle in the middle and retracting around the villa area. Obviously, this barrier could be raised and lowered under control. The silvery white metal has a sense of technology, and in the sunlight, it flashes a cold yet safe aura, as if traveling back to the interstellar age in an instant. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would have believed that something like this could be made in such a short time? Hao Jingye took a deep breath. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said calmly, "This is the latest aerospace material. It is extremely hard, light, and can keep warm. It is not only useful on the day the meteorite hits, but can also be used to prevent all future disasters. The core shelter, the national center, cannot be lost." Sheng An looked at Li Xian. "You are learning how to complete metal transformation, right?" Li Si not that Lang Li. Sheng An retracted his gaze. "After you learn it, the country needs you to transform the entire protective shield, make the molecules tighter, strengthen the shield, and improve its heat preservation ability so that the national center can be safe." Li Xian paused, then nodded slowly. At this moment, he seemed to finally realize the multiple uses of his ability and the significance of why he had to learn it. A little heavy, but firm. "What about other shelters?" Could Jiaxue ask curiously. Sheng An, Li Xian will do his best to reinforce as much as he can. When other gold-type psychics show up, Li Xian's reinforcement method will be transmitted from the center to all shelters, and each shelter will then use the gold-type psychic's abilities to transform it. Li Xian is a template, and it is never an empty talk. With an entire research institute helping him, he must stay ahead of the gold-type psychics, summarize methods, and save the time of exploration for the gold-type psychics behind him. The same is true for other psychics. Li Wanyan looked at the debug protective shield and sighed sincerely. Sure enough, the power of the state machine is different. Hao Jingye raised his chin and said, "Let's go and take a look inside." He and Sheng An led the others in, introducing them as they walked. The shelter is divided into 4 areas: east, south, west, and north. The ground only contains the villa area, but the underground area is much larger than the entire villa area. We not only reinforced the villas on the ground, but also reinforced the basements twice to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake. The rest needs Xin. The underground east, south, and west areas are storage facilities for supplies and resources. The north area is a temporary refuge for the masses. In addition, there are 20 more shelters throughout the capital. We need to cover not only the capital, but also the surrounding dangerous areas. As he introduced, Li Wanyun and others looked around with wide eyes. Sure enough, it is completely different from the previous life. This was the first time they had seen the country take the lead in disaster preparedness and saw what the country could do. How long has it been? It's only 10 days in total. Li Wanyun looked at the renovated houses, which were safer than the fortress she built. All the fortresses are equipped with various equipment. The houses are connected together in various forms. The surface of the houses is painted with non-combustible materials. Small sprayers are installed outside the walls, and temporary emergency sheds are installed on the walkways. There are still countless workers busy. Safety. This was her first feeling after seeing it. With her house in such a place and such renovations, she no longer has to worry about meteorites and fires. Oh, that's not her house anymore. Jiang Yu murmured. Is this the speed of our country? Wan Yuan raised his chin with pride on his face. Yes, in 5 days, the whole country will be mobilized and everyone will contribute. Only then will you see the true speed of infrastructure construction. Jiang Yu exhaled. At this moment, she was suddenly glad that the country had discovered them. Will this completely different trend from the previous life bring about such a hopeless end of the world? A group of people walked outside the villa. Li Wanyun's villa retains its original appearance after her renovation, and the government has only renovated it twice on that basis. Even if she was willing to spend money at the beginning, she was still different from the country. There were some things she couldn't get or even had never seen. This house will still be bright, even without electricity. Like a lighthouse, it never goes out in the dark night. Sheng An took out the key and gently opened the sturdy door, letting the sunlight pour into the house. She turned back and smiled slightly. Everyone, welcome back to our future home. Chapter 81 is ability can save gas bills. Countdown to Doomsday, 9 days. Hao Jingye held the folder, looking serious and serious. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun have identified 3 heretics in total, namely Lu Yu, Ji Yani, and Gu Qianxing. Lu Yu was found to have abnormal behavior 3 days ago. Long Tianyu knew him in his previous life and confirmed that he was a high-level psychic with fire abilities. This is his file and the background check from the past few days. This is Long Tianyu's recollection of Lu Yu's personality, behavior, and combat ability in his previous life. Ji Yani, a speed-type mutant, was a friend of Li Wanyun in her previous life. When screening the information, Li Wanyun locked onto her at first sight. This is her. Gu Qianxing, he has a very special ability called silence. Within a certain range, he can silence people with abilities weaker than his, making them temporarily unable to use their abilities. If it's an ordinary person, he will make them stiff and motionless. Gu Qianxing is a high-level psychic identified based on the memories of Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. The inspection department has no evidence to determine that he has awakened his psychic powers. But he started to become more cautious 3 days ago, and his online time increased from 2 hours a day to 18 hours. I guess he was searching for information, so he must have awakened. Sheng An nodded, his eyes fixed on the 3 names. Fire, speed, silence. As expected, those who can awaken before the end of the world are extremely powerful in both ability and strength. She looked through all the information carefully and murmured, "Come one by one and make quick decisions." Asterisk. At the same time, Lu Yu was sitting on the sofa, with his parents sitting opposite him. Father Lu looked worried. "Son, what's wrong?" Aunt Lu was also very worried, with sadness on her wrinkled face. Lu Yu knew what his parents were thinking. Lu's father and mother are the most ordinary migrant workers. Lu's father works on a construction site, and Lu's mother is a part-time worker, cleaning for people. He was able to grow up thanks to his parents working hard to earn money, but it comes at a price. Dad Lu has been exposed to wind and sun all year round, like a wrinkled piece of bark. Mom Lu's waist can no longer be straightened, and it is still bent even when she is not working. They bear the traces of wind, frost, and survival. Just sitting here made Lu Yu feel distressed. But he has no talent. After graduating from university and looking for a job, he failed to get into a good company. The money he can earn from his current job is not enough to even settle down here, let alone let his parents enjoy a comfortable life. Yesterday, he quit his job and threatened his parents with his own life by not going to work today. He understood all his parents' concerns at this time. Blinking his sore eyes, Lu Yu slowly said, "Mom and Dad, I can finally let you live a good life." The couple looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Lu Yu looked at them and said, "Please don't be afraid. I just awakened my superpowers." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his hand and a ball of fire suddenly appeared in his palm. Lu's father and mother were shocked. Und you exclaimed. Lu Yu quickly put out the fire and tried to comfort his parents. "Mom and Dad, this is a superpower from the novel. I have really become a different person. From now on, you can enjoy your life. Just like the protagonist in the novel, no one will live a hard life after getting the golden finger." It took a full hour. Lu's father and mother finally confirmed that their son was not performing magic tricks, but had truly awakened special abilities. Although it was difficult for them to understand, the facts were before them. Aunt Lu was a little nervous. "Son, will this hurt your body?" Father Lu calmed down a little, pursed his cracked lips with a frown between his brows, and asked softly, "Should we report this to the country?" Lu Yu immediately shook his head. "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I have a special golden finger. What if someone uses it to study it? It doesn't matter if he died. But what about his parents? He must live a good life so that his parents, who have worked hard all their lives, can relax." "Then, what can this ability do?" Dad Lu asked cautiously. Lu Yu paused. "Yes, what can this ability do?" In the novel, the protagonist gets a golden finger and starts killing people everywhere. What can he do? Go out and set fire? You won't get anything from that. It's so easy to light a fire these days. Why is he needed? If he accidentally burns something, he might have to pay a huge amount of compensation. Doing business? His ability is of no help. Being a killer? For one thing, he has no channels. Secondly, even if he had the channels, would he dare to abandon his parents? As I said, it doesn't matter if he dies, but it won't be okay if no one takes care of his parents. Lu Yu suddenly became worried. He awakened his superpowers, but they seem to be of no use. Be a firefighter? There are also thresholds for firefighters. How can he get in? How can he use his superpowers after getting in? So sad. Seeing him instantly depressed, Luma slapped her husband hard and said loudly, "Son, this ability is really useful. It can save a lot of gas bills." Lu Yu, "Mom, thank you." So he suddenly awakened his special powers and saved his family 30 or 50 yuan on gas bills every month. Lu Yu became even more depressed. Father Lu said seriously, "Son, it doesn't matter if you don't need it. Your mother, and I just hope you'll be well. Don't quit your job and work hard." Lu Yu. He has awakened his superpowers. Why is he still going to that crappy class? I always feel like something is wrong. But how can he make a fortune with this ability? So worried. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Lu's father stood up and was about to go, but Lu Yu stepped past him and said, "Dad, you take a rest, I'll go." He opened the door. Who? The sound stopped abruptly. There was a group of special police at the door with guns on their waists. The first one was a young woman wearing a windbreaker and a ponytail. She held up her ID and smiled at him. "Hello, this is Sheng An from the Special Affairs Department. I'm here to see you, the fire-type mutant Lu Yu." Lu Yu froze. How would they know? Asterisk. Jiang was worried to death. Her body changed, as if she had awakened the supernatural powers described in the novel. She is different from others. Jiang never thought of herself as the protagonist. Even if she awakened her special ability and could run very fast, she still didn't think of herself as the protagonist. Sudden physical changes, a golden finger from heaven? If it were the system, she might think so, but she was very worried about the physical changes alone. In the novel, people with special powers suddenly appear in modern society, which means that there have always been existences in this world that ordinary people cannot reach. She suddenly had special powers, and it was difficult for her to determine the attitude of the people above her. Even she herself doesn't know whether awakening her superpowers is a good thing or a bad thing, and whether it will bring disaster. Rule out this possibility. According to the laws of novels, the awakening of superpowers is likely to be accompanied by the end of the world. That's even more terrifying. She didn't feel at all that if the end of the world came, her having superpowers would make her different, and that would be a good thing. On the contrary, no matter what exists, the end of the world is a disaster. She lives in a comfortable house and has a leisurely life. She can order takeout and it will arrive in half an hour. She can save some money occasionally and go traveling during holidays. What about the end of the world? No matter how good your life is, can it be like this? Jiang was very reluctant to see the disaster happen. Whether it is an existence that ordinary people cannot touch or the end of the world, Jiang has decided that she will still regard herself as an ordinary person. There will always be a way when you reach the mountain and live one day at a time. Jiang happily put on her clothes, picked up her bag, and went out to eat. She wanted to eat something good, so that if a disaster really happened, she would not be at a loss. She would rather not use her supernatural powers unless it was a life-threatening situation. Just pretend that you have no special abilities. Jiang thought so and opened the door. However, as soon as she opened it, she saw a group of special police standing at her door. Sheng An smiled slightly. Hello, Jiang. First of all, congratulations on awakening your speed ability. Jiang, she thought she had no special abilities. How could this person know so much? Chapter 82, How on Earth Did She Know? Gu Qianxing has never been a passive person. It has been 3 days since I awakened my superpowers. During this time, he carefully explored his own abilities, and he was sure that he would not be noticed. He has been very powerful since he was young, with thousands of lives and thousands of victories. Now he is considered a successful person with a successful career, but he is always vigilant. Gu Qianxing never underestimated the state apparatus. So after awakening his special powers, he avoided all possibilities of being monitored and never even sent relevant information on his mobile phone. Even when searching for something on the computer, he would not enter text directly. As long as he pays attention to some strange content, big data will push relevant information to him. You can know the news and ensure safety. In this way, who can still doubt him? After 3 days of investigation, he obtained a lot of useful information. 1. The end of the world is approaching. 2. The country is already aware of it and is making preparations. 3. He is special but not unique. On what basis is this conclusion drawn? Gu Qianxing first confirmed the third point. When the country was recruiting people with special abilities, some videos were circulated. He was looking for a needle in a haystack and actually found a useful video. For example, a person with lightning ability. There was a video that captured thunder exploding out of nowhere and also captured the police. The comments said that they were filming a movie, and people mocked the special effects for being so poor. However, Gu Qianxing felt that those policemen were real, the police uniforms were real, and Lei was also real. Especially since he got another little golden man. They still said they were filming a TV show, and the video was not clear. Even if Gu Qianxing had not awakened his superpowers, he would have believed it. But he woke up. Before this gold-type psychic, he also encountered a lightning-type psychic. Information integration, he is definitely not the only one. So what causes the emergence of people with special abilities? It must be a huge change in the planet. At this point, the first and second conclusions can be drawn. It is common knowledge that a large number of meteorites are approaching. Currently, the official international voice says that it is okay, and some people even joke online that because the planet explodes, we can take a holiday. But what if the country is preparing? How could online rumors lead to rising prices? The only thing that can cause all prices to rise in the short term is a bigger hand. In addition, he saw the news that the 3 northern provinces were rushing to harvest grain in advance. In coastal areas, the purchase price of dried fish has increased, and the purchase volume is huge, resulting in every household in the coastal areas fishing and drying fish. He also saw pictures posted by coastal netizens on the forum, showing countless military ships being launched into the water, also to catch fish. Have you already gone to the sea and spared no resources? Even military boats, catching fish? This is food storage. He carefully observed imports and exports. Recently, the country has stopped exporting many kinds of food, but the import volume has skyrocketed. A meteorite is about to arrive, and the country is stockpiling large amounts of food. This is very telling. Moreover, he noticed that workers were being recruited everywhere recently, especially in construction sites and factories. His classmates were discussing this matter in the group. A factory making compressed biscuits suddenly became very popular. All their employees began to work in shifts. The overtime pay was generous, but the workload was heavy. Large quantities of compressed biscuits were loaded onto trucks and shipped away. They were taken away as soon as they were produced. A classmate complained that he didn't know how big the order the boss signed was. This prompted another classmate to take up the conversation, saying that their biscuit factory was also very busy recently, and they called back all the employees who were on vacation. They worked in 2 shifts, and the machines never stopped. At the same time, some netizens complained that there were sounds of electric drills around the community at night, and it was obvious that someone was working on the project 24 hours a day, and no matter how they complained, it was useless. Many people replied, and this phenomenon occurred all over the country. Some people have even taken photos of strange spherical construction sites, more than one of which can be found across the country. Some netizens joked that it was Noah's Ark. When the fragmented information is put together, it is really shocking. What's even more frightening is that the country seems to be taking bigger and bigger actions. The frequency of brushing has increased significantly recently, and many insiders have begun to reveal it vaguely. These messages, which would have been deleted immediately, have not been cleaned up since yesterday, and they still exist no matter how popular they are. What made the country start to lose its mind? Can't take care of it. And right before our eyes, the end of the world is really coming. And it's very close, so close that the country is about to announce it. It's no longer concealing it, and is even laying the groundwork in advance. Meteorites will bring about huge changes to the planet, which means doomsday. Only such a devastating disaster, a catastrophe beyond human imagination, can bring about changes beyond human imagination. For example, people with special abilities. After sorting out everything, Gu Qianxing couldn't sleep last night. He is different from ordinary people. He is a typical opportunist. The end of the world is approaching, and he not only awakens powerful supernatural powers in advance, but also gets the news in advance. Compared to being ordinary, he wants to make a career in the end times. So, what if the country is prepared? A world-class disaster, and the future is destined to be dominated by people with superpowers. He doesn't seek to be king, but it's okay for him to be a hero, right? In such a world, with order reorganized, it is the time for him to make great achievements. Gu Qianxing stood up suddenly. He wants to go to a more remote place, but the capital city is not an option. According to the country's current preparations, the capital city will not be in chaos, but that may not be the case for small places. At that time, he can build his own city in the chaotic area and have his own sphere of influence. Gu Qianxing bought the tickets as quickly as possible and took all his assets with him. He also needs to bring the property certificate so that he can use it for mortgage loan. As long as he stockpiles enough supplies before the end of the world, he can do whatever he wants after the end of the world. Gu Qianxing opened the door with confidence on his face. Outside, Sheng An just raised his hand. The two faced each other. Sheng An smiled slightly. Hello, the silent psychic Gu Qianxing. Gu Qianxing. His confidentiality was perfect. How did she know? Asterisk. It's already dark outside. Gu Qianxing had a sullen face as he followed Sheng An and the others out of the community. There were several cars parked outside. Sheng An took him to the second car and opened the door. Gu Qianxing got in the car. Suddenly, he discovered that there were 2 more people in the back seat of the car. A man and a woman, both obviously very reserved, sat upright in their seats. Gu Qianxing looked confused. These 2 people don't look like they are from the country? Sheng An, the teammates joining you today are Lu Yu and Jiang Yu. She then said to the people inside, his name is Gu Qianxing. The people inside nodded to him politely. Gu Qianxing pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly and sat down. The car started moving forward. Sheng An, Qi Lingwu, and Hao Jingye talked about business. The 3 people in the back row were feeling a little restless and a little nervous. Jiang Yu swallowed her saliva and spoke carefully. You are also superpowers? What superpowers do you have? After a pause, she introduced herself. I'm from the speed department. Lu Yu immediately replied. I am a fire element. Gu Qianxing, silence ability. Wow. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu exclaimed and looked at him. What a special power. Gu Qianxing subconsciously straightened his chest. Then, silence again. An awkward atmosphere spread among the 3 of them. Gu Qianxing cleared his throat and tried. You all want to join the Doomsday Special Affairs Department? Lu Yu sighed. What can I do if I don't join? My ability seems okay, but when the end of the world comes, I may not be able to protect my family. It's good to join the country. It will provide food, accommodation, and a salary, and it will also arrange easy logistical work for my parents. He can still remember how his heart suddenly beat when Sheng An listed the conditions one by one, especially Sheng An's last sentence. Joining the Special Affairs Department Every member will have a military rank, and if they contribute to the country in the future, they can continue to rise. His elderly parents ran out at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and excitedly agreed on his behalf. Lu Yu smiled when he thought of this. That's good too. He didn't know how to use his ability in the first place, and now he has handed it over to the country to take care of it. The country will also protect his parents for him. So even if he dies, he won't have to worry about his parents being left alone. He had never brought honor to his family, but the joy on his parents' faces today made him feel inexplicably proud. His future boss, Sheng An, made him an offer he couldn't refuse. Jiang Yu nodded and agreed very much. I think it's great too. I don't have many hobbies except eating. Sister Sheng said that the chefs at the state banquet will cook for us in the end times, and my monthly allowance can be exchanged for delicious food from the state warehouse. One meal can determine her life pulse. She originally wanted to disguise herself as an ordinary person, but she had no choice because the evidence the country had was too sufficient, and Sheng An was hard to refuse. That's good too. There is nothing better than following the country in these last days. The two of them looked at Gu Qianxing together, their faces full of curiosity. Jiang Yu. Brother Gu, what about you? Lu Yu. Brother Gu has special abilities, which sounds awesome. The conditions sister, Sheng, offers him should be better than ours, right? Chapter 83, not much. Gu Qianxing froze. When Lu Yu and Jiang Yu were talking, he became visibly silent, just like his skill. At this moment, it was extremely silent. Brother Gu. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu were a little confused. Gu Qianxing slowly squeezed out 3 words. Almost. The two looked at each other and revealed at the same time. I understand. Brother Gu must be treated very well, but he is unwilling to tell us for fear of upsetting us. It doesn't matter, Brother Gu has special abilities, so it's normal for him to be treated well. They are very satisfied with their own conditions and will not be jealous of Gu Qianxing. Gu Qianxing curled the corners of his mouth and looked out the car window. Continue to remain silent. In fact, the 3 words almost should be divided into. Almost. He recalled the scene at that time. Gu Qianxing was just about to go to a remote city to start his journey as a hero. As soon as he opened the door, he came face to face with Sheng An. Faced with Sheng An's sharp remarks, Gu Qianxing certainly did not admit it. Sheng An smiled slightly. You are a smart person. In the past 3 days, your daily online time has increased from 2 hours to 20 hours. I think you should have collected a lot of information. There are many people with special abilities in our organization, and one of them has the ability to read minds. If you need evidence before you admit it, I can arrange a talk with you. No normal person wants to talk to someone who has the ability to read minds. That means that all the secrets hidden in your heart will be revealed. Is there any difference between that and just taking off your pants on the spot? Gu Qianxing remained silent for a long time. He was a smart man. From Sheng An's words, he knew that he had been completely exposed, and it was difficult to hide anymore. His voice was hoarse. How did you know? Gu Qianxing stared at her closely, his eyes darkening slightly. I'm hiding very well. Even if I spend more time online, you won't be able to keep an eye on me. He still found it hard to accept that he had been discovered. After all, he hid it so well. So how did the country target him? Is the state so powerful that it can monitor everyone? Or did he accidentally reveal his true identity somewhere? Sheng An smiled slightly. Because we have reborn people, and they have seen you in the previous life and know that you will awaken the ability of silence. Gu Qianxing. He was confused. I've thought of 10,000 reasons, but I've never thought of this one. The reborn person targeted him based on his memories from his previous life? Isn't this fucking cheating? Sheng An then said. So, join us? Gu Qianxing still remembers his mood at that time. He seemed to still see himself raising his chin. With one hand on the door, his eyebrows slightly raised, and sneered. Since you know my abilities, you should know that you can't catch me, right? He could silence them. That is a powerful ability he possesses. At that moment, he was very confident. His eyes were calm, his voice was firm, and he calmly explained his abilities. Then, he also clearly heard Sheng An's equally calm and unhesitating voice. We know that there are snipers aiming at you, where you can't reach silence. As if responding to something, a red that moved from his forehead to the ground and then moved back to his forehead. As if telling him, I'm watching you all the time. Gu Qianxing. He froze, motionless. Then he was taken out obediently and put into the car. As for the conditions? Almost. Very poor, and not much. Asterisk. Sheng An and his group returned to the villa smoothly. Lu Yu and Jiang Yu cooperated very well. and Gu Qiansheng was also very cooperative, but his eyes were always fixed on the surroundings, as if he was observing something. The villa was so huge that Lu Yu and Ji Yani couldn't help but exclaim, "The country has prepared so much." Fortunately, I am clinging to the country. Otherwise, I don't think I would be willing to live in the end times. Wow, this villa is really safe. I haven't lived in a villa yet. It's really different when you live in a country. The two made excited but ignorant noises. Gu Qiansheng looked away expressionlessly. Hao Jingye came out with a folder and smiled. "Welcome 3 new teammates to join Team B. Please come with me for a checkup. I will also explain the Special Situation Department to you in detail." Long Tianyu suddenly appeared from upstairs and appeared next to the 3 people. Lu Yu and Ji Yani were so scared that their eyes widened. Long Tianyu glanced at them and sneered. "Flash ability? Haven't you seen it before?" His eyes fixed on Ji Yani and nodded. "Speedster, let's have a speed contest if we have a chance." Qiyani Fruze. Gu Qiansheng looked alert. Jiashua poked her head out of the room and raised her voice. "Assistant Hao, 3 new members have joined today. How about we have a hot pot in the villa?" Zhang Kuan. "I think it's okay," he said excitedly. "Assistant Hao, tell the logistics department that they won't have to deliver it later. I'll use the space to get it from the cafeteria." Hao Jingye took out his cell phone and nodded. "Hot pot, arrange it." He raised his head and roared. "Jiashua, don't make the room wet. If you want to study superpowers, go to the water training ground." Jiashua touched her nose and controlled the water flowing out of the room to flow back with a well-behaved look on her face. "Okay." Lu Yu, Ji Yani, Gu Qiansheng. What strange place had they arrived at? What kind of strange creatures are these? Boom! Outside the door, something fell to the ground with a loud noise. Gu Qiansheng and the other 2 looked over. Before he saw anyone, he heard a curse. "Wu Buyu, what are you doing? Can't you turn into a human when you land? You almost killed me." Another voice sounded. "Li Xi, you are a little golden man who can't be killed by falling. Besides, it's good enough that I am willing to bring you back." Under the puzzled gazes of the 3 people, a birdman and a little golden man walked in. The moment they stepped through the door, their supernatural powers disappeared, and they turned into a non-mainstream young man and a miner. The 3 of them widened their eyes. At this time, a cold woman came back from outside. She glanced at the 3 people and said lightly, "Newcomers." Gu Qiansheng frowned. Lu Yu said weakly, "I am a fire-type mutant. So, respect him a little. It's just fire." She still looked arrogant. Ji Yani was unconvinced. "What kind of supernatural power do you have?" Song Linwei poked his head out and smiled. "A space-based mutant who can fight." Liu Yue Jiani. Gu Qiansheng was also stunned. This place is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. At this moment, there was a pop sound and a person appeared in front of them. Because of the sudden appearance, the 3 people were frightened and instinctively took a step back. It was a young woman, but she was covered in dust and had mud on her face. Her sneakers were dirty, with mud even on the ground. The clean ground was instantly covered with countless pieces of dirt. She still had the hoe in her hand. 3 people. Hao Jingye was mad. "Jiang Yu, I've told you several times that when you enter the space from the bathroom, don't dirty the floor every time you come out." Jiang Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. Only then did she realize that the hoe was still in her hand, and she quickly took it back into the space. She extended her hand to the 3 people and said in a friendly manner, "Welcome to join our Special Affairs Department Group B." 3 people. This is the friendliest person to them so far. "But, sister, you haven't washed your hands yet." Once again, the people here seem very scary. Besides, it seems nothing seems normal. Wu Buyu walked over to the 3 of them, touched his chin, then raised his head, his eyes twinkling. "Sister Sheng, these 2 are quite honest, but this one is not so honest. He is still calculating his fighting power and whether he can defeat us and escape our control. The first 2 are naturally Lu Yu and Ji Yani, and the last one is Gu Qiansheng." Gu Qiansheng. Sheng An said without even raising his head, "It's normal. He will be well in a few days. Take him for a checkup. We'll have hot pot later." Gu Qiansheng. "Great!" Jiang Yu excitedly. The others also acted as if it was a matter of course, not thinking that his thoughts were worthy of attention, as if they were not as important as a hot pot meal. They even started arguing about whether it should be slightly spicy, extra spicy, or not spicy at all. He was clearly planning to escape from control. Aren't these people afraid? Could it be that someone has tried it for him? Gu Qiansheng took a deep breath. He suddenly felt inexplicably helpless and desperate. This group of people didn't seem normal, but such a group of weirdos were all obediently managed by Sheng An. Can his dream of becoming a powerful hero still come true? Wu Buyu. He seemed to have accepted his fate and said, "Ah, I can't hear you. What did you do?" Gu Qianxing had a blank expression on his face. "I didn't do anything. I just silenced you." Li Xian came over and patted his shoulder happily. "Good job, brother. Good job." Gu Qianxing looked at him and clapped his hands. Perhaps because he was excited, Li Xian produced an iron hand and almost broke him apart. He suddenly accepted his fate. This place, once you come, you probably can't leave. Chapter 84, Special Affairs Department, Sheng An, Countdown to Doomsday, 8 days. How are they? Are they obedient? Wan Yuan looked up from the computer, curious. They are now members of Group B. Sheng An, very well behaved. If there was only one strong person, something might go wrong, but her Group B was a group of weirdos with so many strong people that no one could do anything to anyone else. They also had frictions from time to time, so they were all really obedient. Even Gu Qiansheng, a troublemaker similar to Long Tianyu, became obedient after determining the fighting power of others. Song Linwei sighed. Sister Sheng doesn't have Qiu Yu's puppet ability to make them obedient. Sister Sheng is amazing. Wan Yuan nodded heavily. Yu Feng was curious. What's going on with Group A? Hao Jingye immediately reported. Team A has added 2 members, both of whom are superpowers that are not currently available. Zuofan, a strength superpower, has great strength. When he activates his superpowers, he is very strong in close combat. Team leader Qiu is having someone teach him martial arts. The other one, Ruan Zifeng. He paused. Sheng An looked over and asked, "Very special?" Hao Jingye nodded and said seriously, "The Academy of Sciences has determined that it should be exploration. Investigation?" Song Linwei was very surprised. "Yes, the ability to detect." Hao Jingye pushed up his glasses. He can find out the truth through clues and can also figure out the direction in a completely dark environment. His specific ability is still being explored. This ability is very special, and the Research Institute also classifies it as a psychic ability. The full name of Ruan Zifeng's ability is Psychic Ability, Exploration. Just like Wu Buyu's other supernatural power, Psychic Power, Mind Reading. Yu Feng murmured, "It's really special." Group A also has a psychic department. Wan Yuan. It can be considered auxiliary, but if the auxiliary ability is used well, it is far more powerful than the offensive ability. Hao Jingye nodded, looking serious. The higher-ups attach great importance to the Department of Psychiatry, and the Research Institute is also focusing on Wu Buyu and Ruan Zifeng because Sheng An slowly continued. Because psychic abilities may help discover alien species. Everyone gasped. What is the biggest crisis at the end of the world? Apart from the initial meteorite landing, the biggest crisis after the apocalypse is not natural disasters, but alien species. It can actively prevent natural disasters. However, there is no way to guard against alien species that may appear among humans at any time after the end of the world. If the psychic system can help find the alien species, then humans will have weapons in this bloody duel, instead of having to fight with bare hands and waiting for the alien species to take the initiative to attack. Why was Sheng An so friendly to Wu Buyu before? It is because she values his psychic abilities, Song Linwei murmured. But there are too few spiritual departments. He seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, "Can you find the 2 psychic abilities that Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu know about? Regardless of whether they awaken before the end of the world or not, just make sure they have a spiritual system. The country must bring them together." Hao Jingye sighed. There is no clue about the one in the north, and there is no information at present. The only thing we know about the other one is that her name is Teacher Su, and other information is unknown. We asked Yang Chuan, but he didn't know the so-called Teacher Su at all. We could only find all the teachers with the last name Su in Beijing and surrounding cities and let Long Tianyu identify them one by one. Sheng An, did you arrange it for him? Hao Jingye nodded. Long Tianyu is now screening, but because he has only met him once, his efficiency is not high. Moreover, that guy's a bit negative about such a frustrating job. Sheng An, tell him that if he can find it today, I will make him a special close combat knife, a one-of-a-kind one. If he can't find it today, she smiled slightly, I'll keep an eye on him tonight. Hao Jingye? Okay. He immediately went out to relay the news. The passive slacking Long Tianyu suddenly seemed to be given a shot of chicken blood. He sat up straight and instantly entered into a self-rolling mode. Finally, In the evening, Long Tianyu locked on to teacher Su. Huh? I finally found her. Sheng An, it's her. Hurry up. Where's the knife you promised me? Long Tianyu's eyes were dark, and his tone was excited. Sheng An looked down at teacher Su's information. I just picked it up and glanced through it when Hao Jingye barged in. Sister Sheng, something happened. Someone with special abilities is rioting and killing people. Sheng An's expression changed, and he suddenly got down from the table. Qi Lingwu frowned and clenched the gun. A superpower killing someone? Sheng An looked at Hao Jingye with a sullen face. Without hesitation, Hao Jingye reported all the information. Shirshir City, a murder case just happened in Linan community. 5 people were killed, and their bodies were dismembered and thrown from the upper floors to the community. A witness saw a shadow that disappeared quickly like the wind. 2 policemen who chased after them were also killed. The Special Affairs Department is being dispatched for support. He disappeared like the wind, at an extremely fast speed. He can only be a person with special abilities. Then it is difficult for ordinary people to deal with it, and the people below can only ask for help from the Special Affairs Department. The Special Affairs Department, which is responsible for controlling heresy, has the responsibility to deal with this matter. Sheng An put on his clothes, his expression was cold, and he walked out while saying, surround the Linan community and evacuate the surrounding people. No vehicles or people are allowed to approach within 1 kilometer. Monitor all areas within 3 kilometers and identify the perpetrator as soon as possible. Gather the team and set off. Asterisk, the Linan community was in chaos. A brutal murderer is most likely still in the community. People are in a panic and are blocking the entrance to the community, trying to get out. The captain was extremely worried, but he didn't dare to let the man go. He knew the inside story. When the Shur City warehouse was robbed, he was the captain of the interrogation. Of course, he knows how terrifying people with special powers are, but just because people with special powers are scary, a person with special powers who takes revenge on society for unknown reasons is even scarier. The perpetrator is most likely still in Linan community. After they arrived, some police officers were killed. After receiving orders from their superiors, they immediately surrounded the community, blocked off a 1-kilometer radius, and monitored 3 kilometers. The current synchronized news is that the attacker has not left. If he let such a terrible murderer go, who knows how many more people he would harm? However, if we surround them here, the other party may harm us at any time. The captain could only gather all the people in Linan community together for protection and supervision. The residents are protesting and don't understand. But only he knew how terrifying the assailant who had not yet been found was. He is a person with special abilities, and he is extremely difficult to deal with. What to do? What to do now? It's already dark, and the murderer has superpowers, so how can they find him? The captain was extremely anxious. He knew that the Special Affairs Department had arrived, but it would take at least 4 hours to get from the capital to Linan community. Even by helicopter, it would take more than an hour. The hidden attacker was like a bomb, and he felt that every second was in danger. At this moment, in the darkness behind him, the sound of flapping wings suddenly rang out, becoming clearer and clearer. The captain turned around suddenly. In the darkness, he squinted his eyes to see clearly. A huge bird flew towards him at a very fast speed. While he was stunned, the bird fell to the ground with its wings. The wind it created made him subconsciously take a step back, and dust filled the sky. But his eyes were fixed on the scene before him. Bang! With a noise, several people jumped off the bird's back. The leader was a woman. She was wearing a windbreaker. Her eyes were sharp. She walked over the moment she landed and nodded to the captain. Special Affairs Department, Sheng An, I'm taking over here. Synchronize the current situation to me immediately. Chapter 85. Oh my God, there are so many people. The captain's breathing hitched. His eyes met Sheng An's determined eyes. At that moment, the other party's eyes seemed to pierce into his soul, shocking and reassuring. It was as if a huge stone fell from his heart, and he suddenly felt reassured. Sheng An walked towards the gate of Linan community with the team leader. The situation was urgent, so Wu Buyu had to bring them here first. However, the journey was too far, so he could only bring 3 people at most. Sheng An then took Li Wanyan and Gu Qianxing with him. One can fight, and the other can restrain the murderer, which is the most suitable combination. She left Qi Lingwu behind, because only he could suppress Long Tianyu and his group of guys. The captain walked and said, because time is tight, we are always monitoring various areas. After receiving the report today, the nearest police officers arrived within 5 minutes. He explained the situation as he walked. Not very optimistic. The murderer initially killed 5 people, dismembered them, and cruelly dumped the bodies, shocking the entire community. Upon receiving the report, the police rushed to chase the murderer. 2 policemen who caught up with the murderer were killed shortly afterwards. The captain knew the situation was urgent and that the attacker was not a traditional murderer, so he stopped other police officers from entering the community. At the same time, he received a notification and immediately blocked the area, leaving no chance for the attacker to escape. The perpetrator is most likely still in Linen community. As for why it is a high probability, after all, he is a person with superpowers. Who knows if he has any other means that they don't know about to escape from the scene? Li Wanyan frowned. Are you sure he is a person with special abilities? Can you tell what special abilities he has? The captain shook his head. He looked grim. After dumping the body, some people saw the perpetrator disappear at an extremely fast speed, not human speed. Later, the police chased after him. They were armed, but they were killed, dismembered, and thrown off the building in a single encounter. This is not something an ordinary person can do. Speed-related abilities? Wu Buyu was curious. Gu Qianqing frowned and thought, full of doubts. Compared to what superpowers the murderer has, I am more curious. Why did he kill people? Awakening superpowers is not a bad thing. There is no need to riot and kill people. Wu Buyu speculated. Could it be that there is something wrong with the perpetrator's supernatural power? Hearing this, Li Wanyan laughed sarcastically. Put away your naivety. There are all kinds of people who have awakened their superpowers. Killing people suddenly? This is nothing. In the end times, this kind of thing is very common. In her previous life, she wondered if anyone had awakened before the end of the world. But in her previous life, after the end of the world, the first thing someone did after awakening his superpowers was to kill all his enemies and people who offended him. It is difficult for ordinary people to imagine the world before the end of the world, but it is true. Suddenly, he awakens a powerful ability, and killing people becomes a common occurrence. Sometimes, people with special powers don't need a reason to kill people. They have special abilities, which give them the weapons to create trouble and crisis. Both of them looked stern at the same time. Sheng An kept walking, his tone was calm. I don't care who I killed or why I killed them. He deserves to die for brutally killing 5 people, dumping their bodies, and then killing a police officer. The last 3 words were spoken in a light voice, but with endless murderous intent. Suddenly, the air turned cold. Wu Buyu touched his neck subconsciously. I originally thought that Sheng An would show mercy because the other party was a mutant who awakened early, but now it seems that she rushed here in a hurry. Perhaps she was in a hurry to kill the murderer. The 3 of them looked serious and quickened their pace. The scene was chaotic, with the gate of the community crowded with people and making a lot of noise. Let us out. The murderer is still in there. Why are you locking us up instead of arresting him? It's so scary. Woohoo. I'm scared. Mom, can you let us out? I'm really scared. It's a mess. Li Wanyan shook her head. It's just a superpower who suddenly killed people, and these people are so chaotic. Sheng An, can you imagine how chaotic the whole country will be when the end of the world comes? She looked at Sheng An with a rare, serious look. People like me and Long Tianyu who have experienced the end of the world have always known how difficult it is to maintain order in the end of the world. You are doing something that is almost impossible. Sheng An looked back at her. The two looked at each other. After just a moment, Sheng An smiled gently. I know. I have always known. After saying that, she walked to the front and took the loudspeaker from the police officer who was maintaining order. She tapped the speaker and shouted, Quiet! The chaotic scene did not completely quiet down, but many people looked at her with puzzled eyes. Sheng An took a step forward and stood on a chair nearby. Her voice was calm and composed. I am the person sent by the higher-ups to handle this matter, Sheng An. I know you are all scared, but please believe that we will catch the perpetrator as quickly as possible. As she spoke, more and more people looked at her. The noise gradually died down. Sheng An did not give the other person time to ask questions and continued. Rather than leaving immediately, I believe you would rather catch the perpetrator under the protection of the police to prevent future troubles. So, please line up and register. After registering, you can leave at any time. If you want to stay under the protection of the police and wait for the murderer to be caught, you can also do so. As soon as the words were spoken, the noisy crowd finally quieted down. This is their home, and this community is where they live. Escaping is only temporary. Catching the murderer is the most important thing. Moreover, Sheng An said that they could leave at any time after registering. The captain immediately shouted, "Line up here. Everyone keep quiet." Gradually, people walked towards the queue, and more people lined up. The originally chaotic scene seemed to become orderly all of a sudden. There were still voices talking and crying, but it did not stop them from lining up. Sheng An put down the speaker and looked at Li Wanyan. "See? This is the resilience of the Chinese people. As long as we give them hope and a backbone, their ability to adapt is beyond imagination. Now there is chaos because of the perpetrator. That's because they've never seen anything like it. The future will also be chaotic because of the end of the world. But the resilience engraved in their bones means that as long as they have a backbone, they can adapt at the fastest speed. Even if they don't have a backbone, they will eventually become their own backbone. This is the result of historical verification over thousands of years. And the country is the backbone. Sheng An and his people are the backbone of the team." Li Wanyan stood there in a daze. Sheng An jumped down from the chair and clapped his hands. "Wu Buyu, it's your turn to play a role. Come on, listen to your heart's voice one by one." Wu Buyu looked at the dense crowd, trembled and stuttered. "Sister, if I say I have social phobia, what will you do? Oh my God, there are so many people." Sheng An smiled slightly. "I will kill you." Wu Buyu. He walked silently to the front of the crowd, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said, "Come on." The team leader organized the people to pass by Wu Buyu in pairs. The residents didn't understand, but they still cooperated very well. They also wanted to find a murderer. Wu Buyu was forced to start reading minds. Sheng An stood a little further away, and Li Wanyan walked to her side and also watched the scene. After a while, she suddenly said, "It's really different from my last life. In this life, the country plans ahead. As long as the country exists, order will exist. It is completely different from the previous life. Perhaps there is hope for humanity." Gu Qianxing was somewhat puzzled. Did the end of the world in the last life instantly destroy the human order? Li Wanyan nodded. Gu Qianxing murmured, "How strange. How could such a large country and such a resilient nation suffer a sudden collapse of order?" He had not experienced the end of the world, but he felt that it was not normal. The captain came over quickly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. "Finally, I have some clues. Mr. Wu's special ability is very useful. If the murderer is really hiding among the residents, he will not be able to escape." Sheng An nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." The captain waved his hand and said, "It's as it should be." Thanks to the cooperation of several young people in the community, they helped to maintain order from the beginning. Some people wanted to leave by force, but one young man suppressed them. After a pause, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "I suspect that young man has also awakened his supernatural powers." Several people were stunned. Sheng An asked curiously, "Where is it?" The captain pointed at a volunteer who was helping to maintain order in the queue and said, "That's him." Sheng An looked over. The man happened to look over, and the two of them made eye contact. Sheng An was stunned. The man smiled brightly and sunny. Chapter 86. What's wrong with Sister Sheng's hands? It was a young man, a familiar young man. Seeing Sheng An staring at him, he waved excitedly, said something to the people around him, and then ran over quickly. "Sister Sheng," he said excitedly. He wiped the sweat from his forehead casually. Even in such an environment, he still smiled brightly and was full of energy. Sheng An smiled slightly. "It's you, Zhang Jiaoyang." Zhang Jiaoyang. The college student who took the photo of Long Tianyu. Zhang Jiaoyang chuckled. "Sister Sheng, you still remember me." Sheng An nodded. "I heard that you have been helping. Thank you for your hard work." She took the water next to her and handed him a bottle. Zhang Jiaoyang unscrewed it, took only a sip, and said hurriedly, "I was just about to look for Sister Sheng, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the community. It's terrible. It's a pity that I didn't find the perpetrator. Have you awakened your superpowers?" Sheng An raised his eyebrows. Zhang Jiaoyang suddenly smiled like a fool. His 2 rows of big teeth sparkled under the light, and his eyes curved, unable to hide his excitement. "Yes, ha ha ha. It turns out that touching the psychic is useful, and touching you is also useful. According to the rules of anime, I really have awakened my psychic powers." "You look like an idiot." Li Wanyan rolled her eyes. Gu Qianxing was curious. "What kind of supernatural power do you have?" Zhang Jiaoyang scratched his head, a little confused. "I don't know what kind of superpower this is. It seems to be related to the body. How can I judge what superpower I have?" "Sheng An, it's okay. You'll know after we check it out later." Zhang Jiaoyang's smile became brighter, and he nodded heavily. "Sheng An, do you live here?" Zhang Jiaoyang nodded. "Yes, I have lived here all my life." It is really scary to see something like this happen. I hope they catch him soon. Otherwise, the neighbors will not dare to live here anymore. He lowered his voice and said, Sister Sheng, do you think this is targeting me? After all, I just awakened. Before Sheng An could speak, Li Wanyun said expressionlessly, You think too much. Zhang Jiaoyang. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Where are your parents? Sheng An asked curiously. I went to my grandmother's house. Luckily, they are not here. Otherwise, they would be terribly scared. I didn't even dare to tell them about the end of the world. Well, one day of relaxation is a day of relaxation. Zhang Jiaoyang shook his head, feeling sympathetic. Catch him quickly. I'm worried about my parents. He is a filial child. When I knew the end of the world was coming, even though I was very curious about the Special Affairs Department, I immediately rushed back home to be with my parents. Sheng An said firmly, We will definitely catch him. She looked at Wu Buyu. At this moment, he was reading people's minds one by one. This ability was very special and could catch people off guard. No matter how they disguised and concealed, their thoughts could not be hidden. Many people have been checked, and no findings have been made so far. Those who had been examined were also terrified. Some wanted to leave, but did not dare to. Sheng An raised his foot and was about to go over. Zhang Jiaoyang. I'll go. I'm already very familiar with them. He waved his hand and went over excitedly. Everyone was familiar with his face, and with his comfort, the frightened crowd gradually calmed down. Perhaps more people would reduce the fear, and almost no one left, and everyone chose to stay. Zhang Jiaoyang was holding a child and coaxing him. He stuffed a lollipop into the child's mouth, and the child stopped crying immediately. He rubbed the child's head, and then went on to comfort others excitedly. The corners of Li Wanyun's mouth twitched. She couldn't help but sigh. How enthusiastic! There's no one like him in the Special Affairs Department. In their team, there are either socially phobic people or arrogant sons/daughters of destiny. In any case, there is not a single normal person. Isn't this good? Sheng An glanced at her. Learn more? Li Wanyun. She was afraid that she would never be able to learn this spirit in her lifetime. Just by looking at it, I felt that the social phobia I learned from Wu Buyu was about to break out. Sheng An turned to look at the captain. Has the body of the deceased been taken away? The captain shook his head. No one dared to approach, and no one claimed to know the deceased. Sheng An frowned. Then, she thought for a moment and ordered, Li Wanyun, you go with them. Captain, send the body for DNA testing as soon as possible to confirm the identity. The captain responded, Yes. Li Wanyun bared her teeth. Why let me go? Sheng An turned his head and looked at her, saying seriously, Because you are strong. Li Wanyun paused, the corners of her mouth rising subconsciously. Sheng An, besides, you have combat experience. Even if you encounter an attacker, I believe that the other party will not be able to do anything to you. You will definitely be able to protect others. Li Wanyun straightened her chest. Sheng An, the perpetrator may not be hiding among the residents. He may still be in the community. I will only feel at ease if I let you go. Li Wanyun walked away. Come on, I'll go in with you now. Leave it to me. Don't worry. She held her head high and chest out, and led the captain and others in with a heroic and confident manner. Gu Qiansheng. So what else can he do to a woman who has all the tricks up her sleeve? Gu Qiansheng said honestly. Sister Sheng, what can I do? Sheng An, you guard here. Her eyes were sharp. Once the perpetrator is exposed, you must immediately silence his ability. Gu Qiansheng nodded. Asterisk, when the inspection was mostly in progress, Qi Lingwu arrived with Hao Jingye, Long Tianyu, and others. Hao Jingye hurriedly said, Sister Sheng, have you caught him? Sheng An was checking all the surveillance cameras in the community. He shook his head when he heard this. No one was captured. The other party was hiding very deep. What about you guys? Although they were in a hurry on the road, Hao Jingye and his friends were not idle. Hearing this, Hao Jingye looked serious. From the surveillance footage 5 kilometers before and after the incident, we can see that no one in Linen community has left. Wan Yuan. The Ministry of Information has conducted a facial check of all people within a kilometer who appeared after the incident. So far, no one is a possible suspect. In other words, the murderer is still in Linen community. Sheng An exhaled. Qi Lingwu patted the back of her hand soothingly and said in a hoarse voice, Wu Biyu is still checking. Let's talk after he finishes the check. Sheng An said softly, the murderer should not be in there. Those waiting in line for inspection may not find anything. The murderer hit himself quite deeply. Hao Jingye added, By the way, Team Leader Chiu has sent Ruan Zifeng, a psychic investigator from Team A, over here. He's still on the way and may take 2 hours. Li Xian sneered. What does Chiu want to do? Sheng An glanced at him and said calmly, he just wants to help us catch the person as soon as possible. In the face of the overall situation, everything else can be put aside. It is really abominable that a person with superpowers would suddenly kill people. Sheng An is not surprised that Jiang Yu would provide support. At this moment, Long Tianyu noticed Zhang Jiaoyang, who was busy running around not far away. He widened his eyes and raised his voice. Why is he here too? He lives in this community and has awakened his supernatural powers. Sheng An smiled slightly. Long Tianyu. Damn, doesn't this mean that this guy will still be my teammate in the future? His fists hardened. Song Linwei sighed. There are so many supernatural people in Shur City, and there are so many things going on. Could it be because there is a meteorite trajectory aimed at Shur City? Shur is such a strange place. We can't rule out this possibility. Hao Jingye pushed his glasses. There are quite a few people with awakened abilities in Shur City. Even Mr. Su, a psychic who may awaken in the future, is from Shur City. Sheng An's heart moved. She narrowed her eyes slightly, recalled the previous investigation results, and murmured, Where does Teacher Su live? Linen Community? Hao Jingye also remembered it. He quickly pulled out Teacher Su's information, looked at the address carefully, and said in surprise, It really is Linen Community, right here. Why can't I see her? Song Linwei asked puzzledly. Chapter 87. Oh no. Take me back. Sheng An shook her head and told Hao Jingye, Send a message to the Information Department and the Audit Department to retrieve Teacher Su Jia's recent movements and determine where she is now. Since it is confirmed that the other party is also in Linen Community, whether they are related or not should be taken into consideration. No detail can be ignored. Hao Jingye executed it immediately. After a while, Li Wanyan also came back. The body was carried out by the team leader and covered with a white cloth. The expressions of all the people accompanying them were very ugly, and Li Wanyan's face was slightly pale. It was possible for someone like her who had experienced the end of the world to change her face. Sheng An walked over quickly and lifted the white cloth to check. Song Linwei turned his head away, not daring to look anymore. Jiang Yu almost vomited and his face turned pale. Qi Lingwu stood next to Sheng An. After looking for a while, he said, I can't recognize who it is anymore. Sheng An nodded and covered the cloth. DNA test as soon as possible. From the shredded cloth and intact texture, the remains could only reveal the gender of the person. It was impossible to tell their appearance or even their age. Zhang Kuan felt uncomfortable and asked, suppressing his nausea, Why is the murderer so brutal? Hao Jingye shook his head. Li Wanyan exhaled and spoke slowly. This scene reminds me of bad things. I can't help but think of... She and Long Tianyu looked at each other and saw complexity in each other's eyes. Then, the two said in unison, Alien. Sheng An looked at the two of them. This method is very similar to alien behavior? Li Wanyan shook her head, her expression serious. Aliens don't have specific behaviors. They are full of bloodlust and are likely to do anything. In my previous life, I didn't have a way to completely distinguish between aliens. Most of the time, I just rely on intuition. Yu Feng frowned. Of course he knew what an alien species was. They heard this term again and again from the mouths of the Reborn. It was an existence more terrifying than zombies and the biggest crisis in the end times. Just relying on intuition? Then how to guard against alien species? Yu Feng wondered. There is no way to prevent it. Li Wanyan pursed her dry lips and said in a hoarse voice, No matter how the alien species hide, they will not be able to restrain themselves from killing people, and kill many people. Wan Yuan took a deep breath and raised his voice. So, most people judge alien species by blood? After being verified by countless blood, it was determined to be a different species. How cruel. He could almost imagine that in the future, wherever an alien species appeared, there would be blood all over the place. How much trust would people still be able to retain? Everyone is afraid that when they wake up the next day, the people around them will turn into alien species and kill people violently. People with special abilities still have the ability to survive, but what about ordinary people? Hao Jingye? Fortunately, we have Wu Biyu. He suddenly looked at Wu Biyu, who was listening attentively to his inner voice, and asked, His mind-reading ability should be useful, right? It's useful. Long Tianyu smiled bitterly. But he's only one person. Everyone was silent again. The looming crisis is like a big hand that grabs the heart, causing the person's heartbeat to be unbalanced. The chest feels empty, and a chill spreads from the feet to the scalp inch by inch. Sheng An lowered his eyes slightly, his voice hoarse. Li Wanyun, Long Tianyu, do you think this was done by an alien species? Her voice was so soft that it seemed like it would drift away with the wind. Li Wanyun shook her head. I think they are a bit similar. Long Tianyu frowned and said, but that shouldn't be the case. The alien species was born around the meteorite fragments after the meteorite landed. The meteorite is still floating in the sky. Where did the fragments come from? How could alien species be born? Aren't meteorite fragments used to enhance the abilities of psychics? Hao Jingye wondered. Li Wanyun. Yes, it can improve the abilities of people with special abilities, but in the second year of the apocalypse, we discovered that meteorite fragments can also improve the abilities of alien species. Where there are meteorite fragments, the probability of alien species is much higher. Sheng An lowered his eyelids and listened quietly. A person with special abilities, a different species. It's like a game of chess with two sides facing off, one black and one white, fighting for victory. Sheng An raised his hand, and the captain ordered his men to send the body away. The mind-reading examination continues. It lasted until 10:30 in the evening, into the darkness, and finally ended. Time passed by minute, anxiously and quickly. The most difficult thing to control in this world is time. All inspections completed. Wu Buyu looked pale and was supported by Li Xian and Jiang Yu. Wu Buyu shook his head. No, everyone is normal. They are panicked, scared, confused, and have all kinds of emotions. I have carefully confirmed that none of these residents are related to the murder case. Sheng An poured him a cup of hot water and patted his shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. This is not surprising. Mind reading was just a check. She had already guessed that the murderer might not be in the queue. Wan Yuan raised his head from the computer with a serious expression. Sister Sheng, there are still people in the community. On the screen in front of him, there was still a flashing signal in the community. Hao Jingye's cell phone vibrated. He looked down and suddenly raised his head. Sister Sheng, Su Jia's phone is located in the community, and she is not around the phone. I checked the surveillance from the information department, and she has never left Linen Community. I never left Linen Community, and I didn't bring my cell phone with me. Is the murderer hiding in the community? Or the dead? Sheng An glanced at the residents who were gathered together to rest, and then looked at the dark Linen Community. The residents were all outside, and there were not many lights on in the community, making it extremely dark. Long Tianyu, Wu Buyu, Gu Qiansheng, Kujiashue, follow me in. She touched the gun at her waist and turned to give the order. Several people nodded. Li Wanyun, do you want me, Captain Shi, Li Xian, and Liu to go in as well? They're also a strong fighting force in Group B. Sheng An shook his head. You stay here and protect the residents with the captain. Captain Shi, take good care of everyone and pay attention to safety. Qi Lingwu said nothing and nodded. The trust and communication between them is expressed with just a glance. After saying that, Sheng An strode into the community. The others hurried to follow. All the lights in the community were turned on, and in an instant, the entire community was illuminated without a single ray of light. Sister Sheng, will the murderer be in the community? Kujiashue asked in a low voice. Sheng An stared at his phone and walked towards where there were people. She replied, let's check. First go to where there are people, then go to Teacher Su's house, and finally check the scene. Gu Qiansheng looks serious. When I see him later, I will silence him immediately. He is still hiding in the community and refuses to come out even after hearing the broadcast. He is most likely the murderer. Wu Buyu nodded. Yes, I have read the minds of all the residents, and the only one left is still in the community dash. Sheng An looked at him suddenly. Her voice was hoarse. All residents have red minds? Wu Buyu scratched his head in confusion. Yes. In a flash, something flashed through her mind, and she grabbed it. Sheng An raised his voice. Oh no. She turned around and quickly returned. Long Tianyu, take me back quickly. Chapter 88 Alien, Zhang Jiaoyang. Without any hesitation, almost instinctively, Long Tianyu pulled Sheng An and Gu Qiansheng up and disappeared on the spot. Kujiashue was stunned. She looked a little confused. What happened? Wu Buyu was also confused. He shook his head and murmured, Sister Sheng must have discovered something. Could the murderer be at the gate? Haven't you read minds? Kujiashue scratched her head. Yes, he has read minds. He had read the minds of every one of the residents. Those policemen arrived after the incident and could prove each other's guilt. The only ones left are the members of Group B, which makes it even more impossible. Who else? Etc. There is indeed one more. Wu Buyu thought of that youthful and sunny face and the other person's bright and enthusiastic smile, and suddenly felt creepy. Zhang Jiaoyang. Zhang Jiaoyang, who has awakened his special abilities, helps maintain order, and has been included as their teammate. In an instant, a chill ran up my spine. Asterisk. At the front door, after Sheng An left, Qi Lingwu stood there, holding the gun, his eyes calm. Jiang Yu sat back in his chair, resting his chin on the backrest, muttering, "Who is the perpetrator? Could it really be Teacher Su, who didn't show up? Su Jia, a psychic, happened to be in this neighborhood, and a murder happened, but she did not show up. What a coincidence." Song Linwei and Wan Yuan were sorting out the real-time, synchronized information from various places, and Hao Jingye was standing beside them. He looked up at Jiang Yu. "It's very likely that Teacher Su's ability is to make people invisible. Isn't that equivalent to her being able to become invisible?" Li Wanyan leaned against the security booth board. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes. "Invisibility is invisibility. Teacher Su's is darkness. It's not the same concept. Her ability is that the surroundings are instantly plunged into darkness, and nothing can be seen. If it was Teacher Su who did it, there would be no way, there would be no trace." After a pause, she added, "However, if Teacher Su awakened before the end of the world, she might be even more powerful than when I knew her in my previous life. Moreover, the physical fitness of people with special abilities in alien species is very high, so it is not impossible for them to dismember people." Li Xian took a deep breath and said nervously, "If we had known earlier that we would have gone in with Sister Sheng, it would have been very dangerous if they had encountered someone. Why worry about Sister Sheng?" Hao Jingye pushed his glasses. "If you have too much free time, why not follow Zhang Jiaoyang's example? Look how enthusiastic he is. He is always busy." The sound stopped abruptly. At some point, Zhang Jiaoyang, holding the child, had already reached the back of the crowd. Almost out of instinct, Hao Jingye shouted, "Stop!" After he finished speaking, Zhang Jiaoyang not only did not stop, but instead jumped into the police car with the child in his hand and quickly disappeared from the spot. "There's something wrong with Zhang Jiaoyang," Hao Jingye shouted. Bang! Bang! Qi Lingwu had already opened fire, and at the same time, Li Wanyan jumped up and slashed at the opponent with the space blade. 3 shots avoided the child, and all hit. The space blade cut off the opponent's arm. However, the next moment, something horrifying happened. The opponent's broken arm grew back, and the gunshot wound also healed at an extremely fast speed. "Damn it, what kind of ability is this?" Li Banyung Kursa. He was extremely fast and was holding the child to block his head. Their guns could only hit places other than the head, and every serious wound healed quickly. "Let me go, otherwise I will kill him," Zhang Jiaoyang said in a hoarse voice. He exerted force with his hands, and blood flowed from the child's neck. His face turned purple, his mouth opened wide, and the lollipop in his mouth fell to the ground. The half-eaten candy was covered in dust and rolled under the car. Zhang Jiaoyang's nails dug into the child's skin. If they had been pushed in just 1 or 2 millimeters further, the child would have surely died. Qi Lingwu paused in shooting. Li Wanyan gritted her teeth and didn't dare to attack again. The key part was blocked, and he couldn't be hurt on other grounds, and I was also worried about the child. Zhang Jiaoyang forced a smile. Then he quickened his pace, and when he rounded a corner, he threw the child out. Bang! Qi Lingwu's gun shot at his head at this moment. Li Wanyan's space blade and Li Xian's diamond knife attacked the opponent's fatal parts at the moment Zhang Jiaoyang threw the child away. However, the other party just shook his body. When he used his special ability, his attack would heal the moment it caused damage. These 3 simultaneous fatal attacks still couldn't stop him. Hao Jingye's voice was hoarse. Immortal body. At this time, Zhang Jiaoyang had disappeared. Only the child was left, falling to the ground in a parabola. Song Linwei's pupils constricted. Ji Yani rushed over, but no matter how fast she was not as fast as the child falling to the ground. The tiny body is only a few centimeters from the ground. "Ah!" someone screamed. Jiang Yu couldn't bear it and closed his eyes. At this moment, a pair of hands appeared out of nowhere and caught the child by brushing against the ground. The next moment, Long Tianyu, Sheng An, and Gu Qianqing appeared in sight. Sheng An caught the child. Gu Qianqing cursed. "Damn it, it's not within my range of silence." Without hesitation, Long Tianyu took him and flashed to catch up again. Hao Jingye let out a long breath, then held it for an instant, and ran towards Sheng An with the others. "Sister Sheng." Sheng An slowly stood up, handed the child to the captain, and said in a hoarse voice, "Rescue." The captain nodded heavily, carefully took the child, and left. Jiang Yu took a look at the child. The fragile life was already dying, blood was dripping from the neck, and there were blood pits on the body left by the fingers. Just a dozen minutes ago, he was still running around and eating candy with a smile on his face. Clearly, more than 10 minutes ago, Zhang Jiaoyang was still smiling, touching his head, hugging him and coaxing him, and even the candy was given to him by Zhang Jiaoyang. How could it be? Jiang Yu murmured. How could Zhang Jiaoyang become like this after awakening his superpowers? Hao Jingye looked heavy. Qi Lingwu said slowly, "Alien species." These two words were like thunder from a clear sky. Sheng An looked at them, his eyes were deep and bottomless. He is not a superpower, he is a different species. There were already alien species before the end of the world. In an instant, everyone's faces turned ugly and their expressions became solemn. Nowadays, not only have the superpowers awakened ahead of time, but also the superpowers have appeared ahead of time. A more powerful psychic than in the previous life. An alien species that is just as powerful as the one in the previous life. Moreover, he is immortal with his special powers. Is there anyone who can kill him? Song Linwei had a worried look on his face. As if knowing what he was thinking, Qi Lingwu pursed her lips and said, he used the hostages to protect his head, which means he is not completely immortal. He always has weaknesses. At this time, Wu Biyu brought Kajiashua back. Hearing this, Wu Biyu gasped, "We still have Gu Qianxing. His supernatural power is immortality. But Gu Qianxing's special ability is silence. He and Long Tianyu have already caught up, so there should be no problem, right?" Wan Yuan asked, "Sister Sheng, do you want to capture him alive? The alien species that appeared before the end of the world needs to be studied. But, is it possible that guy could be captured alive?" Sheng An didn't say anything. Hao Jingye's communication vibrated twice. He looked down, his expression changed, and he raised his voice. "Sister Sheng, the identity of the deceased has been confirmed." Everyone looked at him. Hao Jingye's voice was hoarse and obscure, and every word was difficult to say. "There is no teacher Su, but there are Zhang Jiaoyang's parents and grandmother." The air froze in an instant. The horror of the alien species was revealed before them in a bloody manner at this moment. Zhang Jiaoyang cares about his parents and values family ties. The first people killed by the alien Zhang Jiaoyang were his parents and family members. No, he is not Zhang Jiaoyang anymore. The moment he became an alien, Zhang Jiaoyang died. Sheng An closed his eyes slightly. "If I become a superpower, can I really join you and fight side by side with you in the end times?" "Sure." The boy's satisfied smile is still in front of my eyes. The scene of him waving and skipping away from the Special Affairs Department is still vivid. Sheng An opened his eyes clear, and looked at Ruan Zifeng, who had just arrived in front of him, and said calmly, "Let's go, let's chase him. The aliens are extremely dangerous. We must get rid of this trouble tonight. If we can't capture them alive, we will kill them directly." Chapter 89, Can This Person Not Be Returned to Group A? The perpetrator has been identified, and the crisis in Linen community has been temporarily resolved. The child was sent for rescue, and the alien arm that Li Wanyan found on the ground was cut off and collected and sent to the research institute. The captain and the police stayed behind to deal with the aftermath and comfort the masses. Sheng An and his friends took Ruan Zifeng, who had just arrived and looked confused, into the car. Wu Buyu's supernatural powers have not yet recovered, so taking a car has become the most convenient way. Ruan Zifeng. What happened? Sheng An gestured to Song Linwei to explain to him. She closed her eyes slightly, as if she was taking a rest. After the explanation, Ruan Zifeng looked dazed. "Group B, are we encountering alien species?" On Hao Jingye's computer screen, several messages were synchronized and conveyed in real time. The alien is fleeing to the south. It's very smart and seems to know where the surveillance cameras are. It's running away while avoiding them. We can only locate its approximate location. He showed up again, heading towards Nanhu Park. Huh? Long Tianyu and Gu Qianxing's signal lights flashed. Why are they returning? Hao Jingye rolled up his sleeves and took out his cell phone. "I'll contact them." It took several tries before I got through. When Long Tianyu flashed, the phone could not be reached. After contacting the two people, there was no further conversation. They stayed on the side of the road where the car had to pass, standing in a corner where no one noticed. When the police car passed by, the two men disappeared. After Long Tianyu sat firmly, he gasped, "Damn, Gu Qianxing is a waste. I wasted all my energy." Everyone was stunned. He hurriedly looked at the two of them. The two men were in a bit of a mess at this moment, especially Long Tianyu, who had a lot of wounds on his body. If it weren't for the psychic strong body, he would probably be in danger now. Gu Qianxing was slightly better, but he was also injured. Of course, what is even uglier is the look on their faces. Almost instinctively, Zhang Kuan asked, "They are not contagious, right? They shouldn't become alien species?" Li Wanyan rolled her eyes. "I already said it's an alien species, not a zombie, so it's not contagious." "What happened?" Hao Jingye asked. "You didn't catch up?" Or, Gu Qianxing pursed his lips and said, "Long Tianyu led me to catch up, but my special ability is useless to him. His abilities are only useful to people whose abilities are inferior to his own. That alien is stronger than him." This made everyone feel depressed. Long Tianyu cursed. "Your ability is too useless. It's because he is strong that he needs you. But you are useless." Gu Qianxing had a dark face, but he didn't say anything. Just now, if Long Tianyu hadn't risked his life to take him away in time, he would probably be dead now. Wan Yuan took a deep breath and said, "What should we do? The alien is so strong, and he is immortal. Gu Qianxing's ability can't do anything to him. How can we deal with him?" The strength of the alien species is only one aspect. The main problem is that the immortality ability is too tricky. Activate weapons of mass destruction? Yu Feng suggested. "If there is no other way, I'm afraid this is the only way." Hao Jingye sighed. Long Tianyu frowned, really puzzled. How could an alien species appear before the end of the world? And it is so strong? According to the classification in the previous life, this is definitely a high-level alien species. The people with superpowers awakened ahead of time, the alien species appeared ahead of time, and they all became stronger. Gu Qianxing murmured, "In the past, if you still felt that you were the child of destiny." But when he met this group of sons/daughters of destiny around him, as well as the equally powerful aliens that appeared ahead of time, the idea of being the son of destiny faded, and instead more doubts crept into his mind. Qi Linggu. It doesn't necessarily mean that we can't deal with him. He chose a roundabout way to escape, which means he is not really immortal. If he has a weakness, we can deal with him. Hao Jingye sat up and analyzed seriously. He used the hostage to block his head, so maybe we can kill him by hitting his head. But Captain Qi tried it, and it didn't work. Li Wanyan frowned. Long Tianyu. I also tried to cut his neck. Damn, do you know how terrible it was? My knife directly cut through his neck, and the place where the knife cut was immediately restored. I even suspect that my knife cut through his neck completely, and the cut in the front had already healed, so the knife came out from the back. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shudder. This kind of opponent is so scary. Even though he had fought with others many times in his previous life, he had never seen such a tough opponent. You can kill, but you can't prevent others from recovering instantly. This is the special ability of Zhang Jiaoya. The alien species are generally fast and strong. The higher the level, the faster and stronger they are. When friendly attacks are useless, the enemy can still counterattack. Too difficult to deal with. Qi Lingwu held the gun and looked back, shaking his head. Recovery is his ability. When he was attacked, his ability was used on himself, and it worked. After all, you need to have some combat experience to be able to grasp the core weaknesses instantly. Everyone was stunned. Hao Jingye slapped his head and said, "That's right. As long as he is distracted and his supernatural power has no effect on me, I can kill him with one strike. There is a high possibility that I can kill him. This is easy to understand. Just like the indestructible body in TV dramas. How to destroy. Of course, the idea is to take advantage of the moment when the opponent is not using his superpowers and is most distracted, and kill him with one blow, so that he will die completely before he has time to recover. Of course, this is difficult. After all, the aliens they encountered this time were not careless. If that's the case, then it's unlikely to capture him alive?" Li Xian asked back. Song Linwei shook his head. The alien species is too threatening. It is difficult to capture him alive with his ability. The only way is to kill him, as Sister Sheng said. Hao Jingye exhaled. The premise is to catch up with the person first. He turned around and asked Wan Zifeng, who had been silent the whole time, "Is your ability useful? Can you find someone? Detect superpowers. This is a very special ability." Wan Zifeng has a good temper and said politely, "It should be possible. I just smelled his scent at the scene. It was a strong smell of blood, and now the smell is coming from the south. Combined with the occasional footage captured by the surveillance camera before, The alien is now in the north of Nanhu Park. According to its rapid descent, it may enter the park in an hour. Everyone looked at him. Ruan Zifeng paused and added, "From the footprints I saw along the way, his speed seemed to be slowing down and his footprints were getting deeper. The battle just now still had some impact on him, and his fighting ability has decreased at this time." Everyone stared at him closely. Ruan Zifeng. "Also, there are usually people who get up early to exercise in Nanhu Park. If you want to deal with it, you must hurry up. You may want to find a suitable hostage." Everyone was still staring at him. Ruan Zifeng scratched his head, embarrassed. "Why are you looking at me? Is there a problem?" Long Tianyu suddenly asked. "Sheng An, if we don't return this person, do you think it's feasible to snatch him from Group A?" Ruan Zifeng. Sheng An didn't even raise his head. "You can ask Jiang Yu." Long Tianyu. Never mind, he still wanted to live. Everyone suddenly realized that Sheng An had been silent and very quiet. Li Wanyan leaned forward and spoke carefully. "Sister Sheng, what's the matter? Is it because Zhang Jiaoyang? Is he in a bad mood?" Sheng An shook his head. She raised her head and suddenly said, "You said Su Jiao was neither near the phone nor was she a victim. So where is she?" Everyone was stunned, their eyes blank. They didn't expect Sheng An to suddenly mention Teacher Su. However, Sheng An's next sentence was even more horrifying. "You say, is there really only one alien species?" Chapter 90, your blood smells so good. Is there only one alien species now? Fuck. Li Xian rubbed his arms and couldn't help but said, "Sister Sheng, please don't scare me. It sounds creepy." Song Linwei also felt a chill down his spine. But out of instinct, he glanced at Li Xian and said, "Don't swear." Li Xin. Sheng An shook his head. "It's just an idea. Anyway, be careful and go to Nanhu Park first." The car speeds up. Long Tianyu and Wu Buyu took the time to rest and recover their special powers. Sheng An discussed the next tactics with Qi Lingwu and others. Asterisk, South Lake Park. It was just dawn and there was almost no one outside. Sheng An and his friends were chasing them anxiously. When they arrived at Nanhu Park, the old men and women who had gotten up early for morning exercises had not yet entered the park. Wu Buyu drove Sheng An, Li Wanyun, and Li Xian into the park. The Birdman landed and his big wings were retracted. Wu Buyu turned into a human, and Sheng An and the other two fell to the ground. Ruan Zifeng's voice rang out through the headset. "He's to your southwest. Be careful. He's watching you." Sheng An straightened his clothes. She looked towards the southwest and said calmly, "Come out and talk. I know you are conscious. At least, you have your own ideas, right?" There was a rustling sound, and a man appeared 15 meters away. This distance is just right. It is difficult to attack directly, but it is not far away from Sheng An and the others. Once lethal weapons are used, the power to completely shatter the immortal body will definitely implicate Sheng An and the others. Alien species, intelligent enemies, are truly terrifying. Sheng An stared at his hand, and his pupils shrank. Wu Buyu and Li Wanyun were equally shocked. He is not alone. He was holding a fainted woman in his hands. The woman reeked of alcohol. Her clothes were revealing, and her hair was disheveled. It was obvious that she had been wandering outside at night and was caught by Zhang Jiaoyang. He took her hostage. "Let me leave the capital, and I promise I will never appear in front of you again." The alien spoke. It was still Zhang Jiaoyang's voice, and he still looked youthful. But his hands were tightly around the hostage's neck. Her fingertips dug into her skin, as if even the slightest pressure would kill her. Sheng An remained calm and asked slowly, "How can I let you go?" "Let me take a few hostages away from the capital and go to a remote place, and I will let them go immediately." "How about that?" he said in a hoarse and expectant voice. Sheng An was not in a hurry to answer and continued to ask, "Why do you want to leave?" After becoming a different species, they will hide, but their greater desire is to kill. Instead of running away, Zhang Jiaoyang's face darkened, his eyes were cold. "In my memory, you and the guys around you are not simple people. You can't kill me, and it's hard for me to kill you. Let's not waste our time. If you let me leave the capital, I will never appear in your sight. How about that?" He suddenly became pitiful and regained his Zhang Jiaoyang expression. "Sister Sheng, please, let me leave. I promise I will never kill anyone again." Sheng An looked at him. She looked at him, as if she saw Zhang Jiaoyang's enthusiastic face and thought of how cute he once was. But she would also see the bodies that could not be put together. She is the person Zhang Jiaoyang loves the most and wants to protect the most. Sheng An asked him, "Are you really not going to kill anyone anymore?" He nodded heavily. Sheng An made a thoughtful expression and touched his chin. You are immortal, we can't kill you, and it's difficult to do it. If we can have peace, it would be great. Zhang Jiaoyang. S eyes lit up and he stared at her closely. Sheng An, but what? He took a step forward, a little anxiously. What do you want to do? The sound stopped abruptly. Because at this moment, Long Tianyu appeared beside him and cut his neck with a broad knife. Jiani rushed forward like a gust of wind, carrying Li Wanyun with her. The space blade was also used. However, the alien threw the woman away, grabbed Long Tianyu's hand, and pulled him in front of him. He grabbed his neck with his backhand and inserted his fingertips completely, squeezing Long Tianyu's last breath. As for Long Tianyu's fatal blow just now, it was dodged by the prepared alien. Only cut halfway in. At this time, the wound had healed. Jiani and Li Wanyun stopped where they were, and Li Wanyun's space blade cut half of his body. However, it grew back in an instant. He was on guard the whole time. Too difficult. Li Wanyun looked unhappy. What's even more awful is that Long Tianyu is dying. Zhang Jiaoyang laughed. Ha ha. Do you think I'm unprepared? I was the one who took the photo of this guy. How could I not understand his abilities? Do you want him to sneak attack me while I'm distracted? As if thinking of something, he became excited. I was very happy at that time, even enthusiastic and excited. I wanted to awaken my superpowers and join you in the future. I was happy for many days, and even burned incense every day to pray for a powerful superpower. I have accomplished this. Look how strong I am now. Sheng An's expression turned cold in an instant. She stared into his eyes and said word by word, Don't use the word I. You are not Zhang Jiaoyang. He is dead. Zhang Jiaoyang is already dead, killed by the guy in front of him. The alien was stunned. Then he continued laughing. Ha, yes, the weakling Zhang Jiaoyang is dead, and now it's me. That guy didn't deserve to be alive in the first place. Stupid humans actually get happy about meaningless things. What a ridiculous emotion. I'm only happy when I see blood. He exerted force on his hands, and Long Tianyu's blood spurted out. He struggled twice, but was unable to dodge because his neck was strangled. Seeing the blood, the alien became more excited. The whole person seemed to be on stimulants. If he had not restrained himself, he would have definitely killed Long Tianyu. Sheng An stared at Long Tianyu's neck, took a deep breath, and said in a hoarse voice, You don't actually want to talk to me. Are you waiting for him to make a move? Do you want a hostage? He knew from the beginning that Long Tianyu would attack him by surprise. He was waiting for the moment when Long Tianyu would launch a surprise attack and take down the opponent while Long Tianyu was concentrating. Alien species, intelligent enemies, are really scary. What a smart man. The alien stepped on the unconscious woman's neck with one foot and pinched Long Tianyu with one hand and said triumphantly, I'm leaving. Sooner or later, I will take your life. After saying that, he was about to take Long Tianyu and the woman away. Sheng An suddenly said, How about exchanging me for him? The alien turned around and looked at her, his eyes revealing confusion. Sheng An walked forward slowly, his voice calm. Use me in exchange for them. Compared to a disobedient superpower and an ordinary passerby, what do you think of me as a hostage? A meal of different species. Sheng An continued. You are also afraid, right? It is possible that the higher-ups will selectively sacrifice some people and use weapons of mass destruction against you. Compared to them, the country values me more, doesn't it? She came closer. The alien seemed to be thinking. He knew that Long Tianyu was rebellious and disobedient, and he also knew that Sheng An was of a high rank. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement. You are so kind. These emotions of you humans are hard to understand. He stood there, waiting for Sheng An to approach. But at this moment, he was on high alert and kept his special abilities at all times. Sheng An walked closer and closer. When she got closer, she raised her chin and said, Let him go first. The alien stared at Sheng An. He was weighing the situation, his eyes narrowed, and he suddenly threw Long Tianyu away and threw him to the ground. At the same time, he grabbed Sheng An. Wu Buyu, who was well prepared, flapped his wings and flew up to catch Long Tianyu. Li Wanyun's spatial blade cut towards the alien species. The alien completely ignored it and grabbed Sheng An's neck directly. Wu Buyu handed the person to Jiani and said hurriedly, Send him to treatment immediately. Jiani nodded, turned and ran. The space blade cut the alien and healed it instantly. He reached for Sheng An's hand, but she blocked it fiercely. With her other hand, she held the gun and shot him between the eyebrows. Bang! He fired several shots with the bullet hitting his forehead, but it healed instantly and the bullet burst out. Zhang Jiaoyang paused and his movements slowed down slightly. The next moment, he rushed towards Sheng An angrily. You think you can kill me? Dream on! Sheng An stretched out his hand to block and raised his foot. Bah! They started fighting. Sheng An was very strong and reacted quickly, so he couldn't be taken down for a while. The alien sneered. How long do you think you can hold on? Ordinary humans are just blood bags that provide us with nutrients. Your attacks are ineffective against me, but my attacks will make your injuries worse. How long can you hold on? He kicked Sheng An away with great force. Sheng An already had numerous wounds on his body, and his blood had stained the alien's hands. He put it to his nose, sniffed it, then suddenly looked at her with an increasingly crazy look in his eyes. His voice was hoarse. The more powerful a person is, the more fragrant their blood is. This fragrance is the strongest I have ever seen. I must have your blood.